again with another stream. That's right, DLC Brazil is going down today, and we are going to bring that action to you in English as a restream. We're unofficial, but we're official like a ref with a whistle. Joining me, as always, it's going to be Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn and my good friend Garrick. Starting with you, Katie. How are you feeling? Good morning. Greetings and salutations to you.
Good morning too. I think I'm a good friend. I mean, I think I'm pretty excited to be here, and I can't wait. The sun's gonna rise. It's rising right now, and it's gonna be a great day of Disney Lorcana. Garrick, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling excellent. Super excited to get into DLC Sao Paulo, Brazil. We've got a bunch of friends over there trying to compete to take this thing home. So I'm going to be rooting for them, of course, but also just really excited to see what's going on here in the meta as we are coming to a close of the Winter Spell meta and moving into Wilds Unknown. This is the last big tournament that we're going to see before things switch up.
That is such a good point. I mean, this is the end. This is a swan song. After this, the winter spell will be broken, and we're headed into Wilds Unknown. So this is a celebration, I think, if anything.
And I think that would be a great opportunity to use this as a time to look back on this meta and some of the cool things that we ended up discovering over time, how the meta has transformed and changed to get to this point that we're at now, and some of the decks that came on towards the end, some of the decks that kind of have been there since rotation. And Wilds Unknown also presents an interesting opportunity because another rotation is just beyond the horizon as it may be. So I know we're all kind of immersing ourselves into this new metagame, looking at these new cards and kind of projecting forward, but can you just put your past hat back on? We kind of have a conversation on this metagame. What is to be expected going into this DLC?
Woof, 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 woof. I think there's going to be some Brazilian dogs. I think it's going to be, I think today's going to be a day of surprises, and yeah, that makes sense. I think it's going to be like two sides of the coin, because if we think about one of the most exciting DLCs, which was Atlanta, like I think that was the first DLC with Joshua Poultry, that was at the end of a meta. It was a lame duck period, if you were to use political terms. And what the benefit of that time is you have all the data. You have 3 months of tournament data to try to go like take a bullet and like go through all the ions and phase through the meta. But you also can say, I'm going to play the deck that works. So I think there's going to be a lot of, Amethyst Steel, Amethyst Sapphire, and then also our Amber Emerald dogs. And then I think there's going to be a few kind of meta breaker. Because if you're going to break the meta, this is the time to do it. What are your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. At the end of the meta, you have a lot of time to test and figure out what is really working behind the scenes that maybe people aren't expecting. Some people have just been sort of going with the flow. They're probably going to bring the dogs, bring the Blurple, like you mentioned, but there might be some decks that can attack those in real significant ways. Like, I think of Amber Ruby is a deck that could make a real push in this tournament. Amber Steel, of course, we've seen it do better and better. I wouldn't be surprised if Amber Steel ends up in the finals of this DLC. It's just got such a good matchup spread, and I think people are still sort of sleeping on that deck a little bit. So I think there are ways to attack this meta, and I think some of the best players in the world that are going to be here at this Disney Lorcana Challenge understand that. They know that. They're going to pack some decks that maybe people aren't expecting with some tech cards that they haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, and I will concur with that mightily as well. And people are kind of traveling quite far. There, as you know, we have a ton of friends who are going to DLC in Brazil. And usually when you're going to put that type of commitment in, you're probably going to take a deck that you're very comfortable with and confident with. You're probably not going to take maybe a rogue pick, but I do feel there are some rogue picks that could potentially make some noise. There's a deck that I've been kind of playing a lot and having a lot of success with and having a good time with. It's that Ruby and Sapphire Robin Hood sharpshooter deck that's kind of been going around. Uses a ton of actions, uses a ton of bringing kind of Maui Half Shark back into the forefront, playing Distract, getting the most value out of that card, grab your bow. I think that's a really cool pick, and people may not be fully respecting that. So very interesting. I'll be excited to see what these players play, but I think Katie's right. Dogs might be the pick. But if you guys want, we can kind of get into that and maybe make some quick predictions before this tournament begins.
I do have one follow-up question. And your deck is that Robin Hood deck. Are people playing my new favorite card, Olaf, Snowman of Action.
Yes, Olaf Snowman
Okay.
of Action
I
is in
love that
that
little
deck, and
guy.
you can get him out a couple Robin Hood triggers, and he's on the board for free or maybe for one. And then with his 9 costs, he can turn around and dig a little deeper, and that's just a huge advantage engine. I think the deck is really fun and it is quite unique, and maybe that's something to build for going into the next set as well.
Very, very cool. But yeah, I mean, predictions it's tough. Every time I get to predictions, I feel like my brain just goes, all right, just say it, Amethyst Steel. And that's because I think, like, statistically speaking, in a world of decks with high peaks and low peaks, the deck that just, is the statistical fairest deck of just play, draw a card, do a little questing over and over again is the best, safest pick. Do I want it to win? No. But so I will then go with my heart desire, which I think it's time for Amber. This feels too scary. I want Amber Steel to win, but I don't. Do I truly believe? Do I truly believe that can happen? I don't know, but I'll be safe. I'll say I think Amethyst Steel is going to win, but I want Amber Steel to win.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Garrick?
Garrick, to you.
For my pick, I will just go ahead and say that Amber Steel is going to get it done. I think it is the best deck in the
Yay.
format right now. I think that it has a great matchup into everything. It can high roll like no other deck in the format, and it can just absolutely blow people out of the water. It can go long game if it needs to against control decks. If you're playing all the Mowglis that you need, you just snipe out those board wipes from their hands so they can't get it done. You play the Lilos over and over from the discard and just keep questing, and they have to answer all of your stuff every single turn, and there's so much removal options. You can just win the game on like turn 4 with this deck, it seems like sometimes. So I think the deck has all the tools that it needs to be the best deck in the game, and it can compete, like I said, with the control decks, but also with the dogs deck at a really high level because of Angel Experiment 624. That card is so powerful, just able to remove everything on the opposite side of the board, and you have a bunch of characters that are really resilient to Under the Sea. You have the Chief, you have the Carefree Snowboarder, Stitch, you have the Angel, like I mentioned, you have Nani. So there are cards in the deck that will avoid that Under the Sea, and it's not too hard to get them out onto the board with things like Akud and Grandmother Willow. So I think the deck is really good. I think it's the best deck right now, which is crazy because 3 months ago, I would have never guessed that. I would have been like, yeah, Dogs is the best deck. We need to ban Tramp. Something is wrong. But the players were able to find a way out of that sticky situation, and I'm really liking where the meta is at this moment.
Yeah, I do agree with you, but I will disagree slightly on one of your takes. You said that Amber Steel is the biggest high roll deck. I disagree with that. I think the Sapphire and Emerald strategy still is going to remain have that title as the high rolliest of the high roll decks, and also the dog strategy can also pile it on, dog pile it on. But
tramp.
that's pretty high. They can do that, but when you got Clarabelle, shift Clarabelle, and you're able to draw and get the Clarabelles rolling, you got the board wipes rolling. They can top deck quite nicely. They have a very big top end. So Emerald and Sapphire, for me, I think that's probably going to be the pick that I have to lean on because that deck is quite consistent. And if the dogs can kind of get held at bay by some of the Amethyst Steels or maybe some of the other strategies that can the Amber Steels kind of rise up and kind of take these dogs down, I think that will open up a lane for the Emerald and Sapphire strategies to come on through and keep making noise. We did see them win the DLC in the last DLC that we had, and now I think they could kind of propel that energy and keep it going through. So who knows? Anything can happen. Maybe it's a new deck that can come and make some noise.
Yeah, maybe we'll have that poultry amber amethyst type moment, but I do know that there are a lot of heavy hitters in that room. If you look through the Ravensburger Play Hub, notably JDZ's there. I saw his name, but I will say that there were some other very exciting names. I think we know Zan Syed, Frank Karsten. We have Maelstrom, Zenulus and Sky. We have Tiago. So there are people down there that are. I mean, Diego. Habibi are there, so it's a North American and European confluence. So the question for me is: Dogs the best deck because people will say, well, only the best players play it and they convert with it, or are they just what is that? I don't know, but I do know Dogs is just a constant disruptor. That no matter what your plan is, you just have to know that Dogs will show up. Is it the best deck in meta? I don't think so, but it is certainly a problem. It just it is a chaos point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many different decks right now that have sort of taking a stand against the dogs. And like JDZ mentioned, the Emerald Sapphire strategy in Taipei was able to get it done. Shout out to Edmund Chu, one of the greatest players that we have here in Disney Lorcana. And in that finals, there wasn't even a dogs deck present, despite the fact that in the previous DLC, there were 2 dogs in the finals. We're seeing the players adapt, like I mentioned earlier, and other strategies are coming to the forefront. And we can't forget about Blurple. I mean, Amethyst Steel is a great consistent deck, but so is Blurple. Like, if they just go Basil, Sail, into Genie, into Elsa, into Demona, you're cooked. Into Hades, it's over. That is such a powerful line, and if that deck is able to do it without being disrupted, then it is going to win the majority of the games that they play. You just need to be able to disrupt that deck, and that is the question that these other decks are going to need to ask when they're going up against consistency personified. Are you going to be able to stop the Amethyst Steel deck from doing 1, 2, 3, 4 Sing Strength? Are you going to be able to stop the Blurple deck from doing the exact curve that they want to do? Look at the top left corner of their card and match that with the ink in their inkwell and play that card. Most of the time that gets it done for Blurple. So we'll see what happens in this tournament. I'm really excited for it. I think that, like I said, the players have been doing such a great job at adapting, and there are some rogue decks out there that I think can make a real splash. What do you guys think about the whole meta spread? Any thoughts on what we might see in terms of overall meta share?
One interesting thing, I think, just based on this conversation that we've had and some of the things I've seen kind of propel into the late stages of this metagame, Amber Steel. I believe Amber Steel, like you guys have alluded to, it's going to probably move into that top 4 echelon. It's always been between that 5 and 6 area, maybe even at 7 in some tournaments. But I believe Amethyst Steel, just like Katie said, I think it is the most consistent. And I believe in Brazil, I'm not familiar with their metagame and how the players are giving it up down there, but I believe a strategy like Amber Steel is going to be gravitated towards because it has very consistent play patterns, and the card pool to acquire those cards is not as difficult as getting some of these other strats. So Amethyst Steel, I'm putting at number 1. Number 2, I'm probably going to throw Sapphire and Amethyst there. Blurple goes number 2. I'm putting Blue Green as number 3. Dogs number 4. No. We're gonna go Amber Steel number 3. Blue Green number 4, Dogs number 5. I think Dogs takes a step back, which is crazy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Katie, what do you think?
I got blasted with confusion because I pulled up the Ravensburger Play Hub and I see pairings and I already see a few results. What's happening over there? I wonder if they're doing the players meetings with some tests.
Yeah.
I do. So we will be looking for that feed. But so I sent the link for anybody that is trying to follow along at home on what that Play Hub is. But yeah, I'm already seeing attack for 2, 2-0. I'm like, what? That just started 5 minutes ago. What deck is attack for 2 playing? But to your point, I think the number 1 deck, it always feels like it's either Blurple or Amethyst Steel. It's been that way since rotation, and even before Amethyst Steel was just a solid pick. So I think it's probably going to be Amethyst Steel and or Blurple at the top, probably at like a 30%, and then I think Amethyst Steel might have a shot at being 25%. I think if people are waking up and paying attention, they know that is a deck that has legs in this meta. But I think Dogs will still always sit at 10. I mean, I think we saw it peak at 23%. But what are we seeing, JD? Are we live?
Oh, I think we're alive. I couldn't see it. You guys are gonna get a little kick out of this. I didn't see the stream. I believe we're streaming on the Copag official Twitch, okay, in Portuguese. But they're streaming in the poker channel, the poker category on Twitch.
Well, it's called diversification. You want to diversify your audiences.
That's crazy. Let's pull it up then.
So I'm hitting him with a follow real quick. But it looks like we are having some. I'm making sure that this is not me, but I'm gonna pull this other stream up here just to make sure that we are having some technical issues. It does look like. So I will hit them with a follow. I encourage everyone to do that. This is the English stream. If you want to see it and support them in Portuguese, go ahead and check their stream as well. But it looks like there is some type of, and you can pull this up on your own as well. Yeah. But it seems like there is some type of like issue there with the feed and what we got going on. Oh, I gotta get the chat off my face. What is going on here? Shout out to the chat, everyone, and shout out to everyone who is here and watching the program. But this is they are live and they are in the booth, so we have this up, and we're gonna bring this to you guys. I think we're going into round number 2 right now, according to the Robsburger Play Hub. You guys can check that out. We're just kind of warming up the show. I did not realize it'll start. I was watching it very diligently like a hawk, and it seems as if we just missed a round or 2. Just a round.
A moment. We just missed a moment or 2. We didn't miss 2 rounds, I don't think.
Yeah.
But I do like Brazilian Katie on up there. I'm like, oh, there's me. That's cool.
with the overall.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, hey.
Love to see that. We were talking about the meta share there a little bit, and if we take a look at the last challenge that we had was Taipei, we saw that the big 5, we'll go with the big 5. It was Blurple at 20%, Dogs at 18.6, Amethyst Steel at 14.5, Amber Steel at 11.5, and Emerald Sapphire at 10.4. I think we will see those numbers change a little bit. I think Blurple will stay number 1, but honestly, I think we might see Amber Steel at that number 2 slot. I would go with Amethyst Steel, number 3, Dogs 4, and the Emerald Sapphire coming in at number 5. I think that people are waking up to the Amber Steel deck. I think that we're going to see a lot more players on that. They feel like it has a good matchup into the Dogs. It can beat everything else, and it's gaining a lot of steam. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the second most represented deck here in DLC Sao Paulo.
Garrick, that is a bold. I'm sorry, Kate, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was a very, very bold statement coming in from our panelist Garrick there. And I like the energy. I like the tenacity on that pick. Having Amber Steel moving all the way up to the number 2 most played deck in this format, I would love to see that, and that will be a really good indication of what this metagame was like and how it all shook up at the end, because that was a strategy that didn't really get played that much at the beginning, and then people found it and realized how powerful it was and how it fit into this meta and elected to throw that in. So very cool stuff.
Yeah, and I think to the Amber Steel point, I think I had you, Garrick, and Sky on, and what is your wish? What is your hope and your prediction? And like, my prediction was I think that Dogs is good, but my hope was that Amber Steel was good, but not too good. Because if it's too good, that means that maybe people will tech against it. So that's my thing, is like, if it's at 25, if it's the second most popular deck, then Amber Steel does kind of start to fall apart in some ways, because people are putting in scuttles, they're putting in some anti-tech for it. So my personal hope is that it is not as popular as deck, but still as good as you say, because it is one of those problematic decks that can be teched for pretty easily. So that is my fear, is that if you see them coming, people might get ready. But it looks like we're getting ready for round 1. So in a moment, I will disappear. But
no, we're still. I think their stream just. I think the official stream just went down. We might have to scour the internet to see. This is currently the French. There's a French CCQ that's happening as well. So I just pulled that up here just to make sure that my internet is working and everything is good. But I look and I see that the Copag official stream has just gone down. So I don't think that it's back up yet. We'll keep watching, and we'll keep rolling. And thank you guys all for being here in the chat as well. And thank you, Katie, for coming in with the tier 1. I appreciate that. To you, shout out to you, and shout out to everyone who's being here.
Shout out to me for being a 10. Shout out to me. I think that's a good thing to do. Is if you want a little attention, just go ahead and stream, and you get a little bit of attention for a moment. I started a little train. Come on, round the train. It's a you ride it. Woo woo.
People all over the world.
Is it bad that I was like, maybe round 1's going up, because that means I get to order my... Yeah, if you guys ever casted with me from a remote cast, I'm going to order one thing. And JD, you might know it. Garrick, you don't, but there's something I like to eat in casting.
It's got to be Taco Bell, 100%.
It's Taco Bell French fries.
100% Taco Bell.
Yes, and it's the only time I eat it. Even I was talking to Sky last night, and he's like, oh, you having Taco Bell for breakfast tomorrow? I was like, it's my favorite thing. I haven't done a remote cast in a while, but I am so there's no people in the world I would rather wake up before the sun rises on the weekend and spend all weekend just sitting in a room, like, because it's just fun. I'm just so excited, and Taco Bell is going to help a little bit. So
it's going to push it through.
Order me some while you're at it. I'll send you my address right now, and we can go ahead and get that delivered.
One for you.
Okay, perfect.
Not awake. Kara's definitely asleep, but that's okay.
She's awake. She's a crazy dog that loves to run around and make mischief. If I'm awake, she's awake. She definitely loves to get up and active as we're in the quest world.
I mean, speaking of up and active, we have a nice, healthy, over 70 people are up right now, which is impressive because I mean, I'm in the central time zone, and it is 6:42. JD is 4:42 where you are, Garrick.
Locked in.
We're doing, yeah. In Brazil, it is 8:42. So no matter where you are in this equation, except Europe, it's fine there. But here in the North and South America, it's very early. So these are my favorite 73 people in the world.
Thank you, guys.
Shout out to the big 73, all the chatters over there on Twitch, and we've got 32 on YouTube. I'm not forgetting about you guys either. Shout out to Rocks Tunes and Jordan Huggo 5580 in the chat.
Let's go.
Shout out. So if you want to watch on YouTube, that is up on the Podcana channel, but you know, feel free to stay here on Twitch as well, or
do both. If you're a true real one, just tab it up. Okay, we're just trying to run the numbers up a little bit. So get over to the Podcon and support what Garrick is doing there. The Lore Keeper's in, Katie's in the building. Make sure you throw her a follow and a subscribe. She's gonna be streaming more on Twitch, doing some very cool, interesting things there. So make sure you guys are checking her out. And also, while you're here, stay a while. And something while we got a little bit of time, like I said, you guys are not missing any action. The Copac stream is now firing back up, so we're going to kind of throw it back in there a little bit. But while they're still talking, I got a little fun game that I want to play today throughout the stream. Ooh. And I know you guys don't like it, okay, but I'm gonna do this anyway.
I gotta get
the chats here.
Like it.
Okay, maybe it's just my self-consciousness. Maybe I think you guys don't like it, but throughout this stream, we're going to be playing bingo. I tried to come up with another unique name. I wanted Questo, or Loro. Garrick says no. Get it out of here. Just call it bingo or nothing. Yeah. Okay, not Loro. We're not doing any of that. All right, that's it. So if you don't know how bingo works, you have to get a row, okay? And these things have to happen on stream. So I'll go over them really quickly, and you guys can tell me some ideas that we can add for the next time. So Under the Sea. This Under the Sea, you got to hit 3 characters with Under the Sea. Something must get boosted this tournament on stream, okay? This Mickey Mouse here. Mickey Mouse must be seen on stream. This is going to be very hard to get, but someone has to play the character Mickey Mouse today, okay?
Emerald, the Amber Champion could come through for us.
He can clutch up. I think he might be the one that has a hard carry. All right, we're going to have to get a double dock, okay? Dock into a dock has to happen here live on stream, okay? The bodyguard. We need to have a bodyguard be banished in the line of duty, okay? That is what the bodyguard is representing.
It has to be. It's not just to be there. They got to go.
No, they got to block somebody, okay? They got to actually do their job. This one right here is a Petula Clark, I believe is her name. She's a singer. And her song is, This Is My Song, okay, is her name. So a character has to sing their own song. We're talking Angel sings Akud. We're talking Elsa sings Let It Go. Elsa sings Into the Unknown. We'll get that block here. All right. Yep. Someone loses at 19 lore. Okay, they get close. They get close, but they don't push it over the top, okay? The game goes to time right here. Someone has to shift in the game. And then we have Prince Philip. We need 3 characters off of a Prince Philip combo as well. Go has to win a game. This one right here is the awkward handshake. After the game is over, someone goes for the fist bump, someone goes for the handshake. Then you'll get the block here. Free is just going to be free. Snake, Cobra for game. We see Ruby on stream. A judge call is going to get this one. Miss Ramp is going to get here. Someone loses 20-0. Hades sends Hades. Free Tramp. 4 strings has to be played in the game. Not from one player, from both players. Someone gets their song sniped, okay? And American wins on stream. A Raging Storm happens, and then someone wins off the top of the deck, okay?
Off the fizzy.
There it is. What do you guys think about the bingo?
I love it. I did have a question about one of the categories here.
Okay.
Yes, Garrick.
The 20-0. What if somebody is up like 15-0 and their opponent scoops? Are we giving them that?
They get it.
Okay. All right.
They get it. They get it. That's fair.
And also, if they're previously at 2, but they get pirates left and they bring them back down to 0, it's the end result.
That also counts.
Okay.
Yeah.
It ends at 20-0.
And that would be Ruby as well. So we'd be double dipping there.
Olaf, man of action, or so man of action, get in here.
All right, so so that way you have to watch the stream and also pay attention to what is going on and let us know if you see a block get filled, and we will fill those in between rounds. All right, so it looks like the stream is now back, so I can kind of pull this back up so we can kind of see what is being cooked here as they're in the booth, and it feels like we're kind of all together. Thoughts?
We're all in this together. I feel like I'm in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Bom
Thoughts?
dia. I do. I mean, I'm about to order an entire Brazilian barbecue meal. I'm going to ask for it to come on the steak and have somebody cut off. I will say a few of the players last night, they went out to dinner and I was like, where are they going to go? And the answer might surprise you. It was
Or
literally
how about this? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They went to Fogo de Chão, which is literally a restaurant we have in America, but it is in Brazil. It's a
I
Brazilian
got a crazy idea. I mean, we have this young lady and this gentleman here. I don't know their names yet, but we will learn this throughout the day. I mean, maybe they're having that conversation right now. Garrick, Katie, I mean, can you guys
They're talking
have that?
about Fogo de Chão?
Yeah, I mean, is there a way that we can make that happen? Like, Garrick, you're him. Katie, you're her.
We're going to do some on-the-spot dubbing.
You're just throwing me into some improv right now. Like,
Yeah, a little bit of yes and.
Some 7 a.m.
can't do
improv. No, throughout the day.
I
Throughout the day, it's too
was
late.
thinking about changing into her exact outfit. I was thinking about between rounds coming back and then being like, why not us both? Because listen, brunette person with glasses. There's only one that.
There can only be one, like the Highlander.
Yeah,
All right, so
there's
this guy.
one named Emily on League of Legends, and once a tournament, someone's like, "Are you Emily?" And I go, "No," and they go, "Okay," and that's the end of the conversation.
And that's
it. That's all
that's all she wrote on that one. Snobby did leave a suggestion. We just call it Quest instead of bingo because Quest is 5.
That could work, man.
Snobby.
Snobby,
Was it?
Because
We
you
get
hired.
the Quest. Forget the Quest though. It's just
Quest.
And I kind of like it. Why didn't we think of this?
I think I might have ran that by as a thought, but then I didn't want to.
Did you?
I didn't.
Maybe.
I didn't want to
Maybe I
make
was
it seem
not
like it was
plugged in.
being self-service because I'm JDZ Quest and I don't want to call it Quest. You know,
Oh,
I think
I
that might
see,
be a little too. But if someone else suggests it, then it's okay.
The O at the end is missing. I will say that saying bingo and quest is like not as fun. So I will say there is something missing with the not O at the end. If we could have questo, that'd be more fun, but that is not gonna work for the game. But I just the O, I'll add it. I'll add it myself. I'll be like questo.
Questo.
Questo,
All right.
and it sounds
Presto,
fun.
Questo.
He just gave us one of these, and she gave us one of
locked in.
these.
Laser
We're
focus.
locked in. It might be time.
It
I love
might
that
definitely
poo
be
bottle.
time.
That poo
She's
bottle.
they can hear us. She said, she point to the wrist. She said it's time.
Yeah, it is. It's Quest time. We're there in the Quest world, man. That's crazy.
Dude, look at
You
that.
absolutely,
We're
you
doing lots of
absolutely love to
piano.
see
I mean,
it.
this is fun.
I'm
It's
with
like
it. That's
they're
what I'm
trying to
saying.
teach
I
us.
guarantee you. Let's see. So he's like, all right, guys. What is he saying? All right. So this game is going to be really great. I feel it. The energy is there. It's so much
put the hands
action and
together.
movement. And tomorrow I'm going to go to the zoo and I love to see the tigers. The tigers are my favorite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you like
for
to
sure.
pet the tigers too, yeah.
And we have them there.
Good.
And it's gonna, we get snow cones, we get McFlurries and all those types of things. And then we have it and they get full and you got to walk. Sometimes it gets hot and you read a book, man.
I'm ready for my turn. I'm ready to get in here. But
Yeah.
what? Oh, I mean, I have never gone to the zoo before, but if I did, it'd be right now. We're going to round one. And Katie, you're gonna get some Taco Bell.
All right, but here it is. Garrick, Katie, you're going to hang and then we're going to do round one. And then I'll see you back in the booth in round number 2.
Taco
All
Bell.
right. Here it is. Garrick, we are active and the players are ready. This is round number 1 on the ticker. I'm not sure if this is actually round number 1 or round number 2. We do owe you guys that information. There was a little bit of a disconnect, but it is time, Garrick. DLC in Brazil is underway. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm super excited here, and it looks like we got some amethyst steel as a genie goes into the inkwell there, and we put a Captain Hook down onto the board. I was going to say, I hope we don't look at this angle the whole time, but here we go. The Captain Hook is on the board, and it looks like we've got some emerald and amethyst on the opposite side of the board as we have the underdog White Rabbit coming down onto the board on this turn number 1 and that beautiful promo there.
And that is another deck that really has picked up some steam towards the end of this set. This Amethyst and Emerald strategy, a very popular deck since very early on in the game, and now finding its footing. They play a lot of evasive characters, and they also can play that card, Snow Fort, better than anyone. But a slow turn coming in from Carlos. He's just going to ink and pass. Hate that for him.
Yeah, that is not good. You definitely want to hit that curve, especially when you're playing Amethyst in Steel, like we mentioned in the pregame show. You want to be able to get your characters all the way up to the highest number that you can, so the strength of the Raging Fire is as effective as it can be. So that is painful to see. We'll see if they are able to come down with a 3-drop, as we did a little singing there with a White Rabbit. And we've got the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down, setting ourselves up for some card draw later on.
But still a pretty low tempo turn. So if I'm Carlos, I'm a bit it's crazy that may sound, Garrick. I'm a little excited to see that being the turn. You didn't establish another character, no more questing power, as we do have a 3-cost character. I believe that is to be a Cheshire Cat that is going to be played. No, that is a Lexington.
Came
Okay.
onto the board.
Okay, so a little bit of blur there, but Lexington does match. Excuse me, does match up nicely with this evasive White Rabbit, as we are going to increase the strength of our White Rabbit now, who can engage with this Captain Hook if you wanted to. As we got another read on this Webby Vander Quack, insane card. I love this Webby.
Yeah, Webby comes down, boosts up the ability of the White Rabbit. We are going to go ahead and challenge into the Captain Hook, and we say, might as well just shift here on the same turn. So we've got our Webby on the board. Now, the Lexington can go into this White Rabbit. He does have Alert. The White Rabbit does have Evasive, so that can be an easy challenge, but potentially thinking about singing a song here. We'll see what Carlos goes with. Definitely want to see a 4-drop come down onto the board. A Genie here would be pretty nice, as Demona hits the Inkwell.
You might have to really consider keeping that Lexington around to accost this Webby when it becomes exerted next turn. Maybe there's a world where if you put some hits into the White Rabbit, there is some crackbacks that you can get potentially. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like, but I think that's the deliberation that Carlos is going through. Or if you were to potentially challenge into this White Rabbit with this Alert having Lexington, I believe that with the cards in hand, you might not be able to get your hand size low enough to get him to ready with his Stone by Day ability. So interesting challenge and interesting quest. I think Nicholas is realizing that, showing a little bit of gamesmanship from the Amethyst and Emerald player.
Yeah, that's a good call. We do have the Genie come down onto the board. We can wait a turn. We are not under a ton of pressure on Nicholas's side here being put onto Carlos right now. So let's just keep that Lexington up and active and ready to go. Could potentially challenge into something else on the next turn, as we've got a decision to make here for Nicholas. He's got a lot of high-powered cards in his hand, a lot of high-powered characters. He says, I don't want to ink any of these. Let me draw 2 and get some different looks here.
Yeah, and I don't hate that, because you feel all the pressure is going to be on Carlos, because Nicholas, what he has that Carlos does not have access to is going to be that one-sided board wipe. You have the Prince Philip Malicious Meaning Scary combo. You have a lot of warded characters, and they can just stay ready, and you don't have to worry about anything. And there you are representing with this Prince Philip. And as long as Carlos sticks around and not adding any questing power to the board, you're not removing these characters in a timely manner, then you're just going to eventually lose the game in time, as we see that we have the Prince Philip in hand already, who can be deployed as soon as next turn.
Yeah, I love this setup by Nicholas on his side of the board. If my characters get challenged down, guess what? There's going to be damage on the opposite side, and I can shift in my Prince Philip because I was able to ramp with the Webby ability, questing last turn, gaining an additional ink. Now on this upcoming turn, I ink 1 card, I shift the Prince Philip. Guess what? Genie and Lexington are both removed from the board, and now I've taken advantage of what is going on, as Angel is going to hit the board, and Carlos might be in for the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes coming down on this turn.
And you have an incredible follow-up too with that Cheshire Cat. So you have this Angel, which is technically an out to a Prince Philip. It will take you 3 turns to do it, and he will be questing for 3 entirely that entire time. But now you have this Cheshire Cat who's available, and if you are going to throw one of those snowballs at this Vanquisher, then guess what? We got the Cheshire Cat who can now send it back to you. So this is looking gruesome and grim for Carlos early, as an early shifted Prince Philip, gaining a tempo Prince Philip on curve, and you're able to clear some characters as well. That feels quite nice, as Hades, looking for a deal, gets his first draw 2 of the day.
Yeah, got to draw 2 there. We inked the Strength of a Raging Fire, and it was interesting that Carlos decided to quest early on with that Captain Hook and just leaving it out there for the White Rabbit to take. Like I said, you want that board to be pretty wide so your Strength of Raging Fire is more effective, but opted to quest there. I wonder if that was the right option. As we are going to throw a snowball, you got to think about the Cheshire Cat if you're doing that. Do you have the Thunderbolt? You don't,
Oof.
so the Prince Philip is going to survive here, and we're probably going to see a Cheshire Cat come down and start moving some damage. Now, Carlos could have a Cheshire Cat of his own and move it right back, but that is something you need to be aware of in these Amethyst decks.
Oh, that would be hilarious, man. Just Cheshire Cat gaming as we're just sending damage all around the town. Sending the damage over to the Angel. Nope, this will get through that resist. Even though Angel doesn't trigger her resist ability just yet, even if you did, putting damage will move through the resist in this scenario. And now the Prince Philip is able to continue to quest. That's another 3 lore being added to the total, and you are winning this race. So Carlos still appears to be undaunted, unfazed, looking at this Vanquisher of Foes, but this position looks quite difficult. I think you're right, Garrick. I think that He Hurled His Thunderbolt might be the card that can get you out of this scenario.
We definitely need to find that Thunderbolt really quickly as a Genie is going to come down. We're going to draw a card. We do apologize for the glare here. We are doing this remote, so we're trying to give you guys all the information that we can. Hopefully they can get that fixed up here in between rounds. We are going to ink here. Do we have another option to go with? We need to get this board a little bit wider, potentially make our Strength of a Raging Fire even better, as Pocahontas is going to come down, one of the cards in Winterspell that has made the Amethyst Steel deck that much more dynamic with its ability to get over the finish line much more quickly. And we did see a peek of the hand there. We do not have the Thunderbolt, and we are just going to start questing here for 2 and put Nicholas in the position where he has to start answering things. But with the Cheshire Cat out, that's such a hard decision to make for Carlos, I think.
Yeah, I think even if you try to get into a situation where you're just willing to race, or you could potentially go for another Malicious, Mean, and Scary and then shift on top of your Prince Philip again, and that is just a devastating blow. So electing to just try to leg it out and get the race going, you are racing against a 3 questing evasive 6/6 character. I'm not sure how effective that could be, but it's still an option, and you have to continue to try to get to your win condition however you may find it. So inking another card. It is another of the Webby Vanderquacks going down to the Inkwell. And it looks like that's another Prince Philip. I believe that is the Prince Philip. I don't know his I can't remember the sub name, but he's the one who gives ward. So now the problem, even you're out of the He Hurled His Thunderbolt, is gone now, Garrett.
Yeah, the Thunderbolt is gone, and this is the Prince Philip, the Warden of the Woods. Your other hero characters gain wards, so the other Prince Philip does have the ward keyword like you just mentioned, so those Thunderbolts are no longer effective, as we're going to get in for a challenge here and start moving some damage with the Cheshire Cat. This is the game you play when your characters are exerted, and there is a Cheshire Cat on the opposite side of the board. Let's see if this Prince Philip is going to get active in a challenge, or just put more pressure on by questing, and we are going to get a big quest in for 3, going all the way up to 12. Nicholas getting closer and closer as his Prince Philip is protected by that ward keyword now.
And I love Nicholas Gomez's gamesmanship. I like to watch how the players play and some of the things they do about their craft. But he goes for 3. He just kind of throws up the 3. Hey, like with a give me 3. I'm going for 3. I'm actually stealing that and moving that to my game right away, because it seemed like it felt good. I'm going for 3. He throws it up there. As we have another card coming into the board. It looks like a 4-cost character. I believe Genie? That might be another Genie. Cheshire Cat finally falls.
Removed, yeah, with the Cheshire Cat underneath as well as a Minnie Mouse. That's definitely something you needed to get off the board, but you've got 2 other options here that look pretty juicy as well. But like you said, that Prince Philip is just not going to get removed. And now we're really questing up. We do a big quest for 5 between the Genie and the Pocahontas. So maybe you can race the Prince Philip here, but it's going to be really difficult. Christopher Robin would be a nice card to help race, but Pocahontas even better.
But I think you gotta send that Pocahontas and take that Prince Philip lore. I think you just missed out on a single lore opportunity. If you notice,
you're right.
Pocahontas does allow you to take both characters, both sides.
His ward, so
that's right.
That would prevent the Pocahontas from choosing the Prince Philip on the opposite side.
Man, we're pod racing, man. We are actually gaming right here as the Prince Philip, Warden of the Woods, looking quite nice in this exact scenario. But we still have, I think that's 5 more lore being generated. But is there a world where you lose this race if these Pocahontas can both quest?
Well, Carlos can quest for 10 next turn. It looks like we just got an update, so he is at 18. That's pretty close to game on board. We are going to target a Pocahontas. We're going to allow our opponent to draw 2. We need that Pocahontas on the board to get to questing. Force your opponent to start challenging in, and the race is on. If you let all of these glimmers quest next turn unimpeded, Carlos could have the Cobra in hand and win this game, so you have to deal with something on the opposite side of the board.
And we do have, I believe, looking at the hand, I believe there is that Reckless giving Lewis's in hand, but we also have Wrong Lever. So Wrong Lever, I do not believe there is a pull the lever in your discard, so we're just going to tempo back one of these Pocahontas back to the hand. Checking the hand, there was no Wrong Lever or pull the lever discarded, so that will slow down a bit. And now you have a decision to make. Are we going to continue to challenge now? I think it might be time to get active. And I think we do so, getting rid of that Pocahontas while questing for 3.
Nicholas says, I have to get some of this lore off of the opposite side of the board. There could be a Hail Mary on the opposite side, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see my opponent steal this game from me when I have it completely in hand. Right now, Nicholas at 15 next turn can win the game if Carlos is unable to deal with some of these glimmers on the opposite side. We can get rid of that Warden, of course, with a simple challenge, but we also have a Cheshire Cat in hand, it looks like, as well as an Elsa the Fifth Spirit. So we do have a lot of options here to try and clean up the board, but that Vanquisher of Foes is really the biggest problem right now.
And I concur mightily. And having him come in and be so effective so early on, imagine if he came a turn late and you were able to get some quests in with that genie and the other character that was removed. Maybe I think that would be a little bit more of an advantageous position for you as we play another character to the board. I believe that it's going to be a Cheshire Cat who comes in with an immediate boost to try to put some more hits on this Vanquisher of Foes. He's been there for so long. Now it's time to try to get him off. Checking the hand. Hand is still quite healthy for Carlos, so maybe there's a world where we can find that Strength of Raging Fire in time to clear this Vanquisher.
Yeah, we need that Strength of Raging Fire. We need a Thunderbolt. We need something to get this Vanquisher of Foes off the board. And if he's able to do that, imagine he has Strength of Raging Fire right now. We just get rid of that Prince Philip, and all of a sudden, Carlos might be in the driver's seat as we're going to ink Demona here. And it looks like we are going to get a quest on with our Genie, put on even more pressure. Our opponent cannot win the game next turn unless they have some lore from hand. We can go up to 19. And on Carlos's side, we have a Cheshire Cat, which is going to quest for 1. Pocahontas, quest for 3, plus 2 Genies. That's 7. That's a lot of lore.
And we're going to look for it. We're looking for another answer. We still are holding on to that Lewis, who is a solid answer to some of this questing power that is being generated from Carlos. You also, I believe, have another Wrong Lever is going to be in hand that you can bounce another card back to the hand. And you have the Pull the Lever combo as well. So you can send another card to the deck right now. It will cost you a little bit of tempo, but it's not the end of the world as Pull the Lever is being deployed as a discard, hitting the dock as well, Garrick.
Wow, what a big hit for Nicholas. What a great decision there. You got to think, if Amethyst Steel is holding 1 card in hand, it's probably Doc. So really good decision there from Nicholas, and I bet Carlos wishes he had that Demona in hand instead of inking it on the last turn. But we do have more options in hand as the Lewis does come down on the board, targeting that Pocahontas and preventing it from questing next turn. It is Reckless. It will have to challenge unless there is a song that can be sung, but not a lot of 2-cost songs being played in Amethyst Steel right now.
And I do love this Pocahontas card. I think it is a nice design because it is a huge aggressive threat, but it also has some defensive capabilities with that 3 strength, being able to challenge in and get some quality banishes in too. So I think that's a cool design card. You do have a Strength of Raging Fire line that is available, and you can top deck this card right now and take down this Prince Philip, and then maybe send some hits into this Hades or maybe even that Lewis to get a trade off, and the game still will go on. I believe believe Nicholas is holding only 2 cards in hand. So it's not over yet. You still have options, but can you get to them?
Yeah, absolutely. We can clear the entire board this turn. It would cost us almost all of our board. Just the Cheshire Cat would be remaining here. To quest for us and be a presence on the board. We go into the Hades here. We move 2 damage from our Cheshire Cat to the Hades, and then we challenge in to the Lewis with our Pocahontas. Is going to clean things up nicely. The biggest problem here, though, is our opponent is at 19, so if anything sticks, it will be difficult to remove that, but Angel is going to help a lot.
Yeah, just being a Angel's such a good card, especially in these low resource situations. But Finders Keepers is a very strong card. He's going to gain 3 lore, give me 3 cards, throws up the 3 again to Carlos, who is showing no signs of frustration or tilt in any way, saying that Finders Keepers now. I think this is a great opportunity to go ahead and flood this board as much as you can with as many characters as possible. I see you have that Minnie Mouse. You also have the underdog White Rabbit as well as another wrong lever. This time is going to send the Angel to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, Angel going to the bottom here, and Nicholas saying, hey, I can play the slow game here a little bit. I'm under almost no pressure. I don't need to flood the board right now. I'll just get rid of this Angel, which could end up being a real issue, especially if Carlos draws some good cards off the top. And if I expend all of my character resources from my hand right now, I might not be able to quest with those characters if the Angel's on the board. So I really like that decision from Nicholas. Let's just stay patient here. I'm at 19. You're at 10. I'm going to get rid of that Angel and put a Minnie Mouse down onto the board. So you have to find an answer here. You need something big to get rid of this Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I think a Elsa the Fifth Spirit would do it. I think that would do the trick to clear this Minnie Mouse, or maybe
Elsa, Demona. You do have options.
You can just get a boost here. Pull the lever, wrong lever. You can go for a boost, but that Minnie Mouse with that 3 willpower will be very resilient in this situation. 1 card in hand. It is the Genie Magical Researcher who is just not going to be able to get it done, unfortunately, as we'll continue to boost and quest. So Nicholas will come through and get that game number 1 win as we're continuing to boost just to vibe a little bit, just to go through all of the motions. No need as quest for game. Handshake goes across as Nicholas is going to take down game number 1.
Yeah, expertly piloted there by Nicholas. I loved all the decisions that he was making throughout the game, staying patient, not getting too ahead of himself, thinking through the lines, and doing everything in the proper order. That was expertly played over there by Nicholas, able to get his additional lore off the Webby, I think was the biggest point in this game, and giving some juicy options for challenging on the opposite side of the board, then shifting in the Prince Philip. Wiping Carlos's board, that was where the game really turned. Carlos did have some options to get back into the game with those high questing characters such as the Genie, such as the Pocahontas, but we saw the Prince Philip Warden come in, giving your own Prince Philip Ward, preventing the Pocahontas from taking that additional lore. Just so well played by Nicholas. Carlos had some chances to get back into the game. The cards didn't come together for him. We'll see if he's able to get it here in game number 2 on the play.
And that also might be a strategy that you probably haven't had too many reps in if you're Carlos on Amethyst Steel. Amethyst and Emerald is I would say it is still a very viable pick and a great bring, but it is, probably going to be around that 2% or 3%, maybe 4% of the room might bring a deck like this. So it's no fault of Carlos. He had to come in. He had probably check some cards, read some cards. He probably just didn't know what was coming their way. And if Nicholas, we haven't seen a lot of the deck yet, but if Nicholas is playing a card like Snowfort, I know they can play that card quite well. And if that is in here, I think Carlos has to kind of keep that in the back of the mind as something that can really, really make this quite cumbersome for you. Also, a lot of warded characters in this deck. All your single target removal just has you're just going to have no answers to a lot of these warded characters. So I do like Nicholas' position in this matchup. What does Carlos need to do to turn the tides here? How can we force a game number 3 coming in from this Amethyst Steel position?
I think Carlos needs to just play a little bit more patient. I think he was just too excited to get into the challenging throughout the course of that game number one. We saw him challenge into those characters with the Prince Philip on the board, potentially able to shift. Those are things you need to think about. Challenging in while the Cheshire Cat is on the opposite side of the board, or the threat of a Cheshire Cat coming from the hand. I think we just need to be a little bit more patient. You can get over the finish line. You're able to go pretty wide with this deck as long as you're able to stave off the Prince Philip combo. But you can also go pretty quick. Something that'll definitely help is hitting that 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop singing strength. That's definitely what he wants to go for. So he can get aggressive here, most definitely with the build that he has. But I think just show a little bit more patience in this game. Take a little bit more time to think about the potential threats that could be coming out of the hand of Nicholas, as his deck is really, really scary.
Yeah, and also to that point, Garrick, you bring up a great point about that. I think what happened from Carlos's perspective, he probably saw the white rabbit, he probably saw some of the other color combination options, and thought like, hey, maybe this is that very aggressive deck. Let me see if I can, try to quest, maybe get some lore in early and race him because he's never going to challenge me back. And then got hit with the RKO out of nowhere. As Nicholas does have the Snow Fort, I saw it in hand, Garrick. So we're going to have another long game for Carlos, but he's starting very aggressively this time as Palace Guard into the Christopher Robin.
Yeah, Snow Fort, like the Emerald Chromacon, is a card that can just break your opponent's brain. Like, thinking through all the permutations and different things that happen when that card is on the board is pretty difficult sometimes, as Nicholas doesn't have a 1-drop, doesn't have a 2-drop, and we're getting really aggressive. We have a Pocahontas on the board now for Carlos. This is what you need to do. Let's just get over the finish line before you have any chance to put that Prince Philip combo down onto the board.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a phenomenal start. And to Carlos's defense as well, in that previous game, he had a very slow start. He missed the 2-drop. He didn't hit his perfect curve. And then you got hit with a Prince Philip a little bit early there, as the Lewis comes in on curve, being able to hypnotize this Christopher Robinson with a little bit of a reckless, taunting the short-wearing lad. Pocahontas now might be gearing up to challenge in order to protect this Christopher Robin.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't put a 3-drop on the board, which means we probably don't have Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. That is kind of a signal there. We just have to quest for a meager 1 here, but we do protect the Christopher Robin there. Amazing choice by Nicholas. If you are playing that Lewis, there are things that you need to think about like that. I think a lot of people would be like, oh, I need to stop the Pocahontas. But no, you hit the Christopher Robin. That way, the Pocahontas is forced into challenge, and the Lewis gets removed. As Genie comes down for Carlos, and we draw an additional card. If we have the Elsa on the other side, that's going to be a great follow-up if Nicholas doesn't have anything truly explosive on this turn number 4.
And we are going to that 4-ink turn. You'd like a big body to come through, but it's just going to be another pretty low tempo turn, bringing out the Snow Fort. And I really do thinking back about that challenge on that Pocahontas into the Lewis. I think that was a very heads up play, because if you send the Christopher Robinson in, he's just going to get banished. Then you come back over the top and lose your Palace Guard as well, and then probably your Pocahontas. So that's a 3-for-1 that Lewis could have gotten. So just going ugly early and sending that Pocahontas, I think is probably the ultra correct play to make, as we are still continuing to race now. Racing this Snow Fort is probably the best defense as well, or maybe Carlos is playing some type of item removal. We've seen Benja kind of make a resurgence here towards the end of this metagame.
Here comes another Pocahontas, and we are just going as wide as possible. We want to get over this finish line, as Nicholas has really no solid answers to what we are seeing on the opposite side of the board right now. This is just a ultra fast Amethyst Steel deck, and this is why I really like this deck in the newest format, in Winterspell, in this new meta, with the Christopher Robin, with the new Genie, with the Pocahontas. You can go so much faster, so the control decks can't really just bully you like they used to if you get out to this fast start, especially on the play, as we are going to set up our Prince Philip combo. It could come out on the next turn, as we're going to challenge into the Christopher Robin. The Snow Fort gives the Webby the strength needed to get rid of that character, and if we are able to wipe this board on the next turn, if we have the combo, we are going to be able to get back into this game. But Nicholas, 2 cards in hand, one of them Cheshire Cat, one of them Prince Philip, so he's going to need to find that Malicious, Mean, and Scary off the top to stay in this game.
Now, spoiler, he don't got it right now, but he definitely can win that thing off the tizzy, as we say, as we're going to continue to get some questing in. The Palace Guard getting loose and active. That snow fort makes this challenging so difficult because, like you said, the resist, but also you retain that plus strength. So if you are going to try to send some challenges in, you could potentially lose your characters while maintaining Nicholas's characters in the process. So you are also hedging. You got blown out by Prince Philip in the previous game, and you're thinking, I can't let this happen again. Do I commit more characters to the board, or do I just stay the course, or even shift Prince Philip slam into the genie? Also feels quite terrible in this scenario.
Yeah, don't disagree with you there. It's a really, really tough position that Nicholas finds himself in. If I'm Carlos, I'm just questing as quickly as possible. Interesting that we want to draw a card here. Maybe potentially thinking that we could have the combo in hand and I want to have the ability to refill or have more cards in my hand. So opts to lose a lore there to gain an additional resource in the hand. But we are going to quest with the Pocahontas. We are going to quest here with our other 2-drop, and we're going to pass it on over. Are we able to find it off the top?
Oh. We didn't, and I think you just lose this game here, Garrick. I don't think you'll have the resources to be able to combat this board. There's a lot of characters there. Carlos now look like he's trying his best poker face possible, trying to hold out hope that you don't have it. Nicholas, the fact that you didn't slam it is a key indicator that you don't have it, and now you're just trying to do that combat math to see if you can potentially survive another turn. And I think you would have to get after the Pocahontas. You have to get after the genie for sure, and that will leave 3 remaining. So shift challenge is going to be the line that you have available. You will lose a ton of resources in this play, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carlos is so close to that finish line. Probably why he opted to take the card there, just in case, like I said, the combo came out. But there's the handshake, and Amethyst Steel is able to take it here on the play. That's what we said he needed to do. Just go a little bit faster. And Nicholas missing a 1-drop, missing a 2-drop was probably a big part of why that game went out of control immediately. The Lewis tried to stave things off as best as he could, but wasn't able to get it done, especially with that turn 4 play where it was just the Webby and the Snow Fort, and we're getting too wide on Carlos's side and too fast for the Emerald and Amethyst deck to keep up in that game. But this time, Nicholas is going to be on the play, I believe, for the first time in this match.
Oh yeah, but could he have forced another turn there? I think I guess you might just be trying to save some time as it may be, but I think you could have shifted that Prince Philip that you had challenge into the genie and then challenge into the Pocahontas, and it was only 3 lore being represented. You probably still would not be able to achieve victory, but it might have been a vibe nonetheless. So the Age of Luminaires going to game number 3 in round number 1, or I believe this may be round number 2. Either way, we're locked in and see who's going to push through and potentially be our Disney Lorcana Brazil champion and punch their ticket to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. Woo! I'm super excited getting those golden Mickeys. You're on the path.
Yeah, I need to get me one of those golden Mickeys.
Same.
Maybe Indianapolis is my opportunity, but let's get into the altar phase here. Looks like we're going to send a whole bunch of cards, or maybe we're keeping those and just sending the 3 on the side of Nicholas. Yeah, we're gonna do a pretty big keep here on Nicholas's side, and for Carlos, we send 3.
So yeah, both players seem like they have a pretty comfortable curve to start this game off. We really have not seen both of these Illumineers do their power plays in the same game. Carlos hasn't hit their optimal curve yet. 1, 2, 3 sing strength. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen a 1, 2, 3 slam snow fort quest type play coming in from Nicholas. Maybe wipe the board and continue to go. So maybe this game, a nice game 3, is all we need to see if we can see both of these players do their thing as a fist bump is issued. A little bit of sportsmanship.
Yeah, we have the Webby here on turn number 1 if we want it, but no, we're going to ink it. That is a decision that a lot of players make depending on what is in their hand. They need to keep onto those high value cards. Let's ink the 1-drop, and then we'll just put a 2-drop down onto the board next turn as Captain Hook comes on the side of Carlos.
Finders Keepers is in the inkwell, and Minnie makes her triumphant reappearance. Minnie has been an all-star in this Emerald and Amethyst strategy. That 3 willpower goes a long way, but Pocahontas can match wits with this Minnie Mouse. They will trade, but that is not the worst case scenario. We have another Lewis in hand, so we can get active with this Lewis as well as Minnie gets a nice little rendition of Strike a Gut Match. I kind of wonder what that would sound like sometimes.
We are going to get rid of the uninkable in our hand. It's not something we need right at this moment, but we did see the Prince Philip come in clutch in that game number 1. Here we have the option to put the Lewis down onto the board. We can target that Pocahontas. Of course, Captain Hook will probably come in and clean up the Lewis, but it prevents the Pocahontas from questing for a turn, which is what you want. So right now, the Mini looking pretty safe because the Captain Hook most likely wants to take out this Lewis, and you definitely don't want to trade your Pocahontas in, but we have to because both characters are exerted. Excuse me.
Yeah, and just taking them and clearing the board. I don't think that's the worst case scenario, but again, you're playing. I believe that that plays more into Nicholas's play style because Nicholas is going to ultimately have to assume the control responsibilities of this matchup. Carlos' deck can get very aggressive, so if you're trading your characters for my characters, if I'm Nicholas, I'm loving that. And I think this is a great spot for you as we're going to continue to slam these Lewises. The magical researcher now is going to be able to challenge into this Lewis as another trade. So going 1 for 1, that's all you can ask for from that crocodile.
Yeah, here comes the Yzma, the Conniving Chemist, which is a great card that can help us keep our hand full, as Nicholas, I don't believe, has an immediate answer to that, but we're probably going to be able to draw a couple cards off of Hades here, looking for a deal. Carlos thinking it over. Do I want to give the control deck more cards, or do I just want to bottom my Conniving Chemist right now? It all depends on what Carlos has in his hand. Does he have a good follow-up to this card? Is he able to dump his hand and draw additional cards? And he does allow his opponent to draw too. Says, no, I'd love to draw some more cards on my next turn with this Yzma.
And that's going to feel really bad again because we have that Cheshire Cat lined up and we have this Yzma who will have to exert to trigger her unique ability. We don't have the board to be able to use that strength as another one goes down into the inkwell. So we will respond with the Lexington, flooding with the Captain Hook, and you're only getting the 2 cards out of it. So now the line of Hades into the Yzma, into the Cheshire Cat, into the Captain Hook feels very oppressive, but also quite nice for Nicholas. Let's see if he takes it.
Yeah, I think that is the route to go. Absolutely. You just have so many options here in this Emerald and Amethyst strategy to control your opponent's side of the board with all the damage moving, the adding damage with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And then anytime there's damage on the opposite side of the board, the Prince Philip can't just come down, as we do see the Cheshire Cat, and we are going to boost. One of the best cards in the game is this Cheshire Cat, and we're seeing it right now with that amazing value trade on Nicholas's side of the board.
And I'd like to see, now we got to get a clap back from Carlos as that turn really hurt. I'd love to see an Elsa the Fifth Spirit now. We haven't seen Elsa all day, and there she is, right on time. You know, you see, you think you miss somebody, and then you show up as Elsa's name must have been ringing as she hits the board. Now the Lexington can probably get after this Cheshire Cat, but you will be stoned by day unless you can figure something else out. So you got to do what must be done. And that does not feel good, but I guess at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah, have to get rid of that Cheshire Cat. It is a card that cannot stick around onto the board for too long. So the Lexington is going to be turned into that stone gargoyle as we are considering maybe potentially questing. No, we did have the ability to ink that turn. So the Lexington will ready. We just have 2 cards in hand, 2 Genie Wish Fulfilled, which is 2 cards that you love to have in hand when you're running low on resources. The Elsa does not go in for a challenge. We are going to force a discard, or are we going to draw ourselves?
Okay,
no,
we are going to take the option to draw there. So Carlos almost revealing some information, but pulling back, showing some restraint. You love to see it. And the Snow Fort has returned. You don't love to see that as you're hiding behind this barricade, and the tempo, I would guess, Malicious, Mean, and Scary comes through, and no combo required, which you're going to clear that Lexington. So getting another 1 for 1 in this scenario. Nicholas is actually firing on all cylinders, it seems, but we have the ability to establish an evasive single quest, or Elsa has a long way to go to get to the finish line, but she'll be joined by this genie now. The race is on.
Yeah, Genie Wish Fulfilled coming down onto the board. No evasives on Nicholas's side, so he will have to eventually find something that can answer all of these evasive cards. This is why Amethyst is so strong so consistently. Not only do they have all that card draw, but they have this amazing evasive package that can get around a lot of the questers who do not have that keyword. But Lewis says, I don't mind. I'll come in and snack on a Genie. You got a challenge into me. And by the way, I've got Snowfort on the board, which means Lewis has resist and an additional strength.
And let me tell you something, Garrick. We're talking Karl Malone, John Stockton. We're talking Scottie Pippen. We're talking Michael Jordan. Lewis, Snowfort, they got to be up there somewhere. They work so well together. As that's just you're going to force someone to challenge into your side and to get supreme value out of this Snowfort, especially when you can put them in multiples. You got triple Snowfort, double Snowfort. It gets really, really strange sometimes, especially against these steel decks. So Carlos now feeling the restrictions starting to happen as it's starting to get tighter and tighter. As we are looking at this Snowfort, we're looking at this Lewis, and you're trying to find the best way out of this conundrum as resources are beginning to dwindle. Angel looking quite bad in this scenario.
Yeah, for sure. You love to have cards in hand with the Angel, but you've got 4 right now. It's not the worst spot to be in, and you can draw some more with the Genie. As always, we can go ahead and get a challenge in here. That feels kind of bad, but the Snowfort is going to give that Hades additional strength, which means that the Genie is going to be removed here. Carlos a little bit confused about what is going on, and just to keep you all updated, those 2 shining cards that we have on the board on Carlos's side is Elsa the Fifth Spirit with a single damage, and on Nicholas's side that is a Snowfort. So the Genie heading on into the discard pile there.
Yeah, that might, if I'm Carlos, this is a good instance where you want to probably interact with the lore guide, and maybe this will be a good instance to get a redo or a take back or whatever. Because if you literally don't know what a card does and you interact with the board with something in your mind that you thought it would go differently and it changes your play, I think that's a perfect opportunity to contact the lore guide, and maybe we can kind of kick a redo there. But Carlos just gonna roll with it, it seems, as that Genie is banished. The Snowfort mathematics, like you said, Garrick, you get all wrapped up in it, wrapped around the axle about how that bad boy operates, and I've seen many of people fall victim to the Snowfort technology.
Yeah, but Lewis did target the Genie on the last turn, so Genie had to challenge no matter what. So you were stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
It was either Hades or Lewis. Your Genie was getting banished no matter what. So we
Very
opted
true.
to go into the Hades there. But I don't disagree with you. There was a little confusion on how Snowfort operated exactly, as we are going to discard the Angel to gain 2 lore here, go up to 3, quest to 4 with our Elsa. That is good news on the side of Carlos. That's the last Lewis, as we've seen all 4 in this game, and he's been an absolute all-star for Nicholas in this game number 3.
Yeah, I concur mightily, man. It's just I don't know, man. I think this deck is, I don't know why more people didn't gravitate towards this strategy. It seems like it's very cohesive. It seems like it has really nice matchups, a nice matchup spread, like we talked about in the interim or in the introduction of the broadcast. We were saying like Amber Steel could potentially be the best deck in the meta right now, and it's resurging. You put it as the second most played deck potentially. Why not gravitate more towards this Snowfort technology to kind of help against the He Hurled His Thunderbolts and the Angels and the Songs? I don't know. This deck seems like it can do a lot, play on a lot of different echelons, and it seems like a viable pick.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. The biggest issue is like a lot of these steel decks can just still remove your stuff with Strength of Raging Fire, with the Thunderbolt. Like the Snowfort helps, but you need a big body to put on the board after. And by that time, the Amber Steel deck is singing on turn number 3 with Troubadour, right? So if they're going first, the Snowfort literally doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And if Carlos was able to get to his Strength of Raging Fires this game, where the Lewises were coming down, then this game's completely different. Carlos is at way more lore. The Lewises are not wreaking havoc like they have been. The Snow Fort not as effective because the board's not as wide, not as tall on Nicholas's side. It's really just been Carlos hasn't been able to deploy Strength of Raging Fire, and maybe that is just the altar maybe could have been a little more aggressive, or the cards just weren't coming to him in the right order. But that's a great way to get around this strategy, in my opinion, is just have that steel removal. And Carlos hasn't been able to do it a single time in this match.
Oh, for sure. I've never seen the Amethyst Steel player just absolutely not have it. And Carlos just hasn't have it. We haven't seen a nice dock chain. We haven't seen Strength of Raging Fire be saying at all. We haven't seen just all those very problematic, and not problematic, but those very consistent play patterns. We always tout this deck as being the most consistent deck in the format, but this one has not appeared as consistent, and it's really unfortunate there for Carlos, as the game is still not over. I mean, we still have lines to victory, but it's going to be very difficult to do as we continue to set back more tempo. No, we're going to send the Hades back, looking for our own card draw. If we wrong lever our own Hades to put him back to hand, and then try to send one of Carlos's characters to the bottom of the deck with Hades, and he elected to give you the cards instead.
Yeah, we find a Junior Woodchuck guidebook off of that as well, so that's going to be nice for Nicholas to find at a extreme amount of ink here, 8. So if we're able to find a Prince Philip off the top of the deck, we can ink, and then we can sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary and wipe this opposite side of the board. That's what Nicholas needs to get to. I think that's what he is looking for, because right now the evasives are wreaking havoc as Demona is going to come down and give our opponent an additional card, but we're going to get 3 off of that. We did ink a high-value Cheshire Cat to do that play, but Demona is so strong, and she is the card there all the way on the right. Again, would like to apologize for the lighting issue here. We are casting this remote, but hopefully they're able to fix that in between rounds. We're going to try and keep you updated on what's coming down onto the board as a Palace Guard hits the board for Carlos, and we'll see if Nicholas is able to find that Prince Philip combo.
And we slam that Webby Vanderquack into the inkwell quite quickly. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is representing a bit more draw as well. So Carlos hates to see that. You're still, again, looking at this board, Carlos has been down, but he's never truly been out. I think the full combo would kind of seal that deal, but I still believe you have options left as we're continuing to dig, and I think that is the Vanquisher in hand. So next turn, it's about to go down, as if you just stall just a little bit more, you could take a turn off here and just continue to draw more cards. You got Finders Keepers as well. You can slam that and draw 3 more cards, and pass. But how much lore is being generated from your opposition side?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point. We are going to quest for a mighty amount on Carlos's side, and you got to think that combo's coming soon. But guess what? You have Olaf on the board right now, so if Malicious, Mean, and Scary comes down, that means you can return a chosen card of yours to your hand and redeploy it on the next turn. That could be Demona, that could be Genie. So we are going to be able to save one of these glimmers on Carlos's side thanks to the Olaf, and that is a great way to play around the Prince Philip combo, as we are just going to go ahead and get the Malicious, Mean, and Scary down onto the board right now, which plays against the strategy of Olaf. Do you want to bounce anything? I think the answer is probably not, because you would lose out on some lore. So we are going to get rid of the Olaf. Let's see what Carlos decides to do. Very well played by Nicholas. I talked about why the Olaf is such a benefit against Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Nicholas recognizing that and says, I need to get the Malicious, Mean, and Scary out now so that one of these high-powered cards is not returned to hand on the next turn. Really well played by Nicholas.
That does kind of play into some Cheshire Cat stuff, but I do fully agree with you. And looking at this lore pressure coming in, that is a Palace Guard, Demona, Elsa, and Genie. So that is 3, and that is 6. So we can get up to 16. Double Cobra. I don't think you have the resources to be able to pull off a Dober Cobra play. You have 1.
Here's 1.
And we'll discard the dock. Hold up. Let's get you up to 12. And it's the dock. Can you do it? Are you built? Wait, hold up. Hold. If you draw Cobra and another discard, Cobra and a card, you're out of here. Are we goated with the sauce? Are you sick nasty with it, Carlos? as we're grabbing finger on lip, pondering. I don't think you have it there.
Yeah, let's think about what we've got going on. Let's remember what glimmers are able to quest here. We're going to get that quest in for, like you said, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Going up here to 18, and we're going to put the Olaf onto the board. So we have the option to bounce back the Cobra if the Olaf is ever removed. It looks like Carlos might be able to get over the finish line when it looked like Nicholas was in complete control early with all of those Lewises. But the evasives have been so good under the C in the hand.
But now I think that's the option. We have a shift. We can't shift. We can play and then sing with our board. So we can play the Prince Philip. You can wipe quite a bit. And then you can sing the Under the Sea to get the other half, leaving nothing but Cobra left. Is that good enough? You have the singing capability, and you need to start focusing on some questing as well. So Nicholas now in a conundrum. Carlos with a bend but don't break attitude, continuing to play to your outs, apply the pressure, and you put yourself in a winning position. What a game, man. What a game.
The problem with that, JDZ, though, is if you under the sea, that means Olaf is going to leave play. And when the character leaves play, you can return another character of yours to the hand.
And Cobra would be an instant game.
Going to go on there. Yes, exactly. So you
he's
can't
doing
under
it, though.
the sea here because you will just lose.
Hold. Make sure we trigger.
Carlos needs to recognize that you can send the Cobra back to your hand.
Please, Carlos.
You have to do it.
Trigger the Olaf. Trigger.
He's not doing it, dude.
He's not doing it. Oh, no. That's something that people may not know, Garrick. This is... Olaf triggers.
He leaves play, not when he's banished. Carlos might have just thrown the game there. He's going to get up to 19. We'll see if he's able to get over the finish line.
Carlos, no, not like this.
On the opposite side of the board, we have 5, 6, 7, 8 lore. So we're 1 away for Nicholas. We can't win next turn, but whoo, Carlos had to recognize the game was in play there.
No, Carlos, not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, we actually hate to see it, man. We hate to actually see it as it may be. So it looks like we are going to go for I believe that's Hades looking for a deal going after the Prince Philip. And we're thinking if we're going to just give up some cards, and we will do so here. Man, but it's still not over. Garrick, we still have game that is left, as Carlos now probably did not realize that. And that's something that play has happened a lot this set. We are at the end of this set, but that you just probably, if you read it once, you think of it one way, and then when it happens the other way, it's Rabbit and Merlin Goat, and all those cards have been out of the format for so long. And Olaf's effect is very similar to those. So I'm not blaming them. You probably just didn't know. You never knew type beats.
Yeah, we have Finder Keepers in hand, so we can search our deck for some more answers here. We do have the Snow Fort. We have to keep that in mind that all of our characters are going to be challenging for an additional 1, but they don't have Resist on Nicholas's turn, just on Carlos's. So we need to find some answers here. Finders Keepers is not going to be the answer. Wow, we don't have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo. I don't even think we would have enough ink to shift onto the Prince Philip that we have right now. It looks like this game is going to go to Carlos, despite the little bit of a hiccup there with the Olaf and the early aggression by Nicholas with all of the Lewises. Carlos is going to sneak over the finish line here.
Yeah, that was an insane movement. As we are going to play another Finders Keeper, we're just going to continue to dig just for the vibes as a handshake goes across. That was almost an awkward handshake, but they sealed it up at the end. Almost an awkward handshake. But Garrick, what a round to start this thing off with, man. I had a lot of fun watching that one as I was on the edge of my seat trying to see how that bad boy would transpire. But I'm gonna kick it back to the booth with us. I think Katie should be joining us here, maybe, or it might just be us. I'm not sure, but we'll see what's going on. And Katie is there. Katie, did you get a chance to check that game? What did you think, if you did?
Oh, Katie, we can hear you.
I'm back. Okay.
You're back.
Oh, yeah. But my goodness, I think it's hard because I think Emerald items, every time I was like, Emerald Chromacon's the worst, and then they made Snow Fort, and it's just math math problems everywhere. But then I really like that it went back to my hypothesis that Amethyst Steel just drives the middle of the road. It says, I'm fine, guys.
Yeah.
I don't even, I cover my windows. I don't even look where I'm going. But that's like why people play it, right? It doesn't do anything as flashy as some of the other decks, but what it does is survive and endure. And that is flashy in itself.
That's all you got. That's all you can ask for some time. But I think both of those players showed a lot of resilience. Granted, this is still a DLC. You're still in a feature match. Their nerves are there. The anticipation is there. You're sweating. You're trying. You're hoping, and it's a lot of that goes into it. So I want to make sure that we're always keeping that in your back of your mind, and we're giving these Illuminaries some grace when things don't go the way that you would want it to do, or if you quote unquote misplay or any kind of that stuff. But it does happen because these lights are bright, literally. Sometimes you can't even see the cars, are so bright, and just imagine being in that pit situation. So give them a little bit of grace.
Yeah, that was a crazy match. I thought Nicholas played it so well, but like you mentioned, Katie, the power, just the consistency of the Amethyst Steel deck. It didn't matter how well the game was played on the opposite side. It didn't matter that you never played Strength of Raging Fire a single time. Like, your deck is just so consistent at what it does. And the evasives there, the Genie and the Elsa. I know people are talking about cutting Genie these days. It's like, how can you? The guy just put the game on his back and got over the finish line. It was absolutely incredible to see that. Very well played by both Illumineers. But if we bring up the bingo board, or the quest board, I believe we had some hits here. We got Prince Philip. We almost had Cobra for game, but we missed.
We were denied. We were denied Cobra for game. We have Shift. We did get a Shift as well. Okay, we did get a shift. We did not get a double dock. We also got Under the Sea, but it was only for how many? It was only for 2. We need Under the Sea for 3. It's got to be for 3. So we only got it for 2, but hitting 2 on game number 1, not so bad.
We had a 20-0. We had a lore guide call as well.
We got what did they call the lore guide?
Well, I mean, they came over for the snow fort thing. I don't know if you want to count that, but
we can count it. And if we do,
we're doing good.
If we do get this, maybe I could do like a giveaway, or we can do like some kind of prize or something. If we hit our bingo, I think that could be kind of a fun way to get it going. So if we hit this bingo, a prize is going out. The prize is going to be
JDZ's blazer. You win his blazer.
Fine,
JD,
that's fine.
Do you have Uncrusties in your household right now?
I do.
Always. There's no way he doesn't.
Well, I put up a goal, and the shout out to the YouTube watchers. We were up to 90 people. If we hit the goal, I'm forcing JDZ to just one bang an Uncrusty. I'm sorry I had to do this to you, but
that's totally fine. Shout out to the Podcana crew over there. Podcana, we see you guys out there, and if you're in the Twitch world, make sure you guys are also joining the YouTube world. We're dual streaming on Podcana on YouTube. We'll get the link down. If you could punch the link into the Twitch chat just to support both streams, and if you're on Podcana as well, come over to the Twitch world. We can kind of all join together and join forces. But here is the bingo card, and game number 1. We already got quite a few slots. Some of these are going to be much more difficult than others, but some of them are going to be quite easy, and it seems like we got pretty close. Okay, I don't think we're going to hit
Cheshire Cats. We
did.
We're boosting
like 1,000 times that game.
There's no
100%.
way there's a Cheshire Cat no boost.
We're boosting. We're taking this one off too.
And is that a dock into a dock? Is that what's the double dock?
Yeah, double dock. I can't believe we missed Cobra for game there. I'm still like, I want that on the bingo board. That could be 3 in a row right there. And we almost, maybe, awkward handshake, but we'll see what happens here. The Under the Sea chat does have to be 3 characters there. We did hit the 3 characters on the Prince Philip Mean, Malicious, and Scary combo there, but the bingo starting off hot. What a first game to hit the bingo board there. We were absolutely cooking. Did we have a slot for 0 Strength of a Raging Fire? We have a 4X. How about a 0X?
That's not science we've ever seen.
It just happened.
I don't think I've ever seen a 0 in my life. Okay, 0 Strength of Raging Fire duel or game is just something that is just such a rarefied air that I don't think that I was even. I'm like, because I want to make these things within the realm of possibility. At least somewhere in the realm of possibility, and that just seems so impossible that I didn't even want to put it on the sheet.
Yeah,
I would never bet that would happen against me. Like, I would never say, well, my opponent won't have Strength of Raging. They will have Strength of Raging Fire. So that is actually that scientists should study what just happened because it's never been seen before.
That was the first game in all of human history, or first
Yeah.
match, where the Amethyst Steel deck played 0 Strength of a Raging Fire.
But how amazing is Amethyst Steel that it got rid of what some might say the most powerful card in the deck, and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry, guys. I'll just keep drawing cards and questing. It's not even a big deal." And that is. I think you said like, well, why aren't more people playing this Amethyst Emerald deck? And I think it's because it's one of those decks that when it's cooking, you're like, oh my gosh, all the herbs and the spices, it's amazing. But sometimes it curdles, and you just go, never mind. I should have just played a more reliable deck. And I think in this meta, there are good decks and there are great decks, and there's a lot of good decks that are fun. But then when it's against just an all-time Hall of Fame great deck, it shows why one's the GOAT and the other one is just a good deck. It's good.
Oh, I see. Now when I'm getting blasted, and I can understand why I did not bring this deck, and I usually have that bit of regret. I always have that tournament regret. Maybe it's when I load my good deck, like you said, Katie, into an event, and I get blasted by a great deck. I feel like, man, why did I do this to myself? This feels so terrible that I'm getting fried here every single time.
The circle of life. Because, everybody wants to play. Oh, I don't want to play one of the decks everybody else is going to play. And then, you sit down and you go, oh, yeah, well, because winning. That's why. I forgot winning is. And it's fun. Like we talked about, there's that matchup. That was a deck that is kind of an underdog deck in the sense that you don't see it all the time at the top tables, and it could be its time. But it certainly wasn't one of those like, we've never seen this deck before. So I'm hoping we get to see one of those today where there's a deck where you're just like, oh, I've never seen the Sleepy Hollow get to safety combo deck flop pop off like this. I'm still hoping we'll see that today. But that was just round one. I did reach out to a player in Brazil, and they did say they're playing 9 rounds today and then cutting, but they cut at 8, and I need more information on that.
Yeah. Oh, so what I understand, and that is something that we can discuss for everyone who's just tuning in. This is the Disney Lorcana Challenge. It is currently going on live in Sao Paulo, Brazil right now. It's going to be a 2-day tournament, but it's very interesting because I believe this tournament was capped at 512 players, but they are going to be doing 12 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 32. So it's going to be a lot of Lorcana for the amount of players that we have there. And I know there is a little bit of controversy on both sides. Some people are very pro this. Some people are very against this because it's a significant amount of rounds. And with that many rounds, it's going to allow you to maybe lose a little bit more. There could be some X3s making it into that day 2, which I think personally is a good thing. You get a lot of opportunities to lose a little bit more. You get a lot, because if you're traveling, you want to make sure you have the most opportunity to make it into that top cut, because that is what matters at the end of the day. So being X3, maybe crazy X3-1 or maybe even X4 can get in. That'll be insane. Who knows how this thing's going to shake out with that many rounds of Swiss.
For me, I mean, I think it's more something that can be kind of sad as a spectator is when some of the hottest decks, the best players, are starting to ID at round 5. That's always like a very like, I'd like to see what. And so this kind of incentivizes keep playing. Anything can happen. So it is more interesting to me as a viewer, as a player. I'm not playing today, so I want more Lorcana. I want to see how things play out. I want to limit test these decks, because after today, I mean, we have exactly 2 weeks from yesterday until the set is done, and I mean that I want to celebrate every minute we can of Winterspell.
And I'm sad about it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, but you know what I am happy about? We're going into Wilds Unknown, and that set looks like it's absolutely insane. It looks like a ton of fun. I can't wait to play some toys. I can't wait to play with Woody and Buzz. It's going to be a lot of fun. I want to build some super decks. I want to do it all.
Yeah. And if you guys want to do it all too, make sure that you're getting over to the Ravensburger Play Hub, okay? And you're going to your local game store on May 8th for the pre-release box event. It's going to be a really good time. You guys check it out. Get active, get loose, support your community. The buzz around Wilds Unknown is something that I don't think I've experienced it before. Just people are so excited about it, and the product is being rapidly sold. I mean, it's very hard to get, and I mention that because it seems like everyone is trying to grab this set to hang on to it because of the new IPs that are added with Pixar and all the cool stuff that's going on in this set. So if you haven't had a chance to get it, you need to get out there and get it right now if that's what you want to do. Cool strats all around.
There is some on the ground reporting. First off, JD, or is there a mod in the chat? Or Spartan Circles is a mod, right?
No.
Someone. Someone's a mod in there. But I put the link to the event in there if anybody wants to go ahead and pin it. But I did see an interesting thing twice now that there were 60 buys assigned in round 1. 60 people got a buy.
It's
So that
probably
is
my
what
fault.
someone
I'm a part of that problem, Katie, because
That-
I was
that
supposed to
is
go to
your
this tournament.
fault. It was the one person. It was the domino
Yeah,
effect
JD.
of like.
Someone had to play JD in round 1.
I was supposed, and honestly, that's how I lose. That's how I lose all my Rosberger Play Hub points, is because I'm constantly going to tournaments and not getting dropped. But I was supposed to go to
You were
Brazil.
beat.
Things changed, and I wasn't able to go. So I had to, but I never dropped. So hopefully
bad
I wasn't.
news. You got beat by Flavia Carneiro. So Flavia
I got 2-0'd?
wiped your board and said, "You're going home, kid." So JD literally, he's on the flight now back to America because he went 0-1 drop as
That's
you do.
crazy. I've done that so many times. I've 0-1 drop. My rating is cooked, man. I'm like sub 50% now for sure.
But
Yeah.
but either way, I think that wasn't just JD, because I mean it said buys and you're not a buy, you're a not there.
Yeah.
So I am kind of interested in what the science is there. That's obviously a software thing, right? But that will happen, and it's certainly not something that is unheard of in tournaments where the first round things are like, oh, okay, but now we're in the second round.
JD is a buy against me when we're doing starter deck challenges. I'll tell you
That's
that much.
crazy. That's crazy.
I love how he's waiting. He's like, I have an
He
insult
had
and
that
I'll
one-
wait for as long as I need to.
Katie, as soon as you said bye, knowing Garrick as well as I know now, as soon as you said bye, he had that thing teed up. So he had that thing teed up for at least 15 minutes, and he was gonna let it fly.
Bye.
Shout out to. And the thing is, we could have kept talking for 40 minutes, and he would have been like, "I'm really good at back rush."
It was starter deck extravaganza, okay?
Dude, we're gonna try that again.
And I got
Okay,
something for you on Thursday too.
I got something real good for you, pal.
we're gonna see how that goes. Okay, I don't think we can talk about that.
Nope. It's a
Nope.
private.
Cannot.
But the fact that you are
Surprise.
going to lose is public. That no matter what's going to happen, you will lose
That
to
is
Garrett.
public.
That is public information.
Starter deck, pack rush, sealed, draft. Garrick in 4, dude. It's out of here, dude. I'm in and
Infinity,
out.
Beyond.
You know,
Yeah.
But low key, as
But-
much as I want to hate, Garrick is a phenomenal limited player. He goes kind of crazy
He's
on
a
it.
great player in general. That's
Yeah.
the thing, is like when we were doing that Matt rating, he's like, so when I won this champion Matt, so when I won this champion Matt, like Garrick is a low key, high key good player. And I think it's because you surround yourself with like the golden Mickey holders of the world that you've convinced yourself you're like, I'm not good. But like
Yeah.
in the world of Lorcana, you are a great player. It's just you just hang out with some tryhards, you know. Some people, you know.
the most tryhards every single week on Podcana. I'm like,
Yes, you
DLC
surround
champion, world
Yeah.
competitor, national champion.
In any other scenario, you're a great player.
And then it's me, set champion.
There's nothing wrong with being a set champion. But really quickly, I'm gonna pull this up because we got some drip check on the stream. I'm
drip
loving
out.
it. I am loving what I'm seeing there from this middle Lumineer with that jean on jean with the jean bucket getting nasty with it with the stitch all
Canadian
stitched
tuxedo.
up. Woo!
Yeah.
The
Drip going
Canadian
insane.
tuxedo, but we're taking it to South America and we're
So it's a
spreading the
Brazilian.
love around the world. Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
to see
and then we
that.
got kind of like Brazilian Baker. I like how I'm like, okay, we got Brazilian B squared, Brazilian Baker. And that's probably not true. They are their own people. I kind of wish they had their names at the bottom. Because
I love the set here, though. The set is going kind of
Yeah.
crazy. I love that.
I will say, if you've never been in an event where somebody says, and you'll be talking from a couch, that will send you into a mild psychosis if you have not prepared yourself to perceive yourself sitting on a couch. That is something that I wasn't ready for, because like we sit here. I am wearing sweatpants right now. Spoiler alert.
have on
And so you
shorts,
just
yeah.
kind of, so you kind of get used to like, oh, the bottom half of my body, that's just whatever. I'm sitting crisscross applesauce. But then you sit on a couch and you're like, oh, how do?
Yeah.
And that is, but these gamers are killing it. They are.
And
they
this
are
angle,
sitting
this
in a
angle
way.
is not a very good angle. That you never want to be
No.
seen from this angle
Well,
because now you
it's
got to
not super flattering
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
because
It
now you got to
is,
know what to
yeah.
do with your hands, but you also have to know what you do with your legs. So let's kind of
And your
rate the
feet.
technique right there.
No,
Your
I
feet
will
are playing the
not.
game.
They're-
Looking at the gentleman on the far left, he goes legs crossed, one leg over leg. I think that is probably the meta
I
play.
love that. Yeah,
I-
that is
I
a
think-
meta
I
play.
think
for sure.
that's the heads up meta play.
standard That's your blurple. That's your that's your bread and butter. That's your strength of a raging
nothing
fire
wrong
on
with
4. You just go to it all day, every day. As we're shooting it over to the booth here. Love the fits that I'm seeing here as well. We already talked about the overalls, but check out the amethyst here
I'm
on
with
the
it.
left side.
And
I
I like the
know.
pin as well. We're going Baymax pin, so represent a little bit of sapphire and amethyst there with the drip. Looks very complete. And the overalls with the emerald and ruby there on the Mad Hatter pin. A little bit of probably what's your favorite deck being represented on your pins. Love the motif. Is that a bound? Are we cosplaying here? The overalls look super familiar.
We got the
DKP.
overalls. We have the bow in the hair, which is giving Ariel.
I'm
little
giving
bit.
Wendy Darling. That's a Wendy Darling to
Oh,
me.
Well, look who this is.
Yeah, DKP. I'm in the future. I was watching actually the official Brazilian stream, so I said DKP, and then he assumed. So it kind of seemed like I summoned DKP.
did.
But we know this player. We've
We
seen
do.
him.
We do, but
What
Katie,
bets on what he's playing?
it's going to be you and me on this one, Katie. And then we're going
All
to
right,
say
Garrick.
Garrett's going to hit the dojo real quick, take a super quick nap, get some fuel and rehydrate, and he's
Take
going
a
to join
lap.
us again in round number 3. And you can kind of hang out and we'll be back. But Katie, are you ready to lock in and see what the
I'm so
current and
excited.
reigning world champion is up to?
Yeah, I mean, somebody already pointed in the chat. Someone's cosplaying as Katie. I think I'm going to change my outfit between one of the rounds and just put on a white t-shirt and overalls and a bow and be like, all right, if you can't beat them, join them. But I am excited to see what DKP is playing because DKP is a player that was very, very known for a deck he loved. He loved Ruby Sapphire. He played Ruby Sapphire as long until the wheels fell off. And then he said a little bit of Sapphire Steel. He said, no. Sapphire Amethyst forever. So my question is he still on it, or did somebody on his team say, come on, try this? It's interesting, though, because that's not a deck that's bad. It's a deck that has won other tournaments. Do you think we'll see him playing that today?
I believe so. I think he is married to Sapphire and Amethyst at this point, but I think he's kind of limiting himself. I think he's such a phenomenal player. He is literally the current and reigning Disney Lorcana world champion for a reason. Obviously, he's a phenomenal player, and yeah, he is going to be on that blurple strategy, but I do feel that deck is a bit restrictive, in my opinion. I think there are more powerful plays. I think there are more synergies that he can get to kind of really showcase his ability, but sticking with it, riding the horse that got you there, as Bobby Zimmerowski is a card that DKP absolutely does not want to see, as it looks like Flavia is rocking them dogs. Katie, thoughts on the matchup?
I mean, it's going to be an interesting thing. How fast can she go? I saw her draw a Lilo, so I was a little bit surprised she didn't do a Lilo Escape Artist off the Bobby Zimmerowski, but it could be something where she's just trying to get her board developed as fast as possible, and that's Lilo she needs it next turn. Because as we know, DKP is going to have about 2 or 3 turns where he's not doing a ton of things, but that Royal Guard's going to do a lot of work here, because that Royal Guard represents a bigger problem, because in this deck, DKP will be drawing cards. He hit his ramp. He has his Royal Guard. So Flavia has to be a little bit alert here. She cannot get away with being as aggressive as she might want to be.
Oh, for sure. And also the Royal Guard will kind of be able to halt some questing, even though Flavia seems undaunted and unafraid. Questing is Bobby Zimmerowski anyway. You will probably give up a card in this exchange, as the Tigger bouncing back the Grandmother Willow, and then the Bobby Zimmerowski will fall, leaving nothing but this Daisy Duck. So the curve looks quite nice. This Tigger lines up very good against this very aggressive Daisy Duck, as Flavia now is showing a little bit of sign of concern as the board is falling apart.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that can be very, very... I think one of the reasons that people quite like playing the Blurple deck is because it's a control deck, and you just have to stay calm, and you can get to the point where you control the narrative. Blurple has adapted pretty rapidly over this meta, because it has to the dog deck, and including things like this Tigger that can disrupt your line of play. Another thing that we might see is some bigger bodies. I know that the Warded Scuttle has been added in, but this looks like a pretty traditional hand here. I'm seeing the Cheshire Cat, the Dumbo. So we'll go ahead and see. We're going to challenge in, get rid of the Daisy. Well,
yeah,
yes, we'll go ahead. I was like, I think so. And then only take 1 damage back. So things are looking pretty good. And we're already carrying damage. So if he does deploy that Cheshire Cat, he is ready to do some diabolical movements there.
Yeah, so that's why I do feel that quest with the Daisy was a bit preemptive, because you were going to lose that to that Tigger for a +1, and now the Elsa fulfills that curve and continue to get rid of that Grandmother Willow. So now DKP has managed to do exactly what you need to as Sapphire Amethyst player. You've kept the Dogs player board very narrow. You've maintained some card advantage. You've ramped aggressively. You've now got to your optimal curve, and you're in a comfortable position. But now we slam your favorite card in the set. The Emerald Chromacon has established itself on the board, but it might be a little too late for this thing.
Exactly, because I mean, Chromacon is designed to make it where the math is untenable, but you want to have a wide board when you have a Chromacon, because if you could only banish one character, that's only one thing on DKP's side, so it's just not as scary as it would be if they both had a pretty substantial board. So at this point, with one lady, I mean, that lady could technically shift into Miss Park Avenue and get a few cards back. It's just we talk about who has the greater momentum, and it's definitely swinging pretty hard to DKP's favor right now with 2 to 3 lore on the board.
You needed DKP. He came out on the play. You needed him to miss a piece of this curve, maybe, and you needed to maybe get some more value out of those Willows and flood your board and get to that Tramp. I think the questing may have started a bit too early from Flavia, but I can't really call that, as Nani is going to be a nice attempt to begin to rebuild. Maybe we'll look for some more aggressive options, and Daisy is a choice, so we are continuing this aggressive game plan. But now I think you need to enter into the next stage of your game and maybe find that Tramp enterprising dog, and maybe you can get to a timely Under the Sea with a Deltas, and you're so back into this game.
I think it's just a situation of normally in dogs, if you're going against a style of deck that has like this ramp, any kind of Sapphire deck, you want to have a pretty explosive start. She didn't have that. No, oh my gosh, there's Wasabi. Tell him, JD, you've talked about Wasabi at length.
I'm trying to tell you. So Wasabi is the last thing that Flavia wants to see there. As usually, if you get that Chromacon, sometimes we could just hide behind it and start bouncing characters back and slow down and continue to win through it. But Wasabi is able to banish the Chromacon. You will get yourself a piece of lore, but now your win condition has now been sent to the discard pile. So it's looking I believe that was your out, and now it's going to be a slow march towards the finish for the current and reigning world champion.
And it has to be very good, because I mean, Wasabi is a card that you are including. I mean, I'd call it a tech card, where basically you're only including it if you think the meta warrants it.
Uh-oh.
Now he does. Oh, don't worry. They just, sometimes I never worry. But yeah, Brazil, they had too much fun for a second. But yeah, I mean, at a 3/3, it's not terrible. Benj is another one where people put in, and it's not the best card for the slot, but it's something we're in the meta with Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, with Chromacons, with Snow Forts. You're probably going to use it, but they're in hand. I love DKP because he does like to go back and replay his matches. He has some good stuff. There goes a Tramp. This is good because she only has, well, it's not great. Because you need to have a good amount of cards in hand. You get a draw, or she already did it, I guess. Or she elected not to, I think. She only has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, I think she just...
You're allowed to draw cards, 2 cards, and discard 2 cards.
Yeah, did she not use that ability? I probably elected not to. Probably she likes the card in hand, but still, even if you do, you can probably keep it and maybe send some other cards to your discard pile. But the board is gaining some serious momentum. Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, is going to go ahead and get a piece of lore there. You can also trigger this Wasabi, if I recall correctly. He should be on your turn. He is going to gain that evasive keyword, so we can use Dumbo's ability one more time if we wanted to, or we could just quest normal. Let's see what the world champ elects to do. Oof. Oh my goodness, the pain is adding up as Hades, the Infernal Schemer, is going to send the Tramp into the inkwell. 1 card in hand. I don't know what the card is, but I'm confident can get you out of this one.
Smart dog, and that is, she's like, there's the nervous giggling of like, this is happening, and it is. I think that has to feel when you sit down on round 2. You feel good. You won round 1, and I have a fun story about who she played in round 1 after we get done with this. But it's got to be not fun to see the world champion sit across from you, and this is why he's a world champion, is because he's staying to this deck. He knows his lines. But JD, do you want to guess who she beat in round 1?
Who did she beat in round 1, Katie?
You.
You're kidding.
She played. Yeah, if you go into Ravensburger Play Hub, I looked up. She beat you in round 1.
I didn't drop.
What a good record, though. I mean, she beat the caster, so that is something. But So round 1 she played JDZ. Round 2 she's playing DKP.
But that could have
this
been my
deck-
bracket though, Katie. I could have been playing DKP right now, live
You
on the
could-
stream,
yeah.
getting annihilated. So it's probably
So you saved
silver
yourself.
linings.
This is another
but
timeline. Yeah.
I have to just throw that
But
in there for me.
I really do think that Flavia's not out. I mean, Dog is one of the reasons people play this deck. We talked about high roll. That's a term people use a lot to be like, the odds get so in your favor where it feels like every roll's a 6 on a 6-sided dice. And it can do that, where basically you can have a tramp on turn 4 or even earlier with Willow. Then you can find you're under the sea, wipe their board, and they never get back into the game. Because, for example, things like Genie, Wish Fulfilled, and Elsa are very under the seeable. So it is a deck that's not out. But she just did not see anything she needed in that game 1.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, and you were on the draw as well. I do think that as people say, when it comes to playing this game and any type of coaching or any type of thing where you have to express your skill and like manage your tilt, you have to keep in your mind to control the things that you can control. Control your controllables is something that
Yes.
I would tell people all the time. And things that I think Flavia could have controlled in that game is how and when she did exert some of her characters. Granted, DKP did find the Elsa and he was gonna be able to exert for you, but I think questing in some of those situations, maybe, and you got the Tigger that's there, you just never want to just give up your cards for free. Typically you want to try to get tremendous value from those cards, and maybe it'll serve better as an Under the Sea or as a quester after you're able to clear that board, or maybe some like a Della Singer for some of your 2-cost characters, something like that. So I think that could be something that Flavia could potentially identify and make those changes. But DKP, he's going to come at you. He's the thing about these great players, these world-class cards players, and some of these players who are able to take these trips and play so consistently, is that they're not going to make that many play mistakes, maybe none. They're going to play very consistent, and you're going to have to play to that level or better to beat them. So it's a very difficult task to do more often than not.
Yeah, and I see him looking at his hand. He had a ramp, and he did go ahead and send back a few cards, and I saw he got Basil, because I do think he wants to prioritize having something on the board early. We do see a wardrobe malfunction. His glove seems to have bursted, and he's looking at that like, "Ah." But I think he just wants to make sure he could match the pressure, because last game that Royal Guard added a ton of pressure early and was able to do work against Flavia's board. On the other side, I do think Flavia needs to be really looking for that. Oh, we already see a tramp right on the top of her hand. So trying to get to that line early, getting rid of all the momentum that DKP has, and having a situation where he has to claw his way back into the game.
Yeah. So it all is going to come. It's going to come down to this. So yeah, like you said, maybe, and we did find a pretty decent curve. You had a 1-cost into the Grandmother Willow, into the Daisy Duck, and I think that could be a nice play, as we see a 1-cost character going down to the Inkwell and playing nothing. That is absolutely not how we want to start this thing. We need to get some characters in play early, unless you're trying to save something for your second turn.
Yeah, I think this is a deck where you can't necessarily be as aggressive as you want. You can't, like, it's not one of those free questing times, but I mean, it is something where you just want that character. For example, it's going to add to that discount at the worst case scenario to Tramp. In this case, she opts to go ahead with that Ursula, trying to possibly go for, I mean, the only thing she can go for is Let It Go, but she does get to see the hand, but she can't take that Sail of the Azurite Sea. So interesting second turn 2 play here.
I would have loved to see that Ursula down. I'd much rather have both of those characters, the Lady and even the Webby, on the field right now to set up for that 7-cost tramp, if I could be so bold. But it is what it is. You did get a hit with that Ursula. It is the Let It Go, but DKP has to love to see that your board is still just as narrow as his going into this 3-ink turn. Typically, by this point in the game, the dog player has multiple cards on play, and they're slamming tramps here. Speaking of slamming tramps, here's a 2-cost tramp. In this scenario, Ursula can't quite challenge or anything, but the questing has begun going into the 5-ink turn. We could be setting up an Elsa here. Did you see an Elsa in hand when we saw with the Ursula?
I feel like I'm hallucinating one, but I just assumed that yes, there is one there.
There's only 3-ink turn. I'm so sorry. So we do have turns before we get to that.
But still, I mean, basically, to your point though, the interaction will start to get forced here, so she needs to take advantage of any. I mean, she doesn't need to, but probably wants to take advantage of any lore she can get. This turn, we still get to take the temperature down here with the Dumbo. Dumbo's a card we saw kind of leave the meta, or not leave the meta, but was kind of optional for a bit. But you can see why it's so valuable, especially with the Elsa Fist Spirit and the Wasabi in his deck, because you're gonna get value off of it.
And we saw DKP slowly think about putting that Wasabi down to the inkwell. He's going to be very happy that he elected not to do so, as now Wasabi is going to come on through and be able to remove this Emerald Chromacon yet again. And you're going to get some pluses as well. So I believe now you have the ability to get through this board if you want it. No, you can't get through both of these characters, as Tramp does have that willpower of 3. But clearing that Tramp right now, I don't hate that at all. Sorry, Katie.
Especially because, I mean, Dumbo doesn't normally love. There's lots of things Dumbo does, but he does not normally go in for a challenge. But when it's such an easy decision like that, where you're just getting rid of one of the 2 characters and taking only 1 damage, I would do it too, because it's just, you know, that every character on the board is going to help Flavia's endgame plan. And now she just has 1 character, which makes everything a little bit more painful. But there's Chromacon right back. She said,
another one.
You'd have to deal with it. Stop playing Wasabi on my Chromacon, please.
As I do love how the world champ throws the head back in disgust as we see the second Chromacon come down. We are still sending this Ursula on a bit of a quest, just trying to get there. 5 lore is going to be the score, so Ursula will be offered up. And at this point, a bounce back on the Chromacon doesn't feel that oppressive, notably not questing this Basil beforehand. Seeing who's going to trigger with the Chromacon, and it will. We're sending the Basil back to save that lore.
And that's such a fun game to play, right? Because he might have left it up kind of being like, oh, you wouldn't take my 1 I didn't quest with yet. But I mean, at the end of the day, it only costs 1. He can replay it. The other ones, he would lose huge momentum. He paid 4 lore for it. So I always love the mind games of, like, sometimes you're like, oh, you didn't quest before, but that's all part of it.
Yeah. Oh, doing a little bit of gamesmanship. So you think the world champ's playing a little bit of 3D chess against his opposition. And I think it worked out there. I'd love to see this Dumbo be retempoed back to the hand or something, but I think the more cost is probably better, as the Mowgli is going to seal your I hate seeing the Mowgli into the Elsa and the Hades, the Infernal Schemer. You just know it's nothing but bad news coming your way.
Yeah, Mowgli said, "Can I see?" And then now he's like, "I'm out." Those are two very, very, very scary cards, because as we know, that Elsa Fist Spirit is happy to go ahead and exert either one of these little guys on the other side. It is to the point, though. I imagine DKP, eventually his deck will go from being control to just trying to win. He's still in the control phase for now. So that's why he's going to go ahead, use the Dumbo's ability of making history, breaking records, to go ahead and draw a card here off the Wasabi. Just keep his hand full, because at a certain point, he's going to keep controlling and then just take off to the races and just try to win the game.
Oh, for sure. Because Wasabi notably does not have alert. He just has straight up evasive on your turn.
Yes.
That was before the alert keyword was added to the game of Disney Lorcana. We are going to resend the Mowgli back to the hand with the Cheshire Cat now, and the questing has begun. So that Tigger cannot quest. Unfortunately for him, he's not Dash Par coming in from Wilds Unknown. He's just Tigger, and he's doing his best.
Yeah, but he's the only one. That's important to note for the Tigger. But it is fun because, I mean, he does go ahead and have that tempo ability where he is able to do a little bit of bouncing. That's what Tiggers do best. But there's still 2 very punishing cards in the hand. That Elsa and the Hades has to be frustrating because anything cool you put down is probably going to be schemed by the Infernal Schemer. Mowgli takes a second look and says, okay, yeah, still those 2 guys. So yeah, she just has to be kind of biding her time, because it's not a mystery of what DKP is going to do on this next turn. There's only one mystery, and it's what card he draws, but probably another punishing card for her.
Yeah, and this is just getting to a spot where it's going to be very difficult for Flavia to turn the tides around. Dumbo now free and clear to continue to use his unique ability if you want. And a second Wasabi is going to come on through. You'll give up a lore, but you will rid the world of a second Emerald Chromacon. It's going to get sent to the discard pile as Wasabi number 2 comes in through the world champ. Thoughts on Wasabi in the deck? How many Wasabis are we playing in this world?
He said, I'm sending 4. He said, how many are we allowed in the deck? And they said 4. He said that's exactly how many. An interesting thing to note, the Hades in his hand does interact kind of interestingly with that Chromacon. Chromacon is talking about banish, and Hades doesn't technically banish. He puts it into the inkwell.
Very true.
But in this case, why not just get rid of it completely? I think when in doubt, just get rid of the Chromacon. And that probably felt very good. And then it's still a well-statted body at 3/3, which is perfect for pretty much every character that Flavia has deployed in this game.
Yeah, this one is looking very, very difficult. So Flavia beat some turbo scrub in round number 1. Me, okay, I can say that because it was me she beat, and now he
2-0'd you.
2-0'd free. I was so free, but now you're locked in with the world champ, and that also has to kind of feel a certain kind of way, depending on how experienced you are, or if this is your first tournament or something like that. You're locking in with probably one of the best players to have ever played this game, and that has to be a daunting task, and you're up for the task. But the lady is going to get a quest through. Go-Go is deployed to no effect, it seems, as we'll just pass back on over there. Elsa now is going to rid this Go-Go, and we can clean and just start to challenge and quest. And I think this is going to be I don't know how we climb back out of this one in a low resource game state.
Yeah, I mean, look at the tenacity. I mean, we talk about how sometimes control decks can be a little bit slow. DKP is not playing this deck like a slow control. Like, he is absolutely being decisive on every single turn. He has absolutely done the reps. And
Yes.
so shout out to Flavia for being against this, because I mean, someone has to play DKP, right? And I think, like, if I am going to lose round 2, I want to lose DKP, because if someone says, oh, what happened? I played DKP. Done. You don't have the bad beat story is over. You've already explained it. It does. Is it lagging on your end?
No, it's not on my end. I believe that is the actual stream itself. So just to do a little check, I'm gonna kick it back to France one time. France is hopping and popping, so the internet is rolling. Meanwhile in France, we're cooking there in round 5. Out there in France, getting active. So we're gonna kick it back here. We're just having a little bit of connectivity issues. It seems as if we have gone black for the DLC. They've probably seen enough. They're like, okay, we're gonna get this one up out of here and load in for the next one.
You can censor. Like, at the end of the day, if you are getting like absolutely banished into the ether by DKP, you are allowed to say cut the film.
That's probably what happened. They're like, hey, cut it, cut. We've seen too much, and it looks like the Kopag is offline, but we'll do a little filler really quick and kick it back and just kind of, I mean, that one was pretty much where it was going to be, if that makes sense.
Yes, I mean, I would feel very, very comfortable saying that DKP is going to 2-0 that round. Now, something, off camera, anything could happen. DKP, his deck could light on fire, but it probably is not, because as we know, the dog's deck can do powerful things, but it needs characters on the boards to do those powerful things. And so, oh my goodness, my desk lamp just fell. But in order to do that, you need the resources. She didn't have it, and DKP just had this beautiful, bountiful board. So
right now, what I have on the screen right now, Katie, I don't know if you can see the screen, but I am currently looking at the CCQ that's going down in Runic, Bordeaux. That is going live right now on the Disney Lorcana Your EU page, I believe. So we're just waiting on the DLC broadcast to return, and then from there we can see what happens. But like I said, I believe that one was pretty much all but done, and we can kind of kick it back to the booth and kind of see what we can do there. And maybe Garrick is going to join us, but Garrick is just going to be a chair for the time being. Shout out to Garrick.
Cherick, yeah. As far as CCQs, there's one going on in Las Vegas, and then there's one going on, I believe, in what we just showed. There's 3 CCQs this weekend and a DLC.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah. Can you understand? Can you understand that, JD? Yeah. That was a crazy thing to say.
No, I can't understand. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to get it
through your head right now. There are 3 CCQs, but the 3 CCQs we have is level Vegas, Stockholm, Open 3, and then we have the Runic TCG series in Bordeaux, France, and then a DLC in Brazil. So we are eating good in the Lorcana neighborhood, the official. So to somebody in the chat said, is there no official stream? There is a official Brazilian stream, which is in Portuguese. They did just briefly go offline, but they'll be back.
They
They'll be
should
back.
return. They should
Yeah.
return here soon, hopefully, and we will get to the bottom of that when they do. I'll be watching it diligently when they return. In the meantime, in between time, everyone check the internet as well. If you guys see something, we just have this broadcast going in the interim. This one's on the Disney Lorcana France. It looks like they are currently in round 5, 45 minutes left. Sapphire and Amethyst versus Amethyst and Sapphire. A little Blurple versus Green Blue. Love it.
And Green Blue is a deck we didn't talk about a lot, but Emerald Sapphire is a deck that it's still a very good deck. And the reason it's still very good is because it's one of the better control decks. It's one of the more uncomfortable. I like to talk about the psychology of why you pick your decks and what you're comfortable with. I would say this is one of the more uncomfortable decks to play because it has very little motion for the first 3 turns. You truly are just saying, don't worry, it's going to work out. Don't worry, it's going to work out. A lot of the other control decks we see, I mean, Dogs is kind of a control deck. Blurple, they've all kind of moved more towards the middle of the play action as far as when you're doing stuff. So all of this to say, Blue-green is a deck that I don't think a lot of people like to play because it's scary, but it's good. Because if it does fire off, if you can make it to the control part of your deck, it is one of the more diabolical decks you could be against.
It is incredibly powerful, though, too, and consistent. It has won a lot of DLCs, which is quite funny to think about. Well, not a lot. I think it's 2 exactly. And I think it's quite funny to think about because earlier on in this format, in this game, it was very underplayed. I mean, the deck was virtually unplayable for the most part for the longest time, and it had like this appeal as I'm the Baja deck. I'm cool if you can pull it off. Very similar to Blurple. It was a
quirky deck.
It was a quirky, like Blurple too. I'm the quirky guy. I'm Blurple. I'm the Ruby. I'm the Sapphire.
No
Emerald.
one's laughing anymore.
Nope, they're the 2 top dogs, and they are getting to the absolute business, and I love to see it. So the stare down, we're still holding tight. We still do not see the stream has returned, so we're hanging in there, hoping to see this thing run through as we are getting loose, busy, and active. And I want to thank you guys all for being here, rocking with the program. If you guys love Lorcana, we're going to be here all day and all night and into tomorrow as well to see who's going to be going to the World Championship.
Who loves Disney Lorcana? Katie does. I do. Ooh, what is that a reference to?
That is Keenan and Kale show. He loves orange soda. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was.
Did I nail it?
Katie loves Baja Blast. I
Speaking
realized I was going to order Taco Bell, but then I didn't because my tummy hurt. But then I remembered I had Baja Blast in the fridge. Baja Blast.
Shout out to
Which
Baja
is funny because
Blast.
that's what's on stream. We did just see this is this is fascinating, JD. We have MLHLEG, a very hard name to say quickly, is rocking with the detectives build, which is a very fascinating debate that went on. I mean, you were detective building. You were dressed as a detective playing detectives. Are you surprised to see someone still trying that technology?
I am. And on the back of my mind, there's a little small place in my heart because I feel that this deck was good when I played it. It was more of a meme because I wanted to wear a detective cosplay. I mean, sue me. But I felt like this deck was doing some very powerful things then. And I think now it does have a position in this game. Kate, if you want to pull it up, we can kind of talk about this game a little bit if you want, as we are just jumping gears here. This is not the DLC, but it looks like they're absolutely cooking. You piqued my interest with this shift. Basil is going to come on through, and we're questioning, and we might be winning
There's
here.
detectives on the board, and the reason that it's so. I mean, if you are a fan of the Club Lorcana podcast, you will see Jeremy Bertioni and Zan Syed argue at length about this deck, and the reason that people argue about it is because the question is, are you sacrificing some of the control elements to have a more mid-range game with the detectives? But in this case, MAHLEG is having a pretty good time with it. He is 4-0 and making the Lurple deck look, quite frankly, silly.
Yeah, he's kind of styling on him and styling and profiling. And this matchup seems good for the detectives. At least when I was playing this strategy in the previous set, I had a very positive win rate against the Sapphire Amethyst strategy. I felt, especially with the Shift Basil, being able to discard your opponent because they were playing into the Demona so aggressively sometimes, and then you hit them with a timely discard to hit the Demona, they just lose the game immediately. And it felt so nice. You still are offered that Prince Philip Malicious Being Scary combo. You still have this Judy Hopps for a nice little drawing engine there. So this deck is actually doing quite a bit, and you can shift the big Judy Hopps to get these alerts and resist effects as well. So it was doing quite a bit, but it did kind of falter in the mirror when they were playing a more traditional build, I felt.
And he goes ahead and activates for 1 ink. You can go ahead and say, get rid of one of your cards right now. That Basil says, no matter what, whether I'm a distinguished detective or practice detective, any kind of detective, I'll make sure you discard a card. And so, yeah, he says, I don't want to do this anymore. You've proven your point. I will go ahead and we will go to game 2. Shout out to the production of whoever is doing this. That layout was very clean. That transition I liked very much. And he is the Vinquil.
It feels nice.
Fun.
It does feel nice, but I don't know about that logo. I think I'm gonna have to take that back to the lab based on some things that I've recently learned in time as we are getting a nice little shuffle in. Shuffle up and deal is Lee G versus LEG.
Do you think it's Léger because it's French? Léger?
Dang, that's smart. You're right, Katie. It is definitely Léger.
It might not be because it could be like, LE, which is like, isn't that? Or no, I'm thinking LG is the electronics. But I'm gonna go with this Léger versus other guy, which his name is not on the board right now, so I forgot.
And shout out to the gentleman on the right. He looks Garrick. If Garrick were here, he could confirm. But the gentleman on the right looks exactly like Matt Hash, like a younger Matt Hash there from Ink Inc. Thoughts?
That's Matthew.
Matthew Hash.
Commentaries. I'm so sorry. If you are French, first off, bonjour. Second off, pardon. Because listen, there's something about being an American and speaking English where we wanna have fun and say something in an accent. Even I'll even do a Southern accent, Boston accent. We're just silly guys, and it's not fair because that's a language. But there we go. I love this hand cam. Wow. They're doing it.
They got another cam here.
And, yeah.
They're cooking.
My goodness.
Hold up, man. I feel bad. As someone who's doing production, I produce these streams. Hand cams are so hard to get right. And they are nailing it. And the names pop up right away. I need to talk to producer. They're low key, high key, mid key cooking.
Maestro, please.
Calm down.
Maestro.
Okay. You're making this all.
Can you help me? I think.
That was pretty good. I didn't know you were fluent. I didn't know you were fluent in French, Katie.
Oh yes, I can't even say that. Yes, but that in French, oui. Très bon, très bon.
Maybe we can. I can fire up the sound a little bit just to hear what they got going on. Maybe we can see. Maybe we can get some context.
We can learn some French.
Maybe.
Sometimes people say when they move to a new country, they'll watch like Sesame Street in the new country's language because learning if you watch something the words for, and then it's in a different language, maybe we'll be bilingual by the end of the day.
That's smart. It makes sense. That makes sense. They just said voila, unironically.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Now, what do you think at the top? What do you think 1 ER means? Like, what are they saying he made 1 error? What are we?
1 ER, I think.
Or maybe he's going first. They were saying like he's going first. I've never
on the draw, firster. It could be
I'm a firster
1
gamer.
ER, or maybe through. Like that's one. They count. That'll be sick if they started counting your misplays.
Maybe he had 1 error. They're like, listen, guys, you have 3 errors. That's American. 3 strikes, you're out. I don't know. I would love to know, but I can't know because they can't hear us, and I don't speak French. If anybody in the chat is French and you know what 1 ER means, let us know. Shout out to the chat in both YouTube at Podcana. If you're going to have a Podcana, have one with Podcana. And then, premiere equals first. But it doesn't say premiere. It says 1 ER.
Okay. No, the one at the top, because we're watching a French stream now as we're waiting on the DLC to return. Hopefully it does return, or hopefully we hear some information come back as to why it has not returned or whatnot, as we're kind of just hanging tough. But we are just throwing on this. This is the French CCQ that's currently going on right now. We're just kind of throwing it on and filling some time as we are waiting for that to come back, as Sapphire Amethyst versus Emerald and Sapphire Detectives is going to be on the field. And we got a double ramping option. Check that. Triple ramper. Thoughts on a triple ramp? When last time you seen that go down?
I'm scared. I'm up too high. I didn't think we'd get so much ramp. And then just to keep the party going, I mean, sometimes it's scary to ramp that much because you're using a lot of resources to do it. But with the technology of Sail the Azurite Sea, you're able to keep your can nice and healthy. And we also see a Clarabelle, 2 of them, I think, a foil and non-foil in the hand. So Léger is feeling pretty good, but Gadok is saying, listen, I know you had fun last game. I do think in this matchup, I slightly favor blue-green, just on the fact that they have a free and clear board wipe that Garrick will
Mm-hmm.
never be able to play. But I just try to think of a way where I feel like Blurple is very, very comfortable. They
Yeah.
have to do everything perfect.
And going with that triple ramp play, you are setting yourself up for that Clarabelle that's in hand. So Clarabelle will be able to hit the board and be able to draw you some cards, maybe. But I think Gadok has recognized that and is elected to play his hand very low as well. So you don't have a singer set up. Tipo can't really sing anything that you want to help reduce the size of your hand a little bit. So now you just have to play this Clarabelle with no draw, and that feels quite miserable. A let it go here, and what are we even talking about? You're so back.
We're so back. But I do think the Scuttle, this is a card, Eureka is what it is in French. This is fun. Guys, we're going to be trilingual by the end of well, actually, there's no Portuguese cards, so never mind. But Eureka is a fun card that has been added for a couple reasons. That ward is very powerful against Amber Steel that loves to hurl Thunderbolts and Strength of Raging Fire. But he's just a 5/5 that quests for 2. So, like, even if you're not using that ward ability, Tipo cannot do anything against it, but he is helpless against board wipes. Ooh, you're welcoming on his own Tipo. That's something you don't want to see, but sounds like he needs to do it.
You got to do it to find some cards. We were forced to, unfortunately, ink that second Clarabelle, which was going to be your draw engine that you had available to maybe get you some cards, propel you into that late game a little bit easier. Unfortunately for you, the Let It Go was going to remove that, and now you put your other Clarabelle down to the inkwell. Ton of cards in hand, not a ton of ink to work with. You can slam this Basil to set up a shift, or you can play another character right now and you just simply cannot do it. So this is looking great for Garrick as Mr. Legy, MHL Legy is looking like you're kind of faltering behind now.
And I think this is what I want to see, because I truly I don't like 2-0 games. I want to see both decks do exactly what they want to do. As we know, both decks can technically win on the play, on the draw, but it just feels good to say, listen, I know how to play this. My deck does work. In this case, he's going pretty wide, getting up here to 10 lore with only 1 on the other side. As far as ink, we have 7, 8, 9. So I think Legy is really hoping. Oh my goodness! Because I was gonna say he's hoping to stick something to the board, be able to do a Sing, Malicious Mean, Scary, Play Prince combo. But with those Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, you know the most about that card on anyone on Earth. It's so great for post board wipe. It is a post board wipe insurance tool. So he says, even if you do that, I'm not afraid.
And I could just completely rebuild my hand. Also, that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook has the double duty of being able to play around the Clarabelle Light on her hooves very effectively. You can put them in play, and then bounce the pop the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, draw the cards, and then just play all the cards before the Clarabelle can gain the value on you. So this Basil Practice Detective with that 5/4 stat line, you can engage with this Scuttle and get a trade in. So I think that's what Garrick is kind of thinking about here if you want to exert your board into the face of this Basil. But this Scuttle is looking prime in position to kind of hold it down for you, as no Hades coming in from Legy. No Basil, no second Basil Practice Detective be able to bounce that Scuttle back to the hand, all the targeting stuff, and you aren't threatening a Malicious Mean and Scary. Actually, you are if this Basil sticks around. So forget I said that.
Yes. Yeah, you are threatening it. I think he's doing that. Quest him, because I mean, you kind of say, I love the term "make him have it." It's one of my favorite terms of TCGs. Does he want to make him have it? Because I mean, at the end of the day, he stays very conservative here and keeps all his characters upright. He might regret it. I mean, that is a nice free and clear 4 lore on the board right here. And so even if he goes ahead and swings back, does he care? No. He will go ahead and go up to 14 lore. And then does he want to commit a little bit wider? That is the question of the day. He could technically also go ahead and crack, as they say, crack open this Junior Woodchuck Guidebook and get the 2 cards now. But instead, we'll just go wider with the Dumbo and say, you wouldn't.
I do love that we are getting our own independent lingo. Disney Lorcana TCG is relatively new in the TCG space. So we're starting to get our own different little lingos that we have, cracking the guidebook and all those types of things. I think it's kind of unique, and I'm glad that we're kind of finding our own identity in the trading card game world. Basil is just going to remove this Cheshire Cat. You don't hate to see it, and we're going to welcome our own Basil. So Desperation Station has we set ourselves.
Make him have it. And he said, "Okay, I guess I will go find it if you're going to make me have it."
I'll go look for it.
something very magical happened other day, JD. I heard people playing a TCG, a different TCG. And he said, They said, I'm going to ink this. And I was like,
No way.
Well, yeah, it was so good. It was, I mean, mind you, it was Garrick and Sky. So it's like,
never mind.
two very Lorcana people. But how exciting was it to hear them not go, I'm going to, I don't know, use like some other term.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to ink this.
I'm
And I
going to
said,
tap.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
we get
right.
it.
We're inking and exerting. But Derek's two typos. So if you're Fungus, you're saying we are so in this. Because Fungus was able to win an entire DLC off the back of two typos, but I will say he had more than one lore, and he wasn't looking at the board with 4 on the other side. So there is Tipo is not the man for this job, I would say. He is
I would concur.
Scared.
I mean, at a minimum, you would want at least someone who can potentially sing that Malicious Meaning Scary so you can set yourself up for a top deck Prince Philip, because I believe that is what's going to get you out of this scenario. The Dumbo is just drawing so many cards, and we are flooding the board. The ink is flowing. The questing has begun. Game is imminent for Garrick. Now you need to have it. You haven't had it, and you still don't got it. And we're going to go into a game number 3 as Vanquier is going to get the Dublinsky there.
We are so good at French pronunciation. I will say French is one of the more tricky languages. I went to France as a teenager, and I think it is a little diabolical that in their language they have put letters in the word as a trap to see if you're going to say them. And then if you say them, they go, ha ha, that letter was in there. We don't say that one. So I think that is quite fun. I mean, English is also absolutely.
Yeah, we have that. We have a bit of that. We have a bit of that too.
Because I mean, some of our words from French, and also we just we're jazzing a language. We're saying we take words from everywhere. So we're no better. But I will say that when I was in France, trying to read a word out loud was
embarrassing.
Difficult. Yeah.
People are like, what are you talking about? You're not even trying. Yes. Are you really even trying?
The thing that's a little rough though is in France, probably they speak English most of the time, but like you don't want to come at somebody and speak English because they are a country that respects somebody saying like, I will speak French, which I mean, first off, yes, if you go to another country, definitely try to speak their language first. And then if you're like, oh, I speak English, but it felt like you got to try to ball with French. And if I said something in English, they're like, you went to English too fast. Even though they knew English, they're like, I don't like your attitude. So I like it. They are a country of people that are, they're not messing around.
They're not.
They're standing 10 toes down in
France. As the cool kids do say from time to time. And if you're just tuning in, this is the French CCQ in Runic right now. It's going live concurrently with DLC in Brazil. I think we're having some technical difficulties happening at the Brazilian stream. It is not up. I believe there is hearing reports from people at Brazil saying that there is a power crisis that they are kind of going through. They're working it out, and they're going to try to get that thing back up for you guys here in just a moment. So thanks for rocking with us. We are just kind of doing a restream. That is the official stream on the Brazilian. It's on a Copag Oficial. I can link that into the chat for everyone who wants to kind of tune in with them. Also, we're simul streaming on YouTube on Podcana on YouTube. So if you guys are interested in kicking it and rocking with the program, please feel free to do so, or whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure that we're sharing the love and passion for this game as we all share that together. So
all in this together.
Is that Zach? Is that you? Zac Efron? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh,
yeah, I'm Zac
snap!
Efron.
I did not know.
I haven't seen High School Musical. At least 3 times in the past couple months, Sky has threatened me with, we're going to watch High School Musical. And I'm always like, oh, I'm busy tonight, because I
don't think that's a threat.
It's a promise. It's going to happen, and I'm so scared.
It seems
like
it's
that thing where I smile and be like, yeah, but it's one of those movies I think you had to have seen when you were a kid. If I see it now, it's just a silly movie.
Wrong. Movie's lit. Movie's good. You're gonna be
right.
You're gonna be so pleased that you watch this movie.
I'm gonna eat
terrible.
my words.
Wait a minute.
Who let Garrick's voice in here?
Who's
Garrick,
that?
This is a private cast. Garrick, this is private. Back up.
My fault.
Yeah. All right, Garrick. Why did you go to Brazil and pull the plug on the internet? Can you share?
I was really upset that JDZ Quest lost round 1.
Me
I got
too.
And I wanted to sabotage round 2. That way he could get on a quick flight over there and maybe compete in round number 2.
Valid. Put your thumbs on the scale to be like, JD, get in there. And it's not that far away. I think it's like right. It's south of Seattle.
It's about a 16. It's about a 12-hour flight. I would say at least 14-hour flight. And I got completely fried in round 1. I should have dropped from the tournament. I should have just dropped.
But it's one of those things that it's like, Listen,
lazy.
it's one of those tasks that you're like, I could do it at any time, and because you could have done it at any time, it didn't happen because I do that all the time. Where it's like it'll take a second. I'm like, well, if it takes a second, I should do it in a different second. And guess
Yeah.
what? 100,000 seconds have passed. I didn't do it, and that's okay because we are now getting to watch a French. Garrick, can you believe it? There are 3 CCQs and a DLC happening today.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I think
let's go.
I think I should go back into the shadows and let you guys finish casting this great game from young Matt Hash here, who traveled into the future.
Doesn't he
Young
look
Matt
like
Hash.
Matt? Bro, we might have to, Garrick, if you can send me, I don't know if Matt Hash would mind if you sent me a picture of Matt Hash so I can post it into the stream so people can get a sneak peek of
it's on the Ink Inc. Twitter account. I'm pretty sure he's
Okay.
in our header, so you can
Okay.
find him there.
But this gentleman on
I
the
don't
right
mind.
does
I
look
mean,
very
since
slimmer.
It's technically the B stream. I mean, Garrick, you can hang out. Me and JD can cast, and you can say "boo, wrong." You could be like the.
Okay. All right,
could
you
be
guys
like-
cast, and then I'll.
But if you
Make
wanted to
note.
not be on camera, you also can say "get me out of here."
What did you do in
So-
your break there that you had?
I went across the street to get some McDonald's, and I was listening to it.
Wow.
Some Mickey D's breakfast before they shut it down for the day, and
Okay.
I was listening to it, and I was like, "Oh no!" Like he won game 1 by the time I was like getting the food in the drive-through. I get home like eating it. He's like blitzing the. I'm like, please have them show a backup game because I am eating and I kind of need to use the bathroom. I kind of want to let my dog out too, and like
It was too. It was too,
DKP was just like.
just
Yeah,
moving
I
and
never.
grooving.
DKP was playing lightning style. That was. I
He
mean, and
was.
I think that's kind of fun because I think sometimes. I mean, as somebody that plays less control decks, playing against a control player when they're playing slow is actually the 5th circle of hell because it's just maddening when they're doing evasions. But DKP was like, that was
He's in tune. You can tell he's on another level.
Tsukiyomi.
He's switched on. He's on another level, man, and he's very in tune with that strategy, and he's absolutely cooking. But speaking of cooking, it looks like we have the detectives are back in the fray and on the play. And in this position, it looks like you are in a much more comfortable spot. You are representing the Prince Philip shift. You have a character that can sing. You have all the energy and momentum, and Garrick has a lot of cards in hand as well. So maybe you can find a Clarabelle time.
If you wanted to show the picture of Matt Hash fumbles posted the inkink.team website, you could go on there and scroll to the bottom. Easiest way probably to show the people, but it is kind of insane.
I'm gonna pull.
It's kind of crazy.
I'm gonna pull this up. Let's
The
go.
likeness.
And speaking of, we can do a little plug here. Ink Inc. is doing a tournament, and this is kind of why we're doing this. It's going to be practice for that, as we will all be there for that tournament in the broadcast booth again. So I will pull this up. Actually, let's pull the whole thing up while we got a little bit of time. I mean, if that's okay, if I could be so bold. I mean, this is the unofficial stream, so we can kind of talk about this. Why is my face covered in so much chat? What's going on? Let's get the chat up out of here for just a brief moment. If I
Do
could
not
be so
censor
bold.
JDZ.
All right. So here is the Ink Inc. Wilds Unknown. It's going to be a smaller rendition of the Ink Inc. event. It's still going to be a complete vibe. So if you guys can make it there, make sure you make it there. The DMV region representing themselves always quite nice. So like I said, Katie, myself, and Garrick will be there. Garrick, you got to get a new picture in there for sure. That one's done.
Yeah,
500.
I got a new
good.
one.
It's
I got
chopped.
a new one.
Get it out of
okay.
there, man. Let's
Why
lock
are your
in on
dimensions
that.
off?
I
Like,
don't run the
why'd you squish your
website.
thing that like that's not the size of your face. That's
Let's lock in if we can be so bold
That's
on
what
there.
the picture looked like.
All right, so here's Matt Hash here. Can I get an embiggen on that? I don't know if you guys can see this gentleman here, and then let's see if we can get a dual presentation here. So everyone, just lock this gentleman here in your mind. This Matt H gentleman here, and I'm quickly going to do a quick little switch. Let's do a quick little switch back. How do I switch back here? Lock that in your mind, in your mind's eye, and then we have this. Oh, I can't show them both. Hold on, how am I going to do this? Let me figure this out. It's a little puzzle here. Let me figure out this puzzle, and I think I can do this. So we got the Ink Inc. here. This gentleman right there. You locked in? Boom. Same guy.
Oh, Matt, what are you doing here?
He's there. You can't convince me otherwise that they're not the same person.
Matt passed, not Matt Hash.
Matt future, Matt past. I mean, how fun is that?
Yeah.
Matt's son. Matt's like, that's my French son. Get him off screen right now. I'm trying to.
He's
not
in
blow
witness.
up my
He's in
spot.
witness protection. That's my boy.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Garrick? You killing?
He's the one on camera in France. You should have told him to chill.
He thought he was good. He's not still
We're gonna
good.
have to relocate Matt of France. France, Matt. I do see some results rolling in. I was looking at the tcg.ravensburger.play/events/5120106, and there are results coming in. So people are playing.
In the dark with their flashlights on.
Brazil, the sun never sets on Sao Paulo, so they're good.
They're hanging tough. They're making it. They're making the best of it. And I know how difficult this has to be as someone, like I said, I try to run a lot of productions. This is basically my job at this point. If I had to say I had a job, it would be digital Lorcana streamer and tournament producer. And I know how frustrating that can be when you are setting up the tournament, you're hoping everything goes well, and then things out of your reach kind of takes you out of that situation. So I hope they can get it solved. I know there are a lot of people on bated breath. Hopefully that we can catch this stream happen. So shout out to all the producers and everyone who's trying to make this thing pop off down there. But unfortunate situations are always going to just remain unfortunate.
So I have a thing to say. There are 3 Judy Hopps uncovering clues on the board, and I think this is why people say Detectives is not the best build, because Judy Hopps herself, she can't necessarily get combo pieces. She can go and find maybe some Basils that do some discard, but Garrick has so many cards. So I just feel like this Judy is one of those things where, all right, we can look up 3 over and over again. There's Flat-Footed Detective, so that's something, but this Judy I think is interesting. I've never seen 3 Judys on the board at the same time.
Katie, you watch your mouth.
Right there.
You don't say anything bad about my Judy Hopps. I'm kidding. But you're right.
Judy.
And and you missed twice. Yikes. And you send some powerful units to the bottom of your deck. It does feel bad. Okay, that does feel quite terrible, as you do have the focus. No, excuse me. You do have the Basil. We're going to bounce the Hades back to the hand, which kind of feels bad a little bit. You're going to give your opposition a few more cards, but that could be setting up for a potential Clarabelle that you have next turn. Let's see if we slam this Hades, or we got the Sapphire Hades as well.
I will say that is one of the more diabolical naming things. We have Basil on the other side as practice detective. Then we have Basil undercover detective. And then there's a shift Basil. He's a disguise detective. So that is one of the more fun things when a Basil comes down being like, what detective are you?
Be something else, man. You're more than a detective, I think. You can be a sleuth.
He is the great detective. I mean, I think that is kind of...
I guess you're right. Fair.
So, someone said, is Legit Quigley in disguise? Is he a disguised Quigley?
It might be. So we got Quigley versus Mad Hash. Big Elsa is going to come through. We're talking Sao. Spirit of Winter hits the board, freezes those 2 Judy Hopps. So you get 1 exertion of a Judy Hopps this turn, and we have that Basil available to rip a card from hand. But at this point, is it even worth it? You're sending the Clarabelle to the bottom of the deck as well. So these Judy Hoppses are absolutely failing you in this scenario, Katie. I think you jinxed them. Not gonna lie.
Well, and I think I asked people, I was like, why would you play one or the other? And the answer is you have a better mid game. But the other thing they said is the downside is, your goal is to get to these very nice, powerful combo pieces. And Judy absolutely gets you further and further away in some ways from those combo pieces. And I'm talking about Prince Philip, the warded one, Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, Malicious, Mean, and Scary. You're just putting them further and further down, maybe getting closer to it. So, I mean, maybe glass half empty. But Fumbles is saying the Judys are doing great. The heck? So this is what Judy's meant to do. And honestly, you might win. I mean, you might just win off the fact you have a wide board and no board wipe. So I think Judy's doing fine.
Yeah, she's crushing. She's doing her thing.
It can feel silly to not do plan A, but I think that's the plan B is just you have a nice solid mid-range deck and then against someone with no board wipes. That still gets the job done.
Yeah, I do have to give Fumbles a shout out because I think he has a great ability to evaluate cards and positions.
He does.
So usually when I find myself in disagreement with Fumbles, I'm like, oh, am I wrong? A lot of people don't make me think that way, but I know Fumbles like, hey, you gotta, I don't know, I don't agree with what you're saying. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong because I think he has a good feel for that type of thing. But I do see what you're saying though, Katie. Just sending all my pieces to the bottom, they are still questing, they are still gaining lore, and you send another Clarabelle to the bottom of the deck. You hate to see it. You need the cow in your hand as we find another. We're talking quadruple Judy Hopps is going to be on the board as you sent so many good stuff. You would love to get a Clarabelle here while Garrick's hand is just chocked full.
That's enough.
Oh, we just win the game. Never mind. What are we doing? We'll
that's
BM
what I'm
there.
saying. He just said, I'm done. I said, that's enough. All right. And I mean, my goodness. So I guess the answer is, that plan A of the deck? No, but plan B works. And I think the best decks have plan A, plan B, and even a plan C, because I mean, ultimately you don't always have your, you didn't, in this case, you didn't need it. Cause at the end of the day, having 3 pretty well statted bodies on the board that keep getting you cards. Are they great cards? Are they the crown jewels? No, but they're detectives, which are cards, which kept him in the game. And we know young Matt Hash has no board wipe.
Yeah, he can't combat you. We did see that big Elsa, the Spirit of Winter. She was able to hit the board and help out a little bit, but that just wasn't going to be enough. And it is Vaniquer. That's winner.
Victor, yeah. Vanquisher of opponent. Vanquisher of Matt Hash.
Vanquisher of the Dobolinskis.
That's us. We're commentators.
Le or la? Or is it la or le? Le?
I think it depends on the genderification of it. I think it's la.
I never. That's the part I never really fully understood about certain language when it talks in terms of gendered things. How do you determine what's which? You just have to remember that off the dome every time.
Yeah. Which is, but here's the thing. Garrick speaks Spanish, and the reason I know this is because we went to Epcot and we were ordering some nachos. And I order mine. I'm waiting for my food. Behind me, I hear just an entire conversation in Spanish. Because Garrick was like, I am in the Mexico Pavilion and I will speak, when in Rome, I will speak Roman.
Yeah.
And it was crazy.
And she was digging it.
I think you have to.
She was like, I mean, yeah, and I wasn't. You don't have to. There were so many people there, definitely not.
No,
speaking Spanish.
If you go to a place and you can speak, even if it's a little, even if it's slightly conversational, you gotta send it every single time, because 1, you get an opportunity to practice your language, and 2, you get a chance to impress someone. I think that is a party trick that I have as well. I am semi-fluent in Tagalog.
Every single time.
Every single time,
dude.
I have to.
And I was shocked at Gen Con. You were like, yeah, we gotta go here. I was like. You're like, yeah, I love Filipino food. I was like, yeah, it's good. Let's get some lumpia, whatever. And then you just start breaking it down crazy style. The grandma in the back was like shocked. She had to come up and talk to you.
Yeah.
Everybody that was working there was just floored. They were huddled together, and I was like,
I would do it. Yeah, if I had the power to make an entire group of like 40-year-old women go, oh my God, I would always be. I'd go to any restaurant where I could be like, guess what? I think your language is cool and I know it and I like your food, because that's just a cool feeling, right? To have somebody come up and be like, I know what you're up to over there and I like it.
And that did kind of happen to me too. I was at the airport, and whenever I travel, I'm always traveling like Disney gear and had the Disney Crocs on. I'm just Disneyed up through the airport, and everyone like assumes I'm going to Disney World or whatever because I'm just in the vibe. And I was in the line, and these 2 Filipino ladies were behind me, and they were just roasting the hell out of me, right? They were just saying like, they're talking about my shoes, they're talking about my shirt, they're talking like, they're just giving it to me, and I could hear everything they were saying, and I could understand what they were saying. And I turn around and I started just talking back to him like, hey, you know what I'm saying? This is how basically why you got to make fun of me kind of thing. And then they was like, oh my God, my God, it's so hard. I'm so sorry. I can't believe it. It was one of those things.
That's a fun moment.
That's like a dream moment for a lot of people for sure.
As a paranoid person, I will be like, do you think people think I look stupid?
And now the answer is yes, and they are saying it in another language about you specifically, JD.
They were going to my Crocs. They were like, oh, why are his shoes so big? And they were going after me, dude. I was like, dang, dude. I'm like, what am I doing to you, man?
Chill on me, bro. Chill.
Can you relax, buddy? Okay.
Breathe.
Okay. But we're still holding out hope. I have not seen the official stream return.
I think I just saw it go live now.
Did you?
It just went live.
Let me hit him with a refresh one time.
There are only 3 people, so it's me and 2 other people in there. Now
I'm
it
locked
is
in.
the Be Back
I'm with you.
screen.
I'm with you. Okay, I'm with you. Watch now, 3 viewers. We'll be right back, and we'll be right back.
Why are they not streaming under the Disney Lorcana thing? Are they now or not?
They switched over. They were under straight poker last time.
They were straight pokered up. Okay.
Yeah. But it's
good. They switched over. Good.
Now we're back. We're actually in Disney Lorcana. We're back in the realm of Lorcana, and that's all you could ever ask for as we're holding it down. So cool. Stream is live, and we're back. So it's going to be Garrick and Katie in the next round. So I'll kick it here for a little while, and then once we get started, I will gracefully bow out of this thing, and I'll let you guys absolutely own and operate the broadcast. If it falls apart, just shoot me a message and I'll return. I'm probably gonna hop back into bed and go to sleep. I'm kidding. I won't do no such thing. I'll probably just sit here the entire time. But also, just keep you guys in mind if you are on YouTube as well. If you're on Twitch, make sure you open the YouTube up. Let's just quadruple tab this thing. Let's just get more support over to the Podcana. We got YouTube going as well. We have this stream as well. I can post a link to the official stream. Just open it up and just help them out. I think that just goes a long way in terms of eyeballs and viewership or whatever, if that's something that you're interested in. So YouTube, Podcana, we can get the link to that in the chat. And also the Copag Official is going to be where we are restreaming this from. We are at our homes. I'm in Washington. Katie is in the Great Illuminary. Garrick is also in the Whispers in the Well. He's in the well right now, and we're all having a good time.
I am. It's quite dark in here, and it's cold, actually. I put the AC on because I was like, I'm a little warm upstairs, and now I'm chilly because I also put shorts on, so maybe I absolutely cooked myself, but I look profesh from the waist up, and that's what matters. I would, again, like to shout out everybody that is watching. Like 250 people here that's sticking it through, even though the stream went down on the official side for so long. If you haven't yet, you're enjoying what you're seeing, leave a follow for JDZ Quest here. Follow him. He's got great streams coming all the time as they absolutely crashed on their end again. And if you're over on YouTube, got 122 people watching, 20 likes on the stream right now. We can get that to at least 50. There's 122 of you. Just drop a like. It takes literally no effort, and it helps out so much. It really does. So follow over here on Twitch, like over there, subscribe over there on YouTube. It really helps us out a lot and lets us know that you guys are rocking with what you're seeing. So appreciate you all hanging out.
Don't be disappointed, but I did not like the stream until right now.
Whoa.
I'm bugging, dude. I'm bugging, dude. I'm bugging. You got me, dude.
Like 25 to 27.
You got me, dude. I was like, oh man, I'm good. He's not talking to me. I look over there, thumb is unilluminated. Actually insane. Can't believe it. What am I even doing? First day on the job. Actual noob-like behavior. Easiest thumbs up of my life, dude. There you go.
Yeah, I'm unfollowing and canceling my sub.
Please. It's funny because it's just like I support. I'm in the Podcana Patreon. That's a vibe over there. I'm in the Podcana Discord, which I need that to start doing something. You guys got to work.
We need some help with the Discord. If there are volunteers out there that just want to help us run it, I don't have time. Sky does not have time, but we want the Discord to be something.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a brave soul out there that's like, I'd love to manage your entire Discord for you. Send me a message and maybe we could work together.
We can make something happen. Same. My Discord is also quite cooked. If you guys would like to join both of those Discords, JDZ Quest Discord is open and available. You guys can get in there. We're going to start doing more with it. But like Eric says, I'm not the best social media or Discord person, and it's still going to be a great time. But coming on through, we still have more happening. We have the stream is now back. Everything is active. We are all ready. It looks like the dust is flowing through the Great Illuminary as the time has begun. But do you guys want to kind of really quickly, while we're waiting on this to happen, we can go over some of the new cards that are coming out in the next set, because Wilds Unknown is literally right around the corner. This is the last weekend of Winter Spell. Winter is over. We're getting wild with it. We're sticking together. What are some of the cards that you guys are most excited for in this next set coming up?
Woody Jungle Guide is what I'm excited for. I'm excited to go 1, cost Woody. 2, Nala or something, whatever. Something that quests for 3. 3, shift Woody, quest for 2, draw a card, play a bodyguard for free, turn 4, Dale. So now my Woody's a 5/5, my bodyguard's a 4/4, my Dale's a 4/4, my Nala's a 2/2, and you lost, pal.
Yeah, the game is basically over.
Thunderbolt. Who knows? Strength of Raging Fire or something. I'm really excited to do that. Play Amber Steel aggro. If you guys love doing that in Fabled, we might be so back.
I think you might be cooking. What about you, Katie? Anything that's got your brain going? Anything that you're looking to cook in this next set?
I was excited because I was like, oh, he didn't say my card, but then he still said my card somehow, which was crazy.
What card?
Dale, I'm excited about that Dale. Yeah, I was like, oh, well. But either way, I mean, it's good that we're excited about the same thing. But that Dale, it also says Wonkus in the Bonkus, Conkus in the Bonkus. Hey, he's bonkus in the crunkus, you know? And I think that's going to be very fun. There's lots of amber cards that play with the willpower. So obviously, Sisu exists, Brawl exists, yada, 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 Infinity, but we're not always talking about Infinity. We could be talking about Core. I want to have fun with it. I'm not excited about all the. I didn't realize how many spooky toys there were until I was looking through Ruby last night.
Lots of them.
Lots of spooky. Jingle Joe.
Jingle
Makes
Joe
me
is going to
feel-
haunt my nightmares. Yeah.
Yeah, Jingle Joe, Hand in the Box. So I'm happy they did that because like it's fun, right? It's fun to have some spooky little things, but you know, when you get a foil baby head, people are opening packs like I got foil baby head. That is
I'm just
insane.
glad it
I
didn't
like
add the
Jingle
one with
Joe.
the fishing line and the legs.
Yes,
That one
yeah,
always
that
got
was.
me. That one I remember watching
Don't
Toy
like
Story when it
that.
first came out. I was like, "Oh, can we not?" When we went to Sid's room, I was just like, "Bro, get
Back
me
up.
out of here, dude. I do not want to be." I felt so terrified for Woody and all the things he was going through trying to get up out of Sid's area over there, but yeah, Sid's on another level, and even so much so when I saw them reveal the Sid card, I was just like, man, this thing's kind of scary looking. I'm a grown man. Sid's fake. Okay, it still kind of got me a little bit from the angle of which he was
I do
staring
think
down.
It's Sid Trashman from the third film.
That'd be
where
hilarious.
he's just
I
Floodborne.
do have a
Yeah.
deep cut.
Yeah, go
Floodborne
ahead.
Sid Trash Man. That's not Floodborne. That's just Storyborn.
I'm the trash man.
Yeah,
That's
that is
true.
actually him. But my deep cut is the one that I think is interesting. That is very boring. Is a 3-cost location, the Fat Cats Club, because I wonder. We saw that CCQ win at Glimmer Games, and it's just like how annoying can you be with locations? Like if you abandon the Strength of a Raging Fire line and you go pure. I'm just gonna get lore forever. I'm wondering if this is like the advent, and even like Ruby Steel locations. I'm just wondering, with the advent of new locations this set, will we see location decks get more legs?
At the Fat
Katie, what are your
Cats
some of
Club.
the cards? Fat Cat Club.
Fat Cats
Um,
Club. I've been
what are you excited?
I've been really kind of taking an interest in the Infinity format, and I've been kind of seeing what cards can be played there. And I believe there are multitude of very consistent OTK combos now that are made readily available due to some of the cards that are coming out with this new set. So I'm interested to kind of explore some of that stuff and try that. Ruby and Emerald gets a very big bump coming into this set. So Buzz Lightyear is quite interesting. That new Hercules is looking interesting. Lenny is looking really cool to me as a card that I really would like to try to
Yes.
build. But the first deck that I have already attempted to build, and it's not going well. Okay, the experiment is not happening, is my Mr. Incredible Maximus strategy. Okay, I've tried it. It's not going well. I was cooking. It's kind of cooking a little bit, and when it happens fast. Like if you go Mr. Incredible into Maximus, you gain that 5. Play another Maximus, you gain you gain 10 your next turn, you're at 15. But I think the format is going to be rapid. This thing is moving fast, and it's going to be hard to deploy a strategy like that within the time constraints. But do one of you have the link to where we can find those cards on the website? I can't seem to find
Yeah,
that
I have it
one
in
link.
I have it like
If-
ready because I was looking at it.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you can send that in, I can we can kind of talk about that while we wait on the stream to come back and just kind of
I
go
did
over
reach
some of these
out
cards.
to some people at the venue, and they said the Wi-Fi is down, but the power is cooking. So I do think it's possible that we see round 3 pairings go up. So the tournament is continuing, but we don't have that coverage because it's the Wi-Fi issue, and so much of the equipment is dependent
Okay.
on Wi-Fi.
But this is them right here. So I am on the Copac official now.
I'm just letting people know because I've heard
Gotcha.
people say like, "Oh, the whole power's down." Tournament's not stopped, but the stream itself is
Gotcha.
having issues.
We gotta hit with the news reporter music. Field reporter Katie.
It was Zelda. She came in and she's like, Justin, I was calling my friends." Anyway, she's gone.
All right. Oh, wrong page here. So actually, I
Is this
put it
the
on
one you
the.
wanted?
This is the wrong I wanted. I
Oh.
wanted, but I just opened on one of my wrong screen. I wanted this on this screen, and my computer just elected to do its own thing. No big deal. We're still cooking. I'll just do a little quick copy and paste, and we are on our way back. So boom, bam, bop, boom, and then we can go back to the Copac official.
Boom, bop, boom,
There,
bop, boom, bop, bam.
boom, bop, bing, bop,
Kind of
boom,
stuff
bop,
I'm
bam.
on,
There you go.
You wouldn't understand.
All right, so here it is as the image gallery and your Sao Paulo champion. Oh, sorry. As I see Brazilian Baker there. Got the nice outfit on. Got the tie clip.
they're
You
back?
guys can see it. They're. We're gonna go back here for just a brief moment
Okay,
before we pull up some of those cards we were talking about. But this is where they are. I think they are back. We're back into the dojo. They got the Lumiere and the Cogsworth back there. That looks so cool.
That
I
is
want
very
that
nice.
now.
And the aliens look.
Do you
like a
have those?
promise
Those
me.
are you get those at Disney World. I have the Cogsworth.
Do you really?
You got Cogsworth, no Lumiere.
Well, I'm working on it. Let me get
Okay,
the
okay,
whole
okay.
team assembled. I
Is it
love
is it a
Lumiere
functioning?
that
Is it
would-
an actual functioning clock though?
It is, yes.
That's awesome.
That is
Yeah.
really cool.
That's
And
kind
you
of
can
quite
get the
huge.
chip teacup there. I need a Lumiere actual like candlestick guy that I can light up and put new candles in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then need the whole Mrs. Teapot set. I might as well get the wardrobe. Just have my whole house be like, why are all of your why does everything in
really
your
like-
house have a face and
Look at
eyes?
Sebastian.
He's just
You guys
walking
see
around.
Sebastian here?
That is Sebastian right there on the.
Yeah, but he's space planted. This is Sebastian. He killed the stream.
He's under the sea right now. He's like, oh my goodness. But Garrick's just walking.
That
I can
Mickey
see.
water bottle at the bottom kind of giving Kingdom Hearts a little
It is.
bit.
Yeah, I would like Garrick's Enchanted Library, and
I
then you
wanna
have a
s-
wing where you go.
I want to see Garrick walking through his house with all of his Beauty and the Beast stuff, and he's just dressed like the Beast, and he's got like a cape on. He's just like all sad, like
Let's
moping around.
bring capes back. What do we think? Like
He goes to his stream room
Baker's
and
on
goes,
the vibe.
That's
No
the
capes,
East
dude.
Wing.
End the mode, dude.
We
No
never
capes, bro.
go. We never
Abs-
go. to
Edna
the
doesn't
East
know
Wing.
what she's talking about. This is a fashion statement.
Nah,
Maybe
Edna's
not for
spitting.
superheroes.
It's a
I think-
safety issue, Garrick.
What are we doing with the capes? I think Edna's spitting. I think she's absolutely factual. Like, why are
I
we?
gotta disagree with her.
Firmly?
Capes make such a great silhouette. They make you look so much more heroic. They have utility. It's never really Superman's never really had a problem with it, but he's
If-
also like Superman. So
if your name is
you
not,
know,
if your name is not exactly Batman, take the cape off. That's it.
no,
That's it.
imagine Superman no cape.
He'd
He's
be
a fraud.
thugging. He'd be fine, dude.
No, the cape
He'd
brings
be
the whole outfit
fine.
together. It brings the
What
whole
are you
outfit
doing with
together.
this cape? You look silly, man. You're a silly Billy. Take it
No,
off.
if you're not wearing a cape, then you're just wearing a onesie, and that's even sillier.
I mean, he can put some Jinkos on. Let's get some baggy gear. You don't have to wear a skin tight leotard if out there saving the world. Like wear some cargos and some
You
dungarees or
do.
something.
He doesn't eat his macros and do all his workouts
Crazy.
every single day, not to show
Insane.
off the shredded
We should
muscular.
think about these outfits are for safety and like it's for coolness. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're having tight clothes so it doesn't get caught on anything. So if you're wearing tight clothes and then you put on a cape, you've negated the safety that
No,
you
it's
did.
it's aura. It's aura.
Farming. All right,
Nah.
never
It
mind.
makes you
Nah.
more heroic. The cape billowing in the wind as you're
Bro, I don't.
hovering above somebody you're about to demolish.
You know,
Come on.
I don't
Cat,
care. I
back
don't
me
care
up.
who you are. If you're putting your underpants on the outside of your actual pants, you've lost all the
Criminal
plot, man.
behavior.
There's no redeeming from that.
Right to jail.
It's straight to jail.
way.
Agreed.
I'm gonna pull my superhero card here and say
Please.
you're both wrong.
Okay.
And
Thanks.
your opinions have been disregarded.
That's
But
fair.
thank you for voicing them.
Very fair. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But you just got at least you had to hear what I had to say, and that's all I
Yeah,
ever ask.
and
Yeah,
that's the thing is
I
Garrick
always
will
hear you
listen to
out.
Yeah, Garrick will listen to you, but then he'll say wrong, and
Yeah.
that's why we like it.
Let's not
Listen.
bring back the Fantasia discussion.
Oh,
again,
no.
because I'm ready to go for another hour if you guys are.
That Fantasia discussion has been removed from the records. Okay, we're not even going to discuss that, Garrick.
Not
I can't
even
believe you
on
brought
the
it up.
internet anymore.
It's been exposed.
actually
Okay.
been-
Turns out that was the most controversial topic that has ever entered the zeitgeist.
Yeah, absolutely just taken immediately offline. But that being said, all of the people out here at Brazil are absolutely dripped out, iced out, looking clean, looking fresh. But
Beautiful
we
hair.
are we are as well.
Yeah, we're doing
We
okay.
are.
I am-
Is that gelatoni?
Is that
Does he have
that
gelatoni on his wrist?
gelatoni on my wrist? I don't know. What is
Yeah,
he drip there?
Yeah, is that a gelatoni on my wrist? How much that set you back? I think on bucket hat alumineer, there's a gelatoni. Just hang it on for dear life. Either that
If
or
you have to
someone-
ask, you can't afford it already.
I can't- I am. I'm sorry. I am not
Gelatoni
familiar
sighting,
with your
gelatoni
game. Dude.
sighting.
I am-
Um,
That's what I would have to say there. But I'm looking
Yeah.
so we can go back to this meta again about the couch sitting meta, and we see that two Illuminators are deploying the leg across leg, and we
Got
see
to.
leg
But if you're-
across
yeah.
low leg here. I think this might be B tier. Okay, I think this is
If you're in the
strong.
middle, you're kind of getting boxed out here. You're kind of getting boxed out by the two on the right and the left. If you go leg up, you might not have enough space.
Yeah.
He's trying to, acquiesce to everybody else's needs.
Extremely smart though to use a prop though.
Yeah.
I love the stitch on the lap.
Yes,
that's you can't go legs crossed.
Yeah, prop is a meta buster, dude. I never even considered prop to just block my whole mid region, because that's the problematic area. I'm talking from knees to navel. I think is a spot that you just don't want to have exposed at this particular angle. And I think if you go giant stitch, it's going to just draw the eye right to the stitch instead of that mid region where you just don't want to be featured there. So I do like this approach from mid, but I don't like ankle crossover ankle. That just opens up a lot of counterplay lines from your opposition there. I'd
love a sit up straight type action here. Yeah. We're leaning back, maybe lean forward a little bit.
Yeah, especially mid. Yeah, mid guy.
Yeah, mid guy could
lean over on the stitch.
He could. Yeah.
I think that might be the play too. I like that, and I must concur. So I kind of want to also. I got some notes on Baker here, Brazilian Baker, looking at their position. I think they're going. BB. Yeah, I think they're going legs open but heels touching. I don't know if I like that at all. I don't know if I like that play at all. We'll see if they change it up.
Type, not a pirouette. What's it called when they do that
I think
maneuver?
It's pirouette.
Plie?
Yeah, it's a plie.
Thank you. No, okay.
It's a plie, 100%.
Me and Garrick, we talk about ballet a lot.
Do you really?
We do.
Top 5 ballet. Name your top 5 ballets. Fake fan. Fake fan.
Well, you didn't even give me a chance.
Fake fan.
Long length, obviously. The
Long length, the Nutcracker. Those are the only two I know.
Fake fan, dude.
If I just started saying stuff, you'd be like, "Oh, okay." Like I could have just said anything, and you'd have been like, "Dang, I didn't know Garrick knew ball like that."
That's the direction I was going. It's just fake it till you make it. He doesn't speak French. We learned that.
Dude, what if you would have just rattled off like 10 ballets right there?
I gotta say, I really like the depth and emotionality and just start.
Yeah, we'd be like, I just went to a ballet last week. You just dropped like 10 ballets back to back. I think that would have been so clean, dude. I'd have had to eat all kinds of crow there, as these Illuminators are
dropping ballerinas.
Oh, you don't know about Natasha Krinakovsky, dude? She is the goated ballet. What is it called? A balletist? That's crazy.
No, it's a prima donna. No, that's or opera.
Opera.
Prima ballerina.
What is someone who does ballet is a what? Is it just ballet dancer? It's got to be a name for it.
No, it's
a ballerina.
It's a ballerina.
You were saying it so much you broke my brain.
It's a ballerina. What are we doing?
Yeah. They've never come up with a name for it.
It's early. Oh, we got a segment.
A walkthrough.
Let's go.
Man,
let me turn the sound up a little bit so I can get some of this.
Em São Paulo, primeiro evento de Disney Lorcana no Brasil. Aqui tá tendo Learn to Play, tá tendo side events, tá tendo a competição propriamente dita e o streaming que tá acontecendo.
And I don't know why it went that way, but people were like, "You're not allowed to have tattoos." So I'm like, "What?" So I really like knowing that the chat decided you're not allowed to have tattoos, and I was in violation. And
again. Gotta shout out the fit here, going absolutely crazy. It's a classic, but you can't beat a classic. That's why it's a classic. Love the earrings too, the smile, the glasses. She's killing it.
Concur. I think I want to say that this is a bound of some type. I'm not sure
it's a
what
Wendy Darling bound.
What the bound could be.
They said we have an even bigger stitch. You saw the big one on screen earlier. How about we triple it and give it to the next guy?
Oh, she's getting active.
Oh, whoa! Oh, I thought we were about to go. I thought we were about to drone up. I was like, whoa! They're actually going crazy out there.
Oh man, that was dope.
Your match is actually a drone over it, and you just the entire time you're playing, you hear, you're like, please, can we not have the drone over me while I play?
Can we stop if we could? All right, so we're still holding out hope. You guys are not missing anything. We are still in between rounds. I believe the rounds are getting paired up. Katie, can you hear me? Mayday, I can't hear. Oh, let me see. Let me make sure that we're still good to go. I can't hear Garrick. I can't hear Katie.
I'm back. Hello.
Garrick's back.
Hello.
Katie's back. Okay.
It was a Discord issue. Just Discord died for everyone on Earth for 2 seconds.
Okay.
That happens. It's called the blip, and we survived.
Shout out to the blip.
man, I am very. We are going into round 3. A legend Gary says, "Hey, what round are we going to do? We're going into round 3. We've had round 2. I believe we have 8 rounds, and then cut to top something.
No, 8 rounds. 8. We're going to 8 rounds, and then play 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then we're cut to top 32.
Oh, I got a message saying that they cut after 8 rounds. But maybe
I mean, I think that to make day 2, I think you still have to have a certain win record or a certain loss record.
Everybody that can't make it. So it's not cut to top. It's just cut to get out.
Cut to get out of here. Cut to don't show up, or cut to side events. Cut to go pack rush type beat.
Yeah, you're done here.
You're done.
Cutting you off. You had fun, but there's no.
Cut to you had enough.
You don't have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Well, you can stay here, but.
Yeah, you
not here. You could stay over there.
Other tables.
Cut to tables, if you're at these tables, don't show up anymore. You're done. Type B.
Yeah.
So.
And Ravensburger Playhub does say eliminated, which I think is very fun when your name goes from like.
That's scary.
It is when you're eliminated. I'm like, valid. That is. How else would you describe it? Banished? You're not banished. You're just eliminated.
Yeah.
It's hurtful.
You're an inkwell.
But it's true, and you have to learn to accept the truth that sometimes you're eliminated. But then you get to go run the numbers up on the side events. And that's called a tournament.
You grind for some tickets. You get yourself a pin, an Elsa one. I don't have. I'm rocking Cinderella.
You did leave early, by the way. So let's not be too sad.
You
literally skipped the entire second day of the DLC. So
I did. I was sad. Like, I can't be a little bummed that you scrubbed out.
No, you were eliminated. You didn't scrub out. You were just eliminated prematurely.
Right. Literally, they should have your profile picture. You should have a picture that you have to send in, or you get your picture taken at the DLC. And then once you are out, you get access to a video that is everyone's face. Walk with me here. It's like The Incredibles. Their face comes up, eliminated. Their face comes up, eliminated. With the person that beat you, like the robot that killed the super, and then you're the most recent one. I
think people will like that. People are going to love that. It's going to feel good. It's going to help mental health, I think.
Yeah, I agree. But it would be awesome to do that and have, like, the winner be,
the top dog, dude. I made it like
kind of thick.
That'd be kind of nice. That would be nice, but that'd be such a hard feat to pull off. Maybe there's some kind of program that can do it for you.
Thoughts on a DLC balloon lady? So when you run in a Disney marathon, they have these pace cards, these ladies that, like, if you fall behind them, they take you. They say you're done. And so basically, the balloon ladies are at the tables, and if you fall below the balloon ladies' record, they're like, unfortunately, you have to get on the bus. I mean, they won't take you to
I've heard stories about people who have I've never ran the Disney Marathon, but I've heard that the Disney balloon ladies cause so much stress to people who are not, like, capable runners that it's almost like not worth doing it because it's so stressful. Because if you stop to eat some food, if you go take a bathroom break, you tie your shoes, in the back of your mind there is a lady who is slowly coming towards you, and if she gets to you, you're done.
Like 3 ladies. There's 3 ladies in a line.
They're right behind me.
No, like, I did a half marathon, and you would hear balloon ladies are like a quarter mile. Balloon lady sighted, and you're like, no, because, like, you can see sometimes at other vantage points.
If they see you, if you're like 5 or 6 steps ahead of them, do they just, like, kick it into high gear for just if they lock in for a split second?
I bet people feel like it. They're like, slow down.
And I wonder I wonder what their vibe is. Like, are they going for bodies or are they going for the vibe? Like, if they're close to you and you're fine, like, will they let you go on, or will, like, no, I got to get my quota, buddy. I'm trying to put you out of here. I'm burying you. I'm at 9:30 a mile. 9:30. What's their pace? I wonder. What kind of pace are they pushing?
16-minute mile. So, like, it's very generous.
Yeah.
But I mean, mind you, you don't have to. You have the opportunity to meet a character every mile, so it's easy to fall behind. What is Sporky doing here?
Hold up, let me turn this up. Let me crank some volume real quick. They're dropping some merch.
Yeah. What are we seeing?
Oh, it's in English, so we can hear.
Who poisoned the maid of honor?
Oh, this is great. You guys, can you guys hear this?
There's a package for you. Oh, thank you. Hi there, I'm Lily Pad.
Oh, this is the trailer for Toy Story 5, I want to say. 4.
5. Oh yeah, we're up to 5.
5 or 4?
5. It's 5.
Bonnie, screen time's over now.
Okay.
I want to talk to you, Device.
Oh, this is so
Call me
good.
Lily.
Me and the toys have been working all summer to try and get Bonnie to make friends.
Yeah.
But then you had to ruin
Got
it.
it.
You're not even listening to me.
I'm always listening. See?
Now look here. Me and the toys have been working all summer.
Now in Spanish.
Con los gemelos Jordan. Al otro lado del
What?
Yeah, I got dibs on behind the dresser.
Me.
Jesse,
I think they were all facing the same
Is
direction.
it as
to watch
bad
it.
out there?
Oh,
as
yeah,
boys
we're like,
as
oh,
the
like-
scene is?
We're finding
Yeah,
more
we're all
abandoned
looking the
toys
same
each
way.
day.
Tex invaded our house, too.
I don't know, Jesse. Toys are for play, but tech is for everything.
I'm losing Bonnie to this device.
You got a friend. Came here as fast as I could.
Don't do it to him, Randy.
Dress, Woody. It's called a poncho, Forky.
Oh, someone needs a brown marker.
Halt! Who goes there? Whoa, whoa, whoa! I come in peace.
It's been too long, cowboy.
What are you? Some sort of old man toy?
What?
She thinks you're old because you're bald, Woody.
Bonnie needs help from someone at least from the same century. So long, toys.
Getting copyright struck because of this.
We're gonna need backup.
Probably. I think it'll be all right. Well, maybe not.
100%. You just cooked the whole YouTube feed.
Wait, hold up. No, it's a trailer. You can watch trailers, right?
Is to make a child happy.
I don't know.
No clue.
Bonnie still needs us. Come on, Boo.
This is our reaction to a trailer. I think we're good. I honestly think we're
I
good.
think I can do it.
I think
Nice poncho.
Yeah, our reaction is debating whether or not we can watch it.
I mean, that's a reaction, all right?
That is a reaction. for
Oh
sure.
man, I am so sorry. I didn't even think about that. I did not
No,
know
you
that
did,
this
you
was
did.
a part of what was going to happen.
You're good.
I mean, you never know when
good.
Randy Newman's going to be there, and when he is, you
I think we're good. I think you can watch. I think you
That
can
is
watch
Tony.
trailers.
Anyway, yeah.
I think you can.
Oh,
But
they're actually sending Mr. YouTube to my house right now. We're done.
but you also could just clip it out of there. But oh no, Edmund Chu, my goat. I'll let you guys have it though. I'll let
Sorry,
you guys have
pal.
it.
It's my
I'll
goat
watch
now.
though. I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
He's our goat because
All
this
right.
is USA. USA. So does USA have to win for the bingo?
Yes, we
USA
did a
has to
bingo.
win. Has to
Good.
win on stream.
All right, Ed. This is so important.
All
This
right.
is for all the bingo.
I'll bid you guys adieu. Have a good round. I'll be back when it's over.
Thanks, sir.
When it's over, that's the time I count. Oh, it's gone.
I
But either way.
quest again.
All right. So it looks like they were flirting with a little Ed Chu
They
on
pump
stream.
faked us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's valid. I think they were just saying like you don't want to miss this. Do not touch that dial because Edmund Chu, our North American champion, our Singapore, right?
Taipei.
Taipei, my goodness. Taipei champion, our DLC Fort Worth champion. Will it be
North
our Sao
American
Paulo?
Championship. I
Yeah.
mean, he's absolutely out here crushing it. Spam your Ed Chu emotes in the chat right now if you are an Ed head and you know
Heads.
what's good for you. Ed heads. Spam, spam, spam your Ed support unless you're rooting against him, in which case spam the emote of his opponent.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's valid. You have access to all buttons. But I'm interested. Okay, so we talked about with DKP, will he have Blurple? I think the question for Ed is, will he be continuing the journey of Emerald Sapphire? I would say probably. He stuck to it this entire set. However, he has kind of shown that it works. Is he gonna zig? Is he gonna zig or zag or keep the course? What do you think?
I think that Edmund Chu will be running that Emerald Sapphire. He's been such a big fan of it. He likes it in this meta. We've seen that he's been able to consistently defeat the aggro strategies that are trying to take advantage of him playing control. He's been able to beat other control decks, mid-range decks. He's just one of the best players. And when you can play a hyper control deck like that, and does that count as an awkward handshake? I don't know. Potentially could have got it there at the
Does it count
beginning,
awkward?
but we take a look and it is that Emerald Sapphire strategy. As we're going to start off by inking a Vision of the Future and passing it on over. It looks like we're going up against Amethyst Steel.
And quite the start for Amethyst Steel. This is taking advantage of that underdog ability deployed in Winter Spell, where we have Christopher Robin that can be played for just 1 ink on turn 1 if you are going second, which she is. So we can take advantage of this time where Ed is not doing a lot in the early. He is just ramping with Sailor Atrite C and sending Malicious, Mean, and Scary and John Silver to the Inkwell and passing. So Jessica has some time to breathe.
Yeah, two great cards in Ed's deck for sure, but gotta ink something. It looks like we could potentially be trying to ramp up here to a Clarabelle, go with the Cinderella next turn, get up to 6 ink, play the Clarabelle, and sing Your Welcome with Cinderella might be the move that Ed is going for here. The only thing you need to worry about is the Strength of Raging Fire, but Jessica Teixeira puts a Strength of a Raging Fire into the Inkwell, so she will have to have that second one, but notably does not have a singer on board, so would have to spend her entire turn's worth of ink to do so. Oh, and she draws one off the top.
So that is diabolical behavior there, where you're going as, oh, she says,
She
I'm going to go ahead and
inks
ink
it.
it.
Wow.
And there is some thing to be said about the fact that once Ed gets to his upper end of the curve, you can take care of one target. I think she's just favoring the go wide and try to win before we get to the board wipe scenario. But that is, like you said, there's nothing that could sing it next turn. So I guess I don't like it, but it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Edmund Chu with the U in the first name here is probably going to try and get a Clarabelle down here. Like I said, we do have the option to sing Your Welcome. We've got a few different targets here. We have the Clarabelle down onto the board. We're going to shift the Clarabelle, sing Your Welcome. What is going to be the choice? We could go Christopher Robin, that's the lore, or we could get the big body off the board in the Giant Cobra, but you will be sending that back into the deck for your opponent to potentially draw later, because it does actually resolve the You're Welcome before the Cobra gets vanished. So it goes back into the deck. Ed lets his opponent know that is how it works, and making sure there are no issues there. Shout out to Ed Chu. But that, I think, was the right play. Get rid of the big body on the board.
Yeah, and it feels hard using those pieces of spot removal because you don't have infinite of it. But I mean, like you mentioned, it will go ahead and get rid of the body that can do. He doesn't know how many strings or if she has any in the deck. But now we're going to go ahead and pass on over to Jessica and see how she responds. She's been able to keep her hand size pretty healthy, especially with the use of You're Welcome. In this case, she will deploy a Genie Wish Fulfilled, go ahead and keep that hand more full, but there is a chance she wants to try to play as many cards as she can, knowing that the Clarabelle's online. But I did see something interesting go to the Inkwell. Did you catch what she inked this turn?
No, what was that?
It was the Donald Duck from Winter Spell. I'm trying to remember his name here, but it is the Donald Duck with item removal, which is a fascinating include on her list.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of these Amethyst Steel decks opt to go with the Benja, but we're going with the Donald Duck here as we are going to develop our brain. Are we going to go for the Ink Geyser or the Tipo? Ink Geyser, I'm not exactly sure if this is the deck you want to deploy that against, because there are so many good cards there in the Inkwell that we already know about, all those Strength of a Raging Fires that we had mentioned. Here's another You're Welcome. Get rid of that Genie. Going to fuel up our Clarabelle even further. Now we can get to challenging. Remove this Christopher Robin, and some of this pressure can be relieved as well, because Ed is under a tremendous amount right now. 12 on Jessica's side, will be going to 14 next turn if she can quest with both the Palace Guard and the Olaf. But no, John Silver comes down, so we're going to stop at least 2 of these quests from happening.
Yeah, this John Silver is a problem. He starts as a problem and keeps being one because every time he quests, a chosen character is going to get reckless. So it is something that absolutely puts the brakes on an aggressive plan like Jessica had. And then he goes ahead and refills his hand, which is why this deck is just so frustrating, because when it is able to fire off and work as a control deck, it feels unstoppable, especially now that we have that John Silver who will stay on the board. Even if you have a Strength of Raging Fire, he's pretty difficult to get rid of with that 5 willpower.
Yeah, he's tough to remove, and if you're able to string them along in bunches, they become a really, really big problem for this Amethyst Steel strategy, because your primary removal is a single target song, and we've already seen 2 of them go into the Inkwell, as we are going to put another Genie down onto the board and draw a card for Jessica, and her 3rd Strength of Raging Fire is going into the Inkwell now, so only 1 left in the deck. It's really interesting to see here the Amethyst Steel players in Brazil love inking their Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, they're like, this is actually in my country. We ink Strength of Raging Fire. We saw that earlier today, and it kind of makes sense when you're up against these giant decks with these giant bodies because yes, it's fun, but you lose a little bit of momentum using one of your bigger bodies to sing it, and it can just be one of those things where you're darned if you do, darned if you don't, as far as deploying it. So Ed in this case, we'll go ahead. We'll see a challenge of the Olaf. She can return a card to her hand, so she will return that genie
Wow.
back. And so now her board is just looking a little paltry here with only 2 characters, and Ed is feeling pretty comfy.
Yeah, I mean, if the genie comes back, it can't be targeted by the John Silver, so maybe that's an upside. But you're losing so much tempo onto the board right now as the Palace Guard gets targeted by Heffalumps and Woozles. Thanks to the Vanish keyword, it will go into the discard. Now, Ed looking like he has complete control over this game, where it looked like things were getting a little sticky for him the past couple turns. And now that Captain Hook is reckless, we're going to start getting some lore on the board as we're going to go for a quest with both John Silver and Clarabelle. And now we can establish even more characters on the board and get up to that 9 ink. So our Prince Philip, Malicious Mean and Scary combo comes down and is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where usually it wipes the board, but right now the board is just one Captain Hook Forceful Duist, and so it would be one of the more less satisfying board wipes. However, she does have a pretty full hand. I'd like to note that we've got to see, or we've had the opportunity to see Ed play several times throughout the season, and I don't believe we've seen him on this Heffalumps and Woozles build, but I really like it because it, like you mentioned, it does go ahead and target anything with that Vanish capability, and then it has the ability to slow down these decks that want to quest fast, and then draw a card. Always good is to go ahead and keep that card full, but I like seeing that include.
Angel comes down here instead of the genie, recognizing that, hey, maybe I need to start cleaning up some stuff on the opposite side of the board. We're going to challenge into Clarabelle. Now we can discard 1 thanks to the Angel Experiment 624 and remove that pesky Clarabelle off the board, which has been a big trouble and has drawn Ed, I don't know how many cards this game, at least 10. We're for sure in the double digits, but the John Silver is still out on the board right now, and we did not use that final 2 ink despite our hand being so full. Did not have anything to spend there, and this Angel is probably going to be forced into a challenge after this John Silver quest.
Yeah, and that is why it can be absolutely devastating to have one character at a time on the board. If it's rough, right? Because if you have one character at a time, you're likely going to have issues with the spot removal. If you go wide, then you're leaving yourself open. So there's a spot removal. So she's kind of once again put between a rock and a hard space. It does look like we're having a little bit of an issue here with the stream.
Yeah,
Are
it
you
looks like the Copag stream has gone down yet again, unfortunately. They've been having some issues over there with the Wi-Fi, which we have highlighted there, which is just super unfortunate. We want to be able to bring you guys all of these games, but right now they're offline, so we're going to hop back in the booth, discuss things a little bit. It looked like Ed was in a tough position there. His opponent able to quest, get to a high amount of lore, but has essentially locked this thing down after that second You're Welcome, and I believe there was probably, I think there was another Clarabelle in hand, so it would have drawn even more cards and really shut the door on that. So I'd be shocked if Ed did not bring that one on home.
I do think they are back up if you refresh the stream.
Okay, let's do that really quickly. Sorry about that, guys. You guys are absolutely cooking, and I'm gonna hop back out. So yeah, they are back.
Oh, and
Ed's
look,
cooking.
I called it. He did have the Clarabelle, which we see there on the far left. Oh, yeah, that's on the board because his discard is on the right. So that's just it's her deck is obscuring the and there. Yep, it
But
went
before
away
it
again.
cut out, we did have the opportunity to see her play a giant cobra to gain 2 lore. I believe she went from 13 or either 12 or 13 up 2 lore, but she discarded a dock. So that just kind of shows that she doesn't need cards. She just needs to keep getting that lore total, keep finding those giant cobras. But unfortunately, you're on a 2-turn clock here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on board. So not game on board, but Jessica needs to get all her cobras, every single lore stretch. Gathering wisdom and knowledge, get in here. But in the meantime, here comes part 1 of the combo. Malicious, Mean, and Scary into Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes.
Yeah, he vanquishes both of the foes on the opposite side of the board, and I believe Jessica should be at 15 right now. I don't think that is updated quite yet on their side, as Edmund Chu is just going to fill the board up as much as possible to guarantee that this thing is going to get across the finish line. If nothing else happens, we have awarded Prince Philip on the board, and Edmund Chu able to take down game number 1 in this best of 3 against Amethyst Steel. Just staying cool under pressure and operating this deck at a high level, at probably one of the highest levels that you will ever see in Disney Lorcana.
And that's such a great point. We got to see DKP on the Blurple Amethyst Sapphire, and then we now are getting to see his teammate here, Edmund Chu, piloting his favorite deck of the set. And I think what's been fascinating about these two players is that they are willing to evolve with the meta. Edmund Chu is one of the strongest proponents. I believe Autumn Burchett was another one that said Ink Geyser belongs in the deck. We mentioned it's not the most powerful card in this specific matchup, but it can be used to really great effect. We saw him use it to win an entire DLC. So it can be a great tool, but it is something that not a lot of people believed in at the start of the meta.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with you. We saw Sky and Fungus both take this deck and make it into the finals of DLC Richmond, and neither of them were on the Ink Geyser. And I've had Ed on Podcana a few times during this set and has really talked up that card during those episodes. And he's convinced me, like, and we've seen him win a DLC off the back of the Ink Geyser. It was integral in him getting over the finish line in that one game. So I absolutely love it. And I also agree with the include here of the Heffalumps and Woozles, as you mentioned earlier. I think that was a really smart decision on Ed's point. The world-class cards players, when you get a chance to talk to them, they're always looking at the card pool and trying to figure out, is there a single percentage more that I can make my deck more efficient, right? Is there any card in the card pool that is just slightly better than maybe what I'm playing right now? And it looks like Heffalumps and Woozles is the option that they're looking at. And right now, we saw how effective it was in that game number 1.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that decision making you just described takes a lot of a little bit of guessing on the meta. I mean, there's obviously things you can look at as far as like set championships, things like that, but you need to make a meta call on some of these includes. That, for example, will there be? There was a time where there were tons of illusions running around in Amethyst Steel. There's a little less now. So we go ahead. We see her try to deploy out Christopher Robin, and he says, "Oh nope, that underdog ability is only if you're going second. You are going first." So just a quick back to the hand, and then deploy a Forceful Duelist. And now back over, but we do see 3 Heffalumps and Woozles in hand. So he says, I really like this card. I included it, and I put 3 of them in my starting hand.
Yeah, the Heffalumps and Woozles is coming in strong, and it is something that you can use early on in the game to get rid of that Palace Guard, as we saw happen last game. But if you're able to do it super early, then it prevents your opponent from getting to that wide board that they need for their Strength and Raging Fires. We do come across the Sail the Azurite Sea here. Ed thinking long and hard about what we're going to ink here. We saw the power of Your Welcome last game, but he doesn't have the Clarabelles right now. So thinking to himself, I really can't make the most of this, and we're going to put one of those Heffalumps into the discard pile, as Tipo is the option over the Sail the Azurite Sea. Oh, we do have Clarabelle, and we do have the Philip combo. Thank you, Ed. He must be listening for showing us the hand there.
He's a huge Podcana fan. But there we go. We see a little bit more of an aggressive inkling here on the side of Jessica, because this Pocahontas is very, very well titrated to make sure that you can come back. You're allowed to quest and gain the lore of another character on the board, not even on your side. It's any character.
Yeah, absolutely. Immense card that was so important in this color combination, because they needed that extra bit of questing power to get over the finish line against these Emerald Sapphire decks. When I was playing in Richmond, I got to 18 lore and 19 lore in 2 of the 3 games that I played in round number 3 against Emerald Sapphire. And if I had something like a Christopher Robin, or I had something like a Pocahontas, I probably would have been able to get over the finish line in those games. And that has been a huge difference maker for this deck going up against other control decks. I love to see these new Winter Spell cards coming in and making a big difference in these matchups.
Now, speaking of difference maker, we got to see that Heffalumpa it is a song and it is singable. So Tipo has the ability to sing it, and he did go ahead. It looks like actually no, he paid. It's tough to say here, but either way, Heffalumpa was deployed. Got that Christopher Robin cannot quest next turn. Another Tipo played, and this is something you see a lot with this deck is ramping twice, or inking twice on a turn, 2 times in a row, because he has these big bodies. You want to be able to shift to do things faster, but if not, go ahead and go this path where you are just going to have a very big top end. Simply, Jessica doesn't have access to those top end big bodies.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. And Ed actually inked 3 times there because he sailed and he used Tipo. So he was able to ink 3 cards from his hand to try and get up to that 7 ink threshold so he can get his Clarabelle onto the board and draw a bunch of cards. He needs some answers really quickly, and he still has the Prince Philip in his hand. So if we're able to ink here, deploy the Clarabelle, we can draw a significant number of cards and try and get to that malicious, mean, and scary, or potentially an Under the Sea. We've got to challenge here. We're going to get rid of the Captain Hook, just stall as much as possible, and Ed is going to draw a few cards here and try to find some answers as Jessica is still putting on a ton of pressure.
Yeah, we do know that he has, I believe he still has that Prince Philip in hand. Now, as far as how many ink, it is my greatest nemesis, White Sleeves, where I have a hard time counting how much ink, but I believe, he has 7 at least if he played the Clarabelle. So now comes down Yzma, which is an interesting card because Yzma is taking advantage of a slower meta with lower spot removal because she's something that doesn't get a ton of value right away. She comes in, she's a 3/3, but next turn, if she's still around, you can exert her and draw up to 3 cards if you have less than 3 cards. So it's a little bit of an interesting card because you have to survive a turn, and she's against a Clarabelle right now. So let's see how she handles it. She quests out here for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
7 total because of that Pocahontas. Up to 12. So now the question is, do you have the combo? I think we're still 1 turn off from it. So
yeah, we're 1 ink short. This will be 8 ink on this turn, I believe. We did a great job of ramping up, but develop your brain is going to come down. It's double Clarabelle. We're going to send 1 to the bottom here. Let's see what we can come up with because Ed definitely needs to start challenging into this board. We can remove the Pocahontas. We can remove the Christopher Robin this turn via challenging, but does Ed have any other tricks up his sleeve at this moment?
I will say one thing that I kind of never realized, or it took me a while to realize, is that Tipo can be a little build your own malicious, mean, and scary. The fact that these 2 Tipos have stayed around, you can go ahead and use them to just get some damage on some characters. So, for example, if next turn we get to the point where we are deploying the Prince Philip, we can just do a little bit of damage on our own. In this case, he says, no, I'll just go ahead and get rid of that Pocahontas because she's the biggest problem here, being able to quest for up to 3 in a turn. And now we just have Clarabelle, and next turn she can get 4 on the board, but Yzma she might be using to draw cards. It'll be interesting to see how she plays that one.
Definitely. I think at this point, you just want to be questing. You have a ton of cards in your hand. And for the people wondering, why did Ed play a Clarabelle and shift one? He has an additional ink. He could have just played Clarabelle out by herself. Well, he wanted to get more cards out of his hand. That way he could draw more off of his Clarabelles as the Cobra comes down, and we're going to gain 2 more, and things are getting really scary really quickly. And we do have a Thunderbolt that's going to hit Clarabelle. She is going to survive, and she has 5 damage on her now. We'll see if that comes into play. Obviously, Ed needs to be challenging almost every single turn at this point, so that could be something that comes into play most definitely, but you just lost out on 2 lore by doing that instead of just questing with your genie, which I think is probably what you wanted to do. And Jessica may be thinking about that right now. Was that a mistake? Does she want to draw cards? Does she want to gain lore right now? You could be sitting pretty at 18. Instead, we're just going to go up to 16.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point that you bring that up is because I mean, who is the control deck here? And right now Edmund is the control deck. And so when you're doing something like stringing Strength Raging Fire or he hurled his thunderbolts, now you are saying I'm going to control you. And in this case it wasn't even a full control because both the cards are still there. So it is something where right now she could be at 18, but instead elected to sing he hurled a thunderbolt, and that if she has another giant cobra, that could be a difference maker. And we'll see here. Under the Sea only gets rid of one of the three, but we can easily challenge into the Yzma. There's a well-statted bovine at 5'6", so they will still go ahead and survive that challenge. And now Jessica's left with just a single giant cobra on the board, and still has a long journey ahead. 16 is still good. It's still good, but I would like to be at 18 right now.
Yeah, being at 18 would be so nice. And she pitched a dock to the Cobra, and she didn't have another dock in hand. Instead, elected to keep the Thunderbolt. If she keeps the dock there, you go so wide at this point that you put a ton of pressure on Ed, who just used an Under the Sea. I would have liked to see her keep the dock, get rid of the Thunderbolt, and just quest with the Genie, as Yzma is going to come down. But we still are forcing Ed here to find some answers. Definitely need to get a quest on with this Cobra. It is not worth challenging into this Clarabelle's at this point. You're so close to 20, and you could be at 19, but we'll stop mentioning it. She is at 17 right now. Does Ed have an answer? Because he needs to start removing these characters and get some lore of his own, as we are able to stop the Yzma. We challenge into the Cobra, so the Thunderbolt did end up mattering. If she didn't play that onto the Clarabelle, it would have lived through that turn. So we're going to quest. Yzma is reckless at this point, but she can still exert to use her ability.
Yeah, and that is a good point because, I mean, if you have Reckless, that won't stop me from singing or abilitying, but it does definitely stop her plan of getting that much closer to the lore count. So she is doing the math here, saying, how much do you have on board? What can we do? It is punishing for her to draw cards because that just means Ed can draw cards as well. I'm not sure how many she has in hand, but it does look like Ed has 2. So we are just saying I think she's asking if the Reckless applies to the ability, possibly. But either way, they're just clarifying. And I think this is fascinating because, I mean, this is a international game here where Ed is from California and Jessica could be from Brazil. But either way, we'll go ahead and use Yzma's ability to get around the Reckless to draw up to 3 cards. I think she drew a full 3 cards.
Oh, she finds the Cobra!
Oh, wow. So now she gets up to 19.
Yeah, this is a really sticky situation for Ed. He now at this point needs to remove every single card on the opposite side of the board for the rest of the game. We're going to go ahead and develop our brain. Do we find malicious, mean, and scary? We don't. It's another develop. We have to do it again. This is going to be the last ink that he can spend.
Oh,
is it there?
I think it was. I think I saw it.
No, it's another develop.
It wasn't a develop. There it is.
And
does he have enough ink?
It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think he is 1 short from being able to get this done here. He digs through 6 cards deep, eventually finds what he needs, but I think he's 1 short. Like you said, with the white sleeves, it's really hard to tell. Is there any way for him to save himself here? He has to remove one of these characters on the opposite side of the board. It looks like he does have You're Welcome, which will get it done. He can use the Clarabelle to challenge into Yzma. He can use the John Silver to stop one of these characters from questing, so he can prevent the game from ending right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to... I don't know if you want to send the Cobra back to the deck.
Yeah, I think that is the problem here. So he just goes ahead and says, okay, you can go ahead and put that Captain Hook into the deck. Now she will go ahead and get 2 cards, and as we know, she is digging for more giant cobras. As long as she has a giant cobra and something else, she's feeling pretty good. So Ed has a very, very uphill battle where he has to keep her from winning next turn, and then also every single turn after that, which is quite the big ask. We've seen it done before. But here we go. We're starting the process of giving Reckless to the giant cobra, challenging into the Yzma, and keeping her from winning with the cards on board. Can she get a giant cobra is the question.
Yeah, Cobra off the tizzy would win the game and fulfill one of the bingo board spots, but we'll see what Jessica has here. If she goes super wide, she is going to get hit with that nasty, malicious, mean, and scary combo, which can be devastating. I think maybe just get a couple characters down onto the board, but you don't want to make it too easy for Ed to answer everything. You got to think he's been digging a long, long time. Does he have the combo? Does he not have the combo? It's 2 cards in hand. Those are the 2 exact cards he needs, as we are going to put a genie down onto the board, draw an additional card, challenge into the John Silver. So you have to put something else onto the board to represent game. Otherwise, she doesn't. So the John Silver can quest here and prevent the genie from questing, and he doesn't necessarily need to deploy combo right now if he found something else he can go for instead. Goes for the Ink Geyser.
Fascinating, because Ink Geyser is one of those cards that we think about it being the most devastating against other Sapphire decks, but in this case, Jessica has inked up to 6, and both these players will be feeling the effects of the Ink Geyser, where they're going to shuffle up their ink, or their ink, and then both opponents will point to 3 cards, and that is their ink while moving forward, but the rest will then go to their hand, which is interesting, because I mean, I don't remember exactly what she inked. I think she inked a strength at some point. But now Ed has such a menacing menagerie of cards here. He has that. We know he had the malicious, mean, and scary combo. He also now has that Heffalumps, which can slow things down. He's just deciding how wide he wants to go. He knows she can't necessarily win next game unless she has a Cobra, but that's a big unless.
Depot going into the Inkwell here. We're going to quest with the John Silver, which will prevent the genie from questing. However, if she draws a Dumbo off the top, you can circumvent that by activating his ability and gaining a lure, which would win the game. It looks like we're going to put a Demona into the Inkwell right now. Do we have another character that costs 4 or less that we can get onto the board and start putting some pressure onto Ed, who finds a You're Welcome? He has a Heffalumps and Woozles, so there are still opportunities here to slow down your opponent. There's a genie.
Ooh.
And we're going to boost him as well.
Very good card to try to make up some room, because I mean, he will go ahead and get a lore for each card underneath him. So he currently can quest for 2 if he survives to the next turn. That is a big if, because that is not the goal. Now he cannot quest, so he is not necessarily reckless, but he certainly has questless. And now he can go ahead and try to develop his board a little bit bigger.
There is the Prince Philip. This character does have ward. We have the full combo in hand, so we can sing and deploy our Prince Philip next turn. Ed, I know a lot of people were probably scratching their head. Why would you go ahead and deploy the Ink Geyser there? You have combo in hand. Well, Ed figured he had so many different answers in his Inkwell that he could be able to stop the aggression with the power of the John Silver on the board and potentially stabilize even further as you're forcing your opponent to ink up higher and higher, as Elsa, the 5th Spirit, is going to come down onto the board, attempting to exert that Prince Philip. However, he says, no shot. I got my arms crossed. I have ward.
And such a valid point that Ed is not thinking about how to not let her win the next turn. He has to keep her from winning every single turn. So I think that's one of the reasons that Ink Geyser is so important, is because he's like, listen, I can't just win off of one turn. I have to keep going. So in this case, he will do his malicious, mean, and scary and still quest for 3. And now we have this giant evasive Prince Philip, who is a 6/6 on the board. We have a Gigi coming down on a Black Heron. So the answer is you need to keep wiping this board over and over again. This is not just a one-turn win.
Yeah, need another malicious, mean, and scary, and another Prince Philip. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think he has it. Maybe not. We're going to take a vision of the future. There's malicious, mean, and scary. There's a Prince Philip.
Scary, so
I think he has one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has one of the pieces. He has the Prince Philip in hand. So he can take the malicious, mean, and scary and sing it. However, he doesn't have enough ink to go ahead and shift here. So it might just be over for Ed at this point. We'll see if he's able to find a way out of this sticky situation, but does take the malicious, mean, and scary.
Now, a notable thing is, I mean, if you could get up to 6 ink, you can shift on top of your own Prince.
Oh, He found Under the Sea, but it's not going to be good enough because the Black Heron avoids it, as does the Gigi at this point. She's a 2/4, but she has additional strength when she has no damage on her. So right now, it doesn't look like Ed has a way out of the situation, and Jessica is going to take this game number 2, defeating the North American champion in at least one game.
Garrick,
Taking it to
he
game
hasn't
number
finished
3.
his vision. You can't be saying that. Let him finish his vision in the
You're
future.
right. You're right. There might be a way
You're like,
out of
we're
this.
done here, Ed. But to your point, no. I mean, statistically speaking, no, there's not a way out. But he is still visioning. He's still futuring. It looks like he's trying to see, okay, maybe he's going to go with the Under the Sea. I think he knows, because the Heffalumps can stop one of them from questing. The Under the Sea can get rid of so Heffalumps is going to go ahead and make it where she can't quest. Okay, it didn't work. He was like, he did go ahead. He tried to think it through. I was like, okay, what do I not know about? Does he have 2 Heffalumps?
He
But
was
there we go.
1 ink short on that turn to be able to deploy the combo yet again. And we are going to go into game number 3. Jessica did not end up being punished for that little mistake there, not going up and taking the lore when she had it available to her. That's all right. We shake those off. We get into game number 3. We are able to take 1 game off of the North American champion, 2-time DLC champion Edmund Chu. We're going into game number 3, but this time Ed will be on the play. For Jessica, definitely want to find that underdog Christopher Robin, right?
Yeah, I mean, she found it game 1, she found it game 2. Game 2, she was so excited about it. She's like, I'm going to do it again. But but it makes sense why, right? Because I mean, we talked about the detectives build of Emerald Sapphire, and that is one where it has a better mid game. Ed has elected for the very top heavy build of this deck, meaning that the first 3 turns, unless there's a Tipo, that's really the only thing you have to worry about. So if you can have a really powerful start with Christopher Robin into the other more beefy questers. I'm trying to think if turn 2, if there's anything explosive for questing. I think really we're just looking for a Black Heron, something substantial. But other than that, he is just trying. Gives her breathing room. Take advantage of the early game.
Absolutely. Just want to find that curve. If you are Jessica, you can go into that Pocahontas on turn number 2, and that way you're questing for 5 on turn number 3. If you find that underdog Christopher Robin, that is a way to jump out ahead of the Emerald Sapphire deck and really put some pressure on them. I want to give a huge shout out again to everybody that is watching. We really appreciate you. JDZ, Katie, and I will be here all day restreaming the DLC out there in Sao Paulo, Brazil. There are over 350 people watching right now on Twitch, so give JDZ Quest a follow if you haven't yet. And there are almost 200 people watching over on YouTube on Podcana, so if you could, hit a like and subscribe. It does really, really help the channel out, and it really helps JDZ if you hit him with a follow. Thank you, everybody that is chatting in the chat. We are getting into game number 3 of round number 3 between Edmund Chu and Jessica Teixeira.
Yeah, and this is a very, very important game. Both these players are we are in. Well, I guess they say they have 3 points. I think Edmund Chu is undefeated at this point. Because we are in round 3 for those following along at home. Let me just double check in the standings. But either way, I mean, both these players are looking to. Oh no, they both are at 3 points. So both of them are 1-1 heading into this round, which is interesting. But Ed Chu is a very player that people want to see, specifically for the fact that, I mean, he is one of the best in the business, and he's doing with the deck that he is best at, which is Emerald Sapphire. But Jessica is also showing up with a deck that is not one you can ignore. It's one that Ed lost to in the recent Glimmer games. It was a different build of Amethyst Steel, but it is a deck he has seen, and it can get under him, as we saw in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We start off with the Captain Hook, so we do not have the Christopher Robin that she was able to find in games number 1 and game number 2. We have to Sail the Azurite Sea. We're putting 1 piece of the combo into the discard. We are going to be able to get to that very powerful Cinderella on turn 4 and potentially getting into that Clarabelle Sing Your Welcome play that was so powerful and was able to get Ed the win in game number 1. But we do find Pocahontas on turn number 2 as Captain Hook is going to get a quick question.
Yeah, earlier I was thinking through my brain of all 2-cost characters in this deck, and I mentioned Black Heron, but this is another one that we saw that can be a nice way to make up, close the gap in the lore. Now, Pocahontas, you do have to have the character exerted when you are targeting it to get their lore when she quests. Right now, nothing on the board for Ed for you to take advantage of that. But I think Ed is about to start cooking. Like you mentioned, that Cinderella is a great option. He also has the warded Prince Philip if he decides he wants to go to the combo direction, but he is missing larger Prince Philip. So instead, we go with Cinderella. Dreams come true.
Yeah, and we put the Clarabelle into the Inkwell. Very notable. We do not have the 1 cost, so we cannot play the 1 cost and shift the Clarabelle on turn number 6. So says, I got to abandon that plan a little bit early as we are going extremely wide on Jessica's side. We have the Pocahontas, Captain Hook, Olaf, and Palace Guard onto the board right now. But like you mentioned, Ed does have the shift target for the Prince Philip with the malicious, mean, and scary, so he just needs to find the vanquisher of foes, and he can go ahead and vanquish 4 foes on the opposite side of the board.
And I think it's something where if he is able, I do believe he has the shift target in sight. So if he plays that next turn, all he needs is 6 ink. Prince Philip can sing Malicious Meaning Scary and then shift. So the Prince Philip Royal Explorer, the 3 cost. So it gets to a point where he is just going to try to dig to make sure, before he commits to that plan, he wants to see if he can. I think that was number 5. I think he got Prince Philip, maybe. Was that the 5th card?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. You could be right there. I did see an Under the Sea. If the Prince Philip is there, it would be the card all the way on the left, and it's giving Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes.
Horse energy. I feel like I see it, but he goes with Heffalump.
No, it was a Clarabelle. It was the Clarabelle 1 cost. It just had a little cold foil on it, made it look a little bit darker there. So we go ahead and grab the Heffalumps and Woozles. We are going to sing it, vanish that Palace Guard, removing it from the board. Very efficient use there. Let's see if we get the Tipo on the board or the Inkwell. We go for the Prince Philip. Now we just got to find the big dog, and things will be looking pretty good for Edmund Chu. But on the opposite side for Jessica, right now, we can quest for a whole heck of a lot, and if we get a genie on the board, for example, we can start taking lore off of him. Of course, we cannot target the Prince Philip to take lore from him because he has ward.
And I mean, speaking of the big guy, I mean, the big problem here is she doesn't have any singers yet. So even if she had Strength of Raging Fire, which is apparently something we're not going to see today in Paulo, she cannot sing it. So in this case, she will go ahead and she can quest that Pocahontas for 2, go ahead and quest the Captain Hook for 1. But she has to know that she is in the highway to the danger zone. She doesn't know 100% what Ed has in his hand, but I would be playing around the fact that this might be the last time this collection of characters is on the board together. Anytime I see that Prince Philip, which he probably will be digging pretty heavily to find. Interesting here. Challenging in with that Olaf into the Cinderella, which allows you to return a character to your hand. And she does go ahead and return her Pocahontas.
Yeah, wanted to get that character back into the hand. Here comes Angel. Now we can remove the Cinderella. So that is definitely an option for her. It's a singer on Ed's side, but opts not to do that. We leave the Cinderella up. We have the option to go John Silver here, as we do not find the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes just yet, but probably don't want to do it on just 2 characters when you do have the option to hit that John Silver, and we do. We're going to give the Angel Reckless there, and probably going to take out this Captain Hook off of the board.
Yeah, and that kind of says, I mean, the fact that he has a backup Prince Philip and no Vanquisher of Foes means he can get a little active with this Prince Philip. And Angel, like we've seen before, she can go ahead and snowballs. But the problem with that is then you have to discard a card. In this case, we just go ahead and do a clean challenge, which doesn't feel great, but we can go ahead and replace or build our hand back up with the genie, inking a Demona, and that's it for that turn.
This is a really tricky situation that Jessica is in right now, because she was able to put on decent pressure earlier, but wasn't able to find a 2-quester for the Pocahontas to really take advantage of. And now Ed has gotten to this mid-game where the big characters are going to start coming down onto the board and making things really tough for Jessica to keep up with, as a Heffalumps and Woozles is going to come down yet again, stopping this genie from going on a quest. We find ourselves a Clarabelle, and we can, give him double Reckless if we want with the John Silver after he goes on a quest this turn. But you got to think about, what are we inking here? Do we need to ink? We need to get up to 7, and we have your Welcome in hand, so we can really take advantage of the Clarabelle. And he says, I think the game is right now in pretty decent control for me. I'm going to put the Mean, Malicious, and Scary into the Inkwell and pass on to my opponent.
And that is a very a play of a confident player, because we talk about these decks as like this is how you win. And the thing with Edmund Chu is, yes, there are the classic ways, the most flashy ways to win, but Ed is about winning with different play lines and to make it where basically he sees the different paths forward even without your plan A. And so he does have Jessica pretty stalled out. Now she has, I think, like 6 cards in hand if I look over there, 5 or 6.
Yeah, a lot.
But she does elect to go ahead and challenge with that Genie into the John Silver, losing her 2 quester, but Genie comes back.
Yeah, Genie, wish fulfilled, is back onto the board. It did have to challenge into John Silver because of the reckless given to it by John Silver himself. And this is a card that when it comes down and you're trying to get aggressive against Emerald Sapphire, you're just like, ugh. And he's got such a big body. He's going to stop you from questing. He's probably going to stop 4, 5, 6 lore on your side of the board. And he's difficult to get rid of. That's why when he comes down, you need to have something ready for him, like Strength of Raging Fire, like that he hurled his Thunderbolt. Here comes the Clarabelle. We're probably going to sing your welcome onto this Genie, and we're going to be drawing half our deck, it seems like, on Ed's side of the board, as Jessica has not been able to put 2 characters down onto the board for multiple turns in a row, just 1 Genie, and drew a card off of it. So her hand is absolutely full right now, and we'll see how many Ed is able to draw after he goes on a quest for 4.
And I love watching Ed play this deck because, like I mentioned, you have to be a certain kind of person to be able to pilot this deck, because there's moments of complete discomfort, of moments where you're like, how am I going to win this game? But Ed knows that you just have to stay the course. And then the course for this is to just make sure that you are the control deck. Jessica, unfortunately, has fallen into a position where Ed makes her make decisions of like, okay, you have to decide whether you want to go wide. Wide, I might wipe your board. And if you keep cards in your hand, well, I might be drawing cards. A very, very powerful but kind of a mind game deck, and he's been doing a very good job. Jessica will go ahead and draw another card, which plays into the plan. Will he be drawing cards too next turn? There goes that Pocahontas back down, but Ed is able to maintain his entire board, and he has a lot of play lines available to him at this point.
Yeah, right now in this middle game, I don't know what's in Jessica's hand, but playing Genie 3 turns in a row and really not doing much else is not how you're going to get yourself out of this situation. You typically want to go a little bit wider here and try to remove some of the characters on the opposite side of the board. Now, maybe she's thinking to herself, okay, I got to play around Under the Sea. I got to play around Malicious and Scary. Malicious, Mean, and Scary. There we go.
Scary, which he just drew to honor you.
Which he did just draw that card. But you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. If you just Genie every single time, the John Silver can just take care of that, or it can be sung your welcome on, or any number of things can happen to it. So it's just a really tough position for Jessica.
Yeah, you basically have to play around one of the most powerful control decks with one of the best players. No big deal. But either way, she's still in this game. She has a pretty big hand of cards, which means she has options herself. We've seen how Giant Cobra can be used to great advantage. She does have all her cards have to stick. That's kind of the issue here, right? It's like, as far as cards with reach, we saw when Edmund Chu, he went down against an Amethyst Steel deck. It was a very different Amethyst Steel deck with Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, White Rose. In this case, she says there's no way. She does have to extend the handshake. But my gosh, what a game. She was able to show that she knows how to play, but unfortunately, this is the most powerful control deck with one of the best players you could ever see pilot it.
Absolutely. Edmund Chu able to get it done for all the Americans out there. That is another bingo spot that we can go ahead and check off there. But we will have to take a look to see how many we actually got there. But JDZ Quest joining us back in the booth. JDZ, what did you think? Your GOAT, one of your good friends, Edmund Chu, able to get it done, even with the extra vowel in the name. It didn't matter. Nothing could weigh him down.
Oh, shout out to my personal GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Ed out there getting loose, getting busy, and Actimus was looking a bit choppy there in that game number 2 as the adversary came through there and almost took him out of this thing, but he booted, he rallied, and he got loose and he got busy, and I absolutely love to see it. So getting down, but like you said, Garrick, we are going to go back to the bingo card because I think we got some work done in that previous round based on what happened. So just tuning in, I think the only one that we got here, no, we got the sniped done as well because someone sniped a song. We saw that the Ursula came through and snatched the Let It Go from hand. So we do get points for that one as well. So we'll take this one here. And then I believe we get an American Wins on Stream. So that one also is going to be fixed up there. So
we are never going to see 4 Strings of the Raging Fire. Unfortunately, this Brazil, they hate that card. It's not happening. So sorry. So if you want a corner spot, that's a very tough corner spot.
Yeah, we didn't miss ramp. I don't believe in that match. Ed was able to get it every single time. Did DKP miss ramp any time during his match?
Never in his life. He can't.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. 2 more spots down. All we need to do is go to time and see a Mickey Mouse, and we can get up out of here.
That Mickey Mouse is almost impossible.
Hey, Amber Champion, he's coming. Don't worry. We're gonna see.
I tried to put like a really hard one on each axis, but I think the best option we almost had a go. Characters sing their own song seems very plausible. Going to time seems like something that will happen. The bodyguard, we haven't seen any Amber Steel. They can play some bodyguards as well, so that one could also be one that we get. Free Tramp, I think we could have got that one too. We didn't get there. Hades on Hades, we just need a blurple mirror and that will happen. So we're getting close. We're gonna have this thing filled out, and we're only in round number 5.
An awkward handshake there at the start of that match.
Awkward, but it wasn't like true awkward.
It's got to be true. It's got to be true awkward. I need a full on.
They didn't
all the way. I need a full connection
yeah.
and a redo into the correct thing. If we go full connection into a redo into another failure into another, awkwardness, I think that's what we need. That's what we need.
You need to feel it. Like it needs to blow your hair back with the awkwardness where you're like, whoo. But yeah, it looks like we have a 20-minute break of Voltamostaja. Be back, I assume.
Be right back, and we will kind of kick it here. I don't think we need a be right back. If you guys need a break, feel free to take a break in place. We don't even have a be right back screen. We're going to kind of keep kicking it as we do. And again, Garrick, you mentioned this. I want to thank everybody for being here. We are also simul-streaming on Podcana. Thank you out there on YouTube and Podcana for rocking with us as well. We are experiencing some technical issues. I am getting word from the streets is that they're having some Wi-Fi or maybe some power or both related issues at the venue. I'm getting kind of a mixed report. But there is some kind of glitching there. There's nothing we can do about that. Also, the glare. There's nothing we can do about that either. We are not in. They fixed the glare. The glare is better. Okay. Yeah, so it is all kind of coming together, coming around. So again, huge thank you guys for being here, rocking and rolling with us as we send Winter Spell off with a nice little thumbs up and some love. What was some of your guys' favorite parts of Winter Spell, if any? I mean, what are some of the things that you remember? Some of the highlights, lowlights, memorable moments from Winter Spell.
I was a big fan of the CCS where Amber Steel won because Amber Steel, I mean, Sky won, which I think is cool, but I also think that Amber Steel, knowing that deck is viable, because we after rotation, there was a moment where the critical volume of songs and singers, and that was just not a thing. You had to play aggro or that's it. And then finally this set, people said, guys, I think we have the technology. And we were able to deploy the aerial ethereal singer from Whispers in the Well. And then Chief Powhatan, Nani were able to come in and make the deck just a little bit more viable. And I think that was very exciting for me because I love that deck. What about you, Garrick?
Yeah, it was really cool to see Sky win another major tournament. Always got to root for your guy. It was awesome to see Ed win a DLC.
Yes,
we had 2 Americans go in foreign territory and take down 2 DLCs. Shout out to Zan Syed. Shout out to Edmund Chu. So far this season, we've had 3 DLC champions from season number 1 come back and get it done again. Just shows you the consistency of these top level players, and we kind of have a Mount Rushmore right now, an early Mount Rushmore of Disney Lorcana players, and that would be, in my opinion, Frank Karsten, Zan Syed, Edmund Chu, and 1 world champion DKP. So love to see that. History is playing out right before our own eyes, and I always love seeing what is going to happen at these major tournaments and seeing who can be the next person to mark their name in the history books.
But Garrick, there's a little bit of some disrespect there, because there was 3 DLCs where Americans came through the foreign territory and they won, and there was another that happened in Australia. As Dylan Ledoux. That happened in the very beginning of Winter Spell meta. That was one of my highlights because I was able to go to Australia and be able to be a part of that broadcast at DLC in Melbourne. It was a really good time there, and then follow that up the very next week to go out to the CCQ at the Ink open the following week after that. So it's just a really good time for me specifically. And I will truly cherish those moments probably for my entire life, as Disney Lorcana was able to provide those things for me. And Winter Spell was the format in which I was able to do those amazing things. Just remember kicking in the booth with you guys with snow gear on and ink in a closet in a shoe store doing a Disney Lorcana tournament. Is just something that I will never, no matter how hard I try, I'll ever be able to forget that moment. So thank you guys for rocking with me there and rocking with me here and continuing to be consistent forces of this game and sharing this passion and love. So I want to make sure I can share that with both of you while we have you here. And we're going to be here all day and all day tomorrow as well.
Shout out Ed Chu in the chat. That genie got hit with the Can't Quest Reckless Can't Move type beat. Absolutely frozen. Dude. You hit him with the Hesse and he was crossed up, man. I had no clue what to do.
Wait, hold on. How about this? Can we get a Ed, how much Wi-Fi you got on your cell phone? Is it possible that you can join? Can you hop into Quest World server Discord really quick, and we're going to pop you into the booth real fast? If you can do that, that would be beyond epic. If you can pull that off. If you can't, don't sweat it. If you got some Wi-Fi in the venue, hop on into the Quest World server, hop into the general voice. We'll drag into the booth, and we can kind of do a little post-game interview if that's something that you are able to do. If not, fully understand. You're a busy man. You got stuff going on.
Very cool. It's
but everybody spam the Ed emote. It'll make him come in.
That's actually how you can summon Ed.
All right, guys, get some Ed emotes going. Get some Ed emotes going in the building. Coming to the stage, we have the Disney Lorcana Challenge champion coming in from Taipei. The 2-time is in the building, getting loose, getting busy, getting active, and we got a face. Oh, and we got the world champ there too. Hold up really quickly. Let me see. It sounds bad.
It sounds very bad, but it's fine.
It's worth it. Okay, let me hold up. Hold on. Let me pop out.
Your voice is on the stream.
We're cooking.
Let me pop out. Let me cook. We're on the spot. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Hold up.
Yeah. Everything you say is on stream, but your face is not on stream. So no swear words.
All right. Seriously. Okay, so you guys are live. All right, here we go. You're live and direct. Here we go. Get out of your ear, man. What is that? Lock in.
I don't like it. Okay. Get out of there.
We got the Ed ear.
We got ear action.
Oh, all right. DKP too. This is like the double.
So we got some world class cards. Finest is in the building right now, getting loose, getting busy, getting active. Both you guys are currently undefeated. Is that correct?
No, man, I'm 2-1, bro.
You're 2-1.
Yeah, he was 1-1 at that last match.
For ride. How did you get a feature match, you absolute swine, dude?
Bro, I just got it like that, I guess.
And Frank Carson's there too.
The Mount Rushmore. Frank Carson.
The three goats all at one table. What are the chances of something like that happening? So DKP's 3-0. Hey, can you guys really quickly? Can you guys just kind of explain? I'm yelling. I'm trying to just talk a little bit louder. Can you just kind of? Can you just kind of talk about the vibe there at DLC Brazil? Can you kind of explain what's going on and how it feels to be at that tournament?
Y'all take a look. Okay, here. I'll give you a tour. Okay, ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is like the side event wall.
Okay.
Or whatever. And then this is the entire place basically. They got a projector there playing all kinds of Disney movies or whatever. Yeah. And then there's like this outside area where you can buy like food and stuff, so that's kind of convenient. But you can't flush the toilet paper here, so yeah.
Okay. Okay. Culture shock.
Yeah.
That's kind of gross, man.
Can you flush the toilet? Like,
yeah, you have to throw it in the trash can.
Is there a
like
no?
In Mexico, that's a thing. They're like, if you use toilet paper, you gotta just throw it away. And I was like, I should.
Yeah. Same. It's the same here for sure.
How does that? I mean, what's the meta there? Like, how do you do that? Is there a bidet situation, or what are we doing there?
What's the meta? Oh, you mean for the toilet or what?
Yeah. I gotta, because that seems.
You just do your business, then you throw it in the trash can.
Ain't no way.
That's diabolical.
Yeah. You want me to go show you or?
No, please, no, please.
The most diabolical trash can on.
So you're 2-1. How's the rest of your squad doing, and how's the rest of the Americans doing? Because we are the English stream, and we're just worried about the Americans there.
I know Tiago and Dave are 2-1 as well. They lost their last round.
Okay.
Frank is 2-1. Who else?
You.
Me. I'm 2-1. This guy is 3-0.
Let's go. Okay. But honestly, with the format that we are currently in right now, being 2-1 is not the end. I think you still can make it to the top 32 with.
Bro, you can go 9-3, bro.
So how it works is you only need 6-2 to reach day 2, and then probably over half of the day 2 was will make a top cut. So we don't know yet if it's forced the bubble, but most likely. So that means, you need to go 6-2 at least, and then you can still afford to lose once at least, and maybe 2 even. Probably 2.
Okay. So that's a good sign.
Pretty nice to top, let's say that.
All right. Have you guys been able to see some of the other tables around the venue? What are they looking like? What is the metagame looking like there? Is there a lot of dogs, a lot of purple steel? What are the meta looking like in Brazil?
Yes. So it's like the Brazilians, like the local people, are playing all over the place. Like you see every deck. Mostly roguish decks. Like some people just play like detectives or something like that. I just faced red-green, like Donald Duck, red-green.
Nice.
He was 2-0, so a lot of dogs, but mostly the dog players are people who flew in, like from Mexico, America, Europe. They all are on dogs, I think, almost all. Like literally over 90% of them are on dogs. So I would expect that you have to face them a lot at some point. So will be dogs heavy at some point for sure. And I saw a lot of purple steel. Not so much Rebel, I think. I didn't see that much Rebel. Yeah, but I didn't see a lot. Like, I looked through the tables.
Not a lot. A lot of the random rogue decks.
Yeah, rogue decks and dogs a lot. Emma Steel. Emma Steel is also quite decent here because the Sky, who else plays? Diego, Habibi. They all played Emma Steel. So yeah.
Now, are there any people, you don't have to say who, but is there anyone in your traveling party that brought a rogue deck?
No.
Okay. I like that.
Any one of us is on the rogue deck.
You said, I want to win, and that's fair.
I mean, green blue's basically rogue, right?
Yeah, true.
That's a real deck.
Yeah.
Hey, PG. Can you say the word? No, it's actually on Podcana. Yeah, it's on Podcana.
It's buns, bro. Cheeks.
Come on, man. Come on.
Someone's getting banned.
All right. Hey, DKP, how many wasabis do you have in your deck right now?
Bro, you're literally trying to expose it. So
we saw you on stream. You played at least 2.
I know. Okay, listen. I didn't need to play it out to win. I was playing politics in my head. I'm like, should I show that I have a second one in my deck or not? Because people play differently if they know you have 2 or 1 or more, right? 1, you don't play around. If you have 2 or more, you do play around it. So I was like, is the benefit of showing the second one better than or not? Because I could have just quested out and Hades one character and I win in 2 turns. So I was like, do I just show people so they are more afraid of it? And I just decided to show the second one. Actually, I didn't want to show. Small tactics that I had to do.
Knows, though.
Yeah, now everybody knows.
Everyone knows now. It's too late. You play on feature matches. That's what you get, man. So you don't have to worry about it. That's your fault.
Yeah, but I tried my best to win so far. So yeah.
Okay.
I'm literally tryharding a lot. It's the last DLC that we can play like this. Afterwards, it's Infinity and Rotation. We only have Infinity and Rotation. So this is literally the last time I can play Blurple.
And you're still on it, man. I thought you probably would have switched to a different deck by now because everyone is gonna suspect that you're playing that deck.
I actually wanted to play dogs, but the thing was, it's the last one, so I was like, no, I have more fun with Blurple, so I decided to go with Blurple again because I have fun. But I actually wanted to play dogs too because it's just literally the best deck.
Okay.
I want to have fun. That's the only reason.
Right on. Well, gentlemen, I know you guys got more rounds coming up, so I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. Let you relax a little bit, let you recalibrate, get some water, go use the bathroom, and hopefully everyone's washing their hands. I would hope.
Bathroom and throw the toilet paper in the trash.
And
wash your hands 40 times.
Please, you gotta wash your hands because Ed, you're sounding a little sick there. You're sounding a bit sick there.
Don't psych him out. Don't psych him out.
All right, lock in, dude. Take a multivitamin. Stop being so lock in. All right. Well, get some rest. Good luck. All right.
Oh
All
my
right.
goodness,
All right.
That's nice.
That was still
shout out to the World Class Cards team hopping in and give us impromptu interview. Just a bunch of legends out there. Just DKP giving up the whole tech. Why not?
I mean, everyone knows it's not the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, Cat is all the way at. Well, if it wasn't before, it is now.
And it's so fascinating to me because, like, in the middle of a tournament between rounds, I am just trying to find my inner center. I'm like trying to avoid eye contact, hiding in the bathroom. And so, like, when JD was like, "Oh, we could talk to players in Brazil," I was like, "Well, that won't happen because who would want to do that?" But I forgot these players are really good and they relax between rounds. They're like, "This is just work. This is Tuesday."
Chopping it up.
So I do love that they share their time and their insight with us, and also some insane angles. We got ear cam. We had double ear. I've never seen both DKP and Ed's ear in the same shot before, but we got that exclusive.
This is what you got. This is what you guys get. Okay, this is what we do. And a huge shout out to World Class Cards. That's a team that I am a part of. So I really love those players and everything they have to say. And they are always going to be showing up to these events. And like you said, Katie, at this point, this is basically like a job for them. They show up to all of these events. They're literally traveling all over the world to do their best at this game. And I know some people kind of feel some kind of way about it, and I can understand that. Like me personally, I am low key. I know I'm Ed's my GOAT, DKP's GOAT, Frank Carson's GOAT. I am personally rooting for a Brazilian to win this tournament because that's just what I want to see. Maybe it's Thiago. That is his home and native land, and he's doing quite well, so he could potentially do that. But I am always going to be rooting for the home team to take one of these things down.
Great point that Thiago is from Brazil, because I was like, wow, there's so many Thiagos here. But this is Thiago. We're in Thiago country.
It is adding up. Yeah.
But man, it's been very fun so far. I mean, we are on. That was round 3. So for everybody joining, we got people. We're still only 8:30 in the morning in California right now. So I mean, people are still just going, yeah, what's going on? But we are on round. We're moving into round 4. That was round 3.
Mm-hmm.
We've already seen some amazing Lorcana so far. One surprise to me, I'll say any surprise and I'll start with my own, is that the rogue decks, they are there, but the players that we would want to see bring a rogue deck, for example, World Class Cards, they said, we're not rogue deck gaming, we're winning. So any surprises for you guys so far? I'm
surprised that they're showing not these road decks in the early rounds. I think usually the protocol, at least for me, I'm not trying to inject myself into the production, but if I'm running the stream, you better believe these early rounds, that's the rogue rounds. You're putting them on the stream, you're showcasing the variety that your game can have. And DKP and Ed Chu, I love both of those Luminaries very much. Odds are they're going to be there later. So you can show them a little bit later, and let's get those road decks and those local players in there a little bit sooner. I think that's the meta play, to show us more, because we're going to see blue-green all day. We're going to see Amethyst Steel all day. We're going to see dogs. Let's get in there. Someone's playing red-green on stream is what I say, okay? If someone's playing Sapphire and Steel, hit the showers. I'm kidding. No.
Steal the stream.
Steal the stream. Not just no. Somebody playing Ruby M, cram them into the stream is what I would say.
I am.
Putting them on stream.
And I think, to your point, I mean, we have one on our bingo card of Raging Storm. Hey guys, help us out. We need to get the
or just Ruby at all.
Yeah, just Ruby. There's one that's just Ruby, and I was like, obviously we'll see one.
I'll pull it up. Yeah, it's literally just Ruby. That's it. All we got to do is have a red deck on the stream, and we hit this bingo slot here. Raging Storm being played in any capacity will trigger this one here. So those ones seem quite easy if you just give us a chance to pull those off. I think that's something that we can do. The go-go now might seem like it's getting further and further away.
That ain't happening.
We were close though. We got close.
You put two impossibilities, go-go for game and Ruby on stream in the same line.
Sorry about that, guys.
Over for game, we had the chance to do it twice and kind of missed out on it, but we're close.
But we still won. One game.
All right. I think we're learning though. We're gonna make these bingos a little bit more. I think we're gonna make these bingos a little bit more attainable. Like I think Mickey Mouse might have to just come off. Maybe
Stop,
next set.
Dude. Stop. This is the bingo card. Okay, we're not changing it.
Not yet. Till the next time. Next set.
We've already had a Donald hit the board, so that would be done.
Yeah.
Then we're good. Okay, but you're right. Okay, it has to be Mickey or bust, which means Sticky Mickey, Kiwi, where are you? Get out here, please.
Defend yourself. I mean, we do have access to that Traveler Mickey. Let's pull this bad boy up. I think that Mickey is going to be very playable in the next format. I'm actually super excited about that card. And a lot of these cards in this set, at least in my opinion, and the opinion of others, is a lot of these cards are super duper polarizing. And this Mickey card is no different from that. He is a super rare coming in from this next set. We're going to call him the Expedition Traveler. Did I read that right? My vision is a little bit not of the future, but this guy here, and I really do like the features on this website. You guys got to check it out. This guy, he says, with the Secret Path ability, while this character is exerted, whenever one of your other character's quests, chosen opposing character gets a -2 strength to the start of your next turn with a 2/3 quest for 2. So this card, this might be the Mickey that could change the game and actually find his way back into the field of play.
And he can enter exerted, which is quite cool. Like he's got that bodyguard where you can say, get on and slide on and Tokyo drift into the board. And then, immediately take advantage of that. So we have seen another 4-cost inkable, that Mickey Amber Champion. But I mean, I do like this flavor here of having a Mickey that's playable. Because then we might get bingo. Is that good to say I like it? Because maybe one day we can have bingo.
I mean, it seems super solid for like opposing boards that are trying to challenge into you, like you're anticipating a Demona on the next turn potentially. You can slap this Mickey Mouse down, start questing and shrinking all of those other characters on the opposite side of the board. That is lowering their ability to challenge back against you. In a Christmas Land potentially could be a great unit for Under the Sea. I like when you need help, just call. I think that card is going to be pretty good as well.
This one here, tell me about it.
I mean, you play that, you play a Cood in the same deck, like we take me to the bank.
And you're cooking. And you're cooking. It is a song, inkable 3 costs. If an opponent has more characters in play than you do, you may play a character with 4 or less for free. Anytime a 4 free is in there, it kind of gets my brain rolling as to what creative things come up.
Okay, so your Amber Steel, turn 1 you play Underdog Angel. On their turn 1, they play Captain Hook. Turn 2, they play Pocahontas. You sing this, and you play Ariel Ethereal Voice for free?
How's that not good?
Or Angel for free?
Same thing like a Cood. And honestly, since that line has been available, if my opponent goes Angel, a Cood, play Angel, I don't think I've beat that play yet. Maybe it's just the decks I play, but they fall victims to that so easy. Angel's just been a absolute thorn in my side this entire format, and I'm miserable every time I see Experiment 626 on my opponent's side of the board.
Now, can you please scroll up to card number 8, please? Because this is one I'm pretty excited about. That's Prince Eric. There he is. He is 6.
Oh,
just kidding.
My.
I know. I'm sorry.
5, 7, actually.
I know 5, 6, 7, but 6, 7. Either way, he's kind of doing the 6, 7. But no, next to it is an interesting card because we kind of have our Troubadour replacement. We know that Ursula Vanessa got reprinted in Fabled, but we are losing Troubadour. But this Alan Adale will have to be a true replacement if we do have one, and there's no print. He can challenge our 3, but it is sad. His stat line
I'm sick to my stomach. Yeah,
I know. How dare you stand where he stood?
The singers have to. That's why nobody plays Powerline. He's got the same stat line, but you're just getting hit with Fire the Cannons. You're getting hit with Angel. So if singing is ever good, people just play Fire the Cannons, and your singers never get to sing, which is why like Troubadour is so good and Ursula Vanessa is so good, is because they can sing once, feel pretty safe, probably sing again. I don't want my singers to challenge. I don't want that.
It is very sad. It is.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I think that 2 willpower is going to be like entering into those very annoying conversations. Oh, it get banished by Fire the Cannons. It banished by Fire the Cannons. Those kind of things are going to come up. It's angel fodder. It's going to happen. And now I believe there is going to be some play coming into this next set because of the new Steel Merida that's coming through. I believe there will be a ton of new removal in the form of Steel. So all those 2-cost characters that have that two willpower and below is just going to get hit even harder because everyone is going to be playing cards like Fire the Cannons coming in from this next set. Even the 3 arrows can do some heavy lifting on you too.
Yeah.
Fan of Merida here though, for sure.
Merida.
That was pretty good.
That was not useful. That was not helpful.
It helped. It did help. It did help.
I enjoyed it.
Mordi. Yeah. I've been saying Mordi quite a lot. But the cards are brave, I will say, because I was going through the cards of like which ones I'm excited about. This Merida I'm quite excited about. The Will-o'-the-Wisp, I personally am as a person who loves just being a problem over and over again for both limited and possibly a go wide aggro type deck. I think Will-o'-the-Wisp is just very exciting to me personally.
Yeah.
No, I agree. This card is awesome. It's just going back to the hand all day. Hey, nice Prince Philip combo. I'm playing 4 Will-o'-the-Wisps the next turn. Good luck.
Yeah.
Like, you
thank
better
for
start
that.
under the sea in these things, or they are going to come back in perpetuity forever, forever, forever.
Yeah,
Did
even
not
if you go
finish, you guys.
you start pairing these things with Amber, and you get the Dale rocking as well. So now you got a 3 with this thing, annoying 3 going back to back to back over and over again as a 1 cost. I think this is a pack 1 pick with in a limited format, but I think even in the core constructed, I think it's quite good there because of that 3 willpower becomes 3 challenging ability, the ability to challenge with 3. Yeah. And be hit with 3 to take this thing off the board. And it's going to be so much lore being generated. It's a lot
Throw
going
that
on.
Minnie Mouse in there that you were trying to make work, and then challenge in with all your Will-o'-the-Wisp, put them back in your hand, play them all down. Hold on, are we cooking? Are we cooking?
Lantern, we're cooking. We're so back, dude.
We're so gaming.
And
but in that Amethyst color, do you think Amethyst Dwarf deck, like the one that Tiago posted,
Dwarf deck?
I am excited to see that deck. Do you think it'll work?
I think so. It seems pretty solid. I think Snow White is really good for what she does. I think that Happy is a really strong card, and so is Sleepy. Those cards just in and of themselves are really strong. And then you have the Happy and Steel, and you also have Dock and Steel. I think that there is something here that wasn't there before, and I really love... Yeah. Shout out. I love that Disney Lorcana. I talk about this in depth in the upcoming episode of Podcana with Kurt Spice. But we talk a lot about how the synergies are getting a lot better in this game, and the reasons behind that. And I think that they've really turned a corner here in their card design in terms of synergistic cards coming into the game and working well with each other immediately. Like what we've seen previously was basically only the Dogs deck, but all the Dogs cards, like, they were synergistic, but they were just really good. I think these are like synergistic, good enough on rate. The toys, the dwarfs, the madrigals, the supers. And what's really cool is like they're preparing for the future as well. Because you're like, okay, we use so much of the set for the dwarfs, for the toys, and for the madrigals. Where are the room for the supers? Well, you have to keep in mind that in the previous set, we had a bunch of Darkwing Duck, and that's a bunch of heroes and a bunch of supers with those tags in there as well. So they're like, if we put in Darkwing Duck and give him these tags in Winter Spell, that will bolster the super cards that we're going to put in the following set. So they're really, really leveling their game up in terms of synergistic game design, and I love that.
Yeah.
And it's important to note, you mentioned like the Dogs deck. It's funny because Dogs deck is a deck that has no subtype dogs. So it's very fascinating. Yeah. Those powerful decks of synergy is like an accidental synergy. Like Lady and Tramp call out each other, but there is no dog subtype. So I do like the actual subtype decks. Sometimes other games will call it tribal. It is coming to fruition, and it's cool to see right off the get-go. Like toys, a toys deck is already very obvious what the direction is there.
Right, and it's continued to build on itself. Like even a lesser talked about archetype that we have coming in is the Atlantis synergies that are coming through in the next set. The 2 cards hit the discard, do X, and then a lot of the self-mill and self-discard stuff with the Milo cards and the Kita, a card that I'm super high on. I know a lot of people thought when they saw that Kita be printed, like, man, this thing is not it. But I'm telling you right now, trust and believe, I think the Kita is going to be there. I could be coping, but the card is quite nice. The Leviathan and all those types of things. So just not even from a gameplay perspective, but from this storytelling perspective and like just being creative, I think that is really cool. And I truly believe that is kind of one of those things that sets our game apart from a lot of different games, is that you're printing these cards, they're very iconic, but you're also telling the story within the cards themselves, but also the game and the meta at large tells a story, and that is just super cool. The locations and all the different types of things. So very, very nice. It's quite flavorful, and I enjoy it. I'm looking forward to it.
Same. The mechanics are awesome. Go ahead.
I mean, speaking of mechanics and synergy, the Madrigal synergy mentioned the Augustin Madrigal, which is a support character that is beefy beyond compare. He's a 3/6 with support, so that might make that World's Greatest Criminal Mind synergy that people are trying to make work. And also being able to carry damage for things like Ohanami's family. I think Augustin will be a powerful tool in that deck.
You know who's a nasty card, and I'm not saying this just because he's my favorite character? Donald Duck. That Donald Duck Traveler
in limited will be insane.
In limited will be insane. I think it'll be really good in core. I think it'll be an all-star in Infinity. Like, you sing a Cood and you get this guy onto the board. Hey, nice hand, pal. It's gone. Like, if you get this guy down on turn number 3, it's a 3/6 that quests for 2, and every time he quests, you discard a card. So he's sort of like the opposite of the Stitch, right? Same cost, same ink ability, same numbers on the stats. Stitch is a 4/5 instead of a 3/6, but it adds up to 9 at the end of the day. And quest for 2, instead of drawing you a card, he discards your opponent's hand. I think this card is going to be an absolute menace, and I hate to say it, I might have to sleeve up some discard decks if Donald Duck is an all-star out here.
Bring it back. Bring it back. You might be onto something, but the only downside with these Traveler cards, and I do love the flavor, but I think that flavor can be a sting because you will have to play another character every turn in order to fulfill this obligation because of his Traveler ability. You know, like all those Travelers, you have, that's the huge thing. Like, they have these very powerful effects, yes, and they're quite cool, but you have to play a guy and then do it. And each time you might not have a guy to play each turn, but I think it's very possible, especially if you build your deck in a way. I'm excited to see Garrick enter his discard era. Villain era Garrick, are you ready for that? I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, that seems a little bit scary to me personally, but I think it'll be all right. You know, I think this Donald Duck, even if you don't have a character to play, like obviously that's what makes him really, really good, but he's still a 3/6 that you got out on turn 4 or turn 3 with the Cood and Grandmother Willow, for instance. And he still is a big body that's hard to get rid of. Any quest for 2, challenges back for 3. So like anything in the early game, he's just going to absolutely obliterate. I think this guy's really good if you can get him out early.
Yeah.
Question for you guys: between the Toy Synergy, Super Synergy, Madrigal, was there another one?
The Atlantis.
I think those are Atlantis. Which one do you think has the most explosive onto the meta? Like a really a viable strategy that you think will have an impact right away?
Great question.
Toys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Toys. I mean, it lends itself so well to the Amber go wide, and I think it. Yeah, I think the payoff will be immediate, and they did a pretty high payoff of Toys. And it'll only get higher. That's the thing, is like every time we see one of these subtypes introduced, this is just the beginning. There will be more toys.
Yeah, more toys coming. We got more movies coming. We've got more toys in the movies that need to be added as well, and more variants of them. Like, I could imagine the Bo Peep from the 4th movie being like a Floodborn. I guess it would be a Dreamborn, but like you could do something similar like that where she's just... she could be a Traveler with her staff that she has and all that.
Did we get a Bo Peep Traveler? I don't think we did.
No. We just got the 2/3 that quest for 2, but a bunch of villains that haven't been added in. It was the first movie plus Jesse and Bullseye is what we got. So there's still a lot of the Prospector is out there.
Zerg.
Yeah, we have Zerg, of course. The Goat is out there. Lotso, Hug and Bear. I doubt that we'll ever see like Barbie or Ken or anything, because Mr. Potato Head is obviously a staple of the films, but that is a Mattel, I believe, owns that.
We don't have Slinky Dog or Slinky Dog. It seems.
Yes,
like
Slinky Dog is not a Toy Story original either. I believe that
I
is.
didn't know that.
Yeah, that is a
what about Mr. Pricklepants? Is Mr. Pricklepants?
I think he might be okay. I think he might be all right.
And same thing with the Etch-a-Sketch. I don't think we'll ever get Sketch.
No Sketch.
I was shocked that we got Lenny. Lenny kind of looks like I had the little binocular scope things with the little thing where you flip the. Yeah. I sound like an old. You know what I'm talking about. I had like the little guy when you put the little disc on top and you flip. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know
what Viewmaster. Right?
I know what Lenny looks like.
Is it Viewmaster?
Wait, are you talking about the red? It's red and you click it?
No, it's like a little thing. It's like a chakunk, and it like flips.
Yeah, but you have the disc.
A disc, Katie, you know what I'm talking about.
And it was red.
Yeah,
they were red. They came in multiple colors, but I think it's red.
It could be blue too, but it's famously red.
I'll pull it up, man. I feel like 1,000 years old. And that was what Woody
would use for battle plans. He uses them in Toy Story Midway. I will say, while you're looking that up, the pairings have gone up for round 4, so I will be headed out shortly. But I will say there's some exciting names at the top tables right now. We have Dankster, who is a player, I believe, in the Atlanta area. We have Moxies here at table 5. We have Fungus at table 7. Sky at table 10. Zan at table 9. Alphos at table 8. It's like a celebrity who's who.
Wow, yeah,
at the
celebrity
top.
row.
Alphos is in the
absolutely.
dojo as well.
Alphos is at the table, and he is.
Alphos has a sickness, man. He's just going to. He's collecting qualifications like Thanos, man. It's
And
crazy.
he's very, very like relaxed about it. He's like, yeah, I'm ahead today. I'm gonna win.
That was such a
Shut
good
up.
Alphos. That was a 10 out of 10 Alphos right there.
I thought he was in the building for a second.
It's kind of
Yeah,
it's one of
that's
those things I put on my
exactly
resume.
it right there.
Okay.
The viewfinder.
So that looks
Right.
nothing like Lenny. I was way off. My bad.
Yeah, the viewfinder is
bad.
in the movie. Like they use it in the movie. Woody will say like, "Here's the plan." Like I think.
Yeah.
Or they use it at some point.
I was
So
I was
all
super
of that
duper.
was to just say you thought this was a ViewMaster.
I thought Lenny was close to a viewfinder,
Oh,
viewmaster, view something, and I was way off. I need to
You're
lock.
way, yeah, you're way,
You should be
way,
allowed
way
to.
out left
You're
field.
allowed to be wrong. Okay,
Okay.
this is a safe
He's
place
not.
for you. Okay. All right.
It's not. It's actually
All right.
not.
I was trying to say this is a safe place, but it's not because Garrick is here and he is a trivia master. If you don't know it,
When are we getting Wheezy out here? When are we getting what's
Yeah.
that short buff guy with like the tall hair? You know what I'm talking about? And the snake, they're like
Seems like
friends.
muscles or something.
Yeah, wait, we need him.
Oh, the shark. Hey, the one that.
Yeah, I
puts
was
the-
just yeah.
Hey, I'm Woody.
Howdy.
Howdy.
If we're
so
probably
good.
never getting the toy soldiers, which is
Yeah.
Or the
unfortunate. Or the
Yeah,
monkeys.
barrel of
yeah.
monkeys. You won't get that either. That's cool though.
monkeys.
I think we got enough. And honestly, I
We
think
got a ton. We got a ton. for
And
sure.
honestly, I truly feel there's probably more Toy Story. Obviously, there's probably some new toys introduced in Toy Story number 5. We saw the trailer for that earlier. But I think they can kind of take the Pokemon route and just start making them up. No one's going to check the tape.
No, we
But
have
like
so many
this-
to finish.
Just start making them like the ones that we can do them first. And then once you run out, just start making them up. No one's going to
I
check.
agree with chat. We need Mrs. Nesbit. Like
Yes.
we had like a bird in the sky. We have that song. We have literally Buzz's arm, but we don't have Mrs. Nesbit. Years
crazy.
of academy training wasted. I need that as an action. Like what does that do? Like
It could be a Floodborn too. It can shift. Like you can either shift into the
Mrs. Nesbit.
you can shift into the buzz the iconic buzz, or you shift into Mrs. Nesbit, dude, and that could be sick. Like a little bit of flavor there. Go either way.
Yeah, I agree. We need a Mrs. Nesbit and we need a Mrs. Nesbit stat. But next set, we've got even more Pixar coming into the game. We have, of course, the Monsters Inc. And we could get like a monster tag potentially and have some monster synergy coming through. And then we have, this was in the key art, right? We had Up is there in the background. So we could get some more stuff from there. It'll be interesting to see if they go with another three ball on that.
Do we not have Monster Tag already? I thought we hit one. I might be mistaken.
Oh, I'm out of here,
Not
guys.
that I can think of.
I'm clocking out because we were about to start some Disney Lorcana.
We'll check.
So I'm
Well-
gonna take my dog for a walk and then.
All right, Katie.
You guys
Well,
ready
you'll
to
come back
watch?
and you'll join us as Garrick and I will take this one.
Oh.
We'll take the helm. The Leviathan is monster, is he not?
Yeah, I was just about to say that Leviathan does have. So again, going on what I was just saying, we had the future proofing from Winter Spell with the supers, and now potentially the Leviathan having the monster tag could be a relevant tag. But let's get into it here. Round number 4. We've got the Office here versus the black T-shirt.
I love it. I love it. The Office doing their thing. Who's winning the drip war? I'm thinking the Office has to win. I think black tea is a little too.
I like a plain black tee goes kind of crazy though.
A little graphic tee is quite nice. I think if you'd had a V-neck on that thing, maybe you win hands down. But
and we got some blurple from our player Luca Rinaldi here going up against Mateus Tanusi. Is how I'm going to say that. I think that's right. And we have a Seven Dwarfs Mine going into the Inkwell here. Do we have a location stack?
Now, I
about
could
to
be
pop off?
wrong, but I believe I've seen this player before playing in another tournament somewhere, and it looks like, the location Amethyst Steel, Garrick, is here and present for duty as we start with a Zootopia is going to be out on turn number 1, and this thing can get out of hand sometimes and gain a tremendous amount of lore. However, this Royal Guard, the Palace Guard, or Royal Guard, excuse me, will be able to accost this 4 willpower location quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go ahead and get the Dumbo down onto the board with
Wait,
I'm
what is happening?
confused. He only has 3 ink. How is okay. All right, thank you. I was gonna say that's not possible. You can't sail and play Dumbo. That would be crazy.
Imagine though, if you
Meant
could.
to play the Basil there. I don't think Mateus was locked in and laser focused on that. He probably would have just let it happen. So it's a good thing Luca was like, oh, that's supposed to be a Basil, but it looks like this hand is really aggressive. We got Nala, we got Honey Marin in the hand. We're just trying to get to 20 as quickly as possible, and we go ahead and gain 1 from this location right off the rip. But like you said, that Royal Guard is going to be able to challenge into these locations quite easily.
Yeah, and looking at these Lumineers, I think they both do seem quite familiar. I think they have had some tournament success throughout. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Luca did get a top placement at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Ghent. So hitting the road, dude, coming in from Europe, I want to say. And again, it's just not confirmed yet, but that is interesting to make that trip to get over to Brazil. Really just stressing the importance and how serious it is on this competitive level to punch your ticket to the World Championship if that is your goal. So nice to see this Luminaire getting active here.
Yeah, I love to see it. Luca is a definitely well-known player over there across the pond, as we like to say, as we are going to have a Genie come down onto the board. Could have went for Tigger there to try and get some of this tempo a little bit off here, but we're just going to go ahead and get rid of that location, quest with the Basil, and we are going to start getting lore of our own on the board, as it looks like Luca has the more aggressive deck right now with the Genie and 2 additional characters on the board.
Yeah, and you really haven't had any type of momentum be established by Mateus here as you are going into your 3 ink turn. It looks like that is a Demona who is shipping up down to the Inkwell. Check that. It is a John Silver that's go down to the Inkwell. We have that Nala, we have this Olaf, and we have a few more locations, but that Basil, low-key, puts a lot of pressure onto these locations. If you can't challenge him effectively, you can send a challenge into this Basil with the Honey Marin, but that's a trade, and that's a little piece of lore that you're missing. Your deck seems as if it's geared to be very aggressive, so challenging into any characters, especially losing your character on the crackback, seems bad, but maybe that Palace Guard might be a Royal Guard, might be a viable target.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, the Basil is going to start wreaking havoc here a little bit for this location deck. The support keyword is really something that we have not seen in this game until the rotation happened, which is why I really love rotation in card games. It opens up so many different avenues for different cards and different keywords to really shine. As we do see the Castle Wyvern come down onto the board, it does give characters Challenger +1 and Resist +1 while they are there. It's got 5 willpower and also has a single lore pip on it. So we are keeping the locations coming, and we are staring down a mighty board on the opposite side that is going to make it difficult for these locations to stick, like we mentioned.
Yeah, so we did, and that is a very, very valid point. But Garrick, what do you think about that quest with the Honey Marin with that Royal Guard? I want to keep getting mixed up, and he's Palace Guard. He's Royal Guard. He's the Royal Octopus. Guard. Yes. What do you think about that quest over a challenge into that Octopus to clear this character off the board, or do you favor trying to grab that lore and trying to fulfill your win condition?
Yeah, I mean, Mateus knows the name of the game. I got to get over the finish line. I got a lot of things that can gain lore immediately, like the Cobra, like the Honey Marin. We might see Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in here. I have to do what I have to do to operate my game plan at the best way that I possibly can. If I am challenging into your characters instead of forcing you to challenge into mine, I am not going to get over the finish line. So we'll see if Mateus is able to get that done. But right now, Luca has the reins firmly in hand on this game. And if we start seeing things like Hades Infernal Schemer, Elsa the Fifth Spirit, or even Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, things could get even more troublesome for Mateus. We need to start getting this board wide. One thing that Blurple typically struggles with is very wide boards because they have a lot of single target removal. So if we're able to get really wide, then we can start to do something. Nala is a good start to that strategy.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. You're going to have to also find a way to replenish your resources a bit. You are dwindling as you are getting plus after plus after plus. Locations are great, but they're inherently low tempo and they will be banished, and you will go negative in card advantage. So you need to find some docks. Maybe you can get to that 5 ink threshold, find a Hades looking for a deal, and hopefully your opponent declines and allows you to draw some cards, because right now you are kind of out of resources and out of gas, and your board is quite narrow. You are outflanked as well, outmaneuvered, and this very active Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe, is able to just sit back and draw some cards. This is where the bottom starts to fall out for you if you're Mateus. So you're also going to need Luca to stumble a bit and maybe slow down and give you some time to catch up.
Yeah, Luca, though, not intending to do so, with the card draw coming through consistently. And there she is. The Elsa, the fifth spirit, is going to come down onto the board, exert that Nala, and she is not going to stick around for long, as we are going to quest with the Basil, boost up our Royal Guard, and take down that Nala with no qualms or questions asked here. We could also boost up the Elsa if we'd like, but we don't need to. We can bust into this Nala here real quick, and then we can challenge with the Elsa into the Olaf. Mateus has the option to return the Captain Hook to hand, but then again, you're losing even more of that precious tempo that you mentioned, and Luca, looking like he is in complete control here, is going to go ahead and draw a card to finish off the turn.
Yeah, this is just a pretty flawless execution of the Sapphire and Amethyst strategy, and why it can kind of feed on some of these maybe not as fast aggressive decks, especially if your deck is location based, because you do have access to rush, you have access to support, you have access to the Royal Guard to be able to increase his challenging capability. It's just going to be very difficult for Mateus to get out there, especially with the sluggish start that they started off with. You also have to look back at some of those challenges. You really got to figure out a way to get this Basil and Royal Guard have done a tremendous amount of heavy lifting for Luca in this exact scenario. So the stare down commences now. One Captain Hook. You do find the Amethyst Chromacon, so that is going to be some of that card draw that you were looking for.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is parallel card draw. You know, you're both doing it at the same time, which is not what you want to do, is give the opponent more cards. The Blurple deck here, who is in complete control. Now, it's not too bad. I don't think the Captain Hook is getting banished there. There we go. Back onto the board as the Royal Guard loses its strength at the end of the turn. But like I was saying, Amethyst Chromacon is great if you're already ahead on lore and you have a bunch of lore and you're just trying to get over the finish line. Then you don't mind drawing your opponent cards, because it doesn't matter. Eventually, you're going to find the card that you need to end the game. But when you're below on lore and you're not anywhere near getting over the finish line, it feels really bad to start feeding your opponent cards who's already so far ahead.
Oh, for sure. And especially in a world where you don't have access to, like we talked about earlier in some of the previous rounds, that one-sided board wipe or any board wipe in general to kind of reset those assets. Luca, understanding this matchup very well, playing with a ton of confidence, is able to just continue to play character after character after character each turn, and get resource after resource with your Dumbo, and just get as wide as you want, because you have no fear of reprisals coming back from your opponent's side. Mateus holding on to one card, and you're only at 4 lore, Garrick. Maybe if you were sitting comfortably at 16 by this point, you'd be feeling a bit more confident. But right now, I think the window of opportunity is beginning to close as these turns go by.
Yeah, and here comes the Cheshire Cat, the absolute bane of the existence of every aggro deck, as it is going to move that damage that the Genie had stacked on it from so long ago when it challenged into that Honey Marin, and now that damage is finally removed, getting rid of one of the Captain Hooks on the other side, and why not? Let's get the Tipo down onto the board. That's just some extra lore that will help us get over the finish line even quicker. We do opt to use the Tipo ability and ink from hand, as now we're going to start questing and get this thing over with, as Luca is in complete control.
Yeah, and now the questing has begun. You were gaining a lot of residual lore with the Dumbo abilities, but now you're free and clear. You are uncontested, unopposed, and you're just kind of in victory position. And also, you kind of just can be in a fact find. It's a very comfortable spot to be in, because this deck that Mateus is playing, it is not the most commonly played deck. So as it could be in a benefit to get an early scoop. I'm not into early concessions all the ways, because there's still information that Mateus can gather from Luca Luca's deck, maybe some tech choices, but you're also giving up more information about your deck, like what locations you have access to every time you ink something or play a different card. So I don't know. It's an interesting decision to be made here at this point, because I think from this spot it might be very unrealistic to try to turn the tides on this one.
No, you're right on the money there. I think if you're Mateus, this game has gotten completely out of control, and you probably know that there's no way for you to get back into this game at this point. So why don't you save yourself a little bit more of your secrets and go into the next game with some surprises that Luca might not be ready for. As we're going to put a Nala down onto the board, Luca does know that that is in your deck, but like DKP mentioned when we were talking to him earlier, the number of cards that are in your deck also matters, not just that the card is in your deck at all, right? So that's something Mateus might want to think about as well. But we're going to get the Nala down here on the board. Luca, of course, has a ton of different options to get rid of this card. We've seen Demona in the hand. I believe he has a Let It Go as well. So probably not too keen to let any of these cards quest, as Fire the Cannons is going to remove that Elsa the Fifth Spirit. Slow down Luca just a little bit.
Yeah, especially with that Cheshire Cat being made so readily available with that damage floating. So that could have easily have cleared that knowledge. So that was a heads-up maneuver getting it off the board. But a secondary Elsa, I believe, was a draw for turn. And I think you can go ahead and send that Elsa and clear this Nala before it can get that Mighty 3 quest in. Mateus still locked up at 4 as we're just kind of running the numbers here. Genie could potentially draw another card, but I think that 2 lore seems a bit irresistible at this point as Elsa exerts the Nala. Basil will base boost probably the Elsa, and we'll go and clear this Nala no issue and get a nice another hardy quest in.
Man, Elsa the Fifth Spirit is such a good card and might even be a better once we get into the Wilds Unknown set with Dale. Imagine putting a Dale down, then your Elsa challenges in for 5 with Rush and Evasive.
Yeah.
Maui Hero to All is back and kind of better than ever, as we are going to get a big quest here on the side of Luca, setting things up to end the game on the next turn. And Mateus says, I've seen enough. I'm tapping out. Let's go to game number 2. I'm going to be on the play. I'm going to try and get off to more of an explosive start and try to put the Blurple deck on the back foot.
Yeah, I think that's what has to happen. I think your start was just way too slow. I think the optimal start, maybe you can't, if they go Palace Guard, or excuse me, if they go Royal Guard, I don't think you can slam location. I think you have to hold, and I think you maybe have to go to maybe an alternate 1-cost character, maybe Captain Hook, into a Pocahontas, into a John Silver, into a location flood there on your 4-ink turn. Maybe you put down 4 locations, 3 locations, quest the John Silver, quest the Pocahontas, and now you're sitting at, what was that, 9, 10 lore, something like that, and that's how you can burst and then maybe push yourself into that 15 and then kind of drag it from there to victory. I just don't think if you can chunk a Zootopia on turn number 1, hope that thing can survive through a Palace Guard, because it just a Royal Guard, excuse me, because it just I don't think it can work. So you are on the play now, and you know what you're up against. Blurple might be, in my opinion, your toughest matchup that you have to endure, as Luca has to be feeling quite confident going into this game number 2.
Man, I mean, that's a good call, but it's hard to say what the worst matchup might be. I think that you're probably right there with the locations. I mean, you can maybe overwhelm something like Amber Steel, who traditionally has a problem challenging in, as does the Dogs deck. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is a good shout there. Blurple able to rush in consistently. You have those characters that are so powerful early on that you mentioned, the Basil, the Royal Guard. We'll see what Mateus is able to come up with here, as he is also running the ferry ship here. So we have so many locations. I'm curious to see how many are actually in the deck compared to characters at this point, but we need to get off to a much faster start if we are Mateus. Find that Nala on turn 2 with another character on turn 1, and then potentially start following up with locations and overwhelm your opponent's ability to challenge in.
And also, you're going to need some help. You're going to need Luca to miss a bit of the script. You're going to need him to fall off the pace a little bit. Maybe you can not hit your Elsa on curve. You can not hit your Genie. Miss some of these early 1-cost characters. Your challenging capability can kind of go down a little bit. You need something like that to happen. And while you're on the play and just storm out early. So checking the hand, as this altar is going to be critically important. You're going to hold 6, Garrick, keeping 1. So you're feeling confident with the hand there and the way that thing is textured. Looking at Luca on the other side, it looks like we don't have access to our turn 2 ramp right now, it appears. But we have that Cheshire Cat. We have a Demona on the draw that we might be thinking about holding on to. Interesting indeed.
Yeah, got to get rid of some of these cards for sure. We're definitely not keeping that Hades Infernal Schemer. And look at that. We find the Basil. Was that a Bell Accomplished Mystic in there as well? Double Cheshire Cat. I think Luca is pretty happy with what he has. He did get a Sail the Azurite Sea off of that altar as well, I believe.
Yeah. I think that was a risky altar, and it worked out nicely for Luca there. And I'd be interested to see keeping Demona on the draw against the aggro deck. That is a gamble. Maybe it's some certified, guaranteed, bona fide ink. But Luca obviously is goated. He's got multiple qualifications, I believe, so far. So maybe they know how to rock this thing better than I could think of. But that was a gamble, and it paid off as Winter Spell is down to Inkwell. Shout out to reading Winter Spell in the last tournament of Winter Spell. I'd love to see that.
What is this? A Winter Spell in my game? But we do go with the Fairy Ship on turn number 1. We are on the play here, so that is going to gain you probably 3 lore, I would think, as we go ahead and gain 1 here. The Fairy Ship is on the board. We'll see if we're able to follow that up with a nice, maybe a double character, maybe a double location. We'll see what Mateus has in store for us. It would be amazing. Maybe hit this thing with a Fire the Cannons plus play a Olaf here. Could be pretty good. Also, Calhoun is not bad.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. I think the Fire the Cannons play might be the way to go, and it looks like that's where we're kind of leaning towards, because you saw how effective this Basil was against you in that game number 1. You can't allow this guy to get loose and out of the pocket again. So you go and dispatch this 1-cost detective early on. Now you have a pretty solid spot here. You got Sail the Azurite Sea into the Royal Guard, which is a nice rebuttal, but that is some more lore that you are missing out on, and the Calhoun is going to be a nice and steady follow up to that. So Luca looking less confident and in this scenario, but still you're not out of the woods, or you're not in the clear, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like we are potentially thinking about going for the Tipo instead. That does get a character onto the board, but like you mentioned, we could have gotten the Royal Guard if we would have opted to go with the Sail there, but we want to ink the Royal Guard, as looks like is what he's thinking about. We'll see what he opts to go with here. These are tough decisions early on against aggro decks. You kind of need to sculpt your turns exactly right and get the most benefit out of the cards in your hand. So opting to go with the Tipo there, which does trade with the Olaf.
Yeah, I still think the Royal Guard might have been a little bit better in this spot. Maybe ink the Tipo, Sail, play the Royal Guard, and you can probably put more hits into this Fairy Ship, especially if you can get maybe a Genie on that following turn. I don't know, or maybe another way to draw another card. I'm not sure. But again, Luca is significantly better than me, especially playing the Sapphire and Amethyst strategy. So I have to trust the process, and maybe that's going to be good enough as we pass back on over to Mateus now, who has a little sign of life here. Is Calhoun, just like you said, Garrick, hits the board, being able to insulate this Olaf and also protect your Fairy Ship a little bit from some hits.
Yeah, Fairy Ship is out here doing its thing and has gained 2 lore already. Definitely going to get to my prediction of 3 lore at the very least, as here comes Tipo into the Inkwell. On this turn, we have the ability to go Cheshire Cat plus Royal Guard. Might not be a bad option there, as we are going to go ahead and trade with the Olaf here. Definitely don't want to bounce our Calhoun back to hand, so we'll go ahead and keep her down onto the board.
And maybe we take your play, and just like you drew it up, Garrick, I think he can hear you as the cat and the Royal Guard come through. 1 cat, 1 octopus versus 1 Marine Sergeant. Who wins? Find out on the next episode of DLC Brazil. Drawing now is Mateus. So you have that Fairy Ship that has been doing a lot of heavy lifting for you a little bit, hitting the prophetic 3 lore. We are going to put the Illuminary Tunnels down into that Inkwell, sending on 2 now. It's another one. We got twinsies over here. Double the Calhoun, double the fun, as both Marine Sergeants are better than one.
Yeah, I like the Calhouns here. They are pretty good at protecting those locations because you got to get your characters exerted, obviously, to try and get in there. Luca right now, interesting hand, needs to ink here to play the Bell Accomplished Mystic, and then we're holding on to that Demona, which is going to fuel your opponent, but might be able to get you some amazing value trades once she does come down because the Royal Guard is on the board, and we got to think that it is going to absolutely get boosted up by this Demona to insane degrees, can take out that ferry ship. Bell can go into one of these Calhouns, Cheshire Cat can go into the other, and Mateus might absolutely be shambled by this Demona if Luca is able to draw an Inkable off the top.
Yeah, that is a gamble. Let's see if it's going to be Hades. It's going to be the punish for Luca Rinaldi as the draw happens. But maybe Mateus could also potentially play into this Demona. Maybe you can flood the board here, or maybe you can play your Cobra and discard a card or something like that just to give yourself a bit more lore. But we'll just put out a little bit of a down tempo. White Rose is going to come on through. Gain yourself one lore. You got to ink here for sure. If possible, we just pass. So that is a bit unfortunate of a turn coming in from the purple or the Amethyst and Steel player.
Here comes the Iago into the Inkwell, and there is the Demona that might just blow this game wide open. We can't be reading Demona right now, can we? This is one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, she's on the key art and everything. We gotta that's you gotta be switched on with this. Maybe not the key art, but she's on the booster pack, man. She is absolutely goated with all of the sauce. And now, yeah, you gotta read it and weep, says Demona, as your characters are all exerted. And the Calhouns love to stand tall and ready. But let me tell you, a wombo combo, we got that Calhoun is not going to be able to withstand the Cheshire Cat at all that following turn. So we can get, I believe, clearing all these characters off the board this turn, leaving nothing but a ferry ship on the following crackback. So this is looking like a GG, no re, see you next time type situation, Garrick.
Yeah, like I mentioned, if we got to this Demona, it was just going to absolutely be over because Mateus stumbled a little bit there early on in the game. We got the Calhoun down 2 turns in a row, but we weren't really able to ink up and play multiple characters in the same turn. So we got less Demona value as the aggro deck than the Blurple deck did. And now Luca knew that he was playing into this play. He wanted to get his hand empty, potentially why we saw him go with the Tipo over the Sail the Azurite Sea. That way the hand was a little bit more empty and he could have exactly 0 once this Demona came down, draw 3 and really boost up this Royal Guard. So you see Luca out here thinking and planning in centuries, not just looking 1 or 2 turns ahead, but 6 turns ahead.
Yeah, that was a very fair point because I was even questioning having the Demona in the altar, but he saw this thing happen from literally the game number 1. He was like, this is how I'm going to win. This is how it's going to happen. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. As Doc double discard, you actually hate to see it as you will send those 2 Captain Hook to the discard pile Captain Hook and the John Silver, Greediest Space Pirate, and pass. Interesting indeed. Maybe there's a world where we could have got something down into the Inkwell, I would say, to maybe reserve some of those resources. But I guess you just wanted to get him out of your hand. You got sick of looking at him, and you just want to put him in the discard pile. And I don't hate that either. Sometimes that's a good way to vent some frustration.
Yep. Elsa the Fifth Spirit coming on down onto the board. We are going to exert the Doc Bold Knight, have the ability to challenge into him pretty easily with our Demona here. Can clear up this ferry ship finally with the Bell Accomplished Mystic. By the way, one of my favorite pieces of art in the history of Disney Lorcana. That card is just so beautiful. And down comes the Royal Guard onto the board as well, making sure that we don't have 3 cards in our hand, so our Demona does not turn to stone and remain exerted. Luca doing everything exactly right here as he is going up against this aggressive location deck.
Yeah, and this is just when you look at games like this, you could just kind of feel that Luca is someone who is really in tune with their strategy. They know what they're trying to do. They really quickly diagnose everything that Mateus could possibly do, and they were able to just swiftly counter everything that Mateus had going on. Taking nothing away from Mateus. Maybe there's some nerves there. Maybe there is a little bit of inexperience there, but still, I think they're playing to the best of their capability, and they're having a good time. But I think Luca just seems, I don't know this player very well, but just watching him play, my scouter is going up. And I think it just kind of exploded here because it seemed like the Luminator is playing with a lot of confidence and a lot of information. And it seems like it is just going to be an absolute vibe. So let it go. Being sang by Elsa. That's a bingo, buddy.
That's a bingo.
That's a bingo.
And Luca coming through with the IQ definitely over 9,000. And the Let It Go is sung by the Elsa. He's doing it all. And he's even given us something to celebrate here as we go in for a big time quest. Is that his first lore of the game? It must be.
It might
we don't
be,
have
yeah.
any lore marked here as the Demona is being read again. Curious about the Stone by Day ability, but Luca knows what he's doing. Only 2 cards in hand. What did we get off the top? Is that a Cobra that we just have to play onto the board with no discard available? Going back to that dock play, that was I think I would have loved to wait at least one more turn before going to that dock, try and get some of these characters on the board. But it looks like a Sword of Hercules actually is in hand.
We're kind of cooking.
And we get rid of the Hades. We should have put that on the bingo board.
Let's go.
How about that?
Let's
and
go.
Now
I believe
Luca
that
has to read the card.
That is an item, so that will stick around.
Yeah,
so
that sticks onto the board.
the Calhoun is going to be the follow-up. But yeah, I would have loved to maybe ink one, go for the Captain Hook, and then go for the dock there, and you're still on your way. And I think that's just something that happens. Sometimes you get nervous. Sometimes you miss sequence stuff. I mean, we're always going to have some grace. People, playing on a feature match on a live stream is always going to be very difficult, especially when you're playing against really talented players, man. So I don't want to besmirch anybody. I don't want to talk down on anyone. It's just a mistake. These things do happen. But we did get to see a really cool Sword of Hercules coming on through. I've never seen that card be played on a feature match. So that might have to be on the bingo card going into next time.
I absolutely agree, and I don't think it'll ever happen again, but I was very happy to be here to see it, to witness it in a DLC on a feature match. The Sword of Hercules not only taking down a deity, but taking down Hades himself. That was really cool to see on Mateus's side, anticipating to see a bunch of deities in this tournament, and goes ahead and is able to pop it off, and there's the handshake. He's going to give it up. Luca with the win there. I love discussing the strategies of these players as they're playing it out, and like you said, no disrespect to anybody. Just curious about different lines that they could go for, learning a little bit about how each player likes to play and what they like to get into. But Blurple looking like it is that terrifying deck as it always has been, and taking down the aggressive Amethyst and Steel Locations deck 2-0. Congratulations to Luca. Moving on to round number 5.
Going in around number 5, undefeated, has to feel quite good. I believe that is 6 points, I want to say. So shout out to both of those players.
9 points, so I believe he did have a loss. He did have a loss there. And Katie is doing some signaling here. We might have to get her back into the dojo. I can do that.
How's that? I got you. She's there now.
I'm muting.
All right, we're good.
I can't.
My bad,
You
Katie.
nailed it. You nailed it.
We got it going, Katie. But were you able to see any of that match, Katie? What are some of your thoughts on the...
I was like eating like my lunch, like, come on, guys. But that was, masterful. This is a terrible thing to admit, but last night I was laying in bed thinking about, okay, who's more favored in Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire? Has there been any movement in that matchup? And I was like, well, I would think Amethyst Sapphire because I just have more answers forever. Like that, once you get to the turn 6 or 7, like they are just cooking with napalm, and it looks like that's what happened. There was some new tech in there. I saw Winter Spell. I saw Sword of Hercules. So I like what I saw, but it's just a well played Blurple deck is just it's hard to deal with because it is a control deck.
And Luca was definitely playing at the highest skill capability. You know, he wasn't making very many mistakes. The altars, I mean, you're taking some risk and you're being rewarded. Like Garrick said, he mapped out his entire game based on what he could potentially draw and what the opponent would potentially do, and was rewarded quite nicely. And he did us a favor, going back to the bingo card. If you just tuned in, we're playing a little bit of bingo today, and we did get a bingo, as we have the song being sang by our own character as Petula. I believe her name is Petula Clark. She had a song called "This Is My Song," and I thought that was funny, so we put her on here, and there you go. That one is now resolved. So looking at our card, we got to get some help from the TO. We need some Ruby in there. I think we need some Amber in there to hopefully get this Raging Storm to happen. But all we need is a game to go to time and a Mickey Mouse, and we're there. Also, we got this diagonal. If we can get a bodyguard somewhere involved, someone has to miss ramp, which we almost got, and Strength of Raging Fire has to be played 4 times in a match. I think in a game. I think that can happen.
We've had Amethyst Steel on feature 3 times and have not seen Strength of Raging Fire played once.
All we
in
need
3 matches.
we need an Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel mirror match, or an Amber Steel mirror match, and we are so there. I think it can happen.
They're going to be ripping it out of their hands with Mowgli, man. It's
oh my goodness. You're right. I feel so bad about it. I'm sick to my stomach. It'll never happen. You actually hate to see it, but I don't know. So far, so good. Tournament is looking quite nice. Shout out to the Brazilian stream. You guys they're up on Copag official. If you guys want to go over there and give them a follow as well, and also everyone watching on Twitch and everyone watching on YouTube at Podcana. Thank you guys all for being here and rocking and rolling with the program. If you also have some bingo squares, make sure you let me know via Discord, and we can get those added to a potential next stream, because this is a lot of fun. I'm having a good time playing the bingo, which is going to be called Quest here in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Again, hit a follow on JDZ, hit a like on Podcana. Would really appreciate it if you're liking what you're seeing. But we're going to keep it rolling all day long. We have another, 4 rounds to go?
I think so. And I believe I'm hearing reports that people are already starting to draw, which I don't know if that is the correct heads up cash money meta move to be making at this point. I think you need to just keep playing no matter what your record is, because there are 12 rounds of Swiss. Drawing into day 2 won't do you very much good, because there will be more Swiss happening tomorrow. So hopefully that's not the case, and I might be mishearing, or maybe some false reporting.
5 more rounds today, right? Because like they do go to 8, and then they're gonna cut, and then they have, I think they're doing 9 today.
They might be doing 9 today. They might be doing. I did. Yeah, I've heard.
The rumor I have heard is that there's 9 today, but they'll at round 8 they're like, hey, everybody, look at your phone. If you've been eliminated, check out our side events or something like that. Which is
check
fair.
out our montage of you being eliminated.
Nope, that tech hasn't been deployed yet. But once that tech is deployed, yeah, I'll be like, all right, the greatest moments. It's been a long day.
And also, so coming in from the chat, I did see a question there. Is the main commentary in Portuguese? Yes, the official broadcast on Copag Oficial is in Portuguese, and they are rocking and rolling all day. So please go over there and support them, and let them know, hop into the chat and hit them with a thumbs up or something like that. Just let them know you're out here and you see what's rocking and rolling with it. We are just out here doing a restream of the official broadcast, and just to provide some English commentary. We are all commentators, and I do this all the time, and I just want to get as many reps as I can and say goodbye to Winterspell in my own way. So thank you guys for sharing that with us and being here. We'll also be at the Ink Open in a few short weeks as well. So you'll get, if you like this trio, you'll see more of this in that tournament there. So make sure you guys tune into that as well.
Yeah, and
Not
I will
to
say
mention
that
ETB.
ETB, yeah, we're going to Canada, international. We're worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I was pretty excited once we kind of put our heads together. I'm like, wait a minute, we can make a little Lorcana stew, and we decided to do this cast because I liked Winterspell's meta. I think it's been fun because obviously there's matchups that we get personal biases for and against, but I feel like every tournament I've casted in Winterspell, I've had a great time. Like, it's been no like, okay, time to make this sound interesting. Like, everything's been genuinely interesting to me as a caster. I think it might be maybe harder as a player, and you guys can speak to like your experiences at said champs, knowing that there is no one true deck that you can just sleeve up and be like, don't worry, I'll bring this and I win. So that has to be hard. But I think that also adds a little bit of fun where maybe you're not locked into just 2 decks. There's like 5 or so decks you could probably do pretty well with.
And to that point, I think once we go back and really reinvestigate, it may never happen. Maybe there could be a time in the future where retro formats start to develop for Digital Lorcana. You could start to see or reimagine what these formats were in the time that they were. But I fully feel that this format wasn't explored to its utmost. I think there are still some viable strategies out there that could have been discovered. I have been experimenting with that Ruby and Sapphire strategy, the Robin Hood deck. I've talked about a lot. I played it a lot for my set championships runs, and that deck is really fun and it can make some really powerful plays. It's not the best, but I think if it could have been shopped around a little bit more, or maybe cooked a little bit harder by some of these great minds, and it could have been even more consistent, and it took the opportunity to fill in some holes of some gaps in the metagame with no Pete. It's a very action-based deck. I'm playing Olaf really cheap. We talked about it earlier. So stuff like that came on very late in this metagame, and it's unfortunate that you just have so few time to try these kind of things out.
And it's tricky too because I listened to an episode where Zan Syed specifically was talking about like when he decides to bring funky decks or not, and he talked about like, am I trying to make the top 8 or am I trying to win? And that there's a lot that goes into like deciding to play a funky type deck. I mean, he is notable for sometimes breaking through the meta with decks that make people go, huh? Like Monster Combo, Jafar Wheel, where you go, is this viable? But it's at your own peril, right? Like to bring a deck like that, it's like you win and everyone's like, yay! But if you lose, then no one cares and you feel silly because you're like, well, Jafar Wheel next time. And I think I'm glad I'm not put in that position because I mean, we talked to World Class Cards earlier and we said anything weird and they're like, no, I want to win. So, they didn't say that, but that's the impression I got is this is not the time for acting out. There's Mickey's on the line.
Yeah. The weirdest deck is the Emerald Sapphire, as DKP said, and they are out there absolutely crushing it at World Class Cards, and it's awesome to see them traveling to each one of these DLCs. If you are a North American player or even a European player, you can follow some of your favorites on that team from tournament to tournament and kind of root them on, and then you have more investment, like emotionally, as somebody that likes watching all of these. Of course, I like competing in them as well, but I'm like, hey, I like that player a lot, and they're doing well, and it's cool to see them on cam just absolutely crushing it and playing to the utmost of their ability. And it's always a pleasure to get to see those players on camera. So like you talked about it earlier, like let's get some funky decks. Personally, I just want to see the best players on stream.
Okay.
So this has been a real joy for me. You can have both, but it needs to line up because they either have to play the funky deck or be playing against somebody with the funky deck.
That is true.
Yeah.
But it is cool to see decks that are off meta or something that you wouldn't normally see. But I really just enjoy watching the top players, even if they win in a game that wasn't particularly close. It's interesting to see, for me, how they got to that point. Like in that game where we just saw Luca against Mateus, the reason he won that deck is because he used the Tipo instead of the Sail. And I think 99% of players would have went with Sail there and played the Royal Guard. But he said, no, let me Tipo because I got to empty my hand. By the time I get to the Shimona, I have 0 and I'll win the game on that turn. And so that was really cool to see. Like he blew the game out of the water, but now we got to see how he blew the game out of the water. So I love it.
Yeah, very true.
How do you
very true.
feel about the fact that live action Maui is about to appear above your head in any moment now? Like
I'd
the entire time you're
love
talking,
if we could just change the scene.
You want to
nope,
get it out
we
of
have
there?
to let it happen. Like you were about to make a really good point, and I was hoping it'd be like
You want to just get it off the stream? I know this is very.
No,
we're not.
I
we're
would
not.
love
Oh, there he is.
He's here.
Garrick, you know me.
He's here.
We talked
Everybody
about
shoot it
this.
down.
We talked about this on TNAP a few times, and this is where we are diametrically opposed. I'm going to be in here, Maui, Moana, day one. Okay, I'm there, planet. Me and my whole family are going to be sitting there, probably dead smack center, popcorn, watching this thing happen.
Oh my
okay?
god, that wig is horrendous.
We're going to be locked in. Garrick may never watch this film, okay, and that's where
He
the
shouldn't.
two.
Nobody.
I'm there.
We should
Oh,
encourage. We can't encourage this behavior, JD. This is
I'm the problem. It's me. Hey,
Longbow.
me. I'm the problem. It's me. I'm a part of the problem. I'm the reason why these remakes keep happening is because of me. Okay, I will fund these things. I don't know. I just like them. I can't explain it. I don't know why. I'm the problem child, I suppose.
All right. There should be a customer for every product, and I'm glad to know you're here. And honestly, we here have helped support Disney's economy quite a bit, and pat ourselves on the back. We're doing our part. In the chat though, if anybody has a Brazilian player, they're like, oh, you don't so-and-so's here, you're not talking about so-and-so, also let us know, because we talk about American players and European players, but it's because I only speak those languages of English.
Right. And this is the we are American content creators. We are American. This is American English stream, so there is a very heavy bias there. I get roasted by even the Mexican community sometimes because I don't know enough Mexican players, and they're even in North America, and I don't know a lot of the European players that I should. I got to get out there and do my work, or maybe you got to travel to some of these events to help your boy out a little bit. But I think it could work. But hopping back into the chat. We had some questions coming in earlier as Triple B 1988 says, can we talk about the short turnaround from Miles to Attack of the Vine? May to July seems very short between sets, especially when the Vine is a rotation set. I believe that might be why it's short. I think the rotation set, at least from the Fable, that one was also short and then led into the the set before Fabled was a shorter run or something like that. I'm fine with it. I think it might be setting them up to get back on the right timeline of their release calendar, maybe on like a corporate level. But I think it's if it allows us to get Worlds in a timely manner and to get the national event in a timely manner and to get the next DLCs rolling in a timely manner, we got to cut off a few weeks. Sign me up for that. I'll take it.
And it makes sense from the perspective of it does, like, it times well with the fact there's no core DLCs right now, so like the timing works out where people are kind of sad, like, oh well, these cards we won't get to see necessarily at a DLC right away in core. So okay, we'll have our little Infinity DLCs, and then we'll catch you guys in the summer, and then we'll start playing with the new cards. So I think it is like obviously we want the most time with all the cards, but I think it just makes sense that it can't all be equal all the time. For sure.
And it's
what other questions we got?
Fortunately, unfortunately. Yeah, we got time.
Rascal Adams says, I hope they reprint Elsa Fifth Spirit. That was
I just read that comment. I'm not going to read what he said.
Yeah, I read it. I read it word for word. It said, I hope they reprint Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Very true.
Yep.
Honestly, and Garrick was talking about Elsa earlier, and we were, talking about how great that card is. I've gone on record multiple times. I think that's the best card ever printed. Is that hyperbolic, or am I spitting, or is that facts, or is that cap, or am I what is the best card ever printed in the whole game? Ever.
Flaversham.
Hiram Flaversham. I think Elsa might be a little bit more impactful, dude. And he got banned.
Hiram got banned twice.
Yeah, very true. Right. Okay, Hiram's goated. He's goated with the sauce.
Either him or Bucky.
Anybody that got
two answers. If you want to say those are not included
one of the most powerful cards in the game, I think.
In the Fortisphere. If you're not including Bucky and Hiram, then you got to talk about like Sisu, Diablo, Elsa's up there, Popsicle.
I think Strength has been, obviously.
Strength of Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On. Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, Doc, yeah.
I think Elsa goes.
Good contenders out there.
We should make that list. The best card ever printed outside of Bucky and Hiram. We will just throw those on since they got nerfed and banned. Obviously, they were so strong they had to be removed from the game. Elsa has not had that happen just yet. Tramp comes to mind. I think that's another a great card that has been printed. But the card is just so versatile, and you can tell.
So silly.
You can tell that Elsa is such a good card because of how they continue to reprint those effects. They will never print another Elsa again. But now we have cards like Frozone coming through, which is like a cheaper, great value type Elsa effect. Yeah. We have the Kirkland brand Elsa. We have
great value Elsa.
Look at what hey Mark, look what they have to do to duplicate a portion of our power or something like that.
Of our power,
yeah.
The Dr. Thunder Elsa is Icy Thunder Chill.
We have that. We have what else?
Code might be in this conversation in about a year from now. Code and Moody might just be a problem. Yeah.
We haven't seen a Coot on stream yet. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit.
We haven't seen an Amber on stream yet. Yeah.
No, we saw one. We saw DKP did play against.
Oh, you're right. Hogs.
Yeah, we didn't get to see for long because DKP was working at a speed we've never seen observed of Blurple played, where it was like the 10-minute Blurple's game.
But coming in from the chat again, we have Brawl. Hobby says Brawl. Ain't no way Brawl is up there.
God, it can't. Brawl, draw a card.
Brawl ain't even in the convo.
They're playing the game, I think.
Oh, they're playing the game. That's fine.
Circle of Life Warthog is Pumbaa.
That was so easy. They got to make that a bit easier. They got to make that a bit more difficult.
That's the movie by the emoji. See, it was so easy. We got the game just based on four emojis. We were like, yep, guess the movie. It's Lion King.
That's not what it was. You had to say the opening line of the movie, and we didn't know that. And
all right, I got a game.
What is the opening line of that film? From the day we arrived on the planet?
Nah, Cingüeña,
Isn't it? I can't. He's got to finish.
Well, if the line that we have to say is in English, then I think I was right. But JD is technically right.
Yeah, I think it's non Cingüeña.
I'm saying what's spoken. Like I'm saying what's the first dialogue in the movie, and I think it's before the sun rises, he's your son. And he's like, Dad, let's go do stuff or whatever, right? The first scene.
It's like Rafiki. He busts the grapefruit on his head or whatever that was, the cassava, and rubs the juice on him, holds him up. I think it's Zazu and Scar. Don't we start Zazu Scar there or no?
I was thinking Scar had a really early on scene, but I think Katie is right.
And honestly, thank you. But I might be wrong. But I just hearing Katie was right is enough.
We got the internet. Let's find out.
We arrive.
Pull up Disney Plus. Let's watch the whole movie.
Let's watch the whole thing. Let's lock in.
I don't think Zazu has a line during the
Frozen. Next.
Frozen, yeah.
Me and JD are locked in on another level, okay?
Oh my goodness, dude. Too easy. Next.
I don't think Zazu has a line during the song. He just gives a nod to Mufasa and bows or something.
Game recognizes game.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let me see. We have this. Let's go to all right, I got a game we got to play. It's gonna be hard to explain, but I wanna try this out, and I'm doing this off the top of the dome. I just saw this on TikTok, and I'm trying to reshape this into a Disney Lorcana related thing. So give me a second while I pull up the script of Lion King really quickly to see what the what the runoff is, what the runtime happens to be. As Lion King transcript, the film's open on the black screen, the opening credits fade. And out as nature sound effects play. From off screen roars. Okay. Oh, never mind. We got the song. The song goes through. The birds are singing. Everyone's still singing. Flamingos are singing. Carmen Tweely, the song's still going on. I can share this with the screen so it doesn't seem like I'm just yelling into the void.
That's all right. We go. Yeah, just keep the stream on because we got to see if they got another emoji movie coming.
Okay.
I can't miss it.
That's really important for us.
I want to get it done.
All right. Well, we're still going. We got Mouse. Okay, so it enters Carmen Twilly. We have more. The song still goes on, and then the mouse squeaks in. He runs through. Scar.
Oh, yeah.
Scar says,
Scar.
"Life's not fair, is it? You see?
I
shall never be king." This is Snow White next, bro. Easy.
Oh, we already got it.
Did you really?
Me and Garrick, we're not reading the script of Lion King, but I will say I was wrong. I'll raise my hand and say I was wrong, but I did want to do a Simba impression.
So it was close.
I do a way better Simba than Jeremy Iron. So
that was pretty good. I can respect that. I can always respect that. Some nice little symbology. But I do like the emoji game. I think this is quite a good game.
It's hard to make hard though. I feel like we should do emoji
I could make it hard.
What if we did Disney Lorcana song? Or not Disney Lorcana card versus, because that would be more.
I'm about to make an emoji one right now for you guys. I'm gonna throw it in the Discord and see if you guys can get it.
If it involves the peach emoji, I'm not playing.
If it involves, it's gonna be a Disney Lorcana franchise, and I'm gonna cook for you guys. I think.
Okay, you're gonna cook, and while you're cooking, I need you to open your third eye and try to listen to the rules of this game as I explain it. All right.
Yep.
as I explained it. So how it works is kind of like a category game. Okay. So you have to pick not a character, not a specific thing, but you have to pick a specific category. I'm going to give characters, but the category has to fit a certain amount of characters in the game. Okay. If hey, wings, my character has to have wings. I'll start to call characters. All right. And if they fit your category, you have to say, yes, that character is in. And I have to try to deduce what your category is. Does that make sense?
I wish there was a way we could do it without us having to understand the rules.
All right, run the rules by me one more time.
All right, you're switched on. You're switched on. Okay, so you have to pick a category. All right, you pick a category, and there has to be a multitude of characters that can fit in your category. Like I use example, so don't pick wings. Like if I say, hey, my category is wings, you start naming characters. All right, and I'll say, no, that doesn't fit. No, that doesn't fit. And your goal is to try to figure out what my category is. By asking questions. Like if I say wings and I say, hey, genie satisfied dragon, and you say, yes, that fits because he has wings. And if I name a character that doesn't have wings, then you say, no, it doesn't fit.
So is the category secret or the character secret?
The category is the secret. You have to find out what the category is based on the similarities of all the cards that you have named.
Okay, I'm ready.
Does that make sense?
I'm ready to be a guesser.
All right, so you can be a guesser. We all can be guessers, and we all just ask, okay? And I'll ask. When I ask, both of you guys can let me in. It's gonna be kind of hard to keep track of all the stuff. You need like a piece of paper. Never mind, we can't do this without some advanced technology or someone keeping score.
Okay. But, then I'm just gonna throw an emoji, 4 emojis in the chat, and I don't know if this is gonna work.
Let's see.
Can you just put like regular emojis into chat?
I think so.
We're gonna find out. Oh, we were putting it in chat. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, that is, we don't talk about Bruno.
Is it? Here?
I mean,
green?
It's don't listen, green square. And then that last one, I don't know, but it's
the ear. The ear is kind of throwing me off.
Yeah, I don't know. What's that last one? What is that?
What is it? Is it? We don't talk about Bruno. Is it?
Tell you what it is.
If it is, we don't talk about Bruno, and he's just like not letting us know that. That would be great.
Well, it's the movie, is what you're trying to guess, guys.
Oh, is it? Is it Encanto?
It is.
You cooked. You cooked.
I zoomed in so hard.
The ear is for Dolores.
Dolores. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm gonna do another one for you guys. And chat,
they got one
obviously,
here. They got Rapunzel there. That's
Rapunzel.
easy.
Yeah, that was I looked at it. I didn't even say it because it was so easy. I'm trolling. I'm gonna do another one. And chat, feel free to get involved in this. If you can get it faster than JD and Katie, then you're goated.
But you won't.
You won't. So that is.
It's like kind of like a maybe, but you won't. But maybe actually, I don't know. We're just waiting.
Let's see. We're waiting. We're waiting on bated breath. Garrick is trolling.
I know. I can't even. Yeah, he's like, don't worry. He's making emojis right now. All right.
Yeah.
No, guys, I have to find the emojis. I got to copy.
Wait,
I got to
paste. You made it kind of sound like you were ready for the next one, but
no. I am cooking just a small amount.
Okay.
Yeah, just let your boy.
We'll stall a bit.
Right,
no. I got the final. I got the final emoji right here.
Okay.
And we are ready for round number 2.
All right, here it is.
Alice in Wonderland.
Nailed it.
And the next one is the Great Mouse Detective.
Yeah, that's 100% it.
Katie's going crazy. I respect it. This game is kind of fun. This game is kind of dope, dude. It took a lot of work for Garrick to put that together, and I appreciate the effort deployed there.
And I immediately said, "Get out! I'm trivia person."
All right, well let's see if you get this one. I got to work on another one, but
okay, wow. You make it
while he's working on that one, Katie, you want to try a game of this category? Can you do it? Are you confident with the rules?
No, but I can learn fast. So I think my thing is, am I saying cards?
No, you're saying cards at me. I'm saying cards at you. Okay, and you have so in your mind you have your category. And when I say a card to you, you have to, in your mind, say if it fits your category or not. That's all you have to say to me.
You can't put. Why can't we just do yours first? Because I can't think two things at once.
All right, we'll do mine. We'll do mine first. Okay, I have my category picked.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Mickey Mouse Detective.
Out.
Ariel Spectacular Singer.
Out.
We're gonna just name every song ever. Is there any way?
No, you gotta like kind of dial it in.
Category?
So it could be
the Leviathan.
Leviathan's out.
Captain Hook Forceful Duelist.
Out. But now, so if you say like that, what you have to also think about the similarities between the stuff that you're saying, because you have to try to. Demona is out.
Headless Horseman.
Out.
White Rabbit.
White Rabbit's out.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas is out.
Angel.
Angel is out.
All
Woody.
Angels are out.
Woody's out.
Woody's out.
Woody's out.
Let the Storm Rage On.
Storm is out. We got this.
Raging Fire?
Out.
Okay, well, you said it, you hesitated, which made me think that, like, maybe...
No.
Maui Hero It All.
Out.
Hey, Persistent Presence.
Hey is in, actually.
Oh, okay, so Scuttle.
Scuttle's in.
Bird
is winning.
There you go.
I got there!
I got a new one for you guys, emoji style, in the chat right now.
All right, that is...
Nope.
Lilo.
Oh, that's Toy Story.
Yeah,
it is. Oh, he cooked. Oh my goodness, he cooked.
Nope.
You kind of went crazy there. You kind of went. The alien kind of threw me, but you kind of cleaned it up. I was like, oh. I said, if I slept more than 2 hours last night, I'll be crushing, dude. But I'm a little bit behind. Beauty and the Beast. Next. What are we doing here? These guys need to wake up, dude. With these, you gotta wake up with these.
You're locked in, bro, and laser focused on another level. All right, I'm gonna get you a good, and I'm trying like.
Yeah, I gotta think of a thing.
I got you here with another emoji one.
Oh, wow,
and also we can do a category. I am gonna go. I've got the category, and you guys can start guessing anytime.
Right. You're switched on. We're gonna go Mirabelle.
Nope.
We're gonna.
No.
Raja.
Yeah.
Okay. Katie, you gonna pick?
I don't. I'm over. No, I'll say Flynn Rider.
No.
Raja is in, so let's go ahead and go with Giant Cobra.
Wait, Raja was a yes?
Giant Cobra is no.
Okay.
Simba, Pride Protector.
No.
Okay, cat's out.
We can go with Shere Khan.
Out.
Oh, Raja's in, Shere Khan's out. This is tough. Okay.
Oh, it could be like sidekick, so Abu?
Abu is out.
Abu is out. Let's see. Is it dude, this is hard, man. Garrick's kind of cooking. Raja in, Shere Khan out, Cobra out. We'll go with let's go with Tramp.
Out.
Tramp's out.
I'm trying to think what the Raja theme is. Like, what is it about Raja? I mean, he's orange, but so was Shere Khan.
Okay.
Stripes, but Tigger was, so I'm not getting
Tigger? Can we get Tigger?
Tigger is out.
Tigger's out as well.
Tiger. So it could be Rapunzel gifted with healing?
Out.
Interesting. Man, I'm getting cooked, dude. We're getting cooked. Let's go.
Characters with a J in the name.
Is it? Oh, it can't be starts with R because Rapunzel would have hit there. So
yeah,
we
but
have
one with a J in it, just Jafar.
What about Palace Guard?
Out.
Dang, man.
Also, while you guys are thinking of more things to guess, somebody offered me $80 on my playmat convention 2025 playmat. Do I just accept this?
Just give it up, man. It's done, dude.
That's a great. I mean, it's the best deal you've gotten so far.
You're right, because I haven't gotten.
It could be princess sidekicks. So what about Pascal?
Pascal is in.
So is it princess sidekicks?
It is princess sidekicks.
Dude, that was W's, man.
Yeah. So she said Abu. I was like, they're cooked. Because I'm gonna say no, even though it kind of adds up.
That was good. That was good. That was a good one.
Specifically, princess. All right, I have one in my head.
Uh-oh. Katie's got the category. All right, Katie. I'm starting off with Powerline.
Yes.
Powerline's in?
Thunderbolt.
No.
Powerline is in. Let's
Which
go with the Queen.
Quality of the card. So now I think maybe I've gone too far.
The Queen?
What you said? What?
I realize that you just said Powerline in general, but I think you'll be fine. Maybe you'll get there. So no, not the Queen.
Okay, Queen's out. Okay. Ariel, Spectacular Singer.
Yes.
Singers?
Yeah. I didn't think you'd guess first with a singer. Like, my goodness. I was like, all
It goes
right,
like that
Coco.
sometimes.
Coco.
Coco's.
Yeah. Okay. I've got one for y'all. Right
Is it emoji or where are we going? Where am I?
now. No. I got one in my head.
Okay. Okay. Let's go with Tinkerbell, Snowflake Collector.
Nope.
Doc Bold Knight.
Nope.
Let's go with Elsa, Spirit of Winter.
Nope.
Aladdin, Heroic Outlaw.
Nope.
We'll go with Frozone, Super Slick.
Nope.
You give me a lot of amethyst, but I like it. But it
Oh,
doesn't have
I-
to do with color. What about Flynn Rider? Just Flynn Rider, the 1 cost or 2 cost one.
Nope.
What about Prince Eric? Steal 1. 2 cost 1 3.
Nope.
Oh, I miss him. We can't just always say Ariel Spectacular. Well, I'll say Eric Sonic Warrior.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. That was a good one. What about, let's get some animals in here. Let's go back to a
Maximus.
Maximus. We'll go Maximus.
Nope.
Okay. What about what about Scar?
Nope.
No Scar.
What about
Mufasa.
Cusco?
Neither.
Oh my goodness. This is Garrick's
Can't
making it
tell
tough.
he's thinking. Yeah.
Garrick's making it tough. Okay.
What about Chinpo?
Nope. Chen,
What
no. How about that?
What about Gaston?
No.
Can he get in? Gaston can't get in. Okay.
He can't get in. He's
Cogsworth.
not. Can't get in the
Grandfather
club.
Clock.
No.
What about Amethyst Chromacon? Let's go some items in there. Maybe that'll mix it up.
No.
Amethyst Chromacon is out.
Amethyst Chromacon is out.
Just let it go out.
Let It Go is out.
What about
You say
Prince
it in a way that I
Philip?
think I have a chance.
Prince Philip.
Never had a chance.
Never had a chance. He's out. He can't get in the club. This is a very exclusive club you've presented here.
Chernobog's followers.
Nope.
Okay.
Cinderella
What?
Stout-Hearted.
No.
Man, this is a
Why do you
very.
say no in a way like we're stupid? Like, I don't know.
I'm not
You
doing
gotta say
that.
no, like no, but you're like no.
What about
are you...
Mickey Mouse, dude? Let's take it back to the OG. Let's go back to the
Mickey
basics.
Mouse?
No.
Mickey Mouse is not in.
Mickey Mouse is not in.
Okay.
Or Blizzard.
Nope.
Eeyore.
Nope.
All right, we're
Clawhauser.
gonna take a pause here. Yeah, Clawhauser.
Clawhauser? No.
Okay, so quick break here. So people are going, "What are we doing?" Well, the answer
please.
is getting absolutely wrecked by Garrick, who made an. So we're picking like a thing, a quality about a card, something about a unifying factor, and then guessing cards. And then if you say yes, then you start thinking about what that factor is. For example,
This one might be
if-
too hard.
No, it's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
I don't
I
think.
mean,
I
how
don't think
many
you will.
cards total are in this category? Is it like 2?
Yeah, it's close to that.
Oh
It's
no!
very
Well, then how would we?
small number.
It's gotta be. Garrick, that's part of the rules. You have to pick something that a lot of
At
things
least
can
10
fit
or
in.
more.
Okay, all right. I'll pick a different one that none of
Oh, wait.
your things
No,
have
someone said
gone
a
into.
good idea. They said, "Give us one of the cards in the category and see if we can get the other."
Since you picked it was very obscure. You have to pick something that is
Okay,
general
fine,
enough.
fine. Okay, but even if I pick something that's so general in a major part of the game, you still picked none of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just pivot and then we'll go back to the original one.
Okay. Okay.
So everything is
so
still no. for what
Everything
you
is
said.
still no where we are now. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Wow.
Zootopia.
Yes.
Wait, which one? We both said something.
Zootopia.
Oh, Zootopia.
Zootopia's in?
Zootopia's in.
Then Bell's Library.
That's in.
Leviathan's Lair.
It's in.
We gotta go locations.
Yes, it's locations.
That's too big. That's just like you're naming a card.
That one's too big, of course, but you still guessed like 30 cards and didn't get anything.
Very
so if we want to go for, I think it's like 2, maybe 3 or 4 that you could say go into this. I'll say one of the 2 for sure is Snowfort.
One of the 2 is
no.
Okay, I was gonna think at locations from
something.
Medallion Weight.
No, is it?
It's too hard. I'm sorry.
Hidden Cove. Hidden Cove.
No.
What is it? What's the answer, man? Give me now. I need to know.
The answer, the other one is Treasure Guardian. I was thinking locations that are not location cards.
Oh, come on, man. That's impossible, Garrick.
You would have got there eventually, dude. I don't know.
Locations that aren't location cards.
Yes,
we would have had to name.
I like how wide you went. We went with the entire card type, and then the second one was, well, there's only 2.
Locations that those are the only 2 I could think of. There's like
I'm sure there are more.
Quack, maybe, but that's like a ship, not a place.
What about locations that aren't locations, and also things that aren't locations? Like I think the Jolly Roger doesn't really strike me as a location. It's a ship, okay?
Oh, yeah,
right,
the
RLS Legacy, same thing. So maybe I don't know.
Ferry boat. I mean, any kind of vessel. Like if it's moving,
that could have been a category. Just ship in general could have been.
How crazy was it seeing a ferry ship being played at a DLC right now?
It was nice.
Like that was crazy. I heard you guys say and ferry ship. I'm like, what year is it? And the answer is the year where we're like location gaming, and the answer is maybe, not yet, but maybe.
Going into the next set, there is a ton of location synergies coming back. So I think this might be the time if we're ever going to get a location deck that can be meta relevant, meta present. This next set could be doing that for us with Winter Spell, maybe even post rotation. There could be some locations there. We saw the Elsa, the Ice Artisan come in. We saw the other Ruby Elsa. We saw like the Fat Cats Club and the Resist stuff that is happening. And maybe there could be John Silver's going to be there for us sometime. This could be the time where we get that happening, but maybe not right now in this world that we're currently in.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I have something not helpful to say, so ignore me. Finish the helpful stuff.
I was going to do one more category, if you guys will. And,
yes, please.
I have it locked and loaded in my brain right now, and it's an exclusive club. I'll tell you right now that it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 cards are in this.
10 cards are in this exclusive club. It's going to be tough. I think we can get there. Let's see if we can narrow it in. All right, I'll start with Pocahontas Peacekeeper. Is she in?
No.
Is it just Donald Duck?
It's not Donald Duck.
Okay, I was like, is he just saying the category?
Donald, I think.
Right, so it's not Pocahontas. It's not Donald Duck. Let's get another animal in there. I'll go Giant Cobra again. I think Giant Cobra has a lot of connective tissue.
No.
No Donald. Or no Cobra. Let's see.
Rockstar Stitch.
Rockstar Stitch, no.
Oh,
that was a good guess.
Carefree Surfer Stitch.
Yes.
What about David the Bodyguard?
No.
Oh, we're gonna go with things with boards.
Carefree Surfer Stitch.
It could be cards that you pay less for based on, or you don't pay less. You get a benefit when you have a wide board. I was gonna say Tramp, Street Smart Dog.
I kind of traumatize you guys with the locations that aren't locations, but this is
a little bit easier.
A little bit, but it is.
What about Mulan Elite Archer?
Yes.
These are cards we revealed.
Yeah. The card that us three revealed. Yeah.
You should have let it ride a little bit, Katie, because we could have got some more guesses out of there.
I just want to be smart.
I was gonna say Mama Odie, Aladdin. I was gonna say Elite Archer, Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, Hamster Ball, Hidden Trap. Looking for Atlantis.
That is Restoring Atlantis.
Restoring Atlantis, not looking for Atlantis.
A meta breaker. Meta breaker, to be certain.
The cards that us three have revealed, 10 of them to be exact.
It's so funny how I imprint on a card so hard. I mean, it makes sense though, right? Yeah, honestly, they're still really. Have they had any that I want to know if they've struggled with any of these? Has there been one where they're like, what? What is that? But also it's funny because like I was looking at cards and I was like, oh, Leviathan Lair. Well, that's Liam's card. It's just funny that we so heavily can associate cards with the reveal, and that's why a reveal matters. Because Garrick's crying remembering his reveals, and honestly, it's very
he's weeping.
Extremely valid. Mama Odie was an absolute banger, so good job on that. But yeah, I mean, you guys in the chat, like, are there any cards that you see and you think of the content creator that revealed it? And you can say no. You don't have to struggle. You could be like, no, okay, reveals are silly. Yeah,
I like when they're really wild. I like it when people are going out of pocket with them and they get kind of cheesy, kind of cheeky a little bit. I think those make for the best reveals. I still am quite injured from the hamster ball reveal. That was many months ago. I did some long lasting damage. It did give me a percentage though, Katie. You know what I'm talking about. So it did help me in the end because
you were injured doing your job. I mean, to be fair, and I mean. I will say I like Pandaric Quest here going JDZ, Birds, Katie, Singers, Garrett, locations that are not locations.
All right, chill on me, dude. Chill on me.
What about Cards Illustrated in MS 7300 operating system?
Yeah, all right, just for that, here's another emoji game for you guys to all play in the chat.
Wasn't One Last Hope?
That I know what that is. I'm not going to say anything. I know what it is. I know the answer. I'm not going to say. I know what it is. I'm not going to say.
Why not? The Incredibles.
Incredibles, 100% Incredibles.
It is.
It's gotta be
Incredibles.
Bro, let me lock in. Let me see if I can emote one time, dude. Let me emote one time. I can pull my phone out and emote really quickly.
One time for the fun time.
While we're waiting, because we got that was a very swift and decisive 2-0. So we got a lot of time to fill before we get back in. You guys are not missing any action. We could be on a Be Right Back screen, but we're not going to do that. We're going to kick it here and play some game.
The three of us are actually, if the Be Right Back screen comes up, we pass out.
Yeah. We don't come back. There's no Be Right Back. We leave, and we're not going to show back up. We've casually been here for 5 hours so far. I can't believe I woke up.
I don't feel like any time has passed. I mean, you've been up since 3 a.m. I woke up at 5:30. And then I looked at my phone and said, what time do I gotta be at my computer?
What time is it? What time is it? All right, let me cook one time. Let me think of a film, and then we're going to get active, dude. We're going to get active.
Pairings are up.
Go to emoji copy, and you can just click the 4 emojis you want, and then copy and paste.
I'm just gonna use my cell phone, dude, and just do it from this.
Come on, don't be doing all that. Bro.
Don't be doing that.
Don't be doing all that. No,
we got our first USA mirror match that I've seen at the top tables.
Oh, nice.
Who's playing?
Sky versus Chris Oyola, which is 2 very heavy hitter players that both were secured golden Mickeys this year so far.
That might be really nice to see. Get them Illumineers in there. Throw them on the stream. Why not?
Why not? Well, it was funny. Somebody said, hey, can we get Moxies on stream? And I was like, I can't express to you how little time we have. Like, we are removed by Miles and Toy Story.
Toy Story.
But yeah, I mean, the best we could do is yell.
Shout out to Moxies, though. Moxies to go. If not for Moxies, I would not be playing this game. Okay, I tell the story all the time, and people don't believe me. But Moxies is defo one of my personal goats, and he's doing very well in this game. And I think he has the skill to really make some noise out here in the realm of Lorcana. I think he's doing so. He's up for a big season, I think.
All right, here's another emoji game for everybody in the chat. Going in 3, 2, 1, right now, go.
Frozen. No, that is Hercules.
Katie's too good.
Katie's on another level, dude.
Katie's too good. I was like,
I'll stop playing. Everybody else.
Let me throw the 4 Titans in here.
It's crazy how much of my childhood was spent doing competitive trivia-based activities. I did Science Olympiad, Quiz Bowl, Knowledge Master, Academic Decathlon, anything I could compete to be smart, right, or faster. I was like, done. That's my activity.
All right, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can stomp the chump here.
I'm not gonna guess.
All right, let's see. No, you can guess, please. Let's see if I can. How many are we using? Just 4, right? We're only doing 4.
4, yeah.
All right, and then we have. All right, this one might be too easy. This might be easy, but it might also be ridiculous because I don't remember these stuff. But we'll do this. Oh God. No cap, big facts on God. All right.
Printer facts.
I think Grim Wolf put one in. I'm kind of squinting here a little bit. What is that?
Grim Wolf has one in? I don't see it. I don't see it.
There's a duck. I don't know what that last thing is. A dog?
Oh, it's a
is that the Fox and the Hounds? Brave up on the screen, easiest.
Could be Bolt. It could be like a Bolt situation because it's like a person, a cat, and a dog, and a duck. Is there a duck in Bolt? Never mind. Is there a duck in?
Let's see. What is that? Aristocats. Oh, there's a duck. There was a duck in Aristocats. Was there a dog in Aristocats?
There was like the dog that sang, right?
Oh, there was.
I made that up. I don't know.
Was there a dog in Aristocats?
All right, I just sent one, I think. Did I send one? Yeah.
Backpack.
That is Pinocchio.
No.
What?
Dumbo? No. It can't be Bug's Life, Katie. It can't be Bug's Life
circus,
out here.
Beetle, nut,
it is.
backpack.
But it's not in the game. Is that not what we're doing? All right, fire one.
Right.
I fired one off. What about this one?
That is that new. Hey, Hoppers? No.
No.
Hoppers? What?
I
haven't
know,
seen
I
it
saw
to
a
be
lizard.
fair. I haven't seen it to be fair.
Which devil? Oh, this is Princess and the Frog.
No.
No. Oh wow, JD's. I mean, it
Is
could
that a
be.
crocodile?
Yeah, it looks like a crocodile. So is
It's a
it,
crocodile.
That is
Sleeping Beauty. No. Well, he got us, everyone. Robin Hood to you, Triple D.
Not
yeah,
Arthur.
we did it.
All right,
So
you
it's
give
not
up.
Sword of the
This
Stone.
is kind of a stretch. I thought this would be fitting, but this is Fantasia. Okay, Sorcerer Mickey, Turner
Wow,
Dog,
that means
the crocodile,
that kinda
and the
says it.
flowers there.
Up. It's up.
I gotcha. I gotcha. I see what you're cooking with, bro. And you know what? I honestly don't respect it.
You don't?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I do respect it because it is your favorite movie. So
Oh,
the
yeah,
fact
you're
you- I would like to say, with all my love in my heart, I love how this Sebastian has been face down the entire stream so far. It's just Sebastian being like, "I'm out there, you."
If I'd have tossed a broom on there, I think I would have tilted my hand too much. So I didn't want to go broom.
Inside Out. Is it Inside Out? No. I mean, that's 5 emojis. Turning red? No.
That's got to be Inside Out with the hockey stick. Inside Out 2? Inside Out 2? Inside Out the
I
sequel?
like that. The sequel.
All right, I got another one for you guys. Big stretch. Good luck.
Snake, shrimp.
Shrimp.
It's actually not a big stretch. If you're a ball knower, if you're a certified ball knower, you would get this.
So was this the movie with my sister had a baby and I took it over? It's just
No.
Is this in Lorcana though?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a stretch. It's just we have to be a ball player apparently.
You have to be a ball knower.
What is that over there? Is that a pair of lungs? What is that? A fly?
Firefly. Shrimp snake. Oh, Atlantis? No.
Shrimp?
No.
Snake.
So it could be Princess and the. No, it's not Princess and the Frog.
Shrimp.
Firefly. Because fireflies make me think Princess and the Frog. But shrimp is crazy.
Snake. Oh,
Well, it
is
could be
that
a lobster. No.
Is that? It's not Rescuers, is it? No. There's a snake like a Madame Medusa.
You know the
fire. The fire is what's throwing me off.
Is it Firefly? Can you just tell me if it's Firefly and you're trying to be funny? You trying to be funny, Garrick?
It is, yeah.
It's Firefly. Okay, so that has to be Princess and the Frog or Atlantis.
It is Princess and the Frog, and the shrimp is, of course, shrimp gumbo.
My daddy made gumbo. Oh, Garrick went deep on that one.
You got JoJo on there.
You went deep on that one. That's next level. Disrespect, but next level. But it looks like we passed just enough time, and it looks like we have another round of Disney Lorcana coming our way. Garrick, I think you're out on this one. It's going to be Katie and me. We're going to be bringing this to you guys, and Garrick will take a quick commercial break, and he will return. So keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Shout out to Garrick as we are getting ready to move on in to round number 5, as it may be. Or not.
We're here. It's happening. I mean, it is happening.
We might have to come back to the booth, Katie. These guys might not be ready to go. I think. There we go. Never mind.
Yeah, they are so ready with Pimp My Deck. Can you have that on your shirt? My goodness, guys. Judge.
Judge, indeed.
Poor guy.
As the fist bump comes on through. Pimp My Deck versus the tattooed mister there, Luca Paglia versus Lucas Redorant as Amethyst Steel versus Sapphire Amethyst for the third time today.
They really, I mean, now there's a certain thing where sometimes, like in the featured matches, you assume the room is all two things, and then you see the data, and you're like, oh, it wasn't. So, I mean, there's a chance that just like whoever's picking the featured matches is like, listen. Now, also, it's important to note that we just finished round 4, and these players have both had a loss. So these are not undefeated players. These are players that have 3-1 today. But we are in round 5. So we're inking the Royal Guard, passing and taking advantage of the underdog ability with Chris Robin, who can quest for 2 lore, but in the face of that Royal Guard is probably feeling like he's shaking in his little British boots.
Yeah, and he can get knocked out pretty easily, so you have to be very careful when you get your quest in. Royal Guard can be buffed by a Celia. That's right, see, of which Lucas did not play, so we did miss ramp as of right now. Shout out to the bingo card, but that could be a tactical skipping of ramp in order to fulfill the obligation of the Royal Guard. But however, if you did have ramp, you could have just played the Basil and still been able to take out this Christopher Robin. So interesting, missing ramp for the first time on stream. Bingo achieved.
Yeah, and I would say in a mirror match or in something where you're against another Sapphire-based deck, that could be curtains for you. But in this case, Luca is a deck that probably is not as explosive. It's or rather doesn't have a very scary top end all the time. So he might have some chance back in. As long as he can hit ramp at some point, he should be fine. So let's go ahead. He inks it into the unknown. Elects to give support to this Royal Guard here, questing for 1, and then goodbye Christopher Robin, opening up for a challenge back with the Calhoun, but I don't think he cares too much. He just wants to keep Luca off. Oh, he played nothing that turn. That's worse than missing ramp.
Yeah, so he's obviously struggling through some inkability issues as you take a complete turn off and you are way off your timeline. And I think it might be punishment from using the ice dice, which as someone who does a lot of tournaments, those are the worst dice to use on a feature match. The Whispers in the Well, I've noted, are the best. So shout out to the Whispers in the Well dice, and the Winter Spell dice, even though we are still in Winter Spell meta, are going to be the worst ones. As Calhoun is going to get a free plus on to the Royal Guard, as well as gaining some lore in the process.
So in this case, in a normal world, it would be great that Luca did not hit something that is a 3 cost. Because what you do is you want to have your 3 cost sing, let the the Strength of Raging Fire. In this case, no, just another Calhoun. So both of them are kind of having what I call a funky start, where they're not having their plan A, they're doing plan B. But Isis Vandershield, we talked about Elsa being the greatest card of all time, and this is cousin of Elsa. Isis Vandershield does not have that rush ability, but that is okay because she does still exert something, taking care of the Captain Hook.
Right. Being able to exert is just such a powerful ability in the game. It is locked into Amethyst, which does have a lot of draw, synergies, a lot of cool things happening. Amethyst being able to rush. Elsa just is able to do all of those things in one fell swoop and has a decent willpower to go along with it. You are going to be able to quest with both of these Calhouns, and you have the opportunity to get a favorable trade with this Isis and potentially a Cheshire Cat play as a follow-up. That will be super dynamic to clear both of these Calhouns in one fell swoop. Do you got what it takes, Lucas? Can you have something? As looking at the hand, we saw a little sneak peek. It seems like you have a lot of infernal scheming taking place as I am being hypnotized by this hand tattoo. It just kind of startled me a bit there.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan, right? Is you can't show your hand, but you can show the back of your hand. We do see a Demona going down, which is an interesting include here because she is going to be getting active in some challenging, get Challenger +2. However, we go ahead and ink her because we need some developing of this board. We need to answer the fact that Lucas' board is getting pretty wide, and Lucas can only respond to it if he goes wide himself. So here, I'm interested to see if he plays multiple characters, but it looks like he has a Hades in hand. Okay, so there's Fifth Spirit coming in, but not enough to deal with that Genie cleanly.
Yeah, you'd love to see a Cheshire Cat there. That would have been such a nice turn for you, and been able to peel off both of these Calhouns and provide a threat to this Genie Wish Fulfilled on the crackback. But now you can offer up this Isis Vanderchill for this Calhoun on a trade. You will gain some lore, but you did go 2 for 1 with this Calhoun and another a trade value there. We have the Angel too, Katie, so maybe we can send this Angel in to finish up this Isis Vanderchill. I don't hate that maneuver at all, but you have to determine what you want to discard to make that play happen.
Yeah, and so it looks like he is opting to try to replenish his hand a bit before going into that path forward. That Yzma is something that, as long as it can survive one turn, as long as there's no more Isis or else spirits coming in, then that Yzma can be used to replenish his hand if Luca then goes wide or discards with the Angel. However, on the other side, okay, now we're only at 5. He should be okay to get to deploy that Elsa. No Hades in sight quite yet.
Mm-hmm. And we are sending the Angel, so that is going to be that that Gatling type ability you no longer have access to with the Yzma and the Angel. Maybe you're setting up for something a bit bigger, as Lucas is going to have to take another turn almost completely off just to kind of find some more resources. You have to continue to ink to really get some value out of all these Hades, the Infernal Schemers that you have kind of jamming up your entire equation right now. Celia's right, C, down into the inkwell for the cat finally. So it looks like you've kind of stabilized a little bit, and maybe you can get there sooner than later. Elsa still free and clear to quest for 1. Interesting indeed as well.
And it's kind of interesting because we talk about missing ramp, and when you miss something, you think you're going to circle back to it. But at a certain point, Lucas doesn't have to do that. I mean, as long as he can keep pace, then the ramp kind of becomes a thing that he lost that advantage. He lost the going faster than you, and now he just has to be better than you. So as long as he can keep this control game going, we see Luca going pretty wide here, which is good. I'm interested to see how he can navigate this, because anything that turns sideways is very, very vulnerable right now.
And you are only 1 ink away from Hades forever. Also, if Luca elects to exert this Yzma to draw these cards, you can potentially go for a Cheshire Cat play and send some damage over to the Genie and then clear the Genie, but you will offer up your Elsa in that regard as well. So a lot of interesting plays still available for Lucas now, depending on what the hand is looking like. Can you get to another quality ink? It is possible, but you'd hope that you can do that. Start slamming these Hades, Cheshire Cat together versus Amethyst Steel. You got to get some lore off the board, as Luca's already climbing up to 12.
And that is kind of how Amethyst Steel wins, is it's not with one bold and shiny turn. But speaking of how Blurple wins, it is this control here. We see Hades going ahead and making quick work of the Genie. And then, like you said, we can go ahead and do a challenge into the...
the other one. Yeah, the Yzma.
Yzma, there we go. Yes, Yzma. Yeah, so that conniving cat has got it. Now we just have a Lexington who is pretty good, and he can come after that evasive. But we just have to keep deploying our board wider and wider, and that's only one character right here with that Cheshire Cat. Interested to see if he has more, if he intends to boost.
You probably can go ahead and clear this and boost and just send some damage off of your Lexington, maybe to keep him around. Checking the hand, you also have to play around the Stone by Day, being able to keep your Lexington exerted. So you are going to do that by inking the Palace Guard and now playing the Pocahontas, who is that lore threat as well. Boosting happening. Who are we going to send it over to? Probably going after that evasive Elsa, or are we going to try to put some hits onto this Hades? No, Elsa's probably the better target.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? Because, I mean, anything evasive is going to be a problem. Now, we do have that Lexington, but Lexington by himself. So that just starts. So then if Lexington decides to finish what they started, he can do that on the next turn. But now it's time to see if Lucas can have a pretty fun turn. He's been just responding over and over again, and now I want to see if he can kind of spread the wings of his deck and start doing some... Oh, and this is a good start. Hades coming down.
Yeah, Hades, the Infernal Scheme. I think he has another one in hand too, Katie. I think that's what was the issue earlier on in the game. I think he had to weather this storm and get to this 7 ink terrain, and now you can put yourself in a spot where you can play Eternal Hades essentially and continue to hopefully slow Luca down every single time. And if you can manage to do it, that's how you can win. I think the last card in hand might be another Hades, the Infernal Schemer. No, it's Into the Unknown is the last card in hand. So I wasn't correct. You are in top deck central, but at the same time, your board doesn't look too terribly bad, I would say. You just need to get to a Genuine Check guidebook, maybe Demona, draw some more cards.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is just win one lore at a time. And so that's why, against Amethyst Steel, I never get too comfy, because they're going to keep getting a little value each turn, whether it is off of beefy characters that can draw cards. Here he's deciding does he want to keep inching forward? In this case, no, he will challenge and get advantage of the Cheshire Cat moving damage ability, because that 3 damage is probably not going to stay on there for long, and then he can keep moving over to that Elsa that he has had his eye a few turns.
Yeah, and now we can boost and send some damage over to Elsa and then finish the Elsa with the cannons, getting some value late game. That usually does not happen. You usually fire the cannons as a turn 1 or bust kind of card, but late game, 8 ink, fire the cannons along with Cheshire Cat to take out this problematic Elsa to keep your Cheshire Cat around. No, he'll still get banished due to the Hades on the challenge, but I think that was still a good use of your resources to clear those characters off the board. Luca still trying to fight back, got that Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the Universe in play. We have this Lexington in play who matches nicely, and you follow it with a genie of your own. So they are scrapping, trying to drag this thing to the finish line.
Oh, and he said, I'm looking for a deal. Would you like to take it? And he has no cards in hand, so he is desperate for this deal. And Lucas knows it too and says, I am happy to go ahead and get rid of that card. If it means you don't draw any cards. And then we challenge Hades, and now we are in the true top deck of all top decks.
And the Elsa off the top is not the worst. I guess you could go after the Lexington, keeping it around. But still, that's 3 more lore being represented by Luca, which feels miserable for Lucas, who now is both the Luminaries are top decking. And I hate top decking against Amethyst Steel because they always get it. Maybe this could be the rare and indigenous dock into dock play. We have not seen that happen all stream yet, as Lucas is looking like it's gonna be a difficult out. Quest for 3, that could be the Cobra also hanging on to that, maybe getting a better discard.
I think it might be Royal Guard, which would be
I just got a glimpse. Sorry, that's Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is going to be in the hand.
Interesting. Let It Go comes down, which Let It Go is a wonderful spot removal. Going ahead and sending the genie to the Inkwell. So now we just have a Hades sitting out there alone. But to your point, if that is Demona, we don't have time for Demona right now because we have a genie which is just as good. Christopher Robin also just as good. So that is a backup plan, and things are actually going quite well for Luca now, who is in the driver's seat and just needs to keep his characters on board to win.
Yeah, I don't think there is an out in this exact scenario, as we see that Evasive Genie, Christopher Robinson, and the Hades, the looking for a deal, staring you down. I don't know if you have access to any type of board wipe or anything like that, and that's going to get it done. So game number 1 is in the bag. Lucas probably had one of the most abysmal starts we've seen from a Sapphire Amethyst player all day. The curve was clunky, and you got dunked on there. You hate to see it, but going into the next turn, I think you're going to be on the play. You got to be feeling a bit confident there. You got to have a short-term memory and just completely forget that one, as Luca has to be feeling good to see that one go down that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all on whether you hit ramp or not, but I mean, the reason we go, oh, did he hit ramp? And it's on the bingo card, because if you don't hit that ramp, you lose the advantage of playing Sapphire. Lets you do the cool stuff faster than your opponent. In this case, he had to do the cool stuff the exact same time Luca was, and Luca has the advantage of the steel cards. And he didn't even, this is incredible to note that this is the 3rd Amethyst Steel match, maybe 4th. No Strength Raging Fires have been deployed today.
Or docks. We haven't seen, I'm telling you, I don't know what's going on in Brazil, but we haven't seen any of those broken purple steel lines all day. We just haven't seen it. No strength on 3, none. No strength into docks, no docks into strength. None of that stuff has happened, and that's usually something that happens quite often. We also haven't seen like a 15 character board, Demona play either. Like these big sweeping blowouts that are so consistent with this Winter's Veil meta. It seems like we just have not seen any of that stuff so far. As these Luminaries are, maybe this could be the game for it, Katie. Who knows?
I'm interested by the inclusion of Demona, Betrayer of the Clan, in Lucas's hand, because 4 is usually a pretty congested. Well, just trying to think when this deployed, because I've seen this Demona, Betrayer of the Clan included in Amethyst Steel, but have you seen it in an Amethyst Sapphire deck before?
I've seen it. I have seen it. People have been experimenting with that card because it plays so nicely with the Cheshire Cat. It also plays against some of the bigger mid-range decks. Like I see like some Amber and Amethyst has been picking up a lot in popularity. I think it kind of is for that matchup a little bit, as Genie is kind of low-key low-key, high-key, mid-key falling out of favor towards the end of the set. People are electing to remove Genie from their deck because it doesn't play well into Under the Sea, and it also gets hit by Horseman Strikes, and it also, there's a lot of things. It's a great card, but people have been removing Genie and trying other experimental 4-cost characters.
Incredible. He had a turn, he had the ability to go turn 2, play something, but instead he inked Strength of Raging Fire. He has 2 1-costs, so that was very shocking to see Strength of Raging Fire go down to the Inkwell to play Palace Guard. But now we hit ramp. Tipo, here you are. Let's go ahead and get up to 3 ink. But yeah, maybe they don't play Strength of Raging Fire down in Brazil. They're just not feeling it.
It might not be. The meta could be different everywhere you go. Who knows? Maybe they just think it's quite mid in Brazil. But you do have your 3. Things. You have your 3-cost Singer. You have your strength. You have your characters. You have a nice curve, and the strength goes down. I agree with you. I'd love to see that curve just build itself and then sing strength onto the 4-cost character and then hope that's good enough to just win the game. As Lucas is now feeling a bit more confident in this spot, especially if you can establish a 4-cost character here. Is it that Demona you were talking about? And there she is, Katie.
There she is. She's like, you want me to show you why I like to play this card? I'll show you. You didn't have to act coy about it. Now, this is a problem in the sense that she's a 4/6, but with Challenger +2, she can challenge it and take care of pretty much anything that Luca is thinking about deploying onto the board. Now, she doesn't have evasive, so that's one thing that'll be teaching you. But otherwise, you need to be careful about turning anything aside, which is kind of something that Luca likes to do and take advantage of. And not afraid.
And with that 6 willpower, it will be resistant to a Strength of a Raging Fire. It's kind of hard to hit strength for 6 in a timely manner. But the downside, that Stone by Day ability will force you to play a bit awkwardly because you're not going to be able to get her to be readied. However, getting rid of that Cheshire Cat might be worth it to at least not be able to. Your Demona may not be able to ready, but at least getting a problematic card like Cheshire Cat off the board might have some inherent value in its own.
You see Lucas favoring putting 2 characters into the black hair, and Tipo and Elsa, to just make it where there's only 1 card for just that guard. So definitely playing the role of control. In hand, we do have a Fire the Cannon and a Dock, so this is good setting up for next turn. But to your point about these being hardy characters, I mean, Fire the Cannon can take care of Elsa right now, but Demona, I think, still has a solid 3 damage left to go on her.
Yeah, and if you follow that up with a Cheshire Cat here, or never mind, we're going to Demona your Demona, my Demona type beats as we slam Demona on Demona. And that Cheshire Cat play is still readily and available to you. Being able to exert the entire board. Now this Demona is looking quite ferocious, and I think she is answering your question as to why she is in this strategy, as she's looking quite nice in this exact scenario.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good point because, I mean, I was like, oh, how do you use her? And the answer is force the interaction with something like an Elsa Fispir or a Demona. And by forcing interaction, I mean telling your opponent, hey, you know how you're staying upright to not get challenged? Doesn't matter. And here we go. We're starting that challenging, doing it in order to make sure they get the most value possible. The good news for the Lucas is his plan of having large Demonas is paying off. He has 2 left on the board, and Luca was not able to have an aggressive start. So we do know Fire and Cannon's probably coming for that Demona. Will the Dock help fill his hand with what he needs?
Yeah, but keep in mind though, I think Luca has to be careful, understanding that Demona will not ready due to its Stone by Day ability. I think you don't care. You're just gonna get that character off the board before a Cheshire Cat can still come and befall you. Another strength down into the Inkwell as we find our first dockening. Ink strength.
I think he's saying, did you just ink a strength again? In this economy, we joke, but I will say, I mean, they are actually just counting the total because he paid 1 for the Captain Hook, 1 for Fire the Cannon, and then 2 for Dock, so 4 ink exerted. So he has 1 in Gable, and he's just going to go ahead and close. That Palace Guard has been here far longer than he could have ever imagined. And so now Lucas can start breathing a little easy because while there is a board, scariest board he's ever seen, everything on there, the most he can challenge 3. So he'd have to send his whole board over and still not take care of Demona if she is exerted.
And seeing another strength go down to Katie, and you're I know you're joking, but literally we watched the stream and we've seen a ton of Amethyst Steel featured here today. We have not seen Strength of Raging Fire be sang at all. It just has not happened. And that is so bizarre.
It's not that it doesn't exist. It's been inked twice in this game.
And like discarded once. I believe it was discarded as well.
Yeah.
As the board is
who needs this?
continuing to fall apart for Luca. Still trapped at 5 ink. We're going to pass it on back. It looks like still holding on to 2 hand cards. And I believe Luca now is holding on to 2 after that dock on the previous turn. So you have some options that you have your own. You have your own Demona now. But is it time to deploy your own Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, or do you wait? These are decisions that you have to make. Maybe it's that Genie magical researcher now, and set him up, and then maybe Demona on the following turn to freeze opposition Demona. No, we send now.
Flexing on him, saying, first off, your Demona, stay down. But second off, it's enchanted. And third off, let's go ahead and make sure we each have 3 cards, which all Luca wants is to just keeping his hand full, because Amethyst Steel can really do a lot with a little. And now that Demona on the other side briefly stands up, and then he says, no.
No.
You are stone. And so now it is up to Lucas to have another punishing turn on his side. He can respond with the Demona, but instead he goes with Dumbo, the 8th wonder of the universe, which is a nice way to stay in this game because he can take advantage of it right away with that Elsa.
You know what, Katie? I think from now on, I got to call this guy Jumbo Jr. I think the disrespect, and we talked about this.
Little Jumbo Jr.
Yeah, little Jumbo Jr. is doing his very, very best. I think he's cute, and his ears are fine. And I think calling him Dumbo still at this point is just so disrespectful. Okay, we got to lock in as a community and get this guy's name back, okay? His mama named him Jumbo Jr. I'm going to call him Jumbo Jr., and there it is.
Jumbo Jr., 8th wonder of the universe. And there we go. We have a Olaf helping hand, which can be fun, especially with that dock on the board. And then there you go. There's a magical researcher, which can be quite good at getting catching up in a deficit. And lastly, there we go. A second dock going wide as possible.
Another bold knight, taking some drastic measures. And now we are boosting this magical researcher. And this could be a nice way to turn this thing back around. We have another Demona Betrayer of the Clan. The Wyvern Clan will be able to ready on the following turn. So potentially Luca might have to think about engaging with this Demona now, or is that lore going to be more important? And no, we'll go and clear that Demona off the board while we still have the option to do so.
Yeah, because no matter what, I think Demona, if he quests, I mean, the only thing that keeps it protected is staying upright, but we need to do something to get value, knowing that Hades is on the other side. So that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, it's just Scourge of the Clan. We don't need to say which one. She can go ahead and challenge for so much. She can take care of and survive that challenge if she so chooses to. So now it is an answer of what resources do we have. That Cheshire Cat is wonderful in this scenario because there's only 1 damage needed to get that other side, Enchanted Demona.
Yeah, so you go for that boost. I love this play. I think it's a very heads-up play with the beautiful and foiled Whisper Cheshire Cat. Shout out to Whispers in the Wild with those Whispers when they were introduced with that new boost. They gave them those beautiful foil printings, able to boost that and clear that opposition Demona. Now you have some options still available to yourself. I think you can potentially go for an ink and get some draws in with your Dumbo. I don't believe you inked yet for turn, and you'll do so now.
Yeah, and that Dumbo can be pain in the sense that it's very, very easy to get that card and a lore. I wish it was a card or a lore, but you get both. So we will go ahead and actually just go on the board. Honestly, fair. You're allowed to have questing again with the Elsa Fifth Spirit because we do not have any evasive on the other side, and saying if you want to turn your card sideways, you can. I'm ready to answer you. Because all of the cards on Lucas' side are just not too scary to Lucas right now with his board state.
Yeah, I personally would have liked to see that Dumbo ability maybe be used first. Maybe you could find some different options and keep your options as open as possible. Draw before you make your determination. But I think your line was so tight that you're like, no matter what I draw, I'm going to do this anyway. And maybe you're just in tune with your strat enough as the Genie is going to hit the board as well. So that's 3 Genies. And you have this magical researcher who is possibly looking for another boost. I don't think you have the ink to do so. Olaf now questing.
Tough to say if scientifically it's considered a threenie, but I consider it a threenie if you have 3 genies of any type. That's
Patent
my favorite
pending.
pun is
Patent
a
approved.
genie and a threenie. But the threenies have done everything they can. The one, like I said, he's scared. He does not want to turn sideways. He's trying to get as much lore as possible. But that being said, I would be very, very afraid of a Hades coming down and turning. Now, it could be ink, which is good, but if you don't have any cards, you can ink in the world, and it doesn't really matter. So kind of saying, Lucas, pick which way are you going to go? But there's lots of answers. That's why it is a control deck. It's because it is designed to thwart your plans. So
Yeah.
let's see how he chooses to do that.
I don't. I mean, this spot. Maybe there's a world where you can get to a Pocahontas in time, and you can keep boosting this. One of the triplets gets threenies here, and you could potentially get a Pocahontas to quest off. If this guy's boosted 5 times or something, he gets a huge quest in, Pocahontas quest in. But I think you, since your opponent is not engaging with your board in any way, they have a ton of hand resources. I think you're kind of fine to keep building this very wide board, taking it slow, and maybe you can exert heavy as the Olaf now is going to be banished, thinking about bouncing that magic researcher, but electing not to do so, just going to pass there and letting the Olaf be banished.
And that's so fascinating, that choice there, because if he bounced one of the other genies, he could get to draw a card. If he bounced that magical researcher, it's kind of cheeky card draw. And now he lost the ability to use that as card draw, because now it just goes straight to the discard. So that is why boosting is something. Sometimes you'll see people boost when even there's no benefit to boost, but the benefit is it changes the math on things back to your hand, and if things turn into ink with Hades. So interesting play there.
Yeah, so that was a little bit of a punish, because you could have had some more hand cards had you allowed to use that Olaf to save your magical researcher, but he was going to fall to that double cat play, which who knows if you could have ever predicted that was something that could have befallen you. We are going to go ahead and look for a deal here. It looks like we're sending 5 ink. Got to go after this Dumbo, who is just going to grind you into a fine dust if you don't get this character off the board, because the resources that he could generate, especially when you have 2 evasive characters in play, seems to be quite daunting. Maybe there's a world you just send these genies in here and take a chance, or do you keep questing, Katie? I don't know what the correct answer is.
Maybe it does seem like Luca does like to play a little bit more aggressively. He says, I'm not a control deck, and I'm not here to pretend like I am. So he will go ahead and quest out here to get 4 more lower on the board. I do think he has a strength in hand, so it's possible we will see our first strength from Raging Fire next turn. But in the meantime, Lucas has a lot of catching up to still do, but he has a lot of characters to do it with. Like you mentioned, that Dumbo, he is the little engine that could on the mid game, just making sure that you get a little bit of lore, a little bit of cards, a little bit of lore, a little bit of cards. He has a total of, I think that's 10 ink, maybe even more than that. Enough to do a lot of bad things with.
Oh yeah, but this is kind of getting a bit scary, if I don't say so myself, because looking at this board, it is daunting. You see that Luca is at 13 lore total right now, and you have that Pocahontas in play who gets it quite weird. She can really pile it on, and you start getting into that Cobra range. I mean, White Rose is also an option. Maybe this strategy is not playing it, but you potentially could be, as double Cheshire Cat will clear both of these genies right now, and that is going to be a nice little wombo combo for yourself, as now your Dumbo is healed. You didn't get a chance to draw or gain a card, but you were able to clear 2 problematic characters off your opposition board. And Hades, what a turn.
Yeah, that Hades Infernal Schemer is such a punishing card here, because Luca's trying to keep as much value as possible, because if he does have a strength Raging Fire and he says now's the time to use it, he is making that strength weaker and weaker, and then also building his board. So Luca's probably not happy about how much control he was able to pull off in just 1 turn there.
That was a very, very dynamic turn. You needed something not like that. You needed a misstep there. You needed maybe a slower, lower. You needed one of those things not to take place to keep your lines to win, your path to victory to remain open. Now I think the door is starting to slowly close on Luca, but Amethyst Steel will not be denied. Any universe where you have Doc, and there is a strength. It didn't get sang.
No,
it'll just be.
Yeah, he paid 3 ink. He could have sang it with the Hades, but he elected not to. I think just because he wants to quest with it. And so in this case, if he doesn't, so he goes ahead, and there we go. A double quest here to get to 15, and just saying, listen, I just have to forge ahead. It'll all work. I know it will. And just inching closer. But I would be a little nervous, because on Luca's side, he has a pretty impressive board state of his own.
Yeah, and it's starting to mount, but I think Luca is in a spot, the Amethyst Steel player is in a spot where I like to call it just drag it to victory. Just put a card down and hopefully you can turn one card into one lore, and you can just keep doing that every single time and presenting a problem set for your opponent to have to engage with every single turn. And that strategy works out a lot. I've seen it go from someone can drag from 15, you can drag from 17 a lot of times. Just put a guy down, hope they clear it. They're going to eventually run out. And Lucas hasn't really got to the threshold where you can just start freely questing yet either. But you're going to be there soon, and those Hades start to pile up as well.
Yeah, and that's why Amethyst Steel is a down but not out kind of deck. But it's just his responses are going to be. I think he only has 2 cards in hand because he played Doc at the end of his turn. So it's just. On board, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. So not game, but getting pretty darn close. And there goes the challenge for Horse Roll Duelist. Will only deal 1 back. Not too bad of a deal for Lucas. And he still has ink left and can play more cards. So Lucas is feeling pretty good about where he's in, but still not completely safe. In the world of Cobras, giant Cobras specifically, you can never feel too safe.
You got to be feeling super confident if you are Luca, because I believe depending on what happens with the rest of this ink, you should have the ability to get some lore as well, as the Let It Go will find the Lexington and the questing has commenced. The Glimmers are getting active and they are going to put themselves exerted and pile on the score. And looking at the scoreboard after it all has resolved, it looks like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coming back your way. If you're sitting at 12, I don't know where you're at right now, waiting on the graphic to update, but if you're at 12, you are presenting. And let's see if Luca can now answer, and that is Xaxes coming up on the following turn. So I think this one might be a bit long in the tooth. You're holding out hope.
He Yzma just to play. He didn't. I guess he just did because he's like, listen, Yzma's not doing it. I don't have another turn. I won't see this Yzma another turn. I'll go ahead and do my Demona to see if I get 3 really good cards here that can deal with your board. But there we go. We have the Giant Cobra. So he can quest for 1 here to go to 16 and then go to 18. But no, that's still not enough. He has to both control and have reach. So in this case, he goes with that 5th spirit. Is there anything he could possibly do here?
Yeah, which I guess you can take out one of those Cheshire Cats, so you will get another turn. But unfortunately for you, you did not gain any lore in that exchange, and you did clear a Cheshire Cat. But there's another Cheshire Cat that remains, and you will lose potentially your Elsa this next turn. Oh, and Luca will continue to quest as well. Stone by Day is going to be that betrayer of the clan, so not able to ready, but still able to withhold some damage. And the Schemer pretty much puts the end to this one. So we got the all-important game number 3. And don't be confused by the amount of lore pips on your screen right now. This is only going to be a best of 3. Maybe when we get to the finals, it will extend to a best of 5. I'm not quite sure. But as of right now, all of the games will be only a best of 3. And it looks like Lucas is putting himself in a position to force a game number 3.
Yeah, they're doing kind of. I've noticed that the 3 symbols are first game, second game, third game. So in theory, like if you win this game, Lucas will get a dot in the middle.
That's kind of
how
clever.
they're representing it to kind of show Luca won game 1, Lucas is going to win game 2. So it makes sense once you understand it. But the first time I saw it, I was like, huh?
That's actually kind of clever. I kind of like that. I think I might be.
I do now that
that.
right, because it makes sense. Then you're like, because everybody always says, are we on game 1, game 2, game 3? Answers it. We're on game 1.
That solves a lot of problems, and it's right there. I mean, that's so easy to do.
I know.
I like it.
Brazil, you've changed us.
I'm gonna write that down. Where's my notebook? I'm still in that. That's a good idea. All right.
So here we go. There we go. He got his little middle dot. Pip watch.
New Pip watch tactics have been unlocked, as putting it in the middle kind of works out. So very cool stuff. As we go into this game number 3, we saw Luca start off quite okay, but you kind of ran out of steam. You are on the draw, and naturally it's going to be very difficult to win on the draw against Sapphire Amethyst, which I still believe is one of your more difficult matchups to win. But now you have the option to go first, and you have some aggressive slant to your deck. You're still playing Genies. You have the Magical Researcher. You have the Christopher Robbins. You have the Pocahontas. I think you have some number of Calhouns in there as well. So maybe that's the plan. Maybe for the first time today, we can play an Amethyst Steel Curve, and someone can sing Strength, and see what happens. Let's tune in to see if that's going to be
the
what
novel
goes
curve
down.
of 1, 2, 3 strength on 4. It's not something popular. People have been saying it's not good. But yeah, I mean, it is fascinating. We think we know the meta. I mean, this is a matchup we have seen several times in our life and several times today, because they are two of the most reliable decks. When you're coming into a room like this where you're trying to beat 400 of the best players and you're trying to take home a Mickey, you're not going to bring a dark horse usually, unless you know that dark horse is the best dark horse. You're going to bring something that works. These are two decks that have been proven time and time to work, and we've seen why. Both players have shown off that they are reliable.
Yeah, I mean, that is an absolute fact of life. As Amethyst Steel, I think Amethyst Steel will be there next set as well. I think Sapphire Amethyst will also be there next set as well. I think there are just there's two resilient color groups. Maybe post rotation could put us in a situation to where new color combinations can be introduced and added. Infinity also might be able to introduce some new and unique color combinations or different play patterns that we can all become familiar with. But I'm kind of looking forward to it. But still, I think the Amethyst and Steel color group gets a buff. I think Sapphire Amethyst, there are some really cool cards coming up in that next set, and Tipo and Cell still are incredibly powerful cards to be played. So I don't suspect that Blurple will go anywhere, but post rotation we will have some new identities as the fist bump comes in. Luca on the play. This is round number 5 of the Digital Lorcana Challenge in Brazil. Strength and Well, again, we got to knock it off.
No, I can't, because, okay, he has 2 Christopher Robins in his hand. And so I was like, clearly, we're going to ink one of those Christopher Robins. And
we have to.
So that was, I try not to judge what's happening, but that's crazy. But anyway, we have Rafiki coming down 0-3, but can challenge back 3. So now he has 3 2-cost cards. We don't have to worry about strength where we're going. We don't like that card here. And so he can play Christopher Robin. A lot of times you don't, because by turn 2 he is outstatted. In this case, though, we will go ahead and ink a Black Heron who is pretty healthy statted at 3-3 and play that Christopher Robin, electing to have a faster line than otherwise.
Yeah, interesting.
Thoughts?
Is there a 3-cost character?
Ramp.
No ramp again, Lucas. Help us, help you, help me, help you, help us.
He says he is helping us with
You
bingo.
already helped us with the bingo. We got it. Now win the tournament, man. You don't have to worry about us anymore. As the stare down is commencing, looking at my deck, looking at my hand, we do have these 1-cost characters as we go triple 1-drop as double dip the chip onto the Christopher Robin. Christopher Robin versus Rafiki is an interesting lineup, as Captain Hook will take down one for free. FTC might be an absolute menace right here if we take down the other, leaving nothing but Basil alone and unafraid. This is looking really good for Luca now.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon. He's like, you've never heard about the Christopher Robin on 2, Christopher Robin on 3 with the FTC? I hadn't, but now I've seen it. Listen, he said, you guys, we don't do with curve that you're talking about Southern Hemisphere. But we will note that Basil can be a menace because, I mean, to be fair, he can answer everything just by himself. Not all of it, but I mean, he could challenge. But did he just do nothing there?
We had to just pass. I mean, he didn't have any good challenging options left because that Basil would have been banished. He didn't play anything. He missed curve. No cat on 3 or anything. No develop your brain. No vision of the future. No nothing. We are just, that's the second time in a row that has happened to this Illuminator. That's very unfortunate for Lucas, who is able to trade up with his Captain Hook, as we have that Betrayal of the Clan who's on board now. Who's going to have to really do some hard carrying.
Yeah, I mean, we just drew into a strength, which cannot be... Okay, yeah, ink it. But then we have a Yzma coming in. Now, that Yzma can be punished by a 5th Spirit coming down, because we are at 5 ink next turn. And so he has to be careful, because these are not a lot of menacing on the other side. Now, it does represent a lot of lore, but so far he's been being a control deck to Lucas. So interesting to see, does he have... Oh, okay. We're going to go ahead. We got some slippery cards.
A little bit of a little drop sleeve, maybe some new sleeves there coming in from these Illuminators, and they get a little slick sometimes, but maybe you can hope that you can get something different out of that whole situation. I believe the hand is Cheshire Cat is there, so if you have the option to go for this Elsa 5th Spirit into the Yzma, I think you just kind of have to take that, because you cannot allow Luca to draw these cards. I'm so sorry, you just cannot do it. Let it go. Seems like a high impact card, but you'd like to hang on to it, and there she goes.
And then Elsa can cleanly take out any of these little guys, electing to go with Pocahontas, because as we know, she can quest for 3, while Chris and can only quest for 2, and he's just a little guy at a 1-2, so we'll get rid of you guys later. But Luca's at 14 lore. I didn't realize that because it happened so fast. I was like, oh, he's only at, and it jumped really fast to 14. And now he is at a nice, clean 18. Can I not do math?
No, that's 19, because that's 5 more coming in.
Wow. So now we know the science. I mean, to be fair, Luca did not play Lorcana 2 turns in a row. We let him take advantage of what was going on there. But wow. That was an incredible, interesting sequence of events.
Yeah, double Christopher Robinson. 1, 2, 2, 1 will beat you if you don't do anything. I mean, you have to play the game, and I really think that the triple 1 drop is a very risky maneuver. I've never gone triple 1 drop in Blurple and had it work out for me. It always backfires, and those Rafikis really didn't get a chance to get any value because they got traded so effectively with some of those questing decisions coming in from the Sapphire and Amethyst player. So Elsa challenging into that Olaf. Check that.
Yeah, he has to do it in the right order, right? Because like he doesn't want to. He wants to make sure he gets rid of everything he wants. Because Olaf can bounce something back to them. So he has to go ahead and make sure we do these challenges nice and clean. But he can also use the Cheshire Cat activation, so he doesn't necessarily have to challenge in. But generally speaking, the goal is to make sure you've done everything you want before Olaf can trigger.
For sure, and I think it might have some value there to just boost. To try to save as much damage as you can on your characters to get a boost on your opponent's top deck. So if there's a world where you can challenge and remove a character while keeping damage floating, I think you got to take that as an option. I think he could have. Was the cat dry, or was he just came in? I can't recall.
I don't know. That was fascinating.
Interesting. So GG's, well played. Amethyst Steel gets it done here live on stream, and is going to move on to the 6th round as we're going to be playing a ton of Swiss today. And Katie, oh my goodness, Amethyst Steel, no strength. And that is, I guess that's the story of this tournament. The strength of Raging Fire is just not seeming very popular at all.
Yeah, and I it's fascinating because, I mean, we see a lot of Disney Lorcana, and when I looked at his hand and I 2 Christopher Robin, a Captain Hook, a Black Heron, I was like, oh yeah, this is obviously what he's like, no, you haven't seen this before. You have to see the turn 2 Christopher Robin, turn 3 Christopher the cannons. It's crazy stuff, dude. And it worked. It
literally worked.
I like being wrong. Like, honestly, do it, because then next time I cast, I'll go, oh, you guys haven't seen the Fire the Cannon Christopher Robin technology people have been using? But in any other world, if he had played anything on turn 3, I think there would have been a punish for it. If he had hit ramp, there would have been a punish. So I think it worked out, but I think in another world, you would probably be like, okay, maybe it's. So I think it was a nice alignment of. What are your thoughts?
And also Sapphire Amethyst. Shout out to Illuminator, but they not hitting ramp on 2 in 2 out of 3 games has to feel abysmal. Especially you're on the draw. You're going against this very aggressively slanted Amethyst Steel deck. You need to draw some cards, or you need to ramp, and you need to hit your curves, and not just literally not playing the game. You have to put cards onto the field in order to play, and you just weren't doing that. I mean, I'm not the best broadcaster in the world, but I can tell you, if you don't do anything, you're going to lose, and that is what happened.
Yeah. I think of any game, right? If you're in football, and I didn't do anything that play. It's generally not good. Someone said you weren't dropped into this round, and you ended your run at 1-2.
In my run, I was still losing?
You won, but you won something. You won a round.
How? Oh.
Good job.
W's. I wasn't even there.
You got a bye. They gave you a bye. They didn't drop you. Gave you a bye. So
that's crazy.
So then you got paired into somebody round 2 and you beat them. So you you got a bye in round 2 and then you lost.
I should have went to Brazil. I cooked myself, so that's on me. I'll take the heat. No big deal. It is what it is. I mean, my Ravensburger Play Hub is cooked. I do this all the time. I never drop from the tournament. I just leave. I'm like, hey man, I gotta go. I'm just gonna go. And then someone gets a bye and I just lose. So I got a lot of L's on my record. But we did get a missed ramp there, so we will be able to fill this portion of the bingo square. As all we need is this is possible.
Can we say that the strength was inked 4 times? Because I feel like it was inked 4 times. I've never seen a turn 1 strength being inked twice in a game and they won. That was like a record for me personally, being like ink. It's ink.
Yeah,
it's a useless card. But anyway,
not me.
This card is useless.
Yeah, but other than that, I mean, we didn't have a dock into a dock. We didn't have bodyguards. They weren't at 19 lore.
I mean, I'm actually shocked. We haven't seen any Amber Steel be deployed. We haven't seen any Ruby at all. I think the production team is trolling us a bit and just not trying to get our bingo to be fulfilled. I think that's what's happening.
Nothing but Amethyst all day.
Yeah, we had one dog
Not
play.
even. Can we get a Monstro combo in the chat? But I mean, I think
combo number 5.
I think that was It's very rare that I can watch a match and I'm like, oh, that was crazy, but like crazy as in like that. But I mean, between missing ramp in 2 games, I mean, it's on our bingo card because we're like, oh, it's really bad. Have we seen it? No. And I don't feel good about it. I'd be talking about those bad beats all day, every round in between. I'd be like, I missed ramp twice in a game.
I'm sure that's going to happen. I'm sure this Illuminator will say that I was on a feature match.
And they have the right to.
Yeah, for sure.
Did they not dock into dock in game number 2?
No, they docked.
They had a dock and then later played another dock.
Yeah, that doesn't count. It's got to be dock played, and then another dock has to be played. That same dock has to give a secondary dock. So dock, no cards, draw 2, play another dock, and that's how you secure that one.
Okay,
I think that's fair. But
gotcha.
All right, I got to take a quick break here, so I'm gonna step away for just the brief moment. If you guys want to, I'll let you lock in on this screen, or which screen do you guys want to work with?
Just leave it on this one, so that way if something happens, we can talk about it.
At least talk about it. And okay, I will return here in just the briefest of moments. So just give me a second. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. Boom, 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 bam, and boom.
What do you think about the strat of them making this guy's chair be about 6 inches shorter than the chair? Like, you think that was a choice that the chair can't go
Just
higher?
looking up to him,
Yeah,
like
there's no, and it's not him being short. It's just the chair is physically 4 inches shorter than him. And I would be calling somebody over or getting a phone book at this point and saying, guys, you can't do this to me.
The other person needs to lower their chair to be on my level.
Help
It's
me out,
messed
dude.
up. What's going on here?
come
You're
to
making me look tiny.
Hey, how you doing? I'd be like, come down to me. I can't get up. I look
My girlfriend's watching this.
and yeah, I was like, oh, he must be very short, but no, he is definitely, his chair has betrayed him. So that was fascinating. It's not important. But yeah, I mean, when you saw, I don't know if you're watching that last one, saw the
I did not catch the last one. I watched the first 2. I was downstairs on my couch, and then I'm gonna be honest, I did fall asleep for like 15 minutes during the second one, and then
you cannot be doing that. That's
my brain was like, my brain heard, and that's it, and I was like, wait, I need to go upstairs.
You said, that's me. I'm in charge of this. Yeah, we did go to your Donald looks vaguely angry behind you. Like from the distance, the Donald that you have set behind your desk, he kind of looks like he's just staring like
this
he
one.
Looks like like it looked like with the low res, like he's like making angry. But he's not. He's happy. He's a happy Donald.
He's happy. This one's angry for sure.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
mean,
his whole
to be
thing.
fair, Donald is like it's 50-50. He's either chill or he's crashing out, as the kids say. But looking through the chat here, I'm just seeing what the vibes at the function are. Sending energy to Brother Zen. Yes, we send the energy to Brother Zen. We have Lorcana Spence checking in.
Why does Brother Zen need energy? Can you not?
I do that every morning when I wake up. I wake up and I send some energy to Brother Zen.
Okay.
Let's see how
Who
Zen is
said
doing.
that?
His mom said, I'm gonna send some energy to Brother Zen.
Okay.
No, I think Zen just got his second loss, so maybe that's why we're sending love to the Zen in the chat. That was I don't know. My goodness, why did I lose it? Did I just like dream that?
I think you did. I was looking for it in the chat, and I didn't see any Brother Zen mentioned. So
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
you've lost it a little bit. Yeah.
Oh no, I have every stream pulled up, so I'm like simul looking at everything. So I'm
Oh,
losing my mind.
it could have been a different stream.
Yeah, but I am sending love to everyone in Brazil who is right now in Brazil. If you guys are like, what's the time difference? So it's Southern America, but it's also over a little bit in the sense that they are on East Coast -1 time. So in Brazil, it is currently 2:51 in the afternoon.
Right,
So
right,
that's
right,
just
right,
people
right,
want to
right,
know
right,
what's
right,
going on. They
right.
just finished round 5. Things are moving along. I'm looking at who's undefeated, and there's some exciting names here.
Okay. Who's exciting? What's exciting?
Moxie's is undefeated right now. Level 9001.
Shout out Diego.
Just
Go.
lost to Fed Miko.
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, he just took an L. And there was, I mentioned, Sky, Podcana Sky was against Chris Oyola.
And
Sky
who
took
won
it down.
that? Sky won? Let's get Sky on this stinking stream, man. He's playing Amber Steel. That's what we want to see.
I messaged him. He said no. Oh yeah, on the stream. I thought you meant like for an interview. And he said no, thank you, and fair. Zan
Whatever.
Syed undefeated. We have Dancer undefeated. So very exciting to see names that we know in the North American region out there and doing well. But there's also lots of other people who are doing pretty well. So I don't know. I've been having fun. I kind of am ready to see not any Amethyst Steel or Amethyst Sapphire. Maybe they could hook us up with that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about, like, I love seeing the best players, but I also love seeing a little bit of variety. There are some really good players on not those decks, and it was great seeing Ed Chu on the Emerald Sapphire, even though we got so much of that last set. This set, it seems like it's a rare little treat. It's a rare little candy that we get to have and pick up and have a little taste of. So I would love to see some more of that.
Yeah, it's fun to have a little breakup between the decks. I mean, to be fair though, when I casted the game, we haven't seen dogs on stream all day, and the next day I was like, oh, there were dogs, we just didn't see it. So what we're seeing isn't necessarily representation of the room. But it is interesting because they have picked 2 people with 1 loss. This last round they had X and 1, and then round 2 it was X, and so they're just kind of doing
just on whatever.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's their choice. If it's your party, you can pick who you want to. I say, if you're a TO, it's your the T, organize the T you want. But I will say the stream, shout out to Brazil. They've gone on break once. They are doing it the way that we like in this house, which is no.
Yeah, and they got 1 tall guy and 1 short guy.
1 big chair and 1 little chair, and they draw straws and like, I don't want the little chair, and they're like, sorry, we have 1 where the hydraulic system broke, and that's your chair, bud. And I would say no. I'd say you need to make my friend go down 3 to 6 inches.
Yes, my partner here needs to shrink, or I need to
I would actually
grow.
reach over and just grab the paddle.
Hit the lever underneath.
Yeah, lower them. Pull the lever.
You're shrinking.
Yeah, I'm bringing you down, dude. But I'm fascinated. Diego, I'm interested. There's people in the room that I want to know what they're playing. Unfortunately, we don't know, and we don't want to talk about it even if we did know because it's closed deck list. Now, I imagine at the top tables by now, people have kind of, inferred a little bit of what's in the room, but we are not in Brazil. Spoiler alert. This is not Brazil behind us. So we don't know the meta breakdown. We don't know what the room is. I know we talked to World Class Stars and they said lots of weird stuff going on down here. But we've seen lots of not weird stuff on stream, except for maybe that Amethyst. I consider that a little bit of stuff.
Yeah. It is interesting once you get to the top tables around this time in the tournament. Pretty much everyone knows what each other is playing in terms of like color combinations, so that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I would love to see a meta breakdown if they have that information and could pop it up on screen. That would be amazing, just so we can talk about it a little bit. Yeah, if they're taking orders, if they are giving out that information via request, I would love to get some of that.
My first tournament I ever went to, one of the guys like, oh, I don't TO here. He said, by the way, you cannot look left or right during a tournament. That's considered deck sniping. So you need to make sure you look ahead at your opponent the whole time. Can't be looking at what other people. And I was like, oh. And I said, how am I going to get through this tournament making sure that I'm never accused of like deck sniping? Because like obviously people have their decks out, they're playing, and you like kind of look. And yeah, he was like, no, keep your eyes down. I was like, we should get dividers or something. So that's not true. Now, if you're going around with like a notebook and like you're like passing around like, hey, I walked up and down, that's probably frowned upon deeply, but you are allowed to look around the room. It is allowed.
Yeah. I actually go around with a video camera and record every single
meta
card.
glasses. That's what I
yeah, exactly. Jarvis, scan deck list.
What are your thoughts on that? That I was told that when you play in a tournament, do not look left, do not look right, look it ahead. Anything else considered deck sniping?
Deck sniping is not illegal. Who's saying that? Who is that? Really a thing?
My first tournament I ever played in.
Oh, come on.
If you look right, you're getting too much information, and it's not fair to know what other people are playing, and they didn't try to tell you.
I would say that is the biggest throw probably in the history of the universe, because you should 1000% be doing that. You should be deck sniping, doing yourself a favor. That's not illegal. That's smart.
Well, you should just be looking around. I mean, deck sniping sounds a lot just than looking at who's in the room and what they're up to. Oh, this is people. Let's see if we recognize any of the people. There's cooler Brazilian Katie. I like her.
Okay, yeah.
Big fan. I think
She's still killing it.
Yeah, I honestly I need to move to Brazil because then I'm gonna be way cooler than now. They're showing
the floor looks cool. Okay.
Right, whoever sees somebody they know first gets a sticker.
Golden Mickey.
No.
Okay.
I know that guy.
That's Billy Jenkins. Oh, yeah, Billy's there.
I saw.
Was that Tate?
Dancer.
That wasn't Tate, was it?
She said.
They said Tate by himself.
No.
I mean, to be fair, this camera work is.
It's quite phenomenal. It's remarkable that we see here.
Excelente, as some would say.
Shout out to Dream Inc. in the building. It's Murder Inc. in the building. Dream Inc. I should say.
Yeah, I'm 03. I dropped already. Oh, well.
But look at the pin game. This is a very nice pin land here. Shout out to our pin trading illuminator.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I'm actually having the worst day of my life. I got cooked.
What?
Oh, you got a promo.
Well, to make it up for you, here is an Isis Vanderchill that I got out of my packs. I have a place already, so I don't need it. Let's see how this Illuminator is doing.
How are you doing?
Yeah.
Well,
worse somehow.
I got absolutely bodied out of here. Oh, it did not go well for me. No, I'm kidding.
Have you ever heard of 03 drop? I did at home. But playmat. We're flexing.
Oh,
that is actually not allowed. Please close that. All right, thank you. But I do like. I like when the Playmart people are walking around. Michael. But you get a card. Yay!
Dude, that's Stitch High Badness level.
Snitch High Badness.
That's a Stitch High Badness level, man. Those things are kind of high value.
Yeah,
are they really?
Right.
Yeah, those things are like $150. No, it's not that much. They're like $30.
I just saved $150
with Shulada.
Right, we're pointing at. To be fair, I realize they're not going to point to anyone we know because none of our friends speak Portuguese. That'd be crazy.
Tiago does, man, and I honestly thought, he's fluent and he's Brazilian. He is from Brazil.
Tiago doesn't give interview me energy. Tiago gives this guy's even when he's having a great day, he looks like he's having a pretty bad day.
All around me are familiar faces is what seems like is playing in his head at all times. But then you talk to him, he's like the nicest guy and most enthusiastic, fun.
He is. He's the nicest
dude.
Kind of,
yeah.
If you look at him from a corner, he's like.
And
then you talk, he's like, "Hey, what's up?" Stitch Badness level. I want this. I'm gonna next time I do a tournament, I'll be like, can I just have a stack of cards and walk around and make people laugh and go, "Here's a card. He's such and such. Have a day. Have a day."
With the promo pocket. But what do we think about the promo with no sleeve?
The promo pocket goes crazy.
With no sleeve though, they're just in there raw, dude. I mean, you're not getting graded though, right?
I trust the pocket. It could be like a magical one where it just comes out of.
And
it
she has a pocket protector.
That might be what it is.
It could be velvety in that jean pocket. You don't know.
I'm gonna hit the volume real quick, see if we can make out anything what's going down. Because she's spitting right now.
Incrível jogar Disney Lorcana. Além da parte competitiva, você pode montar deck temático,
sometimes you see somebody you're like, you're good at talking.
Vem comigo conhecer.
She's crushing, dude. That's Cruella. Look at Cruella though. Look at the drip. Look at Cruella there.
Otherwise, a man in a strange outfit.
What if she goes up like, "Oh, so you're dressed like Cruella de Vil?" Like, what are you talking about? This is just my wife bought me this jacket.
Dalmatians. I hate Dalmatians so much.
What's wrong with my outfit?
Oh, so you're making fun of me?
I was struck by lightning. Of course, my hair looks like this.
Thanks. It's something I'm super sensitive about. So
she's gone. I miss her. That was fun. What if she pops up behind us and gives us a card?
I miss her too. Bring her back. There she is. She's the Stitch Fairy.
I hope somebody. So JD, we're talking about like if you're co-caster's chair is 6 inches higher and yours is broken, would you just reach over and your chair?
I think if I was in a situation right now, because clearly there's something wrong with that chair.
You're getting hype mogged.
I think I just would stand up at this point. I'm not gonna sit here and do this. I get another chair. I demand another chair. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'm sure maybe they did. Maybe this is a bit. Maybe they're doing it on purpose. Okay, so this is quite funny. If this is because clearly I believe just based on the height dynamics from the lounge scene, this Illuminator on the right is not this short, and this Illuminator on the left appears to be of a smaller stature. So I think if it's a bit, I'm always going to love a good bit. If they're doing this on purpose, I love a good bit. I cannot shake a good bit. I'll never deny that fact.
Someone in chat says it sounds like I'm cutting out. Am I cutting out? Because I can
You
leave
are.
Discord and come back.
You do need to leave and come back.
Okay, bye. I won't really leave. Okay.
Okay. And we're gonna drag Katie back in whenever she decides to return. Okay, so Katie's back and better than ever, I think. So let's get her out and back in here.
I'm here. Am I cutting out? Is this perfect? Do you love it?
Better.
You're back
Closer, warmer.
Field, why don't you guys eventually get throttled? Or do you guys have extreme Discord?
Yeah,
I have Nitro for sure. You got to be Nitro.
I can't go back to being a non-Nitro user. I'm too addicted to Discord, and I love emoting and reacting.
You don't even flex like any of the perks on your account, which is crazy. Like use a different font, throw a little circle around your picture.
Should I do something else? I like to keep it. I like to be low key. I'm a low key guy. I like to be low key, but I like to
like everybody else.
I just like to react, dude.
The Nitro is to flex, bro.
But let me tell you, I kick it in a lot of. I used to kick it in a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh Discords, but now I'm in more Lorcana related Discords. And I'm telling you, the lack of reaction that Lorcana Discords have, it's kind of alarming to me. I like to slam my emotes. I like to emote. I'm reacting all the time. It doesn't take much to get a reaction out of me, but in Yu-Gi-Oh servers, people react.
I love stickers, man. I just be popping these stickers off all the time. Check out this sticker. That's a great one.
Right there.
I'm excited. I cannot wait to see it.
Where are we at? Are you in the Dizzy?
Are you able to save stickers? Is that why you're so quick with it?
Yeah. If you have servers, you can upload them.
You have like a frequently used stickers.
Oh.
So you just pop them. You just got them open.
I mean, the one that you send every 10 minutes, the GIF of the young lady distressed in a car. How do you have that one on deck?
Oh, that's one of my favorites as well. That's a GIF, not a
That's
sticker.
a GIF. So do you have saved GIFs? Is this good content? Do people like
Yes,
we're just going through?
People can see all of my amazing GIFs.
You guys can't see it. This is private. We like them.
I mean, Garrick should if Garrick spans this in the Quest World server, I think in a channel where people can see, they can also play along as well.
Quest World server.
Okay,
if you're not part of the server, let me drop the invite to the server.
Everyone in the Quest World server, spam your favorite stickers, and I think that'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'll start with my all-time favorite sticker. Boom. It's Davy Jones falling to, a broken heart into the maelstrom.
Into the maelstrom Discord.
This is a classic I use all the time. This is a great one. Just get in there. There you go. Luke knows what's up. Throw some of your favorite gifts in there. Love this one.
I don't have premium super turbo, so I won't be playing this game. But I did drop an invite to the server. If anybody wants to join, they can join. JZ Worldwide, or I think is that what the server's called?
It's just JD. It's just a Quest World server. Okay, I don't know. It's just something we're vibing out in there. We're just having a good time. So
I like it. I need another server to be active because like the worst thing is when like you have a place that you go to be like I want to say something and I don't have that server right now.
It could be the Quest World.
I like to type in sad dance and get this one here. That's one that kind of means a lot to me. This one with the young lady.
Add that to your favorites, man. You hit the little star on there. How about this? Truth Nuke. Nightwing.
Do it. Man, these are good.
Oh no.
Oh no. All right, it's over.
All right, fun's over.
Hey, but guess
Thanks,
what?
Snake Chips.
Zan's not making that face right now. He has just got his round 6 pairing up, and he is undefeated, sitting at table 2. He's happy. He's Kurt Spicin right now. He's going or whatever. But yeah, the pairings are up. At table 1, we have Darian versus Sky. Table 2 is Zan versus Robert. I don't know. I feel bad that I'm like, we got Moxie's at table 4. We got Federico. Isn't that somebody we know?
Federico, yeah, it's I believe that's
He's a
world class
Europe guy.
cards. He did very well the world championship as well.
And I think he
Federico.
won European championship. Please, I'm sorry, Europe. I'm so sorry.
He did not win the European Championship, but
He did
was
quite well there. And he went to the world champion. He's a world qualified, world class player. So he's out there
champion with
getting
Ruby
active.
Sapphire, is that
Ruby
right?
Sapphire is
Dankster's at table 7, and then Quincy is at table 9. Isn't Quincy somebody we know? No, yes, he's Europe. And then we have Rob Dehan at facing Quincy. And then at table 10 we have Attacker 2. That's fun if you know that person.
You know, all right,
Dave,
Rochelle just made her contribution to the gift. I feel
Rochelle's here.
Rochelle,
where is she?
Rochelle is in the Quest world.
Join the Quest world. Okay, everyone, clean this place up, man. You got nobility.
Start acting right.
The hot dog.
I gave her one of my favorite dap up gifts from the hit series Iron Fist.
I like to, whenever I join a server, I like to blast this one. This is my favorite right there. Whenever I jump in there, I hit him with that one.
Really? That's the one. Why
I love
is it that?
I don't know. It looks cool, man. She's just out here getting it in, dude.
No, I want to put my GIFs in there. I'm like busy looking at the bracket.
You
having fun.
You hit
this
GIF,
is, and this is the one when you join a server. This is the goat right here.
That's Toy Story 2.
This is the Will Chamberlain of gifts.
Hey, Rochelle, while you're there, can you tell us if we're gonna get Al's Toy Barn as a location?
Al's is good.
I would love an Al's Toy Barn. Oh, that's fun. I like this. This is honestly way better than the mini game we were playing.
I'd love to see some people's favorite stickers because I got a lot of stickers.
I got a lot of cursed stickers.
Stiffos. It's got to be this one here. Oh, this is Katie's curse sticker here.
Here's a great Ed sticker.
Oh, he says, "Let me tell you something."
It's it reminds me of the Michael Jordan gif. You know what I'm talking about? Where he's like on the bench doing this. This is what the Ed sticker reminds me of.
I've never. Wow. Well, shout out to everybody in the chat. We have an amazing amount of people. I'm sorry that I'm like, guys, we gotta remember.
All right, my bad. You're right, Katie. Keep us on the rails. Keep us on the rails. My bad.
286 people just hanging out with us and saying these guys are crazy, dude. And then over on YouTube for our Podcana family, Podfama.
What did you call it?
A Podfama?
No, before that.
Podcana family.
Thank you.
First off.
It's a Podcana.
Podcana. Hey, Canna. I like Canna because it sounded very like when people say it's like when people say Ravensburger. I'm like, you fool.
Yeah.
There's 3 ways to say it. How do you guys say it? Katie, I know you say it different from me.
Any chance I have to use that long A sound, I'm always going to take that option because it seems more fancy to me. I say Ravensburger.
All right, let's say it in chat. Are you a 1, a 2, or a 3?
What's the third? I'm so scared.
Okay,
I know
so
it's
we're gonna go. If you say it this way, type a 1 in chat, Ravensburger. If you say it this way, type a 2 in chat, Ravensburger. If you say it this way, type a 3 in chat, Ravensburger. There's 3 different ways to say it.
All right.
Ravensburger, Ravensburger.
Two of these could be right. One of these is just absolutely abysmal. I cannot abide.
I hear a lot of Ravensburger actually.
You hear a lot of Ravensburger?
I hear Ravensburger more than I hear Ravensburger.
So you're saying versus
Yeah, Ravensburger.
It's Ravensburger, Ravensburger, or Ravensburger.
Ravensburger can't be it. I'm from Ravensburger. Hey guys, let's go to Ravensburger and get some hot dogs.
There's a lot of 3s in the chat.
3s are wrong. 3s got to get. Hey, moderators, ban all 3s, please.
Rochelle's here and she says we're right. JD, we're good.
We're good.
Said we're right.
It's Ravensburger.
I always say Ravensburger.
Yeah, but you made a weird like. Yeah,
why is that weird? Half the chat said 3.
Yeah, but you shouldn't acknowledge that. The fact
if it's 3, any mods, any 3s in the chat, get them out of here. We're banning all 3s. Like we cannot
be. Don't do that here. Get them out. Get them banned. We don't do that here.
And we got. Wait a minute. This is a funny match. You guys get all the good ones, man. This is Zan Syed.
All right.
versus Robert from World Class
We can
Cards.
try to do you want to do a 3-person cast?
No. You can have it. I got to take a break anyway. So you guys got this one. It's going to be a great match. I'll be back. You guys have fun.
I will, because this is none other than recent DLC champion Zan Syed. He did take down the largest DLC we have ever seen on the planet Earth. But against him is somebody who has made a name for themselves as well. I believe this was the winner of the No, is this the winner? Am I just hallucinating?
You are hallucinating.
I am. That's Robert. Wait, this is the owner? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Who is this person? I'm so sorry.
This is the World Class Cards owner, Robert.
Yes,
There's lots of Roberts, and that's the Robert we're looking at here with the
this
with
is a
the
crazy
Winnie the Pooh
game,
sleeves. Yeah, this is awesome.
This is very,
if
very
you didn't know, Zan used to be on the World Class Cards team. So we've got the Rare Hunters versus World Class Cards, and I'm really excited for this. Shout out to Robert out here cooking it. And that's really interesting to see. I'll be excited to see how this shakes out. I'll also be excited to see what these players are playing. Is Zan still on that deck that he won the DLC with most recently, that being the Dogs deck, or did he pivot to something else? We know that Zan likes to be a chameleon of Disney Lorcana, if you will. He can switch color pairings like nobody else and can do it at the highest level. So I'd be really excited to see what Zan is packing here.
Yeah, and I don't know if they fixed the chair so much as Mateus here agreed to go down a couple inches, because I believe the man on the right has stayed at the exact same elevation. But I think he said, I'll come down to you, buddy. I am so sorry that we just refused to. But it could be a long going bit, as they all agreed to do this. But either way, to your point, Zan won his DLC in Ghent with the Amber Emerald Dogs variant. And so the big question is, he talks about his deck a lot. So there is a question of, is he going to bring what he's talked about and what he knows, or is he going to do something completely unexpected? And the answer is, I did see in front of him, I saw an Amber Emerald deck.
Yeah, same.
On the other side, I will say Robert is an exciting one, because a lot of times people who own teams or manage teams, you think of them as like, well, they're the business guy and everybody else is the player. But here's Robert saying, I like Disney Lorcana, and playing some Disney Lorcana on the big stage, round 5 or 6, undefeated.
Yeah, the business that he's interested in doing is getting down to business here to defeat some other players, and that's what he is. Yeah, that is what he is getting into today, and it looks like the players are getting ready to start up here. The fist bump goes out. Love to see the sportsmanship, and a tip of the cap from Robert, and it looks like a mirror match. It is going to be the Emerald and Amber versus the Emerald and Amber Dogs deck. We start with the lady, and we have a different lady on the side of Robert.
Lady two style, and I think we're about to see some tramps as well, because we know that Tramp Enterprising Dog, if you come down, he does have some synergy, especially with that Lady Elegant Spaniel on Robert's side. But it all depends what you have in your hand. One of the conversations we had before this was, is Dogs the best deck, or do the best players just play it? Is it the same question? I'm not sure, but these are two best players playing it pretty well. Grandma Willow coming down. We're going wide.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup, because a lot of the time it feels like who is the first person that is going to be able to develop that tramp and then also sing the Under the Sea, and that sometimes is what it feels like it comes down to, as Zan is trying his best here to go as absolutely as wide as possible, does give the additional strength to the lady, but opts not to quest, wants to keep those glimmers unexerted in case Robert comes back with the same play and crashes in to the lady. So right now, playing very safe. Again, you're not really going to see these decks exert into one another in terms of going on quests, because you want to have those characters unexerted. That way, they're all ready to sing Under the Sea, as Bombi Zimaruski is going to do some hand fixing for Zan.
Yeah, it's a very anti-intuitive thing that you said there, because when you look at these cards, you're like, oh, these are aggressive cards. We're going aggro. And the answer is, it can. But like you mentioned, it's kind of anti the plan. It's Zantai. But you will go ahead and you want to go as wide, like you said. So he's going to go ahead, dig a little deeper to find cards. And then we get to the ultimate Bobby Zimaruski of Tramp at Street Smart Dog, drawing 4 and then discarding 4 to have the perfect hand to play against Robert.
Yeah, now if you're wondering what is up with that tramp that just came down onto the board, it looks like that thing costs way more than what
Yeah,
Zan used
what
to
is
play
that?
for it. But for each character you have in play, you pay one less to play this character. Also, when you play this character, you may draw a card for each other character you have in play, then choose and discard that many cards. So Tramp is really, really good at finding the combo pieces that you need, and the combo of choice for this dog-style Lady in the Tramp deck is that Under the Sea. Lady in the Tramp likes to collaborate with a Little Mermaid, sing a little song, and remove your opponent's entire opposite side of the board. So we'll see if Zan was able to find that there. If he is able to sing the Under the Sea next turn, things are going to look tough for Robert. But correct me if I'm wrong, that's one card in hand for Zan. If Robert has something like Ursula Deceiver or Mowgli, he can take that Under the Sea if that is an Under the Sea in hand for Zan.
Yeah, and I think it was Zan himself that said that keeping hand size is really very, very. Oh, Circle of Life is incredible.
Wow.
And
And we have the Shift Under the Sea. That removes everything on Zan's side of the board. Those are going to go to the bottom of the deck. That's what Under the Sea does, and that is the power of the Lady Miss Park Avenue. She costs 5, but you can shift her in for 3, but she still counts as 5 as a part of the singers for Under the Sea. So he had the 8 there and removes Zan's side of the board. Amazing play.
It was absolutely amazing. And it makes sense why he was so protective of those ladies. While ladies do discount that Tramp at Street Smart Dog, they also can shift. And normally you can get 2 cards less for 2 costs or less from your discard, but you don't need to at this point. He just wanted to make sure he wipes the board. Zan is sitting there with only 2 cards in hand, 3 ink, and Robert now is feeling a lot of breathing room, shifting again just to get the lore.
Yeah, I love the aggression from Robert's side. You are in complete control right now. The Grandmother Willow has done its job. I think that is correct. Let's get that questing as well to get our lore up. Last turn, Zan just played the Lilo Escape Artist from his discard pile. You have to think that he probably had Under the Sea in his hand, so really couldn't play that card with only 3 ink. We'll see if he has any answer right now, but this is a really wide board and a really tall board, and what I mean by that is tall characters with high strength, high willpower, wide, meaning a lot of characters on the board. So Zan has to attack his opponent's board on a couple of different axes. And right now, Robert's board is really, really healthy and really, really scary for Zan.
Yeah, I mean, he is just trying to. He's this 1 damage because at the end of the day, he knows that he can't be faster. He can't control, but he can do what he can to maybe make a dent at some point. But here we have, so this is a very interesting deck. We have Jumbo Jukiba comes in, who this is a card that can help heal your character, essentially. Because when each character you have in play, it's going to be 1 less to play him. And then when he quests, you can remove all damage from characters. So all, that damage that Zan spent trying to put on, well, next turn it's probably going to be gone if Jumbo Jukiba stays.
I love this inclusion of the Jumba because it is just something that we don't see often in this dog style deck, but it makes perfect sense here. New cards coming into the decks and changing the texture of them is always why I like to see these new sets coming in, and Winterspell has made a lot of really cool changes, and there is the Ursula Deceiver that is able to grab that Under the Sea from Zan's hand, and Robert is just going to keep questing right now, has all the advantage in his favor. Zan struggling to keep a single character on the board each and every turn. We have to challenge somehow and try and get back into this game.
He didn't remove the damage. He could have. Oh, okay, he did. All right. He said you may, but he says the game's over anyway. Okay. I was like, he didn't. He's like, because I don't need to. This game's over. But it's so funny because we talked about this, about high rolly decks, meaning decks that can just absolutely get out of control with a series of events. And Robert did it without Tramp, which is something you don't see all the time in this dog matchup. We said, oh, who's going to hit that Tramp first? And the answer was Robert, where he was going, he didn't need Tramp.
Yeah, that was the incredible play that we saw swing the game entirely into Robert's favor. I talked all about the Tramp Street Smart Dog and how great that card is in filtering through your deck, finding the exact combo piece that you need, and then making use of that combo piece because he costs 7. That means you only need 1 other character on the board to sing Under the Sea. And if Zan was able to do that on his next turn, the game would have swung entirely in his favor. However, Robert anticipated that. He put down the Lady Decisive Dog and had the Miss Park Avenue ready to go with the Under the Sea in hand and absolutely swept the game. into his favor. That was incredible. And these games are so explosive. They look like nothing is happening. Everybody is just standing around waiting for somebody else to do something. And then boom, somebody takes over the game in one fell swoop.
And I think that it's interesting because, I mean, sometimes people talk about mirror matches as being like, it's the last thing I want. Mirror matches meaning two of the exact same ink pairings, but these are not the same deck list. I would bet my bottom dollar that Zan is not running Jumbo Jukiba in his list. But it shows that, like, at the end of the meta, you can start experimenting. You kind of know what's going to be in the room. So it is exciting to see a little bit of difference in this deck lineup. And man, and that timing of that Ursula, we talked about how, oh, as long as you get the one card he has, he said, nah, I don't need it. I'll wipe his board and get his Under the Sea later. So what a game for Robert. But I'm sure Zan wants to show that, hey, I don't know if you know this, I've won a DLC or two. And I'm about to show you how I did it. So this is game 2. If everybody sees the dots on the screen, it's game 1 is the first dot, game 2 is the second dot, and game 3 is the third. So if Zan wins, he gets the dot in the middle. So if anybody's wondering what that system is.
Yeah, I really like what they're doing with that. You were talking about that with JDZ. I think it's a really cool way to show what is going on in the match. I know a lot of people were assuming that maybe best of 5, but no, we're just doing it a little bit different, which I think is super cool. But we talk about putting different and unique cards into these deck lists when they seem like they're getting a little bit stale. But like you mentioned, we're towards the end of the format and we're starting to figure things out. And there could be, like I mentioned in that game with Ed, where he was playing the Heffalumps and Woozles. Is this new card that I'm putting in my deck making my deck at least like 1% better? And Robert found that the Jumbo Jukiba does exactly that. And we did see that card was definitely worth putting into the deck and was able to get the win there, as Zan is going to start off with a Bobby Zimmerowski. Let's see if we discard that Lilo or if we have to get rid of something else. It is interesting that he does have an Under the Sea in hand, so it's not something that he needs to go searching for like he did last game.
Yeah, he does elect to go ahead and discard that Finnick, which is a little interesting here because it does allow you later in the game to do some bouncing shenanigans, but it does have to be 2 strength or less, but a little bit of a different include in Zan's deck. Another thing to note is Lady Miss Park Avenue isn't an auto include in the dog's deck, so it is interesting seeing that pay off. But what is an auto include is this Grandmother Willow. I have not seen that be optional in anyone's dog's list. She will allow you to play that Bobby Zimmerowski for free and keep filtering your hand. Like you said, maybe looking for those Lilo escape artists because she's a wonderful thing to discard because you can play her at the start of your turn at any point from your discard as long as you play 2 ink before you draw.
Absolutely. And Grandmother Willow is one of those new cards from the Winter Spell set that has become an absolute staple across all Amber lists. If you're playing an Amber deck and you don't have Grandmother Willow in your deck, you should probably consider her. She does so much for you every single turn. She doesn't need to be exerted or anything like that. You have multiple on the board. They can all come together to discount one big thing even further, as a Mowgli is going to go into the discard pile thanks to the Bobby Zimmerowski. And we're going to start questing on Zan's side. Interesting decision there. But if you go into the Bobby, you can trade back with your other Bobby, as it looks like we might be inking Circle of Life here. And we didn't even really talk about the Circle of Life all too much. Yeah, as we do hit the Under the Sea, and that is gone and not an option for Zan. He didn't have the lady to shift onto like Robert had last game. Zan right now in a little bit of a tricky situation based on what we see in his hand.
Yeah, now he does have the Nani, which she is a new card from the Winter Spell, where you are able to go ahead and draw 4 characters and pick one that costs 2 or less, which I believe is pretty darn high in this list. This lady is perfect because we saw he has a Lady Miss Park Avenue, so the lady will be able to be, if he inks and plays her, you can invest in that and possibly get your Finnick and your Mowgli back. But I'm sure Robert is going to do his best to prevent that plan from happening.
Yeah, I love the choice to go with the Nani there. We do fix the hand a lot on Zan's side of the board. If we are ever to get this Lady Miss Park Avenue down, we can return some cards from our discard pile. And take a look at this in the inkwell for Robert. That is the Tramp Dapper Rascal. This is a really powerful card. It's a 6 cost inkable 2/8 with shift 4. During an opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may draw a card. I think this ability is very powerful, and I think often an overlooked card that has great synergy with the rest of the Lady and Tramp cards.
It is, and like you said, I mean, we were talking about, like, you don't always include this. That is one we don't always see included, and it makes me think that that might be one of the Circle of Life targets. Circle of Life is an 8-cost Sing Together, and you play a character from your
Mhm.
discard for free, so that when you see Circle of Life, you're like, "What are you up to?" Because it's like, for free, you're probably trying to do something big and flashy for that cost,
Yep.
and we haven't seen anything big and flashy yet from his deck. I mean, we do have those 2 tramps that we've seen. I'm wondering if there's more to his deck that we haven't had a chance to be privy to.
Yeah, could there possibly be a Prince Philip malicious, mean, and scary combo as we see the Lady Miss Park Avenue come down? We return the Mowgli and the Finnick from Zan Syed's discard pile. That is one of the great things about the Dogs deck is it is able to recur cards from the discard pile like no other deck in the game. So the Bobbies become really valuable because you can always get those cards back later with your Lady Miss Park Avenue, or just fix your hand if you have a big uninkable in your hand that you don't think you can get to. Bobby's a great way to filter that out. And we've already talked about the Lilo Escape Artist, which we see on the side of Robert, just a staple in this deck.
Yeah, and at this point, we see the Miss Park Avenue. She was able to get back 2 cards from the discard, but the issue is that none. Let's see. As far as singing power, okay, so we have enough to sing a song if you get a song back. Unfortunately, Robert has been very aggressive in making sure that Zan does not have Under the Sea in his hand. Robert has a very big hand of cards on his side, so let's go ahead. He only has 3 ink, which is why Circle of Life is so vital, because this is a deck that you might not ever see ink past 4 or 5. They generally kind of can do a lot with a little. So here we go. I'm very interested to see. I want to like make predictions, but I feel like I'd look silly because Robert's deck seems to have some zigs and zags in it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting build that we are not used to seeing from the Dogs player. I think that it's very, very different from Zan's deck, as we do have the Tramp coming down onto the board. We're going to be able to look through our top cards here and choose one that we'd like to keep, but we have to discard the same amount of cards that we drew. So we can completely fix our hand here. We don't have to discard just the cards that we drew off the Street Smart Dog. We can discard any of the cards in our hand. So like I said, it's a great card to hand fix, not just look for a combo piece. And there's nothing big in the discard right now, so why not get rid of those Circle of Lives and try and keep some more impactful cards in this specific matchup in your hand? And it looks like he does have an Under the Sea, a Lady Miss Park Avenue, and a Bobby Zimmerowski, so we could be in store for really, really impactful play next turn.
Now, you did talk about wide and tall boards. I mean, luckily, Lady and Nani are feeling pretty tall here, but there we go. He said, you know how you kept taking my Under the Sea? I'd like to try it. Mowgli coming in and cleanly taking the only Under the Sea in the hand. And now we will go ahead and sing together. He said, I want to show you how it feels to be on the other side.
And Robert said, okay, you got the Under the Sea. That is game. And like we mentioned before we even started this match, that's typically how it plays out. Whoever gets the Under the Sea off first usually wins. But we've seen in the mirror before with Zan Syed that the first person to play the Under the Sea is not necessarily the person that's going to win the game. But Robert there felt like, hey, this is not going to go in my favor. I really don't have anything to get back from my discard other than the Lilo with the Miss Park Avenue. Let's just go to the next game. I'll be on the play, and I'm going to try to do that to you.
Yeah, and I think it's important. Sometimes people at home will be like, did he just scoop? It wasn't over, right? And the answer is this is a marathon, not a sprint. So this is one game of a long, long 12 rounds before we get to the top cut. So if you're at the point, especially at this point in the meta, these 2 players have played a lot in their careers, this deck, you go, I've seen this, all right? I know what's going on here. So I respect the concession there. Zan doing a little pile shuffle. A lot of times people will do this just to do a little bit of randomization and count make sure their piles add up, and then they shuffle after it. And they have time. My goodness, they've only been playing for I think 15 minutes. So you know what? Shuffle as much as you want, Zan and Robert. You got the whole rest of the round for one more game of Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zan just making sure that all of his cards are there. We all know that it is not a way to completely randomize your deck, but it is good to get into that habit if you have extra time, just to make sure that all of your cards are there, that all of the cards are facing in the right direction, that you don't have any issues with your sleeves in terms of anything bending or things that need to be replaced. I think it's just a good habit to get into when you have the time. If you don't have the time, definitely do it in between rounds. Inspect your deck, make sure all your cards are there, make sure that none of your cards are accidentally marked because of a bend or anything that happened while you were shuffling early in the tournament. I mean, it's a long day. These cards are going through a lot. These sleeves are going through a lot. So just take the time to make sure that everything is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, check on your friends too. They're going through a
Do
lot. They
that.
might be fraying. You might notice marks on them. But yeah, it is good hygiene. I think it's something where newer players like me, I take for granted the things that people are doing between rounds to make the day. Zan's looking like he just remembered something terrible. Robert's like, you remember that time? Do you? But they are debating something. This might be a lore guide call because these are two players that are not moving forward with the next phase, and Zan is looking upset here. So I'm very interested in what's going on this.
Yeah, I am as well. Potentially, I mean, I don't want to speculate. There are many things that could have accidentally happened here between these two players that could have maybe potentially revealed some kind of information or something like that. Or maybe the lore guides are just not ready and they're just waiting. So as soon as we find out what's going on, we will let you know. But again, we're casting remote.
It could be both. Zan and Robert said, I like to play when we're getting close to time. So how about we sit here, catch up a bit. Oh no, they're shaking hands here. This is fascinating. So I think this means that something happened. I'm sure we're. Oh no.
Yeah, they are they offering?
Oh no, they're playing.
Nope.
Okay, so
Okay.
that was what a roller coaster that was. That was such a roller coaster of emotions. And it could have been something where sometimes judges will say, "This is what's going on." Brief them and say, "Are you good?" And they said, "We're good." So we don't know. We might never know, but they are playing right now, and we are going into a game 3, round 6 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, Robert there with a really, really quick alter going for 5 cards, I believe. Zan being a little bit more meticulous, taking his time here. Again, they have plenty of time to go. Gonna alter just 3, and we do have the Ursula Deceiver in the hand, so that is something that Robert needs to be cognizant of. Can't hold on to those songs too long, but in this deck, we've mentioned it before, that's why Tramp is so good, because you don't have to keep the song in your hand. You can look for it with the Tramp, and wow, we have a lot of uninkables on the side of Robert. We have the Miss Park Avenue, we have an Under the Sea, we have an Emerald Chromacon, which is a card we're seeing for the first time, and look at that, the Carefree Snowboarder is going into the Inkwell, and the Emerald Chromacon is going to be discarded by the Bobby Zimmerowski. I think that is a great option.
Not to say, well, wasn't that the Carefree Surfer? You said snowboarder, but I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
sure.
Surfer. That's what I
Which
meant.
makes
Sorry.
sense. Now
Thank you.
well, the reason that I'm trying, and not because I'm like, actually, I know all my stitches, but because that kind of solves the puzzle of the Circle of Life.
Circle
because
of
Circle
Life,
of Life
yes.
is a card that you put in exclusively because you want to take advantage of your big wide board to get something bigger in. And that answers that a little bit. But there is Tramp coming in. Now, he is good because he can add some strength to a character and is great to add some challenging, but he's also just great because he synergizes well with other ladies and he can shift. We know that we have the Dapper Tramp in the deck. A lot to say there. My goodness, this matchup. I know people are saying, oh, this is a matchup we've seen before, but it's not, guys. It's different. Listen.
Yeah, it is the Circle of Life Dogs deck with Jumbo Jukiba. Okay, you have never seen this deck in your life. This is a really
Circle of Jukiba.
Yes, this is a really interesting build. I love it from Robert's side. Zan going with a more standard build, as we are going to put that Street Smart Dog into the Inkwell. Now we're going to take a look at the hand, and there is the Under the Sea, and we've got double Nannies and a Lady Miss Park Avenue in hand. As a Tramp goes into the hand, we are going to put that into the Inkwell. Robert is playing really quickly here, maybe too quick. I saw that on turn number 2. He wanted to quest with the Bobby, but had already passed the turn over to Zan, as we are going to grab a Mowgli from the top 4.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that Mowgli and Ursula, it's one of those when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it's a very down tempo play, as they say in the business. And down tempo meaning they're just these little guys. I mean, a 1-3 on the board can't shift, will never do anything other than just hang out and maybe help sing a song later. But when it hits, it's like worth 500. It's the most valuable card in your deck. So in this case, both of them know that Under the Sea wins the game. So it's not that scary of a gamble, unfortunately, because you'd rather get that Under the Sea. And he just keeps going wider. Robert looking for 3 little buddies with that Nani stage manager. And by little buddies, I mean something that costs 2 or less, and goes with Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yeah, Bobby Zimmerowski, again, a card that is just going to continually help Robert to find new options and get rid of cards that he doesn't necessarily need right now. And Lilo Escape Artist is one of the best cards to put into that discard pile because you can always get her back later. Thought about questing there, but opted not to do so. Has to always think that Zan could have the Tramp Enterprising Dog in hand, which when it comes into play for each character you have on board, you can choose a character, get +1 strength, and there's the shift Under the Sea, the same play that Robert did to Zan in game number 1, but the Nanis, like you mentioned, are resilient to this Under the Sea.
Yeah, she says, guess what? I went to swimming classes. I know how to swim, buddies. And now she's able to do, like I said, take not only not Under the Sea, but go ahead and do some challenging and not feel any sweat on it. She only takes 1 damage for each of those challenges. And now it's just that lady standing by herself. And now we have a total of 7 on this side of the board, creeping closer to what he needs to sink his own Under the Sea. Unfortunately, there's nothing there that could hit it, but he has options.
Yeah, or Circle of Life. Of course, you're probably not wanting to Circle of Life back a Lilo or a lady, but it is certainly an option. Zan says, I like the Nanis that you're playing over there. I'm going to take a look at the top 4 for me and see what I'd like to go with. A bunch of different options here. A couple of Tramps, Lilo. Oh, that would be tragic.
I was like, that's very, 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 very unlikely in this deck. I will say, I think at one point, Spessy calculated it based on like Sailor's deck at Ink, and it was like 99% chance of hitting. But in this case, he goes and wow, we have a Rhino, which we haven't seen yet, but is great for going ahead and getting things targetable by Under the Sea. But he goes into the Inkwell. We have a lady and the Elegant Spaniel, I believe, is this one. But either way, this lady is going to synergize quite well if we can get a little bit more movement on the board with Tramps.
Yeah, the Elegant Spaniel, while you have a character named Tramp in play, this character gets +1 lore. So she would be questing for 2 in that case. We are going to challenge into the Miss Park Avenue with the Bobby, remove that from the board, and play our own, return 2 characters to our hand. We're going to take Bobby and our own Elegant Spaniel. Of course, you do want to keep that Lilo in the discard pile until you need to bring her back later. And look at all the value that Robert is getting off of these Bobbies. Another Lilo, and he would love to see something like that Carefree Surfer come into hand so he can pitch it and potentially sing that Circle of Life and put a big character that might just seal the game onto the board.
Fascinating seeing this Mother Willow just quest, because I mean, she is such a valuable character. But in this case, Robert says, well, you know, where we're going, I'm not too afraid. You have this 1-2 on the other side of 3-3. So he's just going to, oh, no, did he quest? His lore didn't go up. So I'm not
He did quest. There is a little bit of a delay, yeah.
Okay, there it goes. I was like, wait, what happened? But you're right. He did go ahead and quest. But now it's very interesting. I thought I was told whoever plays Under the Sea first wins, but
yeah, not when you have 2 Nanis on board. Like I mentioned earlier, sometimes you can come back from an Under the Sea, depending on what your board state is like, what your opponent's hand is like, and what your hand is like, as Zan is going to play his own Bobby down. I do like the Grandmother Willow quest here, because if the Nani challenge is in, that means your Miss Park Avenue can take her out, and the Elegant Spaniel cannot take out the Grandmother Willow by herself unless you play a Tramp Enterprising Dog, and you'd probably rather go for the Nani in that case, who is a little bit bigger. So it's a pretty safe quest overall, I think, for Robert. Just get some of this lore on the board. It seems like this game in particular is going to be very back and forth and not be determined by the Under the Sea, which it hasn't been just yet. Robert was the one who got hit with the Under the Sea, but still seems to be in a great position here.
yeah, I cannot express enough how much it's fascinating that, I mean, right now the deck lists aren't open. So Zan has to play around the mind games, because you mentioned that this quest with the Grandmother Willow, I won't call it a mind game because it's not a mind game. It's just making you make choice. But there's also, I mean, at this point, he does not know. He's seen the Stitch Carefree Surfer, but he's like, what else is going on there? What is my best move? How do I not fall for what Robert's trying to set up? He will go ahead and shift his lady into a lady Miss Park Avenue, allowing him to get 2 characters back from his discard. Any of them except for the Miss Park Avenue is eligible to go back to the hand, but he does elect for the Ursula and a Bobby Zimmerowski, which are 2 pretty valuable picks.
Yeah, I love the Ursula decision there. The shift is really nice, being able to challenge into that Nani, but keeping the Ursulas, keeping the Mowglis in hand is always going to prevent your opponent from getting a really, really high-powered Under the Sea or something like a Circle of Life off. Accidentally grab the Nani, should be a Lilo there. Nani cannot come back for 2 from the discard.
Come on. But you're correct. But they come in exerted, but it adds a little bit of inevitability where basically you can deal with Lilo 1 turn, 2 turns, forever turns. Because now, I mean, you basically can recur those Lilos unless there's something like an Under the Sea, which Bobby famously cannot sing by himself.
Yeah, most definitely. Right now, Zan needs something to swing this game into his favor a little bit. The Miss Park Avenue shift on the last turn was really nice. You're able to get some more cards into your hand. That way, you're not want for resources. But right now, you don't have much of a board presence on the board. And Robert is able to bring these Lilos back now 2 at a time. And they are proving to be a little bit of an issue as they are going to start questing for 2. And famously, the Dogs deck is not really great at challenging into wide boards. They can get really big with their Tramp Enterprising Dog or shifting a Miss Park Avenue onto another lady, but typically can't challenge into a bunch of different things all in the same turn, as Ursula's going to come down, and we are going to see an Yzma in the hand for Robert, so that's more filtering of the deck.
Yeah, that Yzma is one we have not seen included in a while. She was often paired, I think, in like a more amethyst build. But basically, when you play her, you can draw a card and discard a card, like you said, filtering. But I had a thought process. My thought process, it went away. But oh, there we go. So we have that tramp coming down, where we are able to draw 3 cards, discard 3 cards. I don't know. I mean, this is something where you mentioned challenging. Oh, have we seen Zan Syed with a Chromacon? We know that Robert has, but I don't know if we've seen if Zan has that in his deck or not.
Wow.
It's not an auto include.
It is not, and we have, is that 2 Stitches in hand? One of them is Lilo for sure. If we can get off a Circle of Life here, we can bring back that Carefree Surfer. So we do end up going with the Yzma, another Lilo, and the Stitch into the discard pile. And like I mentioned earlier, the discard pile is a resource for this Dogs deck, especially ones playing Circle of Life. And when you have Tramp out there, it gets really easy to start singing that. But to your point, we know that Zan played Emerald Chromacon when he won his last DLC, but yeah, we haven't seen it yet.
Because you talked about how challenging and that like challenging is a difficult thing, but that's what Chromacon can do is make it even more a difficult decision. To your point about the discard, it is fascinating. If my opponent has their discard out like this, I'm like, oh no, because all that says to me is that their discard is just the second place they play cards from, and there they are, Zan saying, let me go back and get my favorite cards. As we talked about, that Tramp, he is able to go ahead and give strength equal to the number of characters played when he comes down, so that is a great include. And he's like, what else can I do here? And he's like, I wish I could get this under the sea, but no, that stays there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So what else are we going to go with?
I really am enjoying this game number 3. I know a lot of people, like you mentioned earlier, like to complain a little bit about this mirror match because what we saw in game number 1 and what we saw in game number 2. But if that doesn't come to fruition, we definitely have the opportunity to play a really, really tight sort of mid-range style game where we're going resource for resource, and the Miss Park Avenues coming out for both players over and over and over just show the value of pitching those cards into the discard. I know we keep mentioning it, but that's how these decks operate. And if you want to play the Dogs deck at a high level, you need to understand that your resources are your hand, your inkwell, your deck, the cards on board, as well as your discard, which is not the case for most decks in Disney Lorcana.
And I think that's why people say a lot, if Dogs is so good, then why is not everybody running Dogs? And the answer is because it's not easy. It's a deck where it does not play itself. I want it to be an aggro deck so bad, but this is not. Neither of these players have played an aggro. They've both been playing control. Right now they're playing, oh my gosh, a 3-low. We have the 3 Lilos here. So
one of those should be unexerted though.
I think he played from
because
the
it was
at the start of the turn.
Yeah,
right?
that Zarin got it.
Oh, okay.
It was played last turn, yeah, so it should be
Oh,
unexerted
gotcha.
for sure. We put the Mowgli into the discard and we pass on over to Zan. If Zan has a card like Under the Sea right now, he can completely take this game over.
Yeah, those Lilos are she's good at swimming, but she cannot handle Under the Sea because it gets around the beauty of that. But unfortunately, we don't have that. We will go ahead and have our stage manager hitting it Under the Sea. Oops, because that's one of the sad things about filtering is sometimes you go, not that, because you do have to send everything else in any order down to the bottom of the deck. In this case, he's saying, all right, what little guy's me the game, and maybe Bobby, because there could be another Under the Sea. Eventually, we might filter all the way back to the bottom to the top again.
Yeah.
We play the Bobby Zimmerowski, and what are we gonna? Well, he's gonna say maybe. Oh yeah, he's gonna use the Willow trick. Zimmerowski, did he get there? And I mean, there's other ways, right? It's not game on board. I mean, he has a total of 8 lore on board, but I mean that Tramp Street Smart Dog is the biggest problem, and then the recurring Lilos is just very frustrating. The more time he wastes getting rid of the Lilo, it's times that he can't make back that Robert can take advantage of, or he just keeps questing and wins the inevitability game.
We're going to ink our last Bobby, and we're going to take a look at what is in the hand, and it is that Stitch Carefree Surfer right now stuck in the hand, not able to get that onto the board. We're going to start challenging into these Lilos. There goes 1 via Ursula and the Grandmother Willow challenging. There goes 2 via the Lady Miss Park Avenue, and Bobby is going to get Zan on the board for his first lore. What a high-level, intense match, and we are able to find the ink to get the Carefree Surfer onto the board, draw 2, and now we have a really, really big character on the board. That 4-8 stat line is incredible. He is not going to get hit by the Under the Sea unless we find a Della Moon's Lullaby, but the first thing we need to do is find an Under the Sea.
Yeah, I think this Stitch is very interesting because I mean, if you get rid of, he couldn't have played 2 characters and played Stitch, so it's got to be very painful for Zan because he could get rid of 2, but he couldn't get rid of that last third one. So he does get those 2 cards. He has a very, like you said, at this point he needs that Della's Moon Lullaby. He needs Under the Sea. We've had us Under the Sea taken. We saw an Under the Sea go to the bottom of the deck. He should have 2 more that he's still floating around. We see him doing the rearranging match. A lot of times people plan out their turns this way by saying, this is how I'm going to use each one of these cards. Tramp already has 2 damage on it, so we're just going to start the math of Mowgli into Lilo. Next, we can put Nani and Bobby into that Tramp, and then suddenly, it's just a Stitch standing by himself, which is good, but it's not going to win the game with just one big character.
Yeah, the problem for Zan, however, is every single turn, Robert is going to keep playing 3 Lilos from his discard, plus he's got the Stitch on the board that can just start questing and is going to take a lot of characters challenging into it to remove it cleanly. So here comes Lilo number 1, Lilo number 2, and are we going to go for number 3?
We are. Call it that. You're going to call it a 3-Lo. Garrick, you can't take the call. You can't say
my fault.
third Lilo and rob me of such a high. But that is the third Lilo. 3-Lo green is what they call this deck. But they do not. This is the dog's deck, but I don't know what Robert would call this specific deck. It is interesting that the Circle of Life seems to only be in here for Stitch, and we haven't seen him do that. But like you said, he's just going to keep cycling it. As far as challenge power, Nani is doing a lot of it, and she only has 1 challenge left in her. So I think Robert's feeling pretty good. As long as Zan doesn't get Under the Sea this turn, he's feeling okay.
Yeah, Robert still has a ton of resources in hand because he's investing a lot of resources into returning those 3 lows from the discard pile every single turn. So he's got a pretty full hand right now. Even if those do get swept away, he can just use all of his ink to start playing the cards that he has in his hand. So he is not in the worst position right now. And this game is by no means over on either side. Zan could get this done. Robert could get this done. I love this match right now. It's so exciting.
Yeah, because it shows that there's different ways to express skill with these decks, and there's different ways to I use the word titrate because it makes me feel smart, but to basically configure your deck to what you think the meta will be. I am not 100% sure, but I don't know if Zan included Chromacon. And then on Robert's side, I don't know what his full deck list is or if there is any other surprises we haven't seen with that dog or circle, sorry, circle of life in there. He will go ahead and discard a Tramp Enterprising Dog. He has one other card in hand. It is very clearly not Under the Sea unless he's really just waiting to do it. But at this point, I think he's just doing the math of, okay, how many times can I do this before I lose my marbles? And by do this, I mean get rid of those 3 Lilos and watch those 3 Lilos be played again.
Yeah, imagine if Robert was able to find an Emerald Chromacon and continue to bring those Lilos back from the discard pile, then that would put Zan in a really, really tough position. It would be nice to keep recurring those Bobbies, I suppose, and try to filter and find that Under the Sea, but you need characters on the board to sing it. So we'll see what Zan decides to do here. A lot of difficult challenge math to think through every single turn, like you mentioned.
And it can be fatiguing because, I mean, this isn't game 3. This is game 3 of round 6 at the end of a season. So it's just making sure that you treat every turn like the most important turn. I think that's a piece of advice that someone gave me that I probably need to internalize better is just think about the turn in front of you and what it means and try to keep the perspective. In this case, he doesn't elect to get rid of all the Lilos, just getting rid of one here because he's not able to hold much more damage and too risky. But both of them could really swing this with an Under the Sea. I cannot express enough how much Under the Sea really matters in this matchup. Obviously, that Stitch and the Nani don't feel so much pain from it, but it really would swing powerfully for either of them.
Robert did see a Circle of Life in those 4 cards, but unfortunately cannot take that off of the Nani stage manager. Opts to go with the Lady into the hand here, the Decisive Dog, that beautiful enchanted there. We'll see what he has up his sleeve because right now it is kind of like a standstill match. We need to get over the finish line here, but if any mistake is made, things can turn in the opposite direction really, really quickly. And like you mentioned, that big swing of Under the Sea can happen at any moment. It looks like Robert said, enough time wasted waiting around. I am going to start putting pressure onto Zan and force him to really challenge back into my characters. We'll see if Zan has that enterprising dog to try and help take care of this Stitch Carefree Surfer.
Yeah, that enterprising dog is very powerful. I mean, we see him in the discard, but he can be very, very advantageous. Like even when Tiana was around, the restaurant owner, basically it can get around with so many things, especially with 6 characters on the board. Suddenly you're like a Nani can become a 9/3, which is good. So at this point, that would be a swingy card here. Also something like Adela's plus a Under the Sea would also be helpful. In this case, we'll just get a Tramp. The one that we didn't talk about a lot in this match, that is Tramp, Street Smart Dog, which as we said, will let you filter your hand, but I don't think he has I think he only has 1 card in hand. So basically he's going to draw 8 cards.
Wow, and
Cards,
take a
cards,
look at Zan's hand here. He does also have the Dapper Rascal in his list, and it doesn't look like he found the Under the Sea. He did notably send one to the bottom because of that Nani. Does not find it here, and this might be the end for Zan Syed in this round. Of course, still has a ton of points. It's not the end of the tournament, but the end of the game.
And we said so many times that like Under the Sea is so important to play early, but like you said, that Nani, double Nanis, was super important because you can go ahead and wipe a board, but if you don't finish wiping the board, then you just did a little bit of removal. And in that case, the Nanis were able to hold their own, challenge back into Zan's board, and then left Zan in this position where he has a single Della's Duck, which this is the last call. He basically gets to draw a card.
They both know it.
He wins. It's another Della's, so
another
he can go ahead and
Della's,
sing it again. That's actually very funny because every time he plays it, he can draw a card. He actually can now pick another.
Yeah,
he can go ahead and pick that
choose
Nani.
Nani. Yeah.
So he has to take his time because I mean, this could be the game for him. So this has to be sung. In this case, it's going to be sung by Ursula, or maybe he doesn't have to sing it. I think he's debating right now whether he wants to just pay for it or not. Because the singers, okay, he's doing the math. These are the people who will sing Under the Sea if I have it. This is All right. This is fascinating. So there we go, Ursula. This is the moment.
We are singing it to Shuzanani, and it is the Tramp Dapper Rascal. Unfortunately, Zan not able to find the Under the Sea, and Robert takes the game in round number 6 and the match with his really interesting, really cool Circle of Life Dogs deck. Katie, what did you think of that list? I loved it personally.
I had a lot of fun watching that because you look for changes in the deck as far as for the player. For example, Zan's been playing this all season, so it's very fascinating seeing what has Zan decided to keep and not. We didn't see everything, but I mean, it makes me think he went ahead and jettisoned the Chromacons. And then the other thing to talk about is that Robert is on that World Class Cards team, and he was able to say, "Listen, guys, this is the build now. Let's get a Circle of Life in there." JD, in your day, did you think you'd see the owner of World Class Cards rocking with the Circle of Life deck?
I never in my life would have thought that was going to be something in my wildest fever dream. I didn't think that would be the reality of which we were living, but here we are. And I gotta say, when I saw those two decks face off against each other, I got a little happy to not be in the booth to broadcast that. But shortly going into that game number 3, I was so sad that I missed the chance to be there because that game was absolutely phenomenal. Those players were playing out of their minds, and it was an incredible show of sportsmanship and also skill, and seeing it come down to a final finish. So great performance from both of those players.
I have an update that everybody at home will be able to see, so this isn't like incel or anything, but if you go to Ravensburger Play Hub, we saw a pause between game 2 and 3. It was because they decided to do a draw, but they played it out on stream so that we could have fun.
Shout out to them for that, because that final game was absolutely incredible. One of the most interesting high-level mirrors that you're ever going to see between two dogs deck. Now, one did have the Circle of Life, like we mentioned, and the Stitch seemed to be the game changer, the difference maker in that match. So shout out to Rob, shout out to Zan. Congratulations on their amazing runs thus far, and thank them for playing that out for the cameras and everybody at home watching.
And letting JD have lunch, because JD was in the chat going, can you guys slow down a bit? And they said, I think they were talking about that. Like, what about JD? This is his break, and if we keep, so that was very nice of them. You should thank them next time you talk to them.
But honestly though, to your point, Katie, you mentioned this very early on in the stream when we were talking about it. Like, we are at the end of Winter Spell. This is literally one of the last tournaments we're going to have in this format, and coming to this tournament with a carbon copy deck, with a deck that is known, I think that might put you at a slight disadvantage. So Robert was electing to add some new cards in there. We saw the Jumba Jukiba spring forth and find his way into the deck, as well as the Circle of Life. You don't really see that, the Stitch Carefree Surfer, but the deck still had a very aggressive slant to it. So cool strats all around, as Zan Syed does fall, but he was going to get that draw either way. And what do you guys think about taking a draw going into on the play game number 3?
Smart.
Go ahead.
I think you're going to know more, because I can only philosophize. So, in your experience, what are your thoughts as a player, somebody else in the bracket?
Yeah, I think it's not a bad decision. I mean, you're going into a game number 3 where feels like it will truly be a coin flip, because we saw what happened in game number 1. We saw what happened in game number 2, that Under the Sea decided the game, and whoever was able to pull that off first won the game. But we saw the opposite of that in game number 3. I don't think you're in a bad position here if you take the draw at this current moment. We know that with the number of rounds and the number of players playing right now, that a draw doesn't hurt you too bad in this situation, and you can go ahead and take that, especially if you are undefeated at this point, as both of these players were going into this round.
So maybe it's just a high volatile situation, and you're just going to hedge there. Maybe you draw against the dogs and you beat everybody else. But really quickly, we got Zan Syed doing an interview. I'm fairly confident Zan's Portuguese is not good enough to carry this interview, so I'm assuming this is going to be in English. So let's pull this up and hear what this Illuminator has to say.
They're not sure if it's correct or not correct, but at the end of the day, it's just to fire the cannons. Yes. So I just love Angel, and I hope to see more cards like Angel.
Nice. Bom, eu perguntei pra ele qual carta do meta atual ele acha mais interessante mecanicamente.
We might have missed the Zan part. Zan is putting his arms in the exit interview phase.
Okay, that might have been what happened. My bad. As I can no longer hear. I think we just lost. We lost sound from the interview either way, but still, I'm sure it was something.
You're right.
Yeah, we just completely lost sound there, so I can't hear anything. So it is what it is. So I'm certain it's a very cool thing that they're saying about the strategy and the deck building. Maybe talking about taking that draw and staying undefeated and trying to win a second DLC in a calendar year, being a 3-time. He's already got the 2-time. He's already got the biggest DLC that's ever existed. But now he can go for the rare and indigenous 3-time in one season. I think that is something that you can absolutely hang your hat on and go right into the Hall of Fame. You can pull that off.
Yeah, I love to see the innovation. And I think on one hand, it is kind of one of those things where we talk about like, well, I want to see the players bring something I haven't seen before. But all of the players that I've seen so far that I saw the deck, for example, DKP, Ed, and Zan, where you're like, oh, that's the deck I expected. It wasn't the exact deck I expected. And so for me, I find that satisfying because it means that they are adapting between each tournament. They are not just net decking themselves, just leaving everything like, all right, same 60, run it back. They are adapting, overcoming. But yeah, sorry to this interview. They look like they're having fun. I like the iPad.
Let's see if we got sound going again. Maybe they fixed it.
Apesar de ele ter lançado primeiro o Under the Sea, o Robert ainda voltou no jogo graças às nanis. Bom, before you go, had you had any chance to try any local snacks yet?
I went to a Brazilian steakhouse last night.
Ooh, that's good, that's good.
It was great. I can't wait to try some more food.
Ok, nice. Eu perguntei pra ele se ele já experimentou algum snack local. Ele falou que foi numa churrascaria e que adorou e que vai buscar mais um pouco da cultura
Portuguese seems like a language I want to learn.
Zan, thanks for your time.
Statistically,
Enjoy
I think
the
makes
rest
it the
of
most beautiful sounding language because it's got lots of like it's like a pretty language.
It sounds good. Empanema.
It does. It does.
It sounds quite nice. It's nice to
my Wait, who's on the next round? Is it me?
It should be me and you coming into that next round, Mr. Garrick. If you can, if you need a break, go ahead and take it now.
I just gotta let my dog out real quick, so I will be right back.
Right on. And while Garrick is doing that, I told one of my good friends and moderators, Mr. Double O Voice, aka Mr. Mike, shout out to him. His wife is going to be doing a giveaway on her Instagram. He asked me if I can just share that with the chat really quick while we have this stream going. So I'll post a link to the Instagram. There's going to be a giveaway. There's a lot of really cool things that they have being given away there on the Questing Queens. So I'll share that to you all if you want a chance to support what he's doing. He's a really good guy, and I know I like his wife is pretty chill as well. So shout out to him and come on through and support him and his wife as they are firing up. The inaugural giveaway stream is happening soon. So get over there and check it out. Link is in the chat. But Katie, thank you for being here. You're rocking and rolling as we're getting to noon now. And I was a little bit fatigued earlier, but after that break, I think I have now booted and rallied. And now I'm in a full swing of things as we are going into the 7th round of Swiss. What are you hoping to see, Katie?
Well, I'm hoping my Panda Express order comes in the
Nah, you're done.
What? I'm allowed to order Panda Express, right? That's in my contract.
I need the Baja Blast. I need you never fulfilled this Taco Bell storyline, and I think I need.
So I did have a Baja Blast this morning. Here's what happened: is like you have to have an order minimum, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? Just like fill up my
mad
cart
tacos. Have tacos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Finish the drill, Katie. Come on.
It's not a heating food, and I missed the window. But maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll get a lunch one, but listen, I'm very picky, and if there's onion, it's a whole situation. But either way, there is no people in the world I would rather just wake up and then throw myself in a chair and sit and like the windows are closed, I'm locked in, and it's fun. Like for example, we woke up 7 hours ago at this point, and I feel fine. Now maybe I'll be like Garrick and he fell asleep during his break. So I hope that doesn't happen to me. Just yell really loud, and I should help you guys.
And we'll get you back going. But it's been nice, man. It's been a really good time. And this is not the official stream. The official stream is on the Copag official channel. We are restreaming this. This is the Disney Lorcana Challenge taking place in Brazil right now. So I want to thank you guys all for being here on Twitch, as well as restream that's taking place on YouTube on Podcana. So maybe you should support both those streams. Hit a like, hit a follow if you can. If you got a Prime sub sitting around, go ahead and throw it in the bucket. We don't mind, as it all will come back to the realm of Lorcana in one way way or another. So we are bidding farewell to Winterspell. It was a wonderful and phenomenal set, and we're gearing up to get into the Wilds Unknown. That is going to be May the 8th at your local game store, where the pre-release boxes are coming out. I'm excited to get out there and get loose on those and get a chance to play some sealed and support the local game stores there. Also, May 15th is when it comes out at the big box stores. In that pre-release box, you will have the opportunity to get some of those new travelers. I know you have your eye on those, Katie. Which traveler are you looking for?
I like the Pocahontas. That one is very, very pretty. All of them are very pretty. Let's just like keep it 100 here. But I think that Pocahontas one, I like steel. Now, I don't know. I would love to know. I don't think this is official. So basically, by the pictures I've seen, I think it focuses on pack rush in there. But I do wonder, like unofficially, if I'm building my sealed deck, will I be allowed to put my traveler in my sealed deck, or is that just a promo card? Because that changes everything, right?
Yeah, it does actually.
In my sealed deck.
I think you should for sure be allowed to put that into your sealed deck. 100%. 100%. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Why not? Right? Let's do it. Try everything. But that one, the Pocahontas, I do think steel in locations. We have to the technology's finally there. I think, and this would be quite fun. What about you? If you're a traveler fan, name all 6 travelers right now.
All right, you have
kidding. What's your favorite?
There's more than 6 travelers, though.
I know. I'm just talking about the straight up pre-release one. I'm looking for that Cruella. I think the Cruella Traveler is the one that I'm the most excited for. I think it's really cool. I love characters that can quest for 4, and she seems quite good at that 6 ink. Also the Ariel, I think that one just looks phenomenal, and some of the outfits they're wearing, I'm all in on the travelers. So yeah, I think there are a ton of travelers. I don't know how many travelers there are, but I know for sure that we got the 6 from the pre-release boxes, and then we got all of the
travelers. I believe
there's got to be more than 10, because I feel that is there not a Pluto? Pluto didn't get a traveler.
Yeah, he did. There's the 6 plus Pluto, Donald, Daisy, and Minnie. So that's 10.
Mickey's not a traveler?
I don't believe so.
Mickey?
And I'm telling you, you also have the Maleficent, you have the Ariel, right. You have those are all travelers as well. And I don't think
only 10.
Including the Maleficent?
Yes. She's part of the pre-release.
Right, all the pre-release ones.
Mickey is expedition leader.
And then you have the phenomenal all the sensational 6 get one. So that's 6 plus 6.
Mickey opted out. Mickey is not a traveler.
Mickey is not one. There's not a Goofy one. There's Donald, Daisy, Minnie, and Pluto.
Gotcha.
Goofy's not here.
Okay.
Which is crazy.
But I could have sworn there's some other guys in there too that aren't.
There's a Queen of Hearts is an impatient traveler. So already Garrick's key facts are off because Queen of Hearts is a traveler.
Well, she's part of the pre-release.
She is part of pre-release.
Oh.
Get them together.
This is a bit, actually. Me and Katie are doing a bit.
Did you plan this one?
We wanted to stress you out, and it worked. And high five, JD. You want to go off camera and high five?
But I could have sworn there were more. Isn't there like a lower cost one?
There are 10, please, JD.
All right, I'll believe you. I'll believe you. I'll trust the process. If I find out there's another traveler, Garrick, I'm finding you, and it's going to be on site, dude.
I'm going to find you. I'm going to flatten you.
Oh, no.
That's okay.
You're going to banish all my items.
Dude, you're going to get absolutely hit with an uppercut, dude. Prince Charming should have been a traveler. Not going to lie.
They're wearing, it says Prince Charming, like we were looking at it the other day, and his subtype is, or a subname is, Searching for Answers. And I love that. Prince Charming. Just searching for some answers. I just need some answers, guys.
Because he's lost. I mean, this guy is. I hope from now on they put a Prince Charming in every single set, and he just looks more and more confused as time goes by. Because
he has his head in his hands.
What is going on?
Because literally every character who's in these different environments, they've like adapted, they've molded themselves to kind of fit the surroundings that they're in, and they look like they've kind of accepted, hey, I'm in the Great Empty Sea, I got to do desert stuff, fine. I'm in the Wildernaught, I got to do jungle stuff, I'm okay. This guy's like, how did I get here? What is going on? He's not even dressed for the look what he's got on. Look at Robin Hood here. Robin Hood is like
deal with the Englands.
Robin Hood is thriving out in the Great Empty Sea.
The Prince, on the other hand, is also kind of vibing. because he's also sort of lost and confused, but he's like kind of at peace with it. He's like,
They
yeah.
don't have names. All right, let's be honest. These two men are unnamed.
Look at the prince. He's an amber.
Amber?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
He's a one. Oh yeah, he's vibing. He found a good place.
He's
Which
like,
one?
you know what?
The Amber Prince?
Yeah. He's like, you know what? He's
number
accepted his fate.
23 or 25.
Let me see.
depending on-
This guy here?
There he is.
Yeah.
He's watercolored. They watercolored my guy.
He's searching for his love, so they're both searching. Prince Charming is searching for answers. This guy's like, he's got love in his heart.
Well,
This
you know what
guy's
this
lost.
guy is? He's like when you're at a party and you don't know anyone, but you find out they have pets. He's in
Yeah,
the corner being
he's
like,
like
"Hey."
petting the dog.
Yeah, they have a dog, so he's like, "Listen, I'm good, guys. I found the pets." So,
Searching
you guys-
for his love, dude. Absolutely never going to find it, bro. Completely lost. I don't know what Snow White
Meanwhile,
and
take
or
a look
Cinderella
at-
see in these guys. I really don't. I'll never understand.
Meanwhile, take a look at
Dingus
Snow
haircut.
White. He's looking for his love. Scroll down a little bit and take a look at what Snow White is getting up to. She's crushing.
Yeah,
She's living her best life.
She's absolutely thriving. Like, she is thriving. She does not need
her.
this guy at all. Also,
Hey, look at
let's
that,
go
man.
to where's Cinderella? Look what Cinderella's doing. I mean, Cinderella's doing I would argue Cinderella's doing the best. Like, she's completely adapted to her environment. Like, she's got the gear, she's got the travel. She's literally a traveler, and Prince Charming is lost. Help this man, dude.
Can we take a moment to look at
course.
Louisa? You can tell us what her rope climbing or what her.
Yeah.
This is like a teaser.
For sure.
But this is something you mentioned that you are good at.
All right.
Good at, but that you know the ins and out of.
Okay.
So
No issue.
Louisa, she's one handing this rope. Good
All
or
right,
bad?
so
Where
the
we at?
the first thing I want to pull this up and a little bit of backstory is what I would like to do. I do have a lot of experience of mountain and mountaineering activities, traversing supine terrain. You know, or I like to get outside. I was very active in those days in a former life. So I have noticed, and we were talking about this earlier, is that I do feel that there is a lot of characters in this game that are demonstrating rappelling and or climbing techniques. Okay. And I would like to kind of illuminate some of those characters and kind of talk about their form, talk about their techniques, talk about some of their equipment, putting safety at the high point of this discussion. Okay. So looking at this Eliza right away, just checking some of the texture of the terrain in which she's negotiating through. We're talking about the peaks. What is it called? The Twilight Peaks, Twilight Peaks. That doesn't sound right. What is it? Line.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Just
Line?
keep talking. We'll get back.
Is it Twilight Peaks? Garrick, help me.
I'm
Anybody?
trying so hard. I'm scrolling as fast as a person can physically do it.
It's got to be.
It is. Okay, here we go. No, will or not. Okay.
No, will or not. Great NBC. I wrote it down actually. I was taking notes. Okay.
Lorcana.
Torchlight Peaks. You guys failed me. Okay. Torchlight Peaks. Okay, so looking at some of the mountainous terrain of Torchlight Peaks, okay, we can see that there's a lot of loose and moving rock. It is very difficult to climb in that terrain just based on some of the rocks that are constantly sliding down. So automatically, I would say Louisa is going to get some points taken away because she's not wearing a helmet. She does have this shield in one hand, which is going to kind of obscure some of your ability to maneuver on that terrain because you don't have two free hands available. Okay, so you do have those nice over the ankle boots. You are using some ropes. You got your harness on, but you're not wearing any gloves to help maneuver yourself through this terrain as well. So still 8 out of 10 for Louisa and her ability to climb through this environment. Sorry about that. We just kind of got derailed there.
No, that's the rails. I mean, we're between rounds. They have not finished. For everybody at home, it's not like unless you speak Portuguese, you are not missing anything on the official stream. But I'm fascinated by this. The cards, the art, all of it. And yeah, all these, they're all on adventures. Now I'm seeing they all have very names.
Yeah.
And good for them. Good for them, I say. My Panda Express will be here in 10 minutes. I'm so excited.
What did you what's your Panda Express order though? I gotta ask.
If I'm tonight or today, whatever, it's tonight. The day's over. It's orange chicken white rice with crab rangoon. But if I am very hungry, it is honey walnut shrimp with orange chicken. It's a double.
Orange
but I don't get
chicken
chow
combos,
mein
so
because I think they really skimp on the noodles and they give you cabbage lately, and that makes me hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, okay,
What about
okay.
you guys? Tell me. This is important.
I like a little bit of General So chicken or some
They have that?
Mongolian beef
General
sometimes.
Tso's chicken?
That's a thing. I don't know if they changed it.
At
Maybe I'm
Panda?
canceled. Is that not at Panda? I go to General So chicken, the spicy joint.
No, that's
It's,
I mean, no, I know what that is, but I just didn't know they had that at Panda Express.
I might be thinking about Manchurian wok then. I might be off. I might be getting them mixed up.
I love a General Tso's chicken. That man is up to good stuff with his armies and his chicken. We do have Zaw coming through and says, "Nah, that isn't Panda." And
It's
I
not at
trust
Panda.
Zaw.
Okay. I might be
That's an
thinking.
East
What am I
Coast
thinking about?
thing,
Is that a Manchurian wok thing? Is that a thing? Am I misremembering?
It's at every other Chinese restaurant. It's a very famous dish.
Gotcha,
I'm not
gotcha,
joking
gotcha.
when I say I love that dish. It's a very famous dish.
Okay.
But it's not there.
I had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind there.
So you were having cap there. You were saying cap with your Panda Express order because you ain't ordering that at the
My bad. I think I got Panda Express and Manchurian wok confused there. But orange chicken is always a go-to. A little bit of chicken fried rice is another staple of mine that I like to get in if I can.
Yeah.
How about you,
I'm
Garrett?
not
What do you
much
mean?
of a Panda Express person. I've probably eaten it twice in my entire life. And yeah, but I do love Chinese food. If I'm going to go, I like to get chicken and broccoli with white rice. That's usually what I'm rocking with, chicken and broccoli.
Now we have I like how it's turned into me being like I'm getting Panda Express and you guys are like, well, I don't really eat that. But if I'm having other good food, I picked the fastest delivery near me and
Hey, I am not hating on your decision to get
because I
Panda
love a
Express.
peanut butter chicken. I love a peanut butter chicken and a
I go to Quick Way Japanese Hibachi. It's literally across the street from me at least once a week. So I can't
On
judge
rotation.
some quick, chicken, rice, and noodles type meal. Even though one is Japanese and one is Chinese food, same kind of ingredients going into that: chicken and rice.
I think
A
I
little
need to
sauce
go.
on top.
I think I need to go check out Garrick's neighborhood because I've never been to Garrick's house, but I have learned a lot about the demographics of your neighborhood, and I've heard you say it's right across the street from me.
Window right now, you can take a look.
I've heard you say the term "it's right across the street from me" multiple times.
It literally is.
You are right across the street from actually everything. You have so much
I
stuff.
have a Lowe's right there that I can walk to, a grocery store that I can walk to, a Chipotle, a hot chicken place. I've got a Cava. I've got a McDonald's right there. I've got a tropical smoothie cafe right next to the McDonald's. I've got a crumble cookie over there, a Buffalo Wild Wings. It's literally a bunch of restaurants right across the street.
You might have to be careful though. Someone can probably take all this information that you're giving and they can triangulate where you live based on.
I've already done it.
You're cooked. You're done. Everyone, go to Garrick's house on this party.
What are you gonna do? Come steal my Donald Duck? Don't do that, please.
Yeah, I'm like that's exactly. Why did you
I
name the
need
crime
that.
I'm gonna do?
I need that.
You're gonna steal this giant Donald Duck behind me? Yeah, that's the crime. That's the one I will be doing.
You're done. All right.
Yeah.
I have an attack dog, and you've all seen it.
Yeah.
Me and Kara are cool. We've corresponded. We've corresponded, and she is
We've been
cordial to my
texting.
presence.
But if someone were to B&E into your house, would Kara spring to defense or would she flee in panic?
She would probably get up and active. She would bark for sure. She would bark at them. And then if the person knelt down and put their hand out, she would probably immediately run up to them and just be best friends. So I'd be
with my dog. My dog would go, "Oh, it's a person, not a demon, guys. It's okay. It's a person." And so,
people love me, and I love people.
oh, I was so worried. It was like an interdimensional being. No, we are so good.
We're locked in.
Oh man, so we are switched on, and we're not missing anything. We're kind of hanging tough as we are going into. I believe this is round number 7 of 8.
7.
Or are we doing 8 or 9? How many rounds are we doing today?
100%
I don't know.
89. Let me look at my I have here.
I think we might have to do like 10 today because if you do 4 rounds tomorrow plus the entire top 32, that's in another 5 rounds. That's going to be a long stream for tomorrow. So I think you got to pile it on today and hope that you set yourself up for a short day tomorrow. Shorter day.
No clue.
No, they don't have to though. That's the thing is they can say, listen, in Brazil, Sunday is the day that we play. 9. So there are 9 rounds today, which means tomorrow there'll be 3 and then top 30 through math. That's 5 rounds. Wait, no, 32 to 16 to 8 to 4 to 1. 5? 8 rounds? Okay, no, we'll be fine. It's only
Yeah,
it's
we'll
8
be fine.
rounds tomorrow.
We got 9 today. We got 9 today, 8 tomorrow. Yeah. But I'm saying if we do 8 today and 9 tomorrow, I think that additional round is going to sting the body. We gotta
8 tomorrow.
That's gonna be a shot to the liver, dude. Body shot that might take us down. But final round then would end up being me and Katie, I believe. So I'll bow out of that, and you and Katie can do the final round because you and I did the first round, JD. So that only makes sense.
I don't care. I need not
Well,
like
I
in a
do.
way like okay. All right.
What do you mean,
I want everyone to feel like this has been an even distribution here.
What do you mean, final round today or final round? We can talk about
Today.
it after too. Yeah, and that's fine. I don't mind if you guys want to keep rocking and rolling with. I think Garrick just wants to take a nap. Look at him. He's trying to finesse
like,
out of here to get to a nap. This guy. No.
I took a nap during your last round with Katie. Okay.
Trying to finesse my way out of a blood. I need to make sure that I don't cast 3 in a row, so I don't finesse my way into a blood clot. That's kind of my only thing.
There, I was doing squats earlier. Just got to stay loose, got to stay limber. Why don't we all get up and do some squat? No, I'm kidding.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I got my compression socks on, dude. This is compression sock.
I
game
should have
over
worn
here.
mine. I was just thinking I forgot because I haven't casted at home in so long. When I used to cast from home, I'd wear compression socks, and I'm like, I cannot be throwing a clot in the middle of the stream. And I don't know what age that becomes problematic, but this can't be good behavior. We're going on like a transcontinental flight long stream, but I love it. But I do worry about my blood. That's
Is
the only
this
thing.
you?
That's not me. That's them.
They've taken over.
They copied us.
They got us, dude.
You
As
think
they're
what
on
if
the
they show
cart.
the exact cards we talked about? They're like, look at this
They
prince.
pull a
Look at
Prince
this
Charming.
Look how stupid this guy looks.
Like, what are these? I wonder if they, because maybe they can't understand what we're saying, and they look and they see this stream, they're like, oh, why are they talking about Prince Charming? Are they busting the meta over there? Are they breaking it? Are they breaking the meta wide open?
Yeah, agree.
Welcome to the 60s. Was that fun? Hair, the musical. I will say it's been very. Whoever is picking the matches, I will say they are North American and European pro player fans.
Whoever's picking the matches, I'd fire him on the spot immediately.
Well, wait
Right
till you
away.
find out who's me. I'm like, I've been sending the messages. But no,
you're never working in this town again. You're
How
done.
did they have
Right away.
2 X1s and also so much. It was kind of crazy for the first few rounds that we didn't
You're
see
done.
any funky stuff. You know there's funky stuff in there.
I call them into the office before they can sit down. They'd be fired. All right, and I tell them
you can
why.
tell 'em.
While they're sitting down, and I pack them up out of there, take their boxes. They get. I have the security standing outside. They'd be escorted out of the building right there before the ink even got dry on the contract. They're out of there.
The reasoning is Sky's been undefeated all day, and we haven't seen Amber Steele on camera. What is going
That's
on?
on purpose. They're saying like, listen, and it's funny too because like if your anxiety is we have to show Ed or DKP or we'll never see him in this town again, don't worry. One of them will be around. I don't.
Where's Fungus? He won a DLC. Okay.
Frank Carson is in the vicinity as well. I mean, I think
that's true.
I can tell you guys. You guys want to know? I have the data.
But honestly, you don't have to show the star players all the time. You want to build new star players. You also want to showcase your own community and stuff too. But especially in those earlier rounds, like we gotta show like people who are doing some cool decks. Maybe someone in a costume. I'm certain there's a Lumineer in this thing who's wearing cosplay. A Ruby deck would be so refreshing. I think. Let's get them on the stream. No big deal. As we are still rocking and rolling. You guys are not missing anything. These Illuminators are kicking it on the couch and getting active with it. We have more time or a little bit of time left in the round. Katie, have they done pairings for the next round?
They have, yeah. And I'm trying to see if we've reached the point. I don't think anyone would ID round 7. 6 more rounds to go. Just ID the rest of them. We'll be fine. That's 6 points. We'll be fine. But I will say the pairings are up. As far as undefeated, because I know that's something that is interesting, not necessarily the stream people find interesting, but we have Sadler High School, Sadler HS, Sky, Pimp Romulu, Dankser, and Namcap. So Danksor is paired against Sand, which is fascinating because they have been co-hosting Club Lorcana lately, and now they're sitting across each other at a different table. A DLC table.
That's hilarious. And we just had a Zan feature, so we probably won't get a Danksor Zan return match. So we'll see. I just want to see if we can get Ruby. I would like to see Ruby. I would love to see Amber Steele. Garrick was putting Amber Steele very high up. We haven't seen it.
I know.
Amethyst Steele has just been on the stream, and Sapphire Amethyst has this really big resurgence. We did see a blue green as well. Edmund Chu was playing that strategy, so I want to see something different. Let's dig through the vault here and let's see if we can find some unique strategies to put onto this showcase. If not, I would understand, but it would make my heart complete if you were to do that.
The best I could do is do some
How's Moxie's doing? I think he's playing Sapphire Amethyst. Maybe we could show him on there.
We have no power over this. Maybe we could go get that. You go run to the judges really quick. And then you can't because we're in America. I will say though, I don't know. Well, Moxie's at table 19, so he's doing fine.
Oh, did he lose?
He take one loss. Yeah. So I mean, everybody, I guess at this point, as far as there's been a lot of ties. What's going on out here, guys? Okay, not a lot. There's like a few. But yeah, Frank Karsten is hanging at 5-1. Priscilla, Moxie's. I think Lamb Chops. I saw he is at. Lamb Chops is a world-class card player.
Mm-hmm.
He is somewhere. I think he's I saw him on the top tables. Attack for 2 is at 5-1. DKP is at 5-1. 5-1 is where everybody is. Lamb Chop.
Everybody decided, let's all be 5-1. Thoughts?
Yeah, Luca Rinaldi said, I'm feeling the 5-1. That sounds like me. It's just my size. Yeah. RHS Justice, who's been promoted to RHS, is 5-1. Quincy's 5-1. It really is a popular Habibi 4-1-1. Weird. That was a weird choice. Everybody was doing 5-1.
Wait, Habibi's down there?
Habibi is down there.
What about Diego Saz? How's he doing? He's also there.
Diego.
And why is everybody there but me?
Guess. Do you want to guess what Diego is?
5-1.
Yes, he is 5-1.
Crazy.
Yeah, that is kind of what we all. Fabian Bonafonte, 5-1. I don't know who Fabian Bonafonte is, but I very much like his
but
name.
Speaking of 5-1, or actually not speaking of 5-1, just quick transition, creative transition insert. Bingo. We got a block solved. I think we haven't hit it up in the last round. I believe in that previous round we were.
We got the under the seas for sure.
We got the under the seas, and the free tramp was also played. I think Zen Syed played a free tramp for 8, and actually had a -1 tramp, which is you should get a card back. I think.
Yeah. Take the dot off actually because it wasn't free. It was.
Yes.
You actually had to.
Debt dot.
Yeah.
At a supreme discount.
What has to come off the top to be off the top?
Anything to win the game off the top. A game-winning play.
Because Cobra's its own. So,
you can get both. You can get both.
Got it.
If you can draw Cobra off the top and hit it there, I think you can.
That's a double.
You can win. All right. Wow. So let's see. So we did hit the under the seas as well. So under the sea for 3. Believe that. Boom. So if we get Hades, now this right here, no Sapphire Amethyst Mirror. I think if we get 1 Sapphire Amethyst Mirror, we get the bingo. And that's just going to be super wild and crazy if that were to happen. But Hades versus Hades is Hades sends a Hades into the inkwell, and that's it. Okay. And we will get the bingo, which is actually insane. One thing that's a bit more insane about this bingo card is that we have not seen a Strength of Raging Fire be saying literally all day with all this steel that we've been seeing.
No, we saw one played. They played it full retail value. They didn't even need to technically do that, but they did. And I think they did because they were trying to quest. But still, it was crazy that people are like, we don't sing that here.
No.
That's we don't talk about Bruno and we don't sing Strength.
And it's actually working out quite nicely too it worked out quite nicely for that player because they were able to push through and win that game running away. So Mickey probably not going to happen, but a go to time scenario, we haven't had that happen yet either. But that's another way that we could achieve this bingo. Also going to that diagonal, we can clear up those strengths and get a bodyguard, which we haven't seen. Amber Steel on stream could make some serious noise happen for us, or maybe that Sapphire and Amber strategy could also be something that we can see a little bit more of. So we still got time. We got a couple more rounds. We'll keep the bingo card coming back for tomorrow as well, and maybe we can complete this thing there.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll probably get it done. Surely, right? We'll get some Blurple mirrors.
Well, we can't go home. Like, that's the thing is we can't leave the stream tomorrow unless we get bingo. Otherwise, we have to stay until the next DLC.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the way it is.
Or we can just play some games ourselves and try and get this thing done.
We're just crying. We're like,
but coming in from the chat, DLC champion Luke Wonderland says, "Wait, we saw Zan and Robert do a handshake fist bump. Is that true?" I didn't see
they
it.
handshaked and then they fist bumped, but I don't think one was trying to fist bump.
It's got to be one goes for the fist bump, one goes for the handshake. That's what it has to be.
Yeah, but that happened on Ed's round.
We need to go back and rewatch it. We can go back.
I got it on. It's on YouTube right now. We can rewind. We have the technology.
Give it a scrub. Give it a scrub. Scrub a dub and go back and prove it. You got to prove it.
Scrub here. Scrub there.
I am looking.
You got to give me a scrub to see that because I got to confirm. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. I would like to confirm that has happened.
Here's Ed's round.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's a timestamp 50 minus 57 minutes ago.
That can't be right.
It is. Why can't it be 57 minutes ago?
57 minutes ago was not round 3.
Oh, but what about Zan versus Robert?
No, I was talking about Ed.
Oh, why are we looking at Ed?
Because it happened in Ed's match.
He's just trying to confirm.
I thought we were looking at the Zan versus. Okay, never mind.
It happened.
Did it really?
Hey, why are you getting so aggro?
I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not.
What's the time? What's the time? I could probably pull it up. What's the time?
I can share my screen right now, and we can show it to the whole world and
just
let
act it
Kat
out. One
decide.
hand Zan and one
All right.
hand.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm coming in. I'm coming in. If you share your screen, I can pull that up, and we can get a little sneak peek of that happening. Because I wanna make sure. I'm doing a little audit. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but we always gotta.
You don't, but it's fine.
This is for bingo.
It's fine.
Bingo, you gotta confirm.
It's not for bingo, or is it for bingo?
This is for bingo for sure. Yeah.
Bingo, but it's for the game bingo. Like we're not gonna win bingo, but it matters.
It matters.
Right?
All right, there it is. I mean, there is a screenshot. There is a screenshot.
She's going for a handshake. He's going for a fist bump. Now we can go in here and
frame by frame.
We can go back.
All right, we got it up.
She goes handshake. He goes fist bump. There it is. She switches, and then they go for the
There it
handshake.
is.
So,
That's confirmed. That's confirmed.
They did a good job.
We're trying to keep.
They adapted really quickly, but that is a confirmed like a Don King perm. We checked the tape, and hey,
they got
referee.
close to touching. They got close to making contact here, but she switched it. Boom, and stuck the landing. So
speaking of pressing matters, of the top tables, table 3, 4, and 5 just ID'd. Is that too soon? Are they just IDing because they want to take a break and like take the rest of the day off and start fresh tomorrow?
I mean, in theory, with the scores being what they are and how draws work, maybe there's a world you can just, if you're undefeated or high ranking, could you just draw the rest and draw into the top 32?
That's crazy.
No, right?
The people who have ID'd is Robert of World Class Cards. He would know. Dankster, Zan Syed. So it's 3 different teams represented. Those 3 tables: Danksters versus Zan, Robert versus Vanalluti, and Tito versus Carl Go Boom.
Oh, okay.
So this is interesting to me.
Oh,
because I would not expect to see IDs.
Katie, hopefully your Panda Express is here.
Yay,
because she goes, yay, I'm out. It's crazy.
I'm hungry.
She's so hungry.
Feed me. I love you guys, but I also Orange Chicken by Panda Express. Have a
All
nice
right, let's go for this hyper aggro and get Katie back in here super quick. Let's get it.
Yeah, right.
Let's lock in, Katie.
Every single time one of us goes to eat, it's like, slow down.
All right,
but soldiers.
Katie's going to have a great lunch. And just like that, is it Amethyst Steel again? Can we actually chill with the Amethyst Steel as it may be? I'm certain it's a large percentage of the field as we have more dogs coming your way. Amethyst Steel versus dogs. Garrick, is it Steel as a favorite for Amethyst Steel, or have dogs even that up a little bit?
Amethyst Steel, I like this matchup for them if you can get to that angel. That is very, very important, but it is a volatile matchup. That Emerald Chromacon, which we see in the hand for Josh Wong there, can be a little bit of an issue for this deck that likes to challenge and does really well at challenging, but sending everything back to your hand doesn't always feel good. So we're going to take a look. Is there a strength of Raging Fire? There is not, but there is an Angel in the hand.
Yeah, just like he called, the Angel is going to be a centerfold here for this board, just picking off some of these characters. So Josh Wong is going to have to be expressly careful when you are seeing how that 4-cost character can get active. But we also have that Cobra now, which is going to be a 3-cost singer. I think Larissa might be contemplating on placing that character into the board. No, it's Lexington, who's going to establish himself as a nice challenging character that can crack back on these two characters if they elect to be exerted.
Yeah, absolutely. Lexington, a really, really good challenger in this game. That 4/4 body plus only costing 3. He does have the Stone by Day ability, which is a little bit of a downside. But here is that Emerald Chromacon. Let's see if Larissa is packing some Benjas or something else to interact with this specific card. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to stick stuff onto the board. As Josh says, I'm going to start questing now that I have some protection out in the form of the Chromacon.
Oh, for sure. I don't hate that, but that might be a little haphazard. Getting some bounce back isn't the worst thing in this exact scenario. However, it will kind of stifle your opposition from being able to maybe sing songs or continue to quest as well as fight off the board. But I think that might still be a bit too early because you are going to need your characters to pull your tramp plays off. And it's this with such a narrow board, it's going to be quite easy to negotiate around this Chromacon in this situation. As you are able to do so, sending that Lexington back to hand. Maybe it can perform duties as quality ink. You still have the option to go for this Angel to rid this to send this lady the Elegant Spaniel to the discard pile as well.
Yeah, I think that might be a pretty good option. Shout out to Larissa, able to quest out with her characters before getting that challenge in. So she got all of the lore that she possibly could. We're thinking about exerting for. We do. Does the Angel Experiment 624 come down? And she does. What are we going to discard to remove this character? If we would like to, we opt not to. That would mean your Angel's probably getting returned to hand if you were to snowball that lady.
And would that be the worst thing? I guess that would be your entire turn. But having access to a shift lady in a scenario like this, especially when you have some resources to be gained back from it, doesn't always feel the best. But maybe you have to establish some type of tempo. This Nani now is going to be able to combat this Christopher Robinson on the final turn. And just like that, lady will get a swift and immediate punish, as now she's able to charge up with this tramp and take down your Christopher Robinson, which is going to be your questing machine. So a little bit of a call and response as the punish came in swiftly.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting rid of that Christopher Robin on the opposite side of the board. That was putting some pressure onto the dog's deck, which traditionally doesn't challenge super well. But if you have the tramp in hand that can boost up one of your character's strength, that really, really helps, especially when you're challenging into something with only one strength. So your character is able to stick on the board, and now Larissa would have to commit either a challenge or another resource to remove this lady, and something on her side of the board would be returned to hand. So like you mentioned, this is just a tough card to play around.
And it makes all these play patterns and all these thoughts so much more difficult, as Josh Wong looks super comfortable and relaxed here, almost like he's about to pass out, like he's been up since 2:30 a.m. as Larissa is using vital brain resources, trying to figure out how to negotiate through this Chromacon obstacle. You'd love to see that new Donald Duck come down. Also, the Pluto Steel Champion is another card that has kind of been coming in and out of decks, being able to remove this Emerald Chromacon. Angel is going to report back to the hand. Captain Hook is vulnerable for a challenge, and now Larissa is going to have to add some more cards to the fray in order to continue this momentum, as it appears to be Angel yet again.
Yeah, Angel is going to return to the board here. Interestingly, Larissa did not choose to quest there, but also would have left the angel vulnerable if Josh decided not to return it to hand. So could have another tramp in hand and thinking about potentially challenging in there. But we have a Grandmother Willow is going to hit the board, followed up by another Nani stage manager. We saw the power of this card in the last mirror matchup, able to look at the top 4, choose a character with cost 2 or less, and put it into your hand. A really, really nice option to keep that hand full and choose something that you would like specifically.
Yeah, this Nani on a lot of people's radar is probably one of the better cards from the Winter Spell set. Totally, really remodeling what this dog's deck can be. It is so good in a multitude of different decks, but I think it really shines in this Amber and Emerald dog strategy. It's exactly what they needed. That 3 strength, 3 willpower, and also being able to find your next play and build is just such a great card. So Josh now is starting to quest and leaning heavily onto this Chromacon. Larissa hoping for an answer. Benja would be a phenomenal and stellar card here. So you have to kind of play this song and dance game as maybe you can stack some damage onto the other Nani, potentially take it out with the Captain Hook, or take out the Tramp with the Captain Hook, get a bounce, and maybe play the Nani or the Angel again, and then get that bounce as well. How do you get out of this spot, Garrick?
I think what you need right now is something to get rid of this Chromacon, because right now it's 1 step forward and 2 steps back. You can't really make any consistent board presence for yourself. You're able to challenge in, you're able to remove things, but things just continually keep bouncing back to your hand. Not a bad play there. If we can redeploy this Angel, we can throw a snowball, or we can get this Angel and another 1 cost down onto the board, or maybe we opt to go with like a 3 cost, 2 cost, just something to get more characters onto the board. That way the Chromacon isn't punishing you as much, but we opt to go with the Yzma, interestingly enough, when I feel like she's got a lot of cards in hand, but opting not to ink here either.
Yeah, so the Yzma will be a way that you can add some more cards to hand after you maybe deploy the Angel, and then you can fire a snowball, and then you can exert the Yzma, get more cards, or maybe you can set up a Singer. Maybe you got a board flood play happening. You're going to need something to go your way now, as we have this Tramp Street Smart Dog has hit the board, and now it gets into really awkward and cumbersome spots because you have the ability to go for a Under the Sea play now, as all of your characters with that 3 willpower. Delamoon's Lullaby comes to mind as something that Josh Wong can put together.
Absolutely, and you can also find the Rhino in the deck, which can reduce strength by 1, which would make that Yzma vulnerable to an Under the Sea, as well as the Angel, both sitting at 3 strength. Larissa, thinking about her current play lines, needs to get some more characters on the board and try to go wide, potentially remove the characters on the opposing side 1 by 1, which she was doing a pretty good job of. I would have loved to see Angel come down on the last turn potentially and throw a snowball at that Grandmother Willow. Makes the Tramp play on the last turn we saw from Josh a lot less explosive, but Angel's going to hit the Inkwell here. I think this is such a valuable card. It's a tough ask to put it into the Inkwell. I think it's so valuable here.
Oh, for sure. And it pairs so nicely with the Yzma as well. So you're not going to be able to get as much value from the Conniving Chemist as the Grandmother Willow will get sent back to the hand. So now you have to redeploy another threat. You have to figure out a way to begin to put down 2 characters a turn. I think the 1 character a turn might not be good enough to get it done as just the Cheshire Cat. And now you're starting as the Pocahontas now will be able to, at least at a very bare minimum, be able to give you or expand your lore total. But now you have a decent check down into this Tramp Street Smart Dog in the event that it were to become exerted again. Delamoon, please can't sing, not like this, as it looks like we might be gearing up for, oh no, can it be an Under the Sea happening?
Yeah, both of the characters, or sorry, both of the cards that we mentioned, the Delamoon Lullaby plus the Rhino, is going to be enough to shrink the strength of both of these 3 strength characters, and the Under the Sea is going to come down, putting both characters at the bottom of the deck. We need to make sure that those go to the bottom and not in the discard. There we go. And now Josh has taken more control in this game where we're able to remove 2 characters there, but the board is not super wide and super scary at this point for Larissa. There definitely are options for her to get back into this game, but like you mentioned, we got to start putting more than 1 character onto the board at a time.
Yeah, just at least at a minimum, you can continue just to increase your lore total by questing and kind of inadvertently playing around that Emerald Chromacon. If they bounce your stuff back to the hand, at least you got the lore out of the deal as well. But now you can at least be able to sing some songs, or you can do some hits onto your opponent. But again, just another turn with 1 character being deployed, just that Genie Wish fulfilled. Pass back on over to Jock Schwong, who has all the momentum in the world. Lady looking really strong in this spot. You're going to be able to get more resources. That Tramp coming back at it again. And it looks like we might be going for that Ursula Deceiver. No, check that. It's going to be that Lady Decisive Dog being added back to the hand. And we're going full quest. As for lore, Josh, now in you've found your win condition and you are exploiting it early. Larissa seems stunned. You're down but not out. You gotta make a powerful turn here.
Yeah, need to get more than 1 character on the board. I know we keep saying it, but it's something that we have to find at this point to start challenging in, making some trades. There's Yzma. Do we have a 2-cost character? A Calhoun or something would be really nice. It is Doc, so we are going to discard our Pocahontas, and we are going to go ahead and get a quest on instead of challenging. I think I would have preferred to see the Pocahontas hit the board with more strength to challenge in. You can always dock on the following turn, but Larissa wanted to see some more looks into the deck, see if she can come up with some kind of answer, as Josh is going to take a look and see what Nani can find him.
Nani finding one of the best cards in this deck. Low key, I love that Tramp. He really adds another layer that this deck can go to. This Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, a lot of people tout this as the best deck in the format for good reason, because it can play on a lot of different planes, a lot of different echelons. It can out resource you from time to time. It can assume the control role relatively easily. It can reduce strength. It can also become very aggressive in quest. It can manage resources well with the Nani and also that Lady Miss Park Avenue, and it can challenge now because it has access to that 2-cost Tramp. So it's literally doing everything, and it's playing this tempo game with this Chromacon. So this is why this deck is the plague of the format. A lot of people won't miss it when it's rotated out of this game, myself included. I don't know how you feel about that, but it seems like Larissa's going to have to chalk it up, and we're going to a game number 2, Garrick.
Yeah, game number 2 here. Larissa, I think, needs to get out some characters with a little more strength, a little bit more willpower. That way you can start contesting the board a little bit better. Christopher Robin wasn't doing a whole lot in that match, was able to get you some early lore, but was traded into really nicely thanks to the strength and the ability of that Tramp, sorry, not Street Smart Dog, but the Enterprising.
Mm-hmm. Enterprising dog. It's a lot. There's a lot of dogs, a lot of ladies, a lot of tramps. Yeah. They're all unique in their own way, and I love them all independently. But here we are going into a game number 2. Like you said, you're going to be on the play now if you are Larissa. I'm not certain what cards you have access to, but I would love to see some item removal, as that Emerald Chromacon just kind of jumped all over you there, and you really didn't have a nice equitable way to get around that. Still, I think even if you do just play your optimal curve, maybe you can get to a 1-2-3 sync strength. We haven't seen it literally all day long in all the Amethyst Steel matches that we've seen so far. That could be a way that you could make some noise here. But maybe if you can't find that, if you have Calhoun, if you have Benja, if you have Pluto, Donald, something to remove those items, I think that might be something I would hang on to in this altar phase.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. We'll see what the players opt to do here during this altar phase. We need to find some powerful cards that are going to stay on the board a little bit longer for Larissa. Of course, playing around that Emerald Chromacon isn't always easy, but if you're able to remove characters with Singing or with Angel and then redeploying multiple characters in the same turn, that is a way to do it. And Larissa really likes her hand as she decides to keep 7.
Full keep, man, that is bold. That's bold and daring. If you go full keep, you better win. That's why I say, man, you can't go full keep. You better have the absolute stones, man. Or sometimes you just gotta, I guess you gotta kind of take it easy, because if you rip too hard or if you send too much, you might mess something up. I think you try to plan your first 3 turns out maybe, and then you send the rest. But full keep is super scary. I don't know. I gotta rate that full keep. It's very rare. Our altar system is too forgiving to not at least try to take some advantage of it.
Yeah, we go with Olaf on turn number 1. I guess she's just happy with the 1 drop at all, but you'd love to see Captain Hook in that position, and you'd love to see a Calhoun here on number 2. That is such a good card at preventing the Dogs deck from doing what it wants to do. You can just keep redeploying it. She only costs 2. You gain lore while you remove cards on the opposite side. We'll see what she goes for here on turn number 2. You definitely need something to get onto this board as we go for a quest. And no, we pass. I don't know if that's the full keep that we wanted with no 2-drop going up against a Dogs deck. Also, did find a Strength of a Raging Fire on that turn, opted not to ink it. So if Josh has an Ursula or a Mowgli here, that could be a pretty big punish.
Yeah, and I'm scared because this is also another punish. Now, Lady can, in fact, challenge into this Olaf and get a plus while remaining on the board. So that is a swift and immediate punish coming in from the Dogs player onto the Amethyst Steel player, going into our 3rd ink turn. This is looking gruesome already, as the advantage is now switched. Josh Wong fully in the driver's seat, committed to trying to continue to expand this board. Maybe you can even play a 7-cost trap here in the next few turns with this Grandmother Willow that is set up. So going in for 2 ink, it's the Pocahontas.
Yeah, Pocahontas is going to come down onto the board here. Fire the Cannon's not bad in response before that Emerald Chromacon does come down onto the board.
And we see that there is a Lady. Miss Park Avenue is in hand. So that Grandmother Willow might be making a swift return. If you shift this Lady, get that Miss Park Avenue back. Maybe there's a world you can quest this Tramp and maybe hope to coerce some challenges in to get that Tramp back with this Lady as well.
Yep, that's true, but the Emerald Chromacon is coming down. It gave Larissa a lot of trouble in the last game. We'll see if it's able to do the same here. It is such a difficult card to navigate at times. We'll see if she opts to go for the Genie here and try to race a little bit. You can put the Genie onto the board, boost it up, and then start questing with your Pocahontas if you'd like to, and force your opponent to respond to what you're doing. But no, we don't go for the quest. I think a quest would have been pretty good there. Force your opponent to come into you. Even if the Miss Park Avenue was shifted onto the board, they would trade.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I think that would have been a nice play. Maybe there's a world where you're trying to save up, and maybe you can boost this Genie a ton of times, and then you can get that quest in, and maybe that could be good enough. Maybe you're trying to hit like a 1-turn quest type maneuver for Larissa, but I still think that is a gambit. You saw how effective the Rhino Delamoon's Lullaby play was on the previous turn. We are going to shift, get back that Grandmother Willow, and Under the Sea is a card that's always have to be ever present in your mind, as Josh Wong is going to elect to start the questing campaign now, sitting behind that Emerald Chromacon.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Pocahontas quest last turn, but hopefully we get a quest this turn, because you can outrace what is on the board for Josh right now pretty easily with your Pocahontas and your Genie. Boost this thing up again. It is going to be questing for 3, and your Pocahontas will quest for 4. I think it's a no-brainer here. Get your 7 lore, go all the way up to 8, and put some characters on the board. Now Josh is going to be the one that is going to be forced to respond to what you're doing.
I like it. Let's see if Larissa likes it as well. Looks like we're taking step 1 of the prophecy. We're boosting that magic research, and he's exerting. So the questing has begun. The race is on. Pocahontas now is going to go ahead and take your advice, and we're going for a total of 4 now from the Pocahontas. She gains 1 for herself, and then she'll get the 3 from that Genie magical researcher, and the strength. Again, still have not seen a strength be saying. Chromacon with the bounce. Interesting, though. Would you have went for the strength play there?
No. I don't think so. I mean, that's going to return the genie to the hand. I mean, it's not the worst in the world. You do get rid of that big character and you get to draw some cards. You get some more resources in your hand. But I think I would have just rather kept the genie on the board, forced them to come into me and, take advantage of the board state in that way. But maybe Larissa is seeing something that I am not, as we are going to go ahead and quest with the tramp. She does get some more cards in hand, which she wouldn't have if you let your own character be challenged. And you can always redeploy that genie this turn, boost it up. So actually, I think it's a pretty solid play.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I do agree with you. And also, again, we talked about how powerful that card Under the Sea could be. Maybe maybe removing some of that singing capability with that 5 is something of note as well. So the Pocahontas continue to quest. We will quest for 2 using her unique ability. You can target your opponent's characters as well. Every time she quests, you can target one exotic character and add that lore to her lore. And that is a really, really cool and awesome unique effect coming in from that Winter Spell set, the set we're saying goodbye to. And I think this card is going to make a lasting impact. And the Leaping Reindeer is going to leap forth and take down the Tramp. And this will be a nice little anti-Chromacon measure here.
Yeah, sending the reindeer back to hand so it can be redeployed again next turn. We have the option to draw off the Donald Duck for Larissa and Josh. They both will choose to do so. Right now, the Donald Duck can pretty cleanly remove this Pocahontas on the opposite side of the board as Grandmother Willow plus Bobby Zimmerowski is going to come down and another Miss Park Avenue goes into hand. And we're getting rid of the Under the Sea, not seeing a lot of value for that card in this game right now. And we are going to use the Donald Duck to challenge in after Rhino takes 1 strength away from the Pocahontas.
I don't hate that. You are basically just going to go continue to make some quality trades with this Finn Leaping Reindeer. If you have a 1-cost character, a Captain Hook would be nice as a follow-up. Send the Finn, clear the Donald Duck, and then play another character that can challenge again the next turn. This Finn, if you continue to bounce this Finn Leaping Reindeer every single turn, that's going to be a 1-for-1 card. And will you be able to generate enough characters in time to match with what this Finn Leaping Reindeer is trying to do? So Yzma down to the Inkwell. It's going to be an interesting race to the finish. Let's see how Larissa breaks this game down.
Yeah, had a really nice quest there with the genie, but unfortunately challenged in with the reindeer, used the Strength of Raging Fire, had some things bounce back to hand. If we can get another genie, another Pocahontas down onto the board, that might be pretty good. Put some more pressure onto your opponent here.
And what do you think about a Sven Leaping Reindeer into this Donald Duck? Do you think Larissa is kind of shocked trying to get some more cards? And there's your line, though, so that looks quite nice. Maybe she wants more cards too, because you have Cobras, you have instant lore that you can grab from your deck. So that could be a reason why you wanted to keep this Donald Duck around. However, you are putting yourself in position. You got hit with Delos, you got hit with Rhino in the previous turn, and now I believe if math does serve me well, we have enough to get our Under the Sea off this next turn. And it looks like we are not going to do so. We're just going to play the lady, shift the lady, gain some resources back, play another lady. The board is wide. Now I think your race line kind of falls apart.
Yeah, Josh putting on a lot of lore pressure here, most definitely with this very wide board. Got a couple things on the board, questing for 2. And if we can boost up the strength of that decisive dog, we can start questing for even more. We'll see if Larissa just opts to quest here. I think we are in race mode right now. Josh just went up to 8. Is there 12 on the board right now? Or sorry, went to 9. Is there 11 on the board right now? There's not, but there could potentially be if the lady is able to get some additional lore on this next turn. So Josh could be setting up to end the game right here and right now.
Yeah, this could happen. And I think Larissa might have to sacrifice the race plan and get back into combat plan, but it looks like we're still playing combat ops as we are playing the Black Heron into the board right now with the Chromacon is active. We're playing another character, so you are using all of your ink before going in for a challenge as you are questing. So maybe you're trying to put the pressure on. This could be game on board. Pocahontas now questing as well. So you're going to gain an additional 4 lore, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't believe that the Decisive Dog can get Josh to the amount of lore that he needs, right? She can quest for 3 at the most, which would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore. So it would be short there. Larissa might be able to get over the finish line.
That's very cool mathematics. I thought the 3 questing lady would put the end to this match, but apparently I was off by a little bit. Larissa doing that math checking and rechecking, electing to just flood the board with all these glimmers and pass back on over to Josh Wong. Maybe you have access to a Go-Go Tamago. Is there a Go-Go line available? I don't think so, right? There could be.
Go-Go line. I don't think there is a Go-Go line that would get you to 4. 4 lore is what you would need off of Go-Go here to get it done.
And Larissa absolutely cooked here, man. Looks quite nice as we are going to buff the Bobby Zimmerowski. You will have to engage in some challenges now. Lady does have 1 additional strength now. You play another character, I think you get her to her full value. I believe that's how that card works. No, you need 1 more or if you target the lady with the tramp, then you're cooking.
Yep. Like I said, we could get up to 19 here for Josh, but thinking about challenging here as Larissa able to put on that immense questing pressure twice with the Genie double boosted Pocahontas quest, and things can change really quickly here.
And I love the way Larissa has played this game. I mean, I thought it was almost getting to a lights out situation, but she really stayed calm. She found her outs and she played to them quite well. If she's able to win this game, I think it's because she deserved it, because I thought it was not going to be able to work out for the Amethyst and Steel player for this one. So Bobby Zimmerowski is going to be the card drawn off of the Nani. You still have the ink available to deploy him to the board now. Maybe you're looking for Adela's. I think you have the capability to sing and Under the Sea. Tramp can help you find the missing pieces that you might require. This is a big free tramp as well. What are we looking for? Della Under the Sea?
Yeah, we need to definitely put some of these cards under the sea or find some removal for these characters that are unexerted, because right now they're going to be questing for the 1, 2, 3. We need to get to 20 from 17. Even if you remove Genie and Pocahontas, you have to find 1 piece of removal for 1 of these other characters. Another tramp is going to take a look here. Like I said, all you need is 1 piece of removal. If it is just the Under the Sea, that would be enough and probably seal this thing up, unless Larissa has the Cobra off the top.
And you know Cobra is going to be in hand. Maybe she already has it in hand right now. She's doing a nice stare down, doing her best Ed Chu impersonation, but she just looks very kind. So Ed Chu looks like he's, trying to rip your head off, but she looks like she's like a very nice person. Shout out to Larissa as she's staring down Oblivion. Hopefully you don't have another tramp. Can we stop? A little tilt shown from Larissa there, who breaks
There's the
a
Under
little
the Sea, I believe. As we go triple tramps in the same turn, this card absolutely the reason why this deck is so powerful. And we did get to the Under the Sea. If that was the piece of removal that we needed, we're going to go ahead and discard everything else. Keep that. And funnily enough, we did find another tramp if we wanted to go for it, but opts not to. We do have the Under the Sea. It can be sung pretty easily by the characters that we have on board. There goes the Bobby into the Genie. We need to challenge in to the Pocahontas here. We can do so easily with Our Lady Decisive Dog, who gets strength. the more characters that you play onto the board, and here is the Under the Sea that's going to remove the Captain Hook. We can quest up to 18 here. If we don't have the Cobra, then the game will be over, and Josh will take it 2-0. Do we have it?
We've got to have the Cobra here. There's no chance we don't have the Cobra here. I think Katie's going to have to choke down this Panda Express and get back into the booth here soon if we don't have that Cobra, but I can feel it. Quest slam Cobra, and we are out of here. Josh now doing his best. Don't have it, please, poker face. It looks like we have a ton of ink to work with. It might be the Doc, the Bold Knight. We're going to go looking. We don't have it. We're going to go looking to see if we can find it. Cobra off the tizzy one time, and we did not
have it.
No. Oh, not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Not like this. Larissa can't believe it. So close, digging so deep into his deck did Josh with all those tramps just to find the single Under the Sea to remove the one Captain Hook that would have made the entire difference in that game. Just showing off the power of tramp there and the power of singing these songs. What an incredible finish.
And Garrick, I never say anyone deserves it or you get what you deserve, but I think she deserved that one. At least that game. I think she played so well, and she was avoiding hazard left and right, and it just so happened to not work out for her in that spot. Tramp is powerful. I mean, a lot of people have called for the removal of that card from this format for sure. He has been the plague of the Winter Spell meta, but proving his worth, why that card is so powerful, being able to chain, find what you need, and absolutely win that game. That came down to a photo finish.
Yeah, that was a crazy game number 2, and wasn't quite able to get over the finish line. But congratulations to Josh getting the win there and pushing forward here at DLC Brazil. With all that being said, I need a bathroom break, so I will be back. And just a bathroom break, a bathroom break is what I meant.
Let's take a moment. To...
That is a big soda. That is. I
can't hold it with one hand reasonably. It's a two-hander.
Let me see that soda. Can you hold it up again? I didn't get a chance to see the soda. That is a massive soda. What size is that? Small? Is that medium?
This is a large. Yeah, this is a large. This is the largest large I've ever seen at a restaurant in my
big
life.
Gulp, huh? You got the Katie went in there and got the big gulp from Panda Express.
Good for the rest of the day. But yeah, that was really fast. Incredible stuff. I will say I do agree with you guys that it's like, oh my gosh, like it's so hard sometimes when like there's a card that people are like, ban it, and you're like, come on guys, and then you see it, you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, beyond like, because it's just a lot of the cards in the game, there's something you can like, the most problematic cards in the game, the reason it's bad, or people don't like it rather, is because there's nothing you can do to stop what makes it good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so once Tramp starts firing off, like you're on the other side, it's over for you. You just have to sit there and wait and go, of course.
I'm done. And then it happens again and again and again, and you find the one card that you need to thwart my entire position, and it just all kind of falls apart. So shout out to Larissa. I think you played very well, but Josh just so happened to have your number this time. As we are going into round number 8, I want to say. That was round number 7. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss we're going to do today, followed by more rounds of Swiss taking place tomorrow, and then there is going to be a top cut. This tournament is cutting to top 32. Top 32, there's the winner of this event will have a ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship in beautiful and sunny Orlando, Florida. But if you make the top placement, I think it's top 16, I'm not sure, there is actually, Katie, a national event that's happening in Brazil.
Wow.
So you have to go back to Brazil and participate in the national tournament that they have there, very similar to our national event that we have at Disneyland and also in Paris. So very cool stuff. Yeah,
I'm very fascinated to kind of get. I wish I spoke Portuguese, because I would love to know the vibes at the function, in the sense that this is a place we have not seen Disney Lorcana Challenge before. The game is not in Portuguese, so all of these Lumineers are bilingual, or at least they memorize the cards in their own native language and then are playing them. So I think this is a very cool event overall. I know you were thinking about possibly going down there.
I was for a time, and I looked at the airplane tickets to get down there, and I was like, I don't think I can go to Brazil, unfortunately. I mean,
it is
the way
expensive.
the way my bank account is set up, there's a checkings and there's a savings, okay, and I don't have the ability to pull that off right now. And also, the Disney Lorcana CCQ in D23 really captivated me. I've never been to a D23 before, and I am really excited to have an opportunity to go to D23 for the first time. And that one kind of superseded. The budget I would have used to go to Brazil has now been transferred to my D23 budget, and that's just how it ended up. So I would love to. I did have I was literally in the tournament. I actually went through the whole visa process. I paid all the money to get the visa. I fully prepared to go, and I just didn't. I was not able to be there.
But you won a round, so let's be happy about that, JD.
W's in chat.
That's true.
Me and Garrick, we didn't win any rounds at the DLC.
Exactly, and we've been in the same call with you this whole time.
Yeah.
Get good.
I'm looking at, between this, I was looking at the results. And one of the things I noted right before I left, and I will say Zelda is not a real one, my dog Zelda, because I was like, okay, I'll take you on a walk and then I'll eat, because I want to make sure that you get a walk. And she was moseying. She was sniffing at one point, she put her face in the grass and I tried to pull her along. She's like, this grass is good. And that walk took the entire time. But she deserves it. That's just my diatribe of why I didn't get to eat, because Zelda was just taken in the day. But honestly, good that I went outside and got some. But what did I see in your hand, young man?
Oh, I got this uncrustable. I'm waiting on Garrick to fulfill the prophecy and tell me if I need to go ahead and take this thing down.
No, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Not yet.
Wait, what was can it happen? What is the goal?
It was a goal in the YouTube chat, and it didn't happen.
What can it still happen though? Is it like
It can still happen, yeah.
Okay. It was 100 likes, right?
It was 1 billion likes actually, and we're not at 1 billion.
Well, if you're watching right now, why are you making it sound like it's over? We have so many. This is the most defeatist I've ever heard.
Well, I was just saying it didn't happen yet. I don't know.
But it will happen.
It will.
And that is our goal, is to smash that little thumbs up. This isn't freaking Project Hail Mary. This is IRL. And you thumbs up means good. So go ahead and like that live stream. But yeah.
Like the stream and also subscribe and turn the notification bells on, okay? And check us all out. Like Katie's YouTube as well.
Yeah.
She's going to be doing more on YouTube, more on Twitch. Hit the notification bells on all of that, and subscribe and comment and do all those types of things, because it helps the content creators out there continue to create wonderful content. Talking about this game and being a part of this game, it has been a really nice boon for my own personal life, and I say this all the time. And for anybody out there, if you're ever interested in doing content for this game, you should, as it is quite rewarding and lots of fun if that's something that you are super interested in.
Yeah,
I like it.
Agreed.
Garrick, help take the wheel.
Sorry, I stranded you on an island there while you were munching on your
just
food.
Trying to discreetly eat some orange chicken from Panda Express. But watching one thing. Okay, so I was saying that a band of people, table 3, 4, and 5, said we're ID gaming, and so I reached out. I said, is there secretly only like 8 rounds and we just didn't know about it? What do they know? And the answers are like tired, I guess. So they just wanted to ID and so they could play later.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because there are 12 rounds, and so I think somebody I saw said, well, making day 2 is the hardest part, and so they're like, okay, I'll make day 2. I was like, but then you've already used up some of your magic, and what if I don't know.
Right,
So,
it could be like a volatility thing. Like maybe if you have a terrible matchup and your opponent is willing to draw with you, maybe you take the opportunity to get that draw up while you can, and hopefully that's a way.
Dan and Robert have 2 draws now, because 2 of the people that drew on stream, so now they have 2 draws. So they're just like, listen, I'm going to use up my ID now, and I'll play later.
They're probably trying to get up out of there.
Yeah, they're like, I want to go eat more. Zan said on his interview, I want to eat more Brazilian food. So maybe that was like his big plan, as he said. I just saw outside.
And the weather looks phenomenal where they are, and I can't imagine. You're in the venue all day. You're probably fatigued. You're jet lagged, and now you're hanging out in the dojo all day, getting active. Yeah, I might have to eat some draws to get up out of there. I think I'd roll the dice and play tomorrow.
It'd be so funny. Like, you paid to be there. Like, I can't believe I have to play in this tournament. And I'm like,
that's your fault.
Wait, I gotta shuffle up and play this game, huh?
I played myself again, but 2 of the undefeated players did play, or rather 4. At table 1, it was Pimp Romulo versus Sky. Unfortunately, Sky took his first loss of the day, but his first and only. Come on, he's going to come back. And then on table 2, we had Namcat versus Sadler HS, and Sadler HS took it. So there's only 2 undefeated people left in the entire tournament. Pretty cool.
Yeah, with that information, I think in a world, I'm not good at math. I'm not a mathematician. There could be someone who's ran these numbers, but there could be a world where you could draw the next 3 rounds and still just make it into the top cut and not even risk. Very similar to how it was in those early DLC rounds where you storm off early and you get a quality amount of wins. This one is so forgiving because the top cut is top 32 and there's only 400 or 500 people in the venue and you're playing so many rounds of Swiss. Maybe that will offer the inverse of that. The bad part of that is you are now offered the opportunity to draw multiple times in and not have to worry about playing the remaining rounds. So that might be what people are thinking mathematically. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
It's interesting. I mean, people wait till the end. Whoa, outfit change.
Yo, I'm jelly, dude.
They're pro gaming there.
I'm peanut butter and jelly.
I'm stressed out by picking, like, when I casted a DLC, it was so stressful to pick 2, maybe 3 outfits. And he said, I'm midday changing. And so this person just gained my utmost respect for a midday outfit change.
I'm thinking about the luggage.
All the outfits.
He might live there. This could be Sao Paulo, could be where he lives, and he just went back to
Very
his
true.
apartment.
Very true.
Not everyone is flying all over this map of the world, but other people who are doing well. So 5-1 was the thing to do, but 5-1 no longer. Now we're gonna have lots of time. I don't know. Things are gonna be so weird. I don't want to do bracket math. I love bracket math, but everyone made it weird. They all made it weird. I don't want to do it.
I love bracket math when it is a set championship, and I know all I have to do is 3-0 double draw on the top cut.
3-0 double draw. See you later.
That's all I like to do. So if it's any more complicated than that, it's horrible. I remember in Milwaukee, Rob Serpe was trying to figure out if they were going to make top 32 and just absolutely in the tank for like an hour straight doing all the different permutations with the math floating around their head. And I was just like, you'll make it. And then he was like, I'm like between 34th and like 28th, and I was like, that's good odds. And then they were 32nd. So
that's perfect.
Yeah, they made it into the top 32 and were super stoked about it. So I was very happy for them. But the amount of math that they were doing to come up to that conclusion just to still be as stressed out as you were before you started the math is not worth it.
Yeah, you gotta. I think that's definitely a Hakuna Matata type situation. You just let it rock, dude. And whatever happens, happen. Whatever will be. And then you become the bubble boy or bubble girl, and you're just sad all over again. So I think at that point, it won't even matter. You're just stressing yourself out for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a position I like being in. It's like, oh, if I make it, then that's good. If I don't, then that's sad. And I'm going to be stressed out about it until these people finish their round. And then, of course, they all go to time, and they take 20 minutes for their 5. No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, it's a very it just feels like everything drags on because you're like, I'm done. I know I got to, like, the bubble where I need to kind of be. So it's all up to fate at this point.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't even understand like simple set championship top cut math, because there was like one point where I was like 12th place and I just leapfrogged literally 11, 10, 9 to 8th, and I was like, okay, and then I was like, whatever, we're in the top cut now, I guess. I thought I had no chance.
We take those.
Exactly.
A win is a win.
But it could also if you don't do any math, I've seen that backfire as well. I've seen some people like, yeah, I'm good, and they take a draw and they get bubbled right up out of there because they drew when they could have played and potentially won and got in
round 7.
Yeah.
It's just the reason that I'm giggling is because, like, okay, so for example, Sky took a loss in this last round, but Sky, who is now 6-1, is at 18 points, and Zan, who is at 5-0-2, so no losses but 2 draws, is at 17 points. So it's like obviously 3 points washes out 3 IDs. So I don't know. It's just one of those things where winning good. But I guess it makes sense. Maybe it's just a fatigue thing where they know they only have to play till 9 rounds today. And they're like, tomorrow's going to be so much better because I plan to go to the barbecue again tonight. I'm going to get the cheese bread.
Yeah.
I did go to
I'm
a
gonna
Brazilian
get really
barbecue,
full. I'm gonna feel overly stuffed. I'm gonna
and
pass
I'm gonna
out. I'm gonna
bounce
feel.
back better.
I'm gonna feel lethargic tomorrow. No, I'm kidding.
I was
Yeah.
a little shocked to see not who they picked for the featured round, but kind of banana pants that they said, we gotta get some dogs in Amethyst Seal. Did anyone sing Strength of Raging Fire?
It still has not happened. It has not happened.
But they played it from hand for
She
3.
played it. That has happened
That must
twice.
be like a southern hemisphere type situation.
Line.
Like,
Somebody's
we
putting out
don't
some different information down there because I'm telling you, the song has not been sang all day. It's been inked. It's been mainly played. Play Smash at this point. It's gonna do better.
Yeah, right? Wait till I tell you about Smash. It's crazy.
I'm playing 3 arrows now.
Yeah, right. 3 arrow gaming. So yeah, that was fascinating. Also, he changed his hair. This is very cool. I'm sorry that this is how easily impressed. No dock into dock. No dock into dock.
No dock into dock.
We got nowhere. We almost had a Cobra for game again. Unfortunately.
Could have, but they stole it from us.
That is. Oh, we got my brain. I think I'm fading, guys. I need to lock back in because I did not get the monkey and the cactus. What was that one?
Monkey and the cactus.
They're playing the
about?
mini game again. As we had, it was a monkey and a cactus in the desert. It looked like it was a. Oh man, I was getting them so quick.
Huh?
It was just like it was like a
They'll
monkey.
bring it back up. They'll bring it back up because they always wait a while. It could be.
Yeah, monkey cactus. Is this
Now they're
Aladdin?
getting weird. Why was it so? It could be, but now they're getting funky with it.
It's making it harder. They probably heard the notes that it was being too easy. Maybe it's got to be Aladdin.
The famous Disney movie Monkey and the Cactus. Now it could be Coco because there's a scene where it's not Coco, but there is that scene where they climb up the cactus.
Okay. It's literally just a monkey in a desert.
Yeah. Oh, a desert. I keep saying cactus.
That has to be Aladdin, right?
Oh, they're not. We don't know because we don't speak the language.
It is.
Mouse?
Is that just literally Mickey Mouse?
It's Cinderella, probably Cinderella. Now they're just kind of like.
Oh, they're making it hard.
It's hard mode, 2 emojis instead. So they went from 4, then to 3, then to 2. Can you get it in 1?
Yeah, they're just gonna show monkey. Be like, the monkey one. The monkey one.
Desert is Aladdin, 100%. Let's not kid ourselves.
I still don't love the implication, but whatever.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think you got to give me one more.
Desert. I mean, I guess you're just guessing, right? So to me, the reason I'm kind of getting upset, if people are wondering, is that if somebody said describe Aladdin, I would be like, oh, the monkey in the desert,
But I respect it though. You got to make it a bit harder. Yeah. I think if you're too obvious with it, I think it's surface. It's too superficial or surface level, and it makes it the challenge is no longer there. But let's see if we can pop in. Maybe we get some context clues on what they're guessing and what's happening here. I'm going to turn the sound on real quick.
What kind of context clues are you getting?
I can understand if they say like Aladdin, or if they say Beauty and the Beast, or if they say the name, we can pick it up. We can lock in.
A gente não tá medieval também. Tem uns ratinhos também no Encantada, mas aí já é live action. Também
deixa eu buscar na memória do trem. Se você visse esse emoji de rato
Oh my bad.
Com castelo, que música você cantaria?
Sebastian is currently very excited about something on the table.
Ariel, there are so many wonderful things under here.
Ariel, I'm cooked. My hand is busted. We're done. We're done.
I'm not doing it.
What is this deck, man? This deck is not good for me. What did I draft, boy? Oh, we're done. I'm done. I'm out. Too.
Hit him with the 7 on Ichabod after the altar.
I'm glad that you guys had this, and I was here for it. Because everybody needs a little Sebastian time, all right?
If you can't do a little Sebastian impression, what can you do? Flounder? I ain't doing that.
We can try it. Ariel, what are we doing? I'm so scared. What does Flounder sound like?
Ariel, I don't want to be here either.
Go away.
We're trying to have fun then.
Ariel, why don't
Cinderella.
Okay, so that was Cinderella. So they're just not going to tell us what Monkey Desert was.
Monkey Desert is crazy. They're not going to give us Monkey Desert.
Desert with the monkey, no name. Maybe that was a trick. They're like, it's not a Disney movie.
If it's not Aladdin, I'm crashing out. How's that? Thoughts?
I mean, they showed it twice, and the second time it didn't have anything underneath it, which makes me believe it was an elaborate test to see if we know that that's not a movie.
They're trolling. Here we go. Monkey Desert. One time.
Monkey Desert. Can we get a Monkey Desert?
Nope.
Please. Can somebody that speaks Portuguese call
Here we go.
us?
Oh, hat mushroom.
This is Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Easy. Stay free. Alice, though. Is it Alice in Wonderland? Yeah. It's got to be, right? Who's got the hat? The Mad Hatter and the mushroom. It's Alice in Wonderland. Like, cut it out. Easy claps. Easiest dub of our lives here. As I thought that Stitch was moving by himself. I am starting to fade a little bit as that 2 a.m. wake up time is starting to jump on your boy's back a little bit. I got to rip into a can real fast. Hopefully you guys don't mind. We're going to no brakes here. All gas, no brakes. You know what I mean. We're pushing this thing all the way through as it looks like...
Ooh, it's Dr. Pepper time.
Oh, you know what time it is. Alice no paz de maravilhas.
I think we've learned that maybe we don't know Portuguese. I think... It's interesting because there's a lot of languages where, like, I could maybe take a stab, but Portuguese, I cannot take a stab.
You're cooked.
I truly don't know.
Frog and the Prince.
Frog and the Prince.
Princess and the Frog. There we go.
Frog and the Prince. Prince and the Frog. This is nice.
Easy clap.
I'm feeding a little bit of rice to me, a little rice to Zelda. I feel bad for her.
A green for me and a green for you. Yeah, he had to get up at 2 a.m. because this is definitely Princess and the Frog. He had to get up at 2 a.m. because it's what time is that in Brazil? 6 a.m.
2 a.m.
This is 5-hour difference.
Yeah, that's 5 hours.
5 hours.
So it's 7 a.m. And we went live at 3:30 a.m. my time.
Yeah,
you gotta get out here and get active, man. What are we talking about? Like, it's wherever Lorcana is, I am there. Okay, I eat, sleep, breathe. Woo, Lorcana,
Princess
and there it is.
Iosapo. I will say that it was funny because like you told us what time we would have to start, and me and Garrick were like, yeah. And you're like, so, and you're kind of waiting, giving us space to be like, yeah, that's too early. And we're just like, And you're like, you thought that there would be a moment that we paused and hesitated. Mulan. All right, now it's easy again. I think Monkey Desert was just threw me off.
And they never,
cactus.
And they never gave us the answer to Monkey Desert either, which is crazy.
And I'd like to point out that the cactus that was shown in there is like I think native to like southwestern America. Like I don't think that cactus is in the Middle East.
You're way locked into the details here.
Well, because when I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, let me be wrong. But, like they're wrong. If they think that you're wrong, not me. I did it right.
I'm just mad they didn't give us the answer. I mean, they're giving us the answer to all the other ones, but they didn't. They just glossed over Monkey Desert. Maybe that was a typo, and they're trying to hope we didn't just forget there.
Anyway, that's the next movie. They spoiled the next Disney movie called "I Went Through the Desert on a Monkey with No Name."
Coming in from the chat, we got coming in from the EU. Europe is in the building. Harlan Sweet says, "One quick game of dogs, then back to an hour of the gang yapping about emojis. Proper love it here, lads. This is
proper love it."
This is the content that you come for. So thank you for enjoying the show, and thanks for being here and sharing your time with us. Ninja Harley's in the building. Says Monkey Desert is my all-time favorite movie. So we were right the whole time. I didn't know that Monkey Desert was a Disney movie.
Absolutely.
I figure, okay, so I think there must like be people that are like, oh, Garrick's here, so Podcana, because I really like that Mr. Wu-Tang Alasa came in and said, this guy got beat, and that was it. They never said anything before that. They didn't say anything after it. They just came in and said, I have a message for you.
Yeah.
The Podcana's #1 hater.
Yeah, Wu-Tang is nothing to mess with.
Like,
Wu-Tang Alaska branch.
Like, listen, I didn't have a Twitch account. I just created a Twitch account, followed the program, watched, and waited for him to lose just so I can post. Sky lost. Get good, nerd. Bye.
He just had it in the keyboard and he was like holding it over, waiting, and he's like, all right, well now I can turn off the stream. But yeah, Harlan, how did your no, I know you're not hating. It is, I mean, he was undefeated, and we're just making a joke.
We're
just riffing.
A little jest.
Riffing.
We are a little biased for Sky. I mean, obviously he's a co-host of Podcana.
You call us Skyist, you know?
All right, we'll do it. Harlan, how did your set champ go? Harlan played against Allie in the set champs. They got paired against each other. Ain't that just the way?
Hey, ain't that how it goes? You know what I'm saying?
I had to play Sky at every one of my set champs, and then what happens is I beat him in Swiss, and then I suck, because what I do is I channel every time I played Sky. I put all my brain power. I was like, I have to do this, and then I after that I'm a husk, and then I lose, and so I both beat him and destroy his breakers, and it's really cool. It's a cool thing I do.
Awesome.
where I'm like, I die, and then I'm like, and you're coming with me.
Dude, I love you. Use all of your ability. Bolt. Easy.
Well, okay, well that is pretty cool. Now we're just saying the word.
No, I think it's one of those things you use all your brain power to beat Sky, and then the wheels just fall off immediately after that.
Yes.
And he comes at you every round when you're just losing over and over again. It's like, what are you doing? My breakers, please fight back, fight back. I love that. That's a great feeling. I love beating someone and then losing immediately after that.
Yeah, and be like, guess what? I forgot how to play. and I'm tired, and I don't care as much as you do. And I'm sorry that I cared when it came to beating you, and then after that point, I got a little sleepy. But that's the way it goes, you know. That's for example, the worst tournament to have to play somebody you know is the Gen Con and like the ones where it's only
Look for the
3
play
rounds.
mat.
That is so miserable because you drop a round, and you're like, okay,
You lose.
and then you're like,
Everything's
okay,
over.
yeah, it's like I have to, okay, and then worse, and that's one where I beat Sky, and then the next round I got BOGO'd into the sun, and I was like, oops, sorry, neither of us get a playmat, and BOGO's a problem. It was as I was playing, I was like, how much does Return of Hercules cost? How much does BOGO cost? What's happened? And then I lost. So
Or one out. You know what you can win at though? Another guessing game.
Okay.
I
Go ahead.
can.
I've got the category in my mind.
You're categoried up? What's
Yeah.
Hercules?
It wasn't Bolt. Okay, I just yelled. I'm so sorry, but that is so insane that the Thunderbolt wasn't Bolt. It was. I hope they're upset. Okay, they are. They do seem flabbergasted.
Yeah.
That is a flabbergasted person. All right.
That's crazy. All right, you got one, Garrick. Is it attainable? Can it at least be attainable? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm starting.
Enterprising dog. Lady Street Smart Dog. Nope, that's not the right one. Again, Elegant Spaniel. Doesn't matter. It's not
No.
All right.
No,
I'm starting this off with Morgana Macabre.
No.
Okay.
Snow White Well Wisher.
Nope.
Palace Guard.
Alice Guard?
Palace Guard.
Palace Guard. I believe that is a yes.
Whoa,
No,
we got a hit.
Sorry,
No.
It's a no. It's a no. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
So that's interesting. Now I want to look at Palace Guard and think what he could have he thought.
Don't do that, Katie. Just keep it pushing. Play the game.
No, I want to know. I want to know what you think you thought. Grab your swords.
You're no fun.
Yeah, because you have a sword.
Was that it? Was that right?
It's cards with sword.
Oh!
I feel so terrible. I was like,
Katie's goaded, dude. That's
I'm not
so
allowed to play
good.
anymore. I'm out.
No.
I'm out.
Whatever.
No, Gary, come back. What is this clock?
I don't know. They're messing up.
Cogsworth,
I
Beauty
think
and the
it's Click, the movie Click with Adam Sandler.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Was it really cards with swords?
Yes.
That was
it.
impressive. That was impressive, dude. That was next level.
No, she cheated.
I did cheat, but also I'm very good.
All right.
You cheated.
Let me find one. Let me get a category. Let me get a category. I will. All right. I'll take. Let's see. Yeah, I have a category. Let's go for it.
Hades looking for a deal.
Hades is out.
Ursula Sea Witch.
Ursula Sea Witch. In.
Sea Witch Queen.
All Ursulas are in.
All Ursulas are in.
All Ursulas are in.
Cephalopods. Is it Palace Guard?
It's not a Palace Guard.
Is it underwater characters or Little Mermaid characters?
No. Well, I guess they would fit, but it's not underwater characters.
It could be mythical creatures. No. Bella de Fera. Is that Beauty and the Beast? It can't be. If it's Beauty and the Beast,
That's Beauty and the Beast.
Judge?
Actual
Anyway,
judge, dude. Judge, dude.
I'm not mad. I mean, calm down. Okay, so Ursula.
Key to Crystal Scion.
What's that? Key to Crystal Scion?
Crystal Scion.
Key to Crystal Scion is out.
Oh. Sebastian.
Sebastian is out.
Okay, so it's not like seafood boil.
It's not Seafood Boil.
Let me get Mother Gothel.
Mother Gothel out.
Jafar Royal Vizier?
Out.
Vizier? Okay. Vizier.
All Ursulas are in. Ariel, Spectacular Singer.
Ariel is. We'll say Ariel's in. Ariel's coming. Yeah, she's in.
Oh, is Flounder in?
Flounder's out, unfortunately.
No, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, I really like Team Powerline said, out of context, it sounds like a Who's Invited to the Cookout conversation.
That's the name of the game. That's basically the name of the game. Yeah, that's it. You're right. Team Powerline. That's the game that we're playing right now. Literally, someone gets it.
Pride Protector.
Simba's not in, unfortunately.
Now this is interesting.
Well, how about this? I'll give you a clue because Simba's very close. Simba's very close. Pete is in. Simba.
Okay, so it's something that stops.
Simba would be in if a couple things would be. Garrett got it, dude.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Let's go. Because I was about to just.
Anthropomorphic. And I guess that's interesting because like Ursula is kind of like some kind of sea beast lady. Like, but yeah. I like it. Okay, I'm ready.
All right,
You're
Katie
doing
got
one?
one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go.
McDuck.
Out.
Zipper.
Out.
The cold never bothered me anyway.
Oh. I have to double check.
Double check.
Oh, she has to double check, does she?
Uh-oh.
No.
Okay.
Now,
Let it
what
go.
could this card be missing?
Let it go.
It's fun, right? Gosh, stop. We're done with the Elsas. No. And I actually no. I don't know why I had to look that up. I feel stupid.
Let the storm rage on.
Please, I'm gonna go with no. I'm not even gonna look, but I'm gonna secretly look. But
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna say no. And
Let's go. Let's go. It's not out yet, but we're gonna go new Frozone.
actually, let the storm rage on. Yes.
Frozone.
The storm
rage
rage
on.
is a
Yes. Frozone's a no.
Okay. Oh, storm rage on is yes. Okay. Now I gotta pull up storm.
My gosh,
Uninkable songs? No, that's not it.
Raging Storm.
No.
Dang.
He hurled his thunderbolt.
No.
Dang.
Strike a good match.
No.
Elsa, Spirit of Winter. Big Elsa.
Big Elsa. I'm 99.9% for sure. No.
It's a no. Man, this is tough.
Give me Dale, Excited Friend.
No.
Okay, so Anna, True Hearted.
No.
Give me Maui Snow Slider.
Maui Snow. Oh, definitely no.
Definitely no. Okay. Oh, I think I got something. Here we go. Let's try Mirabelle Madrigal, Resourceful Daughter.
No.
Into the Unknown.
I'm so tired of these freaking Elsa cards. Why are there so many? No.
What
It
about?
depends on what point of the movie we're at.
Oh, okay. What about? Let me see if I can find somebody else who might.
All is found.
Is that another Frozen?
Yes,
we gotta get off the. But no.
Elsa the Fifth Spirit.
I'm gonna go with no, because it's only no. In fact, I'm gonna look at every Elsa. So I'm
What
ready.
about the alt art Elsa the Fifth Spirit?
No.
What about Anna, Little Sister?
I'm gonna go with no.
Oh, dang. I thought I was getting close.
But Let the Storm Rage On is a yes.
Yeah.
Let me look at Let the Storm Rage On real quick, because I need to find this thing. Let's get Let the Storm Rage On was a yes.
Hold on.
Lock in, Garrick. We got this.
Hold on. Let me try to lock in a little bit.
Let me try.
What about Nani Stage Manager?
No.
Okay, that was a fast no. Okay, so
She knows that one.
Well, it's pretty easy once
Hold
you know
on.
it. So we're guessing
Hold on.
Harlan. It's basically they're guessing cards, and everything that they're guessing, I have to say whether the quality about it is true or not. Moana for sure. Diverta Demente. Oh my gosh.
You have to say which Moana it is.
No. That was on there. They threw Moana on the screen.
Sorry.
No, you're good. What about Sven Leaping Reindeer?
No.
Let me pull
I
up.
think I know maybe what it could be, but I need to find a card to support or deny said hypothesis that I have.
I love it.
I'm so ready.
I love it.
And I'm not seeing one, so maybe I'm completely off base here. But I'm gonna keep it pushing just in case I'm not.
I do appreciate Color is interacting in our chat as part of the game. She's like, listen, I gotta know what Katie's up to.
Mother will protect you.
Mother will protect me specifically. Oh, let me see here.
Let's see.
Mother will protect you.
This is Pocahontas, I believe.
Mother will protect you is Pocahontas?
No. We had the raccoon was up there. All right, let the storm rage on.
The answer is no.
Okay, Eeyore in the way.
No.
You're trolling. You're trolling, Katie.
She's got to be trolling. What about? Oh, how about this one? How about this one? What about Nakoma? Nakoma. Waiting out the storm.
Oh no.
Dang! I thought I had something there.
I think you guys are gonna get it because I think like once I tell you, you're gonna go, oh my god, and be like a little mad because it was like
Pot of honey.
No, pot of honey. No.
Pot of honey. Okay, why are you saying that? See, now you're doing the thing.
I know. Hey.
Pot of honey? What are you, stupid?
Oh my gosh! Get a load of this guy. He thinks it's pot of honey.
Fire the cannons.
No.
Force of a Great Typhoon.
No. The ones that I'm hesitating on kind of gives it away a little bit too.
You're hesitating only on frozen ones, and then you got mad when we kept saying frozen ones.
Well, I kind of gave it away.
All right, how about this? Let's go. Elsa, concerned sister, the Ruby one.
Oh, Ruby. Oh, Ruby, concerned sister. There's an Elsa concerned sister.
Yeah, the Ruby one that can pay the cheaper locations. That's in?
Do you want to build a snowman?
No.
So Elsa concerned sister is in.
Yeah, and so is the Storm Rage on.
So it has to be something with this. Let me
Is
see.
it Elsa wearing this outfit?
No, that'd be so weird.
I don't know.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Is it characters in capes?
Do you want to build a snowman? Is yes.
Is it characters in capes?
No.
Dang. Do you want to build a snowman? Is yes.
Oh, it is.
And so is Elsa concerned sister. No, we don't want to hit. I don't want to hit.
I don't want to hit. I gotta get this.
If I get a hint, I'm gonna crash out. Do you want to build a snowman? Is in.
Yes.
Let me check out. Do you want to build a snowman?
Is it Elsa feeling sad?
Yeah, they're all cards with Elsa going through it.
Is that the answer?
Is that the answer for real?
No.
Oh, dang. I want to say sad Elsa cards.
No, I just think I think you guys accidentally got stuck in Elsa City. Like, it's not anything to do with the
How
movie
everything you said.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
Yes, has been these three cards.
All right, is it? Hold on, let me see. Let me look at. Do you want to build a snowman?
Freeze Divine is yes.
Freeze Divine is yes. That's another Elsa card. That's another Elsa card. Let's see. Let me look at Freeze Divine now. All right. Let's see what Freeze Divine. Let's see what we got going on here. And we're talking base form on Freeze Divine. Is this
both base form and enchanted?
And it's not capes. It's not. Is it gloves?
No.
Oh. Is it literally just songs?
Just guess a few more characters.
No.
Okay.
Elsa concerned sister is a yes.
That's true. Man. All right. How about this? Another Elsa. The card Freeze. 2 cost uninkable action. It's called Freeze.
Pretty sure no. It's I'm looking at it. It's a no.
Oh man, Garrick. I'm feeling dumber, but also I feel like we got to branch out. I think the Elsa might be pigeonholing us in here.
But everything we've guessed in Elsa has been yes, man.
No, there's only a few Elsas. Every other
More
Elsa,
Elsas.
no. Spirit of Winter, Fifth Spirit, all no.
Okay, this is interesting.
He's not wearing the green and purple outfit.
All right, how about this? We got let's just mix it up here a little bit. Let's go.
What is the similarity?
Cinderella Dreams Come True.
Wait.
Yeah, what is this cube? And this is Lilo and Stitch, by the way.
Huh?
I don't get the
They're
ice
getting
cube
funky there. They're getting funky on the stream where they're like, Cinderella Dreams Come True. Let me see here. That's tricky.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
No.
Man, you say no, huh? Okay.
Ballroom Sensation.
All Cinderellas appear to be a no.
All Cinderellas are out. Okay. Let me see.
Not all Cinderellas.
Let's try something else. I think we got something. What about if we pull up the new Bo Peep? The new Bo Peep.
No.
3 cost 2/3. No? Out? I was trying to go with bangs there. I was going bangs. Bangs didn't work. Okay? Characters with bangs.
Characters with their hair up.
No.
This is crazy.
Oh, dude.
Give me Aduna Alarmed Queen.
I don't know. I always used to like to say it that way.
I don't know.
Adina is a no.
Dang.
Dolores Madrigal hears everything.
No.
All right. Let me see. Let me look through the card pool, man. Let me lock in on this because I
can't even see the similarities between the cards that you've said yes to.
All right. How about this one? How about this one? Same energy, same kind of vibe. We're talking new Snow White coming in. We're talking Snow White, the Merry as the Morning.
I'm gonna go with probably no, and then the answer is no. I did look no.
Okay. Dang. Are we cooked, Garrick? I don't want to give up because I'm gonna feel like an idiot, and I feel like we're close.
There is an Anna where it's yes. I mean, there's a couple Annas. There's the Anna's Do You Want to Build a Snowman?
Is it King of Hearts? Chat, you guys can help us out. I mean, help
They're trying.
me.
So King of Hearts, which one?
Chat saying Crown. It can't be Crown because I throw. Is it Crowns?
Yeah, some of those also had crowns and some didn't have a crown on. Like that's in the movie, she only wears a crown briefly. The crown was on Let the Storm Rage On.
That seems like we should have got Garrick. I feel bad. We should have got that one.
I was really scared because you guys were like,
we should have got that one.
I was like, I don't think so.
I'm a blame fatigue. I'm a blame fatigue.
Yeah, agree.
I'll blame fatigue.
Agree.
I'll blame fatigue.
Agree.
I don't think I mean, we scared chat.
Okay,
Chat said they're tilted. I didn't think it was as hard as I thought it was.
No, that was way easier. We literally made it.
Yeah, we fumbled. I've got one. Go for it.
Hold on. Before we go on, I want to kind of explain the rules again to the chat. Okay, if you're familiar with the game Cookout, that's basically what it is. You're invited to the Cookout. Basically, you name a category or you think of a category in your mind. The player who is the person that is thinking of the category, they, the people who are guessing have to guess if that thing fits into the category that they are thinking, and then you have to try to determine what that category is. Okay, so Katie in her mind said characters wearing a crown. And we have to kind of go through the card pool by randomly guessing to see if we can find what that category is and determine what it is. So if that makes sense, I didn't explain that very well, but you kind of dig the vibe.
It makes sense once you know it and then you want, because I didn't understand it until we started. And I was like,
yeah, it makes sense. So we have no feature matches. We had a very swift 2-0, so we have a long break. You guys are not missing anything. There's only one feature match at a time, and a lot of players are drawing. So we have the actual live feed above us right here, so you guys can see what's going on when the matches go. We'll go. They're speaking Portuguese, so we can't, unfortunately, understand what they're saying. My Portuguese is very bad, so we're just kind of hanging out here playing this game while we all wait. Because I want to see the action just as much as you all do, but it's just unfortunately nothing to be shown at this current time. But it is what it is. So I believe that the EU event that was there has also concluded as well. So it is what it is. Done. Yeah. So we're kind of just hanging tough and vibing out. All right, but Garrick, you said you had a category. You have one locked in.
Good one too.
All right. Let's start it off. I like to start it off. I'm gonna go Stitch, Carefree, Snowboarder to fire this thing off.
Let me look.
Ooh, we've learned this is a hint in and of itself.
This is anything is information. It's all legal. But Garrick can't be out here pump faking us and fake looking. He's in?
Yeah, he's in.
Okay.
Freeze the Vine.
No.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go ahead and switch it up then. Stitch Carefree Surfer is in. I like to bring it back.
Snowboarder is in.
Snowboarder's in. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let's go with Donald Duck, the Three Musketeer one.
What an insane pull.
The Three Musketeers, Donald.
I like this guy.
I'm gonna say yes.
He's in. Okay, so he got 2 hits early. Garrick's cooking a bit. So we're saying yes to the Donald, yes to the Stitch.
Okay, well, what about another Musketeer, Mickey Mouse Musketeer?
Let me see.
Okay, I was gonna think maybe it's characters not wearing shoes. Maybe he's like stuck on my hint. But no.
Mickey is but Mickey's also wearing shoes in that. So
yeah, right.
If that's the answer, I may have just given away the sauce, but that is a no for Mickey Mouse.
Is it really Glimmers with no shoes on? They can't be wearing shoes to get to the function.
No, that is not the answer.
It'd be crazy if I was like, I picked up on it.
Okay.
Dogs deck. It's only characters with their dogs out.
Oh, and we just lost the stream, it looks like. So let's get a quick refresh on that really quickly as we are holding out hope. Kate, I'll let you keep guessing as we're getting a quick little refresh here.
I'm like, I just put a little sriracha on the chicken.
That boy just timed out on us. And we're back.
Yeah, we're back. Hey, what about Hey Boat Snack?
No.
Wow, that was easy. No, we were doing so well.
Let's see. What about, okay, how about this? We're going to go back to this Maui Snow Slider. I think he's doing a lot. Maui Snow Sliders. He's out.
Easy no.
Interesting. Oh, man. Okay.
Some of the cards I know off the top of my head. I don't need to look. But you guys picked some old ones that I had to go and check.
All right, so let me see. How about this? Let's go.
Well,
Frozone Super Slick.
Frozone Super Slick is a no.
Okay. Let's try sorry, go ahead, Katie.
I'm gonna go with Baloo the Carefree Bear. Let's just see if it's just carefree characters.
Let me check.
Because this will be
the answer to that is no.
Oh, Baloo's out too. I'm gonna have to tap in with the chat, man, because I'm getting fried here.
You only guessed like 4 here.
I'm trying. No. Let's see. Because I'm thinking. What about Chief Powhatan?
No.
Okay. I like to throw this Tinkerbell Snowflake Collector. I got to get way off here. See if we can.
That is a no.
That's also a no.
Donald Duck Musketeer.
Let me see. Okay. What about, let's try, no, he said no to the Frozone, so it can't be that. Oh, man.
What about another Donald Duck? What about Donald Duck Buccaneer?
The Buccaneer. Yes.
Donald Duck Buccaneer is in?
Mm-hmm.
Now this is curious. Now we're gonna have to name every Donald Duck. That sucks for us.
Is it all? It can't be all Donald Ducks. How about this? Let's throw a curveball here. Let's see if Garrick is trolling a little bit. Let's go with Marshmallow the Cranky Climber.
No.
It's out. Okay.
Now, was Frozone or Maui wearing a jacket? Could it be just characters?
Neither of those characters were wearing jackets.
I find another jacket character. Who's putting their jackets on?
What about Donald? What about Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman?
That is a yes.
Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. What about Lilo Bundled Up?
Lilo Bundled Up.
If he says yes, I'm gonna scream because then I'm confused. And I don't like it.
Lilo Bundled Up. I am gonna say I want to say technically yes, but I'll say no because if I say yes, it might make it infinitely harder.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say no. No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. How about this one? Let's go with Beast. Beast, the bowling beast. The beast, the best, one of the best enchantments in the game. You know the one I'm talking about.
Relentless Beast. Relentless.
That is a no. The Gracious Prince.
Okay,
no.
Yeah, the Gracious Prince. Okay, so he's out.
Not Beast. What about Beast Tragic Hero?
Beast Tragic Hero is a no.
Oh, dude, I thought we were close, dude. All right.
So far. I mean, okay, so the ones that are yeses, let's do a moment because I don't think you guys reflected enough last time. So we have
I did. I was staring at those cards like, what
Donald
is it?
Musketeer, Donald Perfect Gentleman, Donald Buccaneer, Carefree Snowboarder.
All right. What do they all have in common? I got to pull the chat back up one more time. This little cheat.
Chat was helping. Yeah.
Chat was for sure helping.
Oh, is it cards with no, I was thinking cards with playmats, but no, that'd be crazy. There wasn't a playmat. Cards with promos? No, there wasn't a promo Perfect Gentleman.
Is it?
What about if it's hats? I'm gonna lose my mind. If you just took crowns and said, "Well, these ones have hats," I'd be like, you're out of here."
Is it hats, Garrick, with your cheeky grin there? No, he wouldn't do that. Is it?
Don't wear good.
Is it jackets? Is it Glimmer's wearing jackets?
Nope.
Oh, we lost the stream again as we're going to wait for them to come back online. This is clearly more important than that. So we're going to kind of hang tough a little bit as we are waiting on waiting on the stream to return. I'll get a notification when they come back. We are going to sit here and kind of watch and refresh. You guys are not missing any action. I think the pairing should be going out here relatively soon.
Refreshing. It's been crazy. I've refreshed like because I'm doing anything other than be the pawn of Garrick right now. But I will say
I was your pawn. You can
know,
go ahead and be mine in return.
Dance fools. What about Goliath? Goliath, the clan
hold
leader.
up. Sorry.
Goliath?
Yeah. Why is he typing it? Why is he not?
Because I need to look at him.
So this is something.
Goliath is a no.
It's a no.
I knew that was a no. I don't know why.
All right, let me see. How about this? How about let's try something here. Okay. I'll go back with the Raja again.
No.
Raja's out. Okay.
Start with Raja. We should have one that we tried. Like it's like a titration. So here's the thing. Like Stitch is doing an action. We have
what about Philoxides, the Sapphire one?
Phil. You said in Sapphire?
Yeah.
That is a no.
All right.
What about Timon Snowball Swiper?
Let's look. Timon. No.
Okay, because someone said, "Well, characters that aren't wearing pants," but I would love that if you're like, "These characters ain't got no pants on." Winnie the Pooh, get in here. Pooh Honey Wizard. Let me just get that out there.
We've gone through a few characters with no pants.
Honey Wizard is a yes.
Honey Wizard is it really, guys? No pants?
Is it no pants?
No, it can't be. Let's see. Honey Wizard.
No, Timon has no pants. What about shirt no pants? It could be shirt no pants.
It is shirt no pants.
Shirt no pants.
It's shirt no pants. Not just no pants, because there's a lot of characters no pants.
That's so good. That is so good. That is so good.
Is every Donald shirt no pants?
He is. Every Donald has a shirt but no pants. But Mickey has a lot of no shirt plus pants. He always has pants on. He's never no pants on him. That's why I was saying, like, Lilo is wearing a dress. She's not wearing pants technically, but dresses I think would screw the whole thing up. So it's shirt no pants specifically.
Yeah.
Dude,
I do like that you that you had to look for Goliath. Goliath.
I was like, does Goliath have no pants?
Wait, does he have pants?
He's wearing like a loincloth.
That can't count as pants. Loincloth.
It counts.
Yeah, he's not
because this Donald he has like a little I guess that's a tunic. That's a tunic. That's an upper piece.
Yeah. It's just covered. That's why you said Beast Tragic Hero. I was gonna say I don't know by the art, but I'm gonna say probably not. Probably has pants on because he's like leaning over the balcony.
Oh, Goliath has no shirt, so he's out. He's out on shirt. Yeah, that's right. No shirt, shirt, no pants.
He's kind of wearing some straps. He's got a little fit on. I'll say that. But we finally got pairings up. I don't know what was going on between those two rounds, but that was a crazy one. Shirt, no pants.
Dude,
now I'm kind of looking what other characters do we have shirt, no pants. But
so
we
many.
Figured it out.
Like every Chip and Dale, like Zipper.
Oh yeah, Chip Dale,
Monterey Jack.
Oh, Grandma Tala.
Shirt, no pants.
Grandma, come on.
Oh man, I can't not see it now. Daisy Duck would have hit because she has
like
shirt, no pants.
Like all the Winnie the Pooh cards, obviously.
I mean, a lot of the duck characters in general are probably
the ducks
like
don't wear pants.
Because ducks don't wear pants. That's just the way they are.
Everybody knows it.
That was so good. Good one.
I have to give Silva a little love because she feels like maybe I don't love her. But yeah, shirt, no pants, crown. We did it. I mean,
we done it.
To be fair, at one point, Garrick, what was the one that killed us? There was one you did that actually sent us into the Shadow Realm, and only 2 cards in Disney.
Locations that aren't location cards.
That was a crazy one. We would have had to name every card.
You would have got there.
Those 2.
You would have got there.
Because everything else would have been a no. So yeah, it would be like snow. Because I think you said like, well, Snow Fort's one, and then I said the
Snow
wall.
Fort. I wonder how many fit that bill. I'm sure there are more locations that aren't locations.
Probably less than 5, if I had to guess.
Oh my goodness.
Because I was scrolling for a while. Club Doors probably counts.
My favorite location, the Club Door.
Oh, coming in, I believe we got coming in from the chat. We got Sisu in the building saying someone we know coming on stream.
What? How do you know? See, are you there?
That's wild. Are you there? See, yeah. Are you? How do you know this? Are you at the venue?
He's actually works for Copag Gaming, but he could be actually. Maybe he is there. That's crazy.
Let's go.
Well,
I am not. Okay.
Oh, I am not.
Who's on this round? Me and Katie.
He posted on Discord. Okay, so somebody.
No, we just did one. You and me just did one, Garrick. So it should be me and Katie on this next one.
Yeah. Get out, Garrick.
Right? Is that not facts?
I'm pretty sure it's me and Katie.
Wait. I did one.
Not? You only did one? Okay, then it's you and Katie.
I did one, and we're back to the top.
You're right.
Me and Katie, and then you and Katie.
Yep.
Well,
you're right.
Garrick's been like this all day.
Garrick's been trying to finesse to get out of here this entire time. We're just not gonna let it happen.
I literally just said I think it's me. I was trying to kick you out.
Right. No, you kick me out now, so you don't have to do the loud. I can see through you, man. Garrick's trying to get in that nap. It ain't gonna happen, bud.
So Habibi, let's see what his record is, because I do find it fascinating how they've been picking featured games. Just kind of go and they kind of. He is 5-1-1, which is fine. That's as fine a score as any. He is ranked 28 right now. So yeah, we got Habibi, and let's see who Habibi is against. It'd be so funny. Habibi's not on the featured table, and he just was like, "Guess who's featured? Not me." Habibi versus Torres. Go Rancho Carne Toros. We are the Toros. We are the Toros, the mighty, mighty Toros. We're so vicious, we must be Toros. Bring it on, anyone. You guys are both, I didn't get any fortune cookie. I just realized that now, and I like that is not fair. I feel like I should. I drank a little bit too much soda. The orange chicken wasn't hitting the way I wanted. I just want to kind of get that out there. Because I'm going to be positive, but, sometimes you just got to say it. Call the shots like you see them. Ooh, who's IDing? This is actually an interesting thing. So,
Katie is locked into the RPH right now on another level.
I mean, have you not cast at a tournament with me all day, Garrett? Because this is, if I do an online tournament, this is me. JD's he's not flinching at this, because this is because this is how I stay focused. It's just constantly looking at.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you did do that at Ink. That's fair.
Yeah, but even because online, there's I can't be go anywhere. So I just get locked into the online, because it's like the story that we can't go ask people what's going on. This is all we have is what people are up to, and I'm interested because apparently this is the ID gaming tournament. Everybody's just ID gaming. What if everybody just keeps ID and they're like, hey guys, all ID, we're done. We just say we're done after that round.
So we have two more rounds after this?
Today.
Oh, yeah. We're going to round 8, and then round 9, I think, is going to be the last one, I believe.
Oh, and there's cuts after this round, though. I think they are telling everybody to, get out after this round, because it's technically the day 2 cutoff is before day 2 or something. I don't know. It's very mysterious.
Man, I've learned to never come between Katie and a bracket, dude. If she gets if she gets focused on the bracket, it's over. Just let it happen. It's like a wildfire. You can try to. You'll never put it out. Right? You just gotta kind of try to guide it and hope it goes in the right direction.
Isn't that the right place to be? Isn't this the right place to be? Is the bracket? I feel like it's not the worst place for me to go.
That's a great. I'm fine with it, but I'm not gonna try to. Because there was a time where I'd be like, "All right, Katie, we don't need the bracket. It's fine." She's like, "No, you shut your butt up. I am going to get this done."
Dan Saya just ID'd again.
I'm telling you, they've done the math. You don't have to play anymore. You could just draw into the top 32. Why would you play?
You can go 606 and make it top cut.
I think so. Yeah. I think you can. I believe that's right. I think you can, which is ridiculous. That's the downside of having 12 rounds of Swiss into a top 32. I've never seen
this behavior. I've watched so many tournaments, and I have never seen Zaya just take 3 draws in a row between rounds 6, 7, and 8 voluntarily. He took 3 draws in a row. So I guess
don't understand what's happening, but
I know, and I wish because I asked in a Discord saying so what am I missing? And they're like, this tournament's really big and there's not a lot of players. I'm like, cool, but what? Oh, so basically you're guaranteed day 2 at 503. So basically they'd rather make day 2 and then win out than.
Wait, is day 2 a completely new tournament then? A reset?
Let me read this. It says, so people are drawing now to make day 2, because this is from J-Bomb, so he's there.
Yeah, shout out J-Bomb, by the way.
There will only be 55 people in day 2. After next round, they are cutting all people at 18 points. So people are drawing now to make day 2 because then it's like 32 or 55 people less playing. So if we all play round 8, they cut to 18 points, then we play round 9.
That made no sense, but
Oh, so basically, okay, so what they're saying is the cutoff point is you have to have 18 points by round 8 or you have to leave the room. So Zan said, I would rather make sure I get 18 points at round 8 than worry about having more than not having, getting to 17. Because if he plays right now and he's at 17 points, he gets cut and he can't play anymore. But if he IDs, he's guaranteed to keep playing.
If he IDs now, but you still, and this top, excuse me, this round
First
8
cut.
is going to cut you
first
into
cut.
the first wave of cuts. That round 9 is technically, quote unquote, for lack of better words, day 2.
Day 2, yeah,
essentially.
basically.
Yeah.
So he says in his, not he says, but like the math that people are thinking of, I don't care. I'm going to win after this point, which is a crazy thing to say. But they'd rather just make that 18-point cutoff, which is why Zan ID'd for 3 rounds in a row. But so did Robert. Robert and Zan are 2 respected people on 2 different teams that just, without hesitation, ID'd 3 rounds in a row.
Why didn't Sky start IDing?
Because I asked him and he said because they're doing something weird. Or I think I think I can probably read the way he worded it. I think he said it was silly.
Is he fumbling?
What? Oh my God. No, because he already has 18 points. So he's already at the cutoff. He got 6 wins. He said it's IDK why people are doing it. So I think he does. But I mean,
he's lost. He's lost.
I mean, to be fair, Sky, I think, is very notorious for always playing out top cut. Never, like, he'll just keep playing.
But when you get into day 2 now, so you still, what is the cutoff to top 32 then? What are the points that you get there?
I think it's just top 32 is top 32. So basically he said, like, the people who are doing this are like, I just don't want to be cut. So I'd rather not be cut and then I can fight my way to get to top 32. Because I don't think there's any point cost from this point forward. So I've never seen this before. I like the face you're making. This face is disgusting.
Mine?
Yeah, that was the face you're making.
Yeah, well, it's true. I'm confused.
Yeah, because all you have to do is win one game. Like the IDing 3, because for those at home that don't know the math, if you win, you get 3 points. If you ID, you get 1 point. And if you tie, you get 1. So basically what these gamers have decided is if I ID 3 rounds in a row, that's a guaranteed 3 points versus what if I lose my next 3 rounds. But that's crazy to not think you could win in 3 rounds. How are you tournament in 3 rounds? Like I think
it's got to be more to it's got to be more to it than that. I think it might even be like where you're putting yourself in a position to get into the top 32. I think because you should be playing for, at this point, you should be trying to shoot for the top 32 as well. So all these people who are doing this, they will play in round number 9.
That's why I'm confused. Don't you need the points to get into the top 32?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't understand the ID just to not get kicked out when all you have to do is win 1 out of 3 to not get kicked out.
Yeah.
And you could potentially, I don't, what's the risk reward here? You guys, I don't get it.
The risk is like if they, because I mean, okay, but the risk. So the risk is, for example, Zan right now is at 17 points. The risk is if he played this round, he'd be at either 20 or 17. And if he's at 17,
well, now you got a ID, but I'm saying like
he just rode
before.
That he's just. I think he just knew like going into this tournament. I would guess that he was going to do this. Because I mean, the fact that 3 different people on 3 different teams came to this conclusion makes me think people were saying, "What do we need to do?" And the answer was win 5 and ID 3 rounds, which is insane. But it's I have to make that conclusion, right? Because they're not on the same team. Zan's on Rare Hunters.
Yeah,
Robert's on World Class Cards. Lux Dancer did it 2 rounds in a row.
All right, it's confusing and it's scary, everyone.
I don't like it at all, but I think that's what they're doing. And because as far as people above 18 points right now, it's everybody past 21st place is at 18 points, and they survived the first elimination.
Yeah,
and anybody at 17 points or all the way down to 15 points. You guys can keep talking because I'm just
no, you're good. I'm just thinking about if there is some more gamesmanship that is happening, because these are things that we are all going to be interested in and seeing like how, because when you have a format like this, you have to play the tournament, you have to play the players that are there, but you also have to understand the rules of the tournament structure in which you're playing. This is a very different tournament structure, like the likes of which we've never seen, especially with the volume of players that were there. When you have a tournament that's between 400 and 500 players, there's a set structure amount of rounds you need to have, a Swiss portion into a top cut. They kind of blew all that up and started a whole new thing. So obviously the players are going to go into the lab and start talking and busting out the hypergeometric calculator and going through different outcomes of what could happen if I'm here, if I'm there, and what's better for me to get as far as possible. So you're playing the game, you're playing your opponents, but you're also playing against that tournament. And I think this might be, mathematically speaking, there could be a way that you could just draw for the rest of the time and get into the top cut, because 3 losses can get you in to the top cut. And look at this guy. There is a handsome hunk coming on to this stream, and that is ETB Habibi right there holding it down.
I thought the headphones was his hair for a moment. I was like, what is this hair?
New style.
But
Who dis?
Garrick, while you were on the couch and walking your dog, you can see if you can find any more information on where this technology came from, because there's got to be people talking about this, because it's never been seen before, but
Uno.
otherwise...
Please, game, don't go too quickly because I'm gonna go get some hibachi across the street.
All right.
There is Amethyst
Good
Steel
luck.
I actually will scoop. Okay, so Habibi's not playing Amethyst Steel. We know that,
Amethyst
right?
Steel
Because he
gamer.
wouldn't do it.
But we might not be getting a stream at all. The stream is struggling to survive. Shout out to that encoder. Shout out to that Wi-Fi router. And hopefully this thing can push through. So we're going to hop on in, and hopefully this thing is doing everything it can. This is not me, I promise you. This is coming from the DLC in Brazil's stream. We are doing a restream. We are not there, so we do apologize for that, but it seems like we are...
I like this, though. The transitions, I think, they've gotten cooked twice on the transitions, so I think we need to... The encoder can't handle it. We gotta
dump that thing. And we're having some serious encoding issues, it seems. And I've been there before. I know how tough this can be, dealing with latency issues or Wi-Fi related issues. Trying to do a broadcast, it is very annoying. So I can imagine how the production team is doing. They have been doing a stellar job though so far in this event. So we're continuing to kind of keep refreshing, and hopefully this can get us to the finish line. But yeah, it's not feeling good to see this thing as choppy as it may be. So we might have to do a quick little refresh, reset. Hopefully that's good enough.
This is real? Look at what we see here. We said, please, if there is a Portuguese person that can understand English and is watching our get not what we've been seeing. And they said, you mean Sapphire Steel versus Amber Steel, where both these players have to win if they want to survive and not get cut? Yeah, that's what I wanted.
I like that. And we have...
This isn't a win and win, but it's a losing out.
And we have a very notable player, Elias Abdulahad Habibi, is getting active, trying to make their self qualified to the North American Championship, or excuse me, the South American Championship, as it may be, or potentially punch her ticket directly to the World Championship. Well, Ricardo Torres is not going to be denied. Nitrogen is going to roll over, playing the patent pending Sapphire and Steel strategy. We got a little bit of glitches in the Matrix as we have just fast forwarded through turns, as we are experiencing some latency issues. The Grandmother Willow is going to be deployed there now. Katie, this is Vanellope Von Sweet is
I'll
playing.
just keep blinking. I'll go blink, 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 and then it'll catch up. Where did you see Vanellope Von Sweet?
No. Just how she was glitching out in the film.
Yeah, okay, good.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Thank
there.
you. Yes. My brain. I was just like, wait, what deck is this? Because I know Blue Steel and I know Amber. None of. But you are correct. We're gonna have to just keep gaming here. But we can talk about the game plan. Elias has been in a little learning coalition with a player, Diego Saz, and they have both been kind of playing a mid-range Amber Steel. Now, Blue Steel, the question is it going to be the ramp twice Blue Steel, or is it the Kiwi type? And it looks like it is the ramping style, not the down to the ground. But there could be something we don't know. I mean, this Sapphire Steel deck has not topped a lot of tournaments, and it could be filled with surprises.
Yeah, and I believe it's more of that allies build. I think I talked to a lot of members from the Sapphire Steel community, and I think they've all kind of came together and determined that the Sapphire and Steel allies with Jasmine is probably the most successful build of the Sapphire Steel strategy right now. We have seen some success. I believe Dr. Jacilier has been kind of doing very well, winning multiple tournaments playing Sapphire Steel strategy. A lot of people had success throughout the set championships runs this season by using Sapphire and Steel. But Amber and Steel is going to be the play for Habibi as Angel hits the board on 3, able to discard that dock to clear that Captain Hook. And early Angel is very, very hard to beat for anybody, especially Steel strategies.
Yeah, now the big thing, though, is making sure you keep her hands filled with snowballs, and those snowballs come in the form of cards. So that's going to be plan A, was get out some impressive things quickly. Plan B is to make sure that you have a longer game, because Ricardo is about to reach his peak capacity here. The Sapphire Steel deck is really good at kind of being like, oh, I'm not doing much except this. I will say the one thing, though, is they generally are limited to one character turn. So as long as Elias can keep answers in the form of strength, he hurled his thunderbolts and those snowballs from Angel, he should be okay.
And that is a very, very valid point. You have your own Angel. Whoa. Whoa, slow down. Oh, man.
Arthur's here. Okay, so Arthur got discarded. That was scary. So here we are in the future. I guess I can look at the clock at the top. So the clock is at 56:34.
Yeah, 56:34. We're spinning.
Yeah, and so then we'll know what's going on, because right now it feels crazy. But I mean, okay, so I mean the same thing goes. Whatever I said about Habibi, same thing applies to Ricardo with this Angel. Everything the same.
No, but this deck does, the Sapphire and Steel deck, as Ariel materializes onto the field of play, very spooky. The Whisper Ethereal Voice Ariel hits the board without delay. But this Sapphire and Steel deck can also play the new Scuttle card coming in from that Winter Spell set, is able to have that keyword of ward and maybe help resist against this Angel, and both players electing not to get into this Angel war against each other. 2 cards in hand for Elias. Habibi, as Ricardo Torres now is on the approach, looking to maybe did a 5-ink play. Maybe the Pete's Ghost of Christmas Future is another character that you can find in this spot.
Well, I will say that it does appear that Ricardo used a Angel activation to discard that Arthur to to get rid of the grandmother. At least one snowball has belonged. Whoa. Okay,
it happened again.
Hurling Thunderbolts. Okay, hurling Thunderbolts. He hurled the Thunderbolts into Aerial Ethereal Whisper.
Yeah.
Discarding a Kudeta Moody to playing a Kudeta Moody.
We sing it. Angel sings, and Goliath brings the thunder as the beautiful and enchanted Goliath is going to hit the board. Now you are going to send the Rhino into the Angel, so you do not have the ability to clear this Angel unless you hurl the snowball and challenge. But maybe there's a way you can set yourself up to where you can get that resist benefit. Clearing this Angel would benefit you, but you will fall victim to this Goliath on the crackback. No matter how much resist you have, that 6 strength coming in from the clan leader is going to befall you, I suppose. Tinkerbell is on the approach, clearing that Angel.
Tinkerbell, but correct. And one thing I'll note is this Goliath is fascinating, because there was kind of 2 schools of thoughts of how you should power your deck, whether you use Angel or Aerial Ethereal Voice or Goliath. And Habibi says, why not both? And it's interesting because is that down in New Orleans in this man's hand?
That might be. I think that is the Dino. Tinkerbell can potentially sing this Dino as well, or you could just use your ink to play it. Angel can kind of step back and just keep hurling snowballs at this Goliath clan leader and get that character off the board. Lilo, beautiful and enchanted space explorer. Read. We got a reader.
Yeah, and I don't blame them, because this one is kind of looking for some alien synergy, but on the surface it still does some pretty nice things. This Lilo is a 3 quest for 1, but when you play this, your other characters get Challenger 2 this turn, so it does allow that Goliath to be a little bit more toothsome, I believe.
And that is
Goliath do a challenge? No, we didn't even do that. It's just
no,
nice.
I think Goliath sang the strength onto the Angel. And we are going to give you some more cards. Doc now on the board along with this Lilo. You can offer up a trade. If you send your Tinkerbell into that Goliath, you can take it down and blast another one of the characters. The Lilo is a 2/2, so potentially you can make that trade. Getting this Goliath off the board could benefit you, but as a Sapphire Steel player, you play Goliath yourself, so maybe you might be tempted by his whimsical ways and elect to keep that Goliath around for your own benefit. And I don't hate that play at all.
This is very fascinating to see how they tech their decks. And you can see, I mean, that Lilo has some good synergy with the alien of Itch and Angel. And I believe there's probably a Carefree Snowbird. We have at least seen the Angel. But here comes Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, which when he is boosted, and then you go ahead and quest. I believe you draw 2 cards, correct?
Yeah, no, you will. Your quest be able to check the top of your deck based on how many cards are underneath that Pete, and then you can choose and pick one and send the rest to the bottom of your deck. So he has that boost. Next turn, you can come in with another boost. Your Tinkerbell is looking a little bit vulnerable, but Goliath will have to take that trade, and Elias might have to get this Goliath off because having that Sapphire Steel player, we are in that late game is where you want to have your controls set up, and at this point, it isn't, but he hurled his Thunderbolt. It's going to say nay to the Tinkerbell. She falls on into the discard pile.
How good do you think Habibi feels that he revealed that card and he's playing it at a DLC on the features dream? That has to feel pretty good.
Yes.
And it feels good to remove the Tinkerbell, who is just a present. The fact that if she challenges, she can ricochet that extra 2 damage. We're just going to quest the doc because he's not good for much else other than just at this point. He already got his 2 cards and he's 3. And we will go ahead. Let's see here.
And I got to tell you, Katie.
And draw at the end of the turn.
I don't want to make you jealous, but when you get a chance to reveal a very playable card, it feels I can't think of a better feeling. To myself, I don't think I want to take another reveal. I kind of want to just be out of the reveal game after Dream Woodchuck Guidebook because it's only down from there. Okay, I don't think you can.
That's how I felt when I revealed Hidden Trap. I mean, I haven't got over that. Whenever people play it, I go, "That's my hidden trap."
Let's go, Hidden Trap. We did it.
It is cool what people say in there. Oh yeah, JDG with Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and big shout out to him. And you're like,
shout out to Liam. Shout out to Liam. Okay,
that.
W's in the chat for Liam from the Illuminateers. Yeah. He does that. He forgot one time, and I jokingly gave him a hard time once, and he has never not said it now. But shout out to Liam, who's out there getting loose, busy, and active. Pete now going on a little bit of a quest. You have your own. He hurled his Thunderbolt. So as good as it felt to do it to your opponent, it might feel that bad to get it done back to you. As Ricardo Torres is going to snatch that. He hurled his Thunderbolt up quite quickly, and we're paying a lot of ink. Looks like we're going after the aerial. Sonic Warrior hits the board.
And finally, we have somebody who can, I mean, not finally, but I mean, she can sing that Down in New Orleans. And if she does, then you can also take advantage of the fact that it was sung. Because the Down in New Orleans, you can play character, item, or location for free. And then Ariel, that will activate her Sonic Warrior ability where she can deal 3 damage based on the singing of a song if you pay an additional piece of thing. But actually the stream's down.
I just hit her with a quick refresh because we were kind of stalled longer than natural. So I hit him with a refresh to see if that was enough. And it
remote
obviously
encoder dumping.
Remote. you gotta get into that encoder, man. You have to. You gotta make sure that thing is nice and loose, okay, and ensure your PC is doing everything it can to survive. I've learned a lot, okay, in this production game, and it's tough. It's a tough out. It's a tough gambit there as the Rhino Power Hamster hits the board and we sing another. It is going to be he hurled his Thunderbolt one more time, and Ricardo Torres is a little bit tilted there. This Goliath has been doing overtime work onto Ricardo's position.
Yeah, and I mean, if I am Ricardo Torres, I'm not feeling super excited because in the stream is several Blue Steel players because they can feel it. If there is a Sapphire Steel deck, they feel it in the air and they come. And one of the things they had noted is that Goliath has done a lot, and we've seen it. That Goliath has just hanging out, making sure BB hand at the end of every turn. It has definitely been him more than has been rewarded in Ricardo. But we do have that Hades coming down, and when the clock catches up, we shall see.
I'm gonna hit another refresh real quick, see if that helps. And it did a little bit. We still have the spinning wheel of banishment there as we are kind of waiting as the players are glitching Omega. But having that Power Hamster up and active, we also have that Aerial Sonic Warrior. We still have that Down in New Orleans is in hand. So maybe the Aerial can sing at the Down in New Orleans. You pop some damage on someone, and then we might have to hope we hit something nice and good. Maybe even another Tinkerbell. and that could be a vibe as well. Tinkerbell put some damage and maybe get this Goliath off the board finally. We also have a He Heralded Thunderbolt still remaining in hand, as it appears we have some type of judge situation.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit of a lore guide and saying,
Lore guide.
Quick question. Now, I believe these lore guide calls will take longer. These two Illuminaires speak a different language, then it does require you to make sure everything is above the table. Now, I saw a Hades, and I thought it was going to be played. It didn't get played. It's just in the discard. So I'm very curious about that series of events.
That Hades was under a boosted Pete, so he went to discard from there. That's what happened there.
Okay, thank you.
No
Okay,
worries.
So yeah, now we are at, I think they were just doing a little audit at the end of Elias. We keep saying Habibi. It says Elias on the screen. Nobody.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
I keep forgetting that. But Elias there has a nice, healthy board. That Power Hamster is an issue. But we said Hades. I mean, Hades, if he has it in hand, is a great solution to the problem ahead. But also the Song Avenue, like we talked about, dealing 3 damage with pretty much everything on the other side of the board. But this is another option. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy will splash 1 damage across Elias's entire board. Now, if we can get a Song out, we can synergize that fantastically with the 3 damage from the aerial.
Yeah, very true. And there it is, that down in New Orleans that we all were kind of fanning about. And it does hit. We get the Jasmine taking the leap. Check that. Jasmine, Fearless Princess, with the ability taking the leap, is going to be spraying forth from that down New Orleans, as we will be able to use that Sonic Warrior ability to put some damage. Thinking probably if you want to hit that Goliath or not.
Yeah, the Goliath, I mean, I think it's been helping Ricardo in some way, so it feels bad. It's kind of one of those... do I want to punish myself because I'm so tired of you getting... But the answer is he wanted 2 more cards. He just played his whole hand, so it makes sense. But I do think that Goliath needs to feel that there's a little danger in the water.
Yeah, very true. And the Sapphire Steel player, something about this Goliath, when he's on your opponent's side, you always want to... He has the ability to hypnotize quite well and befall your opponent to thinking that this is good for me when you can possibly take it off. But this Sapphire Steel deck can play Goliath arguably the best in the entire game. So maybe Ricardo is going to be willing to run this risk and see if you can get more value out of your opponent's Goliath than they can. Elias now staring down his board. You still have the ability to sing a song with your aerial to maybe get some more resources, but Goliath might potentially make you discard as well. So it's a little conundrum there.
I will note that we have seen some very fast games, but Garrick said, I want a nice little break, and we might let him have it because steel mirrors can be crazy long because they're both essentially trying to do the same thing, right? Of trying to just control your opponent and kind of outlast them with one little piece of removal at a time. In this case, we can go ahead and lower the power. Oh, so I think, okay, so we went ahead, lowered the strength of the aerial and then saying strength onto the Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I think that's a powerful strength of Raging Fire. We saw the tremendous value Elias has been being able to get from these songs, as the Power Hamster is going to slam on into this aerial Sonic Warrior. You still have to get through a pretty substantial amount of willpower to get that thing back. Did we play a Delamoon's Lullaby? Or are we going to be able to put some hits onto this Rhino Power Hamster? I believe, or is he 3 resist? It should only be resist 2, if I recall correctly. I can't recall if there was an instance where that aerial was had her strength reduced a bit. I could be wrong there, but I might have to check and find out, as I could have missed it. So he used okay, so there was a Rhino that was used, and I think I did miss that.
A little Rhino. There's the Power Hamster, and then there's the 1/16th Werewolf. But that 1/16 Werewolf makes it where I think at this point Ricardo is hoping to get possibly some songs. It's tricky. His deck is not so good at doing lots of things in a turn. That Dinah or Down in New Orleans helped, but it is one of these decks where they get to this top end and they don't generally go wide. But here we go. We're going to pay for Strength of Raging Fire and then pay again too. So 5 total ink to deal enough damage to get rid of.
Like Merida, who needs you, right? I mean, we got our Sonic Warrior.
Yeah.
Build your own Merida. 3 arrows, never heard of it. As Let It Go is another great song to be sang by Ricardo Torres. And it looks like we can use that Sonic Warrior ability again. Or is it should to be able to remove that Rhino as well. So yeah, you are on purpose leaving this Goliath around, and it seems like he's doing an incredible job working for you. As now Habibi might have to think of a way to get your own Goliath off this board in time. Still Willow, still 2 cards in hand. Now you're going into 3 on your draw phase.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you kind of hope that it pays off, the fact that you let Goliath stay around. And it does look like it paid off unless Habibi gets what he needs to come back in the game. We had him play a Kudadamudi simply to go ahead. Oh, wow. So that Mowgli will go ahead and have its pick at the hand. And by pick, it means you can look. And there goes Vincenzo Santorini back into the hand, but he hurled the Thunderbolt has been discarded. But Vincenzo's an interesting one here. 3 damage gets rid of everything on Elias's side.
Yeah, is there a time where you go after this Goliath finally if you are Ricardo, or do you keep this bad boy around? Pluto, still champion, is going to find his way into the field of play. Ricardo has not demonstrated that they have any items yet, but still, at a minimum, this character is a 2 questing, steel boosting character that can increase their lore total upon challenge and banishment. So you had the opportunity to sack up your Goliath there, elected not to do it, as we are playing the Goliath Wars and seeing who can get the most out of this Scourge or out of this clan leader, as we are having some technical difficulties. I want to thank you guys all for being here and rocking with us through these, but it is some Wi-Fi issues taking place at the venue, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we're just rolling with it and making the best. It is kind of fun to see cards just materialize out of nowhere.
I mean, honestly, that's how it is. And if this was like a digital game, it would just be like, beep, boop. So that's, but there we go. We have a Moana going into the Inkwell, which is a card people wondered if it would be played. But did you just see that was a mob song? Did you see that?
No chance.
I think I saw, and that's so funny to see because Mob Saga, you can sing it together. If you have these huge characters, it's not a big ask, but man, that would be a huge problem for Elias. So, Elias, I don't want to tell you this, but you're in danger.
This might shout out to Ricardo Torres, but this might be a Malfurion special. Dr. Malfuron. He's someone who has been playing Ocean Waves a lot, a deck that he has been playing for quite a bit. They said we got Dock into Dock, we got it, and that kind of hits another slot on our bingo. So maybe that is what Ricardo Torres is elected to bring to this tournament, and is doing fairly well at a DLC with it.
Yeah, I do like that. For people who don't know, we have a bingo card. We're like, and that's bingo, which, that's just, a tangential thing that we're pretty excited about. Mind you, every character he has played is mob songable. And then knowing that is a song. So if we sing mob song and then we can activate the aerial trigger, that is a problem. But he doesn't know that yet. So at this point, he is just playing some Disney Lorcana, going extremely wide. And I will say that is the move against Ricardo. The wider you go against Sapphire Steel, the better it is for you, because they have a hard time with wide removal unless they have the mob song. And
Habibi, I believe, is completely pot committed as well. So you can go, it looks like you can go mob song and then trigger this aerial. So that's another 3 damage coming into another character. And everyone, like you said, Katie, is vulnerable. So you're going to send damage to 3. So 3 characters are going to get removed right away. Then aerial removes another. And that's when that's a 4 character sweep off of 1 card being played. Problem for Habibi. As the stare down commences, we're just going to raw past there, getting 2 off of the Goliath.
I've never seen what he just did. He took his opponent's cards and moved them around. Have you ever seen that move before?
I think you're just trying to piece out how much ink do you have versus how much, how much questing power you have, singing capability, just doing a little bit of inventory of your opponent's resources. I don't hate it.
I've never seen such a thing, but he did. They said Habibi has such a commanding presence. He's allowed to move around his opponent's cards. But he did do that, and that is something, because to your point, it is math at this point. I mean, as far as what turn clock you're on, it's 2 to 4, guys. We've been playing for 20 minutes, and we have made exactly 6 total lore of progress. But this might be this. Oh, this is funny.
Like this. Not like this. Oh, it's not Ocean Waves. It's Sonic. This is Sonic Boom, Katie. I was mistaking. I was corrected.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Why would this be Ocean Waves?
I don't know. But speaking of Sonic Boom, we can play Mob Song, activate twice, and deal a total.
Oh no.
This is
Look at BB's face. Oh my goodness. That was priceless. Oh no, not like this.
I'm going to touch your card real quick before you get rid of that. So that is, I mean, and like we said, the activation, so it's 3. So Mob Song is you deal 3 damage up to 3 chosen characters. Then Ariel is you pay 2 and you can deal 3 damage. And he has 2 Ariels out. So it's a total of 5 smash, basically. So he was able to sing a 5 smash. I mean, he had to pay a lot of resources, but man, that must feel good against a board that wide.
That was a huge turn. We're not giving up. BB's board is still intact, as it will go for the Akud et Emuti and be able to cycle another card there. Checking this willpower, it is bulky. We do have some damages on that one Aerial Sonic Warrior there, so maybe that could be a nice target for another He Hurled His Thunderbolt or maybe a Strength of Raging Fire. However, you also have this Vincenzo and this Jasmine heavily statted in the willpower. 8, 8, 8, and a 7 versus the Steel. It never feels good. Angel's going to have to throw some serious snowballs in order to clear these characters off the board.
And I think this is one of those situations where it's important to note the stakes. We are around 9. Now we have a Chief Powhatan coming down. Chief Powhatan bodyguard. There's the first bodyguard we have seen the entire day. And he will be doing some bodyguard action because everything is going sideways, because I think at this point Elias says, I don't know what you're up to, but it was scary. And everything on my board is susceptible to the sonic power of Ariel. But all that to say, these players, they need to win. It is not winning in, but it is losing out, because there is a cutoff after this round where anybody less than 18 points has to go play some side events, go get some barbecue, but they can't keep playing Disney Lorcana in this DLC.
Yeah, and that's a very, very solid point, Katie. They're playing for some serious stakes. Your entire tournament run is on the line now. This is game number 1. Elias just got hit with a devastating Mob Song double Aerial Sonic Warrior play, and I can already hear him talking about this, and he is a pretty funny guy. So seeing his reaction to this, and seeing his reaction as it actually happened, has to be something like, why is this happening to me now in this very important elimination round?
And Habibi is a true devotee to Amber Steel. He did briefly play dogs for a bit, but that happens to the best of us. But here we go, another song. I mean, it makes sense because he probably built this deck around the fact of this song synergy. And then Ariel, the sonic boom, gets a little bit louder. He has enough ink where he can definitely activate it 2 times. And he's just deciding, who do I want to go with? It gets around that bodyguard very easily. And then the question is Goliath just here the whole time? He's like, is this show about me?
Goliath is eternal. I think Habibi playing this Goliath, he's been there, and Ricardo has been doing a phenomenal job of just completely forgetting that Goliath exists. I'm just gonna keep drawing my cards. Like I said, Sapphire Steel plays Goliath in their deck as well, so they can benefit mightily. They play usually low hand resource. Usually they play a lot of big bodies, 1 character a turn, ink 1, play 1 type beats. So you're getting maximum utility from this Scourge of the Wyvern clan. You could also go for a challenge here and end it all and keep this Jasmine around. No, you can't. I'm sorry. You have to get after this Chief Powhatan. He is a competent, capable bodyguard.
Yeah, so it feels bodyguard is so cool if you're in a deck that's going to be doing lots of challenging, but when you have something like Sonic Warrior who just doesn't care about that bodyguard's strategy, but there is Goliath still standing. I looked away and looked back, and Goliath is like, no, I'm literally, they won't let me leave. I dismiss me from duty. And finally we see a Goliath in Ricardo's hand from this Beyond the Horizon, which will allow you to go ahead and refill your hand and your opponents if you so choose. But I think he wants Elias to feel the pain of the card situation he is in with that Goliath, which is just 2 cards at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I guess you could have gone for Beyond Horizon on both there if you wanted to keep this Goliath Stone by Day, if that is what you want to do. That is an interesting move. But that is a song, so you will be able to trigger a double aerial again, if that's what you want to do. Also,
Goliath, you sweet prince.
And now we can challenge into this Chief Powhatan and get that bodyguard off the board and fulfill another bingo, but you don't take the challenge. You'll just elect to pass there.
Bingo! Sorry, though. Unfortunately, I don't. Once again, I hope when they watch it back, they would, thank you for giving me the bingo, but I'm sorry that happened to you. Ooh, network error.
That's not me.
I'm checking on my side. Yeah, it is we got the network error everywhere. Error 2000.
Oh, come on.
1,999 errors, but there's room for 1 more.
But it's not me though, right? It's everyone. No. Are you network error as well?
Actually, yeah, it's a Twitch because I just refreshed you and you had the same network error.
Yeah.
I think Twitch. Wait, no. I only see that error because the fact that you're streaming the error. Never mind. So the error is Twitch. So if you go back to us, it'll be us. I was like, wait, everyone on Twitch has the error, but it's because everyone's streaming this game. Though.
All right, so I'm gonna kick to us really quickly, and then we will. I'm just making sure it's not an internet thing. It's actually because we're still. We're in the Twitch matrix. Okay, we're streaming. I'm on Twitch right now.
That's why I'm saying like you got to get us out of the screen because it looks like I was like JD. It looks like what the error is in Brazil.
Are you looking at our stream? Are we still live right now though? Right.
We are live. We are live. It is perfect and no problems. But the stream for Copag official.
There we go.
Click here to reload error. Okay, so we can refresh. We are so back, baby. And Habibi, speaking, he's managed to go a little bit wide again.
What happened, man? I miss you so much.
I don't know how this happened. What in the world? Habibi was on the ropes. Unfortunately, he's not out of the woods yet. But my goodness, he must have found some songs. There's a super rare. Do you think it's Carefree? No,
at the top of the board there, it looks like that might be a Lilo, the escape artist at the top of the board. I don't know what just went down. I mean, we looked away for literally 1 second and came back, and everything has completely gone wrong. Lilo is going to continue to return back to the field. Tinkerbell is going to have to do a significant amount of heavy lifting. Looking at the hand, we got a Goliath there and another Sonic Warrior. Elias now still holding on to some hand resources. Nani doing some heavy lifting. Board's looking quite wide. Maybe you can set up this quest, and I'll quest this Tinkerbell and Ariel. You need to find some songs here if you're Ricardo.
Yeah, that song, he has found a lot of songs, but Habibi says a song like this one, easily able to take out that Tinkerbell who would do some great challenging. And one thing to note, oh my goodness, the song. So yeah, he said, I have all the songs. I wrote them just for you. And now he can easily get rid of this Sonic Warrior who has been a problem. Not easily, but I mean, he can finally get rid of this Sonic Warrior. And there we go. It is very hard to do wide or board removal with a steel deck, but he made it look pretty easy. That mob song play was insane, but Ricardo is still at 2 lower. Habibi cleanly sitting at 7 with a nice 5 on board or 6 on board and feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Baby has to be recognized for the resilience that he's demonstrated in this game, because myself and a lot of other people probably would have just packed it up after that mob song tomfoolery that went down. But you have recovered and you've put yourself in a position to go on and possibly win this game. Pluto's still champion is going to henceforth pop from the deck, and another Ariel is going to hit the board. Habibi hates to see it as you are trying to race. Surf or snowboarder Stitch off the top. Great character for a scenario like this. Questing aggressively is Habibi or Elias now, and you got to find a miracle here.
I mean, Elias already did. Whatever miracle he'd be looking for, Ricardo's like, what miracle? And Elias like, the one I got. Because I mean, I did not. The stream went down briefly on the Brazil side, and when we came back, Habibi's like, oh yeah, I went really wide and I'm doing pretty good. So Ricardo says, okay, I have to do it again. I have to just find mob song again, which I highly doubt he has more than 2 in his deck, given it is a very clunky uninkable. But here we go, 4 ink down for the Angel. I can do a little bit of work, but he has to do a ton of work. He has 17 lore, meaning he has to get rid of all but 1.
And you got a 2 question reserve as well, and you're not going to be able to do it. And Ricardo Torres goes down. Elias says, I will not be denied. Mob song, no mob song. I'm going for the dub. I'll see you day 2 tomorrow. As Ricardo Torres has to be feeling a little bit, maybe filled with a little bit of dismay there, because you did your best stuff, man. You pulled off your cool, spicy moves, and it just was not enough to usurp this Amber and Steel player. I'm very interested on what happened during that short break that we just took. I cannot understand what could have gone down.
This is some nice classic Habibi play, because I remember watching him in the ICL, the Eliminator Champions League, and he would always do these things where you're like, well, he can't win unless, and then that unless would happen. Like, for example, where like all he needs, I mean, the only thing that could happen is maybe like a Naveen into a whole new world. He's like, oh, Naveen into a whole new world. And you're like, whoa. So he is one of the more bold players. He adapted his list. I mean, this list is kind of a hybrid of all the Amber Steels we have seen. I mean, we saw Lilo, the Space Cadet Lilo. We saw the Pluto Steel Champion. We saw Goliath. We saw Ariel Thera Voice. So we kind of did the greatest hits of Amber Steel right now. But Ricardo, is no geek off the street, as you say. He built a very, very impressive deck that I think in any other scenario that would have been lights out on that mob song.
Oh,
but
for
it wasn't.
Oh, for sure. I think that's an absolutely fair point. I think it goes to like you said, mental toughness, mental fortitude, staying resilient, and that is going to separate a lot of players as well, because managing tilt and seeing, you saw there was some reaction coming in from Elias's board, seeing a mob song into a double aerial. You're like, oh, this can't be real. And then another aerial comes through and the Tinkerbells are coming down. The Goliath drew a ton of cards. Maybe if I'm Ricardo, maybe you have to really look back at that Goliath, the way we managed that. There was a lot of opportunities to get that clan leader off the board much earlier, and maybe giving Elias so many additional cards each turn ended up being at a detriment to you. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but who knows what could have gone wrong in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is Amber Steel can claw its way back. And the thing that's so funny about Amber Steel is when it loses, it's usually to the fact that Amber Steel as a deck will just go, I don't know, and it kind of shrugs its shoulder and goes home, because you'll top deck an Angel, a Troubadour, and you're like, oh no, that's not what I need. But he had whatever the opposite of the lame duck top decks were. Now, Habibi did point to his wrist, because I don't believe these two Lumineers speak the same language. I think that's why they keep looking at the table judge and kind of being like, oh, quick question. Maybe they do, but I think that Habibi was trying to communicate, hey, you know how that game took us about 25 minutes? We cannot have 3 games that last 25 minutes. So if we're going to a game 2, we better lock in. And locked in they are. They look like they're playing a little quick here, but they need to, because they cannot tie. These two players cannot tie, or they're both not making it to the cut. Oh, and he sent back a full 7.
Oh, probably looking for some ramp on too. This Sapphire Steel deck, I'm pretty confident that you're still playing Cinderella Dreams Come True. Maybe you can go for a 2-4-6 and then just get spicy with it. We saw the aerials there. We saw the Goliaths in your deck as well. Mob Song down in New Orleans. You got the absolute tools of the trade. I believe I saw a 1 jump ahead is in the deck as well. So you got some absolute units coming in from Ricardo. The deck seems like a tremendous amount of fun to play, and also it can do some very powerful things. But Elias, he showed no sign of stress there, as you able to manage to see to negotiate through some cards that you just don't see that often. No 1 cost. We're just gonna ink and pass back on over to Elias.
So we have seen, now we've got that Rhino coming down on turn 1, not your favorite turn 1 card. It's interesting to know that Amber Steel used to have Daisy, but we don't have time for that. This is a mid-range deck now. We hit our ramp on 2. Like we said, that was something that he probably full sent 7 cards back just for that exact reason. And he is able to ink and pass. So a pretty slow start, but the fireworks start in the middle.
So interesting, inking that Tipo. Maybe that's indicated that you have a Cinderella coming in on this following turn to try to force yourself into that 4 into 6 plan, as we just turbo through Habibi's turn, shift and quest, ink and pass after a double sailing. So you are going to get a double ramp option there in lieu of the Cinderella. You now can go right into your 6-turn play. But I think that kind of sends you into a double song on the following turn. Maybe. No, it's still going to be a time off for that.
So we now, that shift here is, like you said, I mean, he has some time. That being said, it's just 1 character. But I mean, it's a fair thing. It's going to be around for a while.
For sure. That's a pretty good character.
Yeah, the Goliath was there the entire game except for the last couple turns. Now we have the Nani, who will be able to go through, look for a little guy, something 2 costs or less. And Lilo is a perfect find, because that is our little sister. And then go ahead and get 2 lore. A much faster start, technically. This doesn't look fast, so this is an incredibly fast start compared to the last game.
Yeah, I don't hate this approach from Habibi either. Just try to get more aggressive instead of trying to play the control role. Let's try to get underneath this Sapphire deck and put some pressure on and try to win the game that way. So altering the game plan a little bit. You still can fall back on your mid-range game plan. Maybe get some optimal song choices in, or maybe get a Kudet Moody in and cycle some cards and play some characters for free. But I would like to see a nice board flood. This helps you tremendously. It does hurt, but it also helps as we fast forward again.
Whoa.
Chief and Lilo. Maybe we had a Kudet Moody be sang there by the Nani, I would say.
I'd say so. That seems valid. And at this point, that Lilo adds that little pressure where it'll persist. Tinkerbell splashing the 1 damage across all the characters on the other side. And there we've seen the classic Sapphire Steel I know and love, where it does 1 thing at a time and it says, all right, that's all I can do. Now, that being said, we have a singer chief can sing strength. Okay, there he goes. He can sing this song right here, but only deals 4. But there is Angel flinging a snowball to finish off that Tinkerbell. And this is showing the synergy that Amber Steel has access to that Sapphire Steel doesn't always have the ability to do.
Yeah, Ricardo's spot is kind of plummeting quickly. Habibi is jumping all over this opportunity. We have that Dock Bold Knight at the top of the board, indicating that Habibi does have at least one Dock Bold Knight in hand. Angel is a centerfold in the center of this board. Chief Powhatan is exerted, protecting these exerted characters, and you are well behind in the tempo game and in position. You need something super groovy and cool to happen. You probably should set up one of these aerials if you have that. Maybe even Hades the Infernal Schemer wouldn't be bad to possibly clear this Angel off. But giving this Amber Steel deck even more ink to work with feels terrible as well. So Habibi feeling quite confident. Ricardo is showing a few signs of stress as we contemplate the next movement here.
I would be stressed at this point. I mean, we talked about like, oh, what does Habibi need? What does Ricardo need? And you keep saying setup. And the thing that's the problem with setup is every time he tries to set something up, Elias says no. And that's kind of been the signature move of his deck, is having access to not only just the Strength Raging Fire and the Hero Thunderbolt, but now that Angel, where he can piece together a few different paths forward to destruction. So anything he sets up, he needs to know you don't have a lot of time anymore. Elias is going 1,000 miles per hour, so he'll do one more shot. He'll say, you don't have enough, right, to do it again?
I mean, Angel and
Angel
play a character, another character. We know that Dock Bold Knight is in hand. Okay, so that is for sure going to happen. Strength of Raging Fire into a Dock, into an Angel discard, as we are going to boost. We're going to play the aerial ethereal voice unboosted, it seems, and it looks like somebody's gearing up to sing. That's a lot of characters. Angel also can discard. I think that's 6 characters in play right now. Yeah. Nani saying Angel discard seems like a viable play.
Yeah, Nani, I mean, she can only bring in those kind of low-cost characters, but the fact that she can sing after she comes in, anything you can get 2 pieces of value off of, like it's good for this, and also that is a good card in the game. So in this case, does he have what he will boost the aerial, which means a song is coming. There we go. That is enough right there to deal 6, and then he just can draw a card to discard for the Angel.
Yeah, and we will get a draw with that ethereal voice. She is boosted, so once per turn, if she has a card underneath her, she can draw 1, and the questing continues. So even your high will-powered character, that Ariel is usually such a staunch defender for you, but in this scenario, she fell quite easily with that Strength of Raging Fire Angel combination. Board is wide. Looking at the hand, that thing is looking raggedy. Not gonna lie. We have the Cinderella who's in there. We have the Beyond the Horizon that's there. We have, I believe, a Vincenzo Santorini, or I can't tell what that last card is, but Habibi's board is looking quite robust, and I don't know if there is an answer for all the threats that have been presented to you. So I believe Ricardo's time in this event is going to come to a close, and Habibi is looking like he's ready to issue the handshake and punch this thing on to day number 2.
And I think this shows why this Amber Steel deck is a deck that people don't count out, because every turn Ricardo said, I can do this one thing per turn. And Elias is like, well, I can do 5 things per turn. And that's just math, where you have these explosive plays. And if Ricardo's like, what? Wait, Habibi won't. And he's just been able to generate so much value over and over on these turns. So, okay. They said it's over. Okay. All right.
Well,
I was waiting. We didn't get to pop off because it's popped over. That was insane. But I'm guessing it's over. Either that. Yeah. All right.
So I'm assuming Habibi was the victor there. I would only assume, unless, who knows? We did blink away in the previous round, and Habibi had turn the whole game around in just a few short moments. So maybe there's a way that happened in reverse. But I think we're just all safe to assume that Habibi went and took that down. So congratulations to Habibi, or Elias, for punching his ticket to day number 2. And maybe you can continue to have some great success and keep rocking and rolling on. So we are back in the booth. I think there might be a time that we might have to wait, because that was a 2-0 victory, and there's going to be some shuffling around if I recall correctly from what I heard about what's happening on the ground, after this round, they will collect all the players who did not reach that 18-point threshold, and they will be ejected from the tournament immediately following the end of that.
They take a picture of them together. They're like, everybody stand against this wall. They take a picture, and they're like, all right, out of here. So they'll probably say, thank you for coming. Look at all these side events. See you tomorrow. Please come back. But yeah, so that was a very important match. And I want to call out, because I mean, we see these players across many tournaments, many formats, and Habibi is an Amber Steel guy, and it's exciting to see him say, okay, it's not the most popular deck, right? Like, this isn't the deck that you're like, oh yeah, we see it at the top of every tournament. So for him to stick to it, keep tooling it, and then be on I have to win. It's not winning in, but it's losing out. And he was able to pull off the win with a card that he revealed, Canadian flag, Maple Leafs up for Habibi. That was quite the match. But also props to Ricardo for bringing another deck that people believe in, and they stay and they say, listen, I don't care what the tier lists say, I'm bringing it. So Ricardo brought his Sapphire Steel deck, and for a moment we all saw it. We said, I see the magic. I see how you fell in love with this deck. But then it fell apart.
But before we ask Garrick how his lunch was, I will give another shout out to the Enter the Battlefield team in general. We will all be there. All three of us will be there.
We love Enter the Battlefield. We're biased. We want to wait till after. They're like, guess what? We love these guys. They're the best.
In a few short weeks, we will all be there. So if you guys are interested in seeing another Digital Lorcana tournament, this will be an Infinity event. It will be May 20. Oh man, I just went for it. I didn't know off the top of my head, but I have some information
30th
here.
And 31st.
30th and 31st. 30th and 31st.
Yeah. Listen, if you talk for 12 hours straight. No. But yes, it's going to be in Toronto, kind of Toronto. It's like Rosemont, or it's Oakland. It's Oakville, but it's basically Toronto. Go to Toronto and then head out a little bit, and you're there. How excited are you guys? Are you big Canada heads?
I've never been. I'm really excited to go for the first time. I will, be there in the booth with both of you, getting it done, and we'll hopefully see one of these ETB players take it down.
Yeah. And sign-ups for that event aren't open. I know this thing will probably hit the cap, so if you guys are interested, come on through and check it out. It is an official CCQ. This will be an Infinity tournament. I'm excited to see what the Infinity landscape will look like. So show up and show out, and we're going to see how it goes. And I think we might be onto something. We might have to do more Infinity practice as a group.
No, we might. We
yeah.
do. Even if the fact that in that format not only has the decks that we know, but they've changed with new cards. So it's it was so crazy to cast the other day. The technology, it's evolving. But I cannot wait to get in the booth with you guys in Canada and have some.
And also, I mean, we'll be able to do plenty of practice for Infinity at the Ink event at least.
Right.
Oh yeah.
He's a pro. Oh my god, he's so good. Talk to him about the event, Garrick.
Yeah, what is that? Tell me, what is Ink? What is that? Just the same word twice?
Ink. It is the same sounding word twice. If you go to inkinc.team, you can find out all the information you need there. It is not a CCQ this time, but we will have JDZ Quest, Katie from Lore Keepers In, and myself there on site streaming it. It is a $3,000 main event up here in the DMV area right outside of Baltimore. So if you're in the area, you can sign up right now at inkinc.team and get yourself some Infinity practice before the DLC.
Yeah, wonderful. You want to... DLCs are... we're watching one today. That's the one where at CCQ, one person can qualify to go to nationals. DLC, these are Mickey. These are big things. So you want to practice. You want to go to both Ink and ETB. And also go to the Enchanted Sisters class too.
Wait, this one right here. I'll go and cover up.
Let's go to.
We'll cover up Garrick on this one.
We're doing
I'm kidding.
Good, guys.
We'll do on this one here.
Cover me up. I'm not at this one. Cover me up.
Oh no. We'll never do that. We'll do this, and Garrick and I can do the fusion dance over this one here if we can.
Yeah.
You want to do fusion? Ha! Okay, so the Enchanted Citrus class is another Infinity event. Sign-ups for this are open as well. I will be there. Garrick will be there. Unfortunately, Katie is not going to be there. We might have to just drag Katie into some bags or something and have her just show up.
Judge, can I not? be at the event you guys are at? That's crazy.
Just come on in and play. Again, another opportunity to get your Infinity on. These are just some of the events that are coming up. And while we're doing that, I think there's another event that I would like to show as well. This one is going to be the Sharp Gaming event. So shout out to Sharp Gaming. We'll cover Garrick on this one as well. No, we're kidding. We'll just put it on the. We'll cover me up as well on this one. This one is another tournament. This was also a CCQ. I will be there. Katie will be there. Garrick might be missing this one. We're trying to get Garrick involved as well if we can. If he has the time available to come over through to Sharp Gaming and rocking and rolling with the program. So come on through. Also, Sharp Gaming is a sponsor of my Twitch and YouTube now. Sharp Gaming they sell a lot of products online at their online store. So if you guys are interested, if you're on Podcana, use code Podcana on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, use code JDZQuest. Okay, because they're sponsoring both of us. I don't know if that's legal. Can I say that?
I don't.
Yeah,
why
but
would you, I think it's illegal
different
to
codes
not
for
say.
two different promos. So if you want to save 20% off of a booster box, you can use code Podcana. If you want to save on literally everything else, use JDC Quest code.
There you go. Cool. Hope you guys do that. So shout out to Sharp Gaming for getting active and doing that and supporting these programs. Okay, ads over. Wait, is there more ads? Do we have anything else that we need to be talking about? I'm certain DLC in Dortmund. Obviously, we're going to go there. Obviously, we're going to be at pre-release. Obviously, we're going to be in.
We're all going to Dortmund, obviously.
Obviously, I'm going to be there in spirit. Okay, in spirit.
Okay.
Maybe obviously in physical. I don't know. Maybe we can get over to
When
Europe.
When is Dortmund? Do you have those dates memorized? Because I don't. That's okay. I didn't want to put you on the spot.
I don't.
It's happening though, and someone in chat knows. Come on, like no one in chat knows when Dortmund is because we're all going to be there. We just said that.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, chat.
All right, put something over my. Make me disappear for a second.
You can just click your camera in the video.
Oh. Well, okay. Yep. Well, okay. Then I will tell you. I guess I would more just say I'm going to disappear for a second.
Okay.
But I'll be back.
And Katie.
I'll make me disappear so I can come back. Don't make me disappear. I'll make me disappear so that way I have the power to come back.
Right on. You have the power. You can believe in the heart of the cards. But Garrick, now that you have returned, did you get a chance to make it to the lunch there that you were looking forward to?
Yep, walked across the street, got my quick way teriyaki chicken with some white rice, and got it done. Pounded that down, and thankfully it wasn't a super quick round. That game number one took a while, but I was watching the entire thing. I'm not sure how Habibi was able to pull that off after double aerial Sonic Warrior into Mob Song popped off, but I think that just shows the lack of power that Mob Song has. It is not the Prince Philip combo. It is not Under the Sea combo. It got rid of some stuff, but it didn't get rid of all the stuff. And Elias was able to take advantage of that fact, redeploy more characters onto the board, eventually take control of it, and just quest it out like you're supposed to do. And then game number two, his opponent full sent. You love to see that if you are on the opposite side of the Sapphire player. Yeah, full send. That way you can't sculpt your hand at all. Look for that ramp. And then he just wasn't able to bring it all together. Elias able to get the dub there. And moving on to day number two, or shall I say, like maybe 30 minutes from now. Who knows when this next round is going to start, but hopefully not too long from now. Otherwise, we're going to have to start playing more mini games, everybody. So you better get ready with your guesses or whatever.
I'm down. But speaking of mini games, we do have this bingo, which I think we did get a hit on that previous one because
did we get 4 strengths in that game, in that thing? I wasn't paying attention. I did see.
Might have actually. Because I know on both sides, I know I think we did actually, because we got Doc into Doc, bodyguard, but I don't think he got challenged. I think that still counts, 100%.
Right? I watched it.
He got challenged.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. I'll trust the process. Bodyguard getting challenged, Mickey Mouse is never going to happen, unfortunately.
Come on, play me on the board. We've got like 9 more rounds to go. It's fine.
But I think if we got strength, then we hit the giveaway.
Oh,
I think we hit it.
4x in that match. If someone can confirm,
it's got to be. I think we might have said Sing too. I don't know. So we might have to see between both players. I don't know if the Sapphire Steel player played it. Maybe they played it twice. If he played it twice, that counts. If that's the case,
that would count.
that would count. But we are
We're gonna
dangerously
have to get
close.
an audit on that. I wasn't sure. I wasn't paying attention specifically to that, and it was kind of hard too. The stream was bugging in and out. I know they're doing their best down there, but crazy that we haven't seen Hades on Hades action. That'll lock this thing up. I'm sure that'll happen tomorrow. I have no doubt that we will get a bingo tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. Or maybe even later on today, as we have one more round, I believe, that will be showed after this stream is over. Well, there will be one more round played today. So hopefully that is going to be enough to finish that thing off. But that has been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying the bingo a lot, seeing these types of things happen. As we're back on the couch and we're hanging tough. I'm not sure what they're talking about. Maybe they're going to fire off some more mini games here soon.
Yeah, they've been couched up for a while. I only do Mickey games. I'd love to be on a couch right now because this desk chair, this office chair is
my sciatica is
rying my hammies right now.
Yeah, lower lumbar. Thighs. Do we need a stretch? Do we really need to stand up and get like a squat session?
No, I mean I just went on a walk. It's just like
okay,
you know.
Listen, here's the thing. I am ready to sacrifice my body for the art of Disney Lorcana. Like, yes, this is probably not good. This is like sitting. They say sitting is like worse than smoking. I don't care. I want to watch more Disney Lorcana. And I am glad because this is, like we said, you're not going to get to watch a tournament, a DLC with Winterspell. It's done, guys. This is it. Enjoy
it. My Achilles feels like they're about to fall off. I went to a walkathon yesterday with my youngest daughter, who's been absolutely trash talking me in my old age, saying that she can outwalk me, saying she's going to put me in the dirt when I'm crippled over. And we actually walked. I think we made it like 4.5 miles. She actually exceeded my expectations of what she could do before she had to reluctantly coerce me to end the walk. So I'm actually kind of struggling right now. It feels like my IT bands are about to explode and my Achilles are about to rupture here, but we go next.
Now, are you using the colloquial term like we're just having a walkathon here, or was it like a sanctioned event?
No, it wasn't a sanctioned event. It was just something that we do against each other. Like we're going to walk and we're going to pick a route. We're going to walk and whoever stops first loses. And it could be.
Yeah, that's kind of hard though, because like what happens? Like I mean, because if you're 2 miles out, are you saying like I feel like I have 4 miles left in me? Or are you doing a loop and passing your house?
No, you just keep walking, and then once it's done, we'll call for a pickup.
Oh, I love that so much. I didn't think about that. You're like, help!
So you just keep walking, and you see who can come out on top, like who can walk the longest. And sometimes they go long, sometimes they go short, and I think that's how it is. But walkathon, get active, and make it happen. There's a movie that just came out about something similar to that, like a post-apocalyptic future, and the kids are walking. Or
it's Stephen King.
I didn't watch it. I don't know if it was good or not. Was it good? Did you see it?
I watched it on TikTok, kind of. I saw like, TikTok is like, the boy keeps walking. His mother wonders, why must please do not walk. And I'm like, all right, I'll keep watching. Cinema's dead. I'll just watch TikTok shorts.
TikTok AI recaps.
I'm actually single-handedly deforesting countries with my TikTok behavior. Now, people are confused in the chat and online and everywhere saying, so is day 2 tomorrow or is day 2 now? Both.
It's
day 2
now.
is tomorrow. And next round. Day 2 starts on day 1.
I bet you didn't know that, did you?
Yeah, in Brazil, day 2 happens on day 1. Yeah, like I'm communicating with somebody who's like, but why is day 2 start now? And I'm like, well, I'll go home earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe?
I'd say you punch day 2 and you punch a couple of these rounds of Swiss as well. I think you keep going today because tomorrow, I mean, work today for, I don't know, that's a saying. I can't remember right now. I'm sorry. My brain is a little.
Word in the hand is worth 2 in the day 2.
No, it's like a something. Hey, work today for the rest tomorrow or rest today. I don't know. Idle hands make less work. Something like that. About doing it now instead of waiting is the vibe.
Better,
that's what I'm trying to go for.
Better now than tomorrow when you're tired.
Yeah, very true.
And I do agree though that like I personally, I would be stressed about having like momentum and being like I'm doing it, and then because I mean I don't want to call out anyone specifically, but there's a player that we know and we like a lot that had a day 1 in Milwaukee, and they're like I didn't lose in a single game. They went to bed going, what a thing. And the answer was it was a good thing, but then it doesn't mean you're gonna win your last 4 rounds. So it's a false summit, I think, is getting to day 2. But it still matters, right? It's the first thing you have to do, but it doesn't mean you're going to make the top. And I think having to wait a whole night before that would be hard because you're like, I can't be happy because it's not over yet, but I want to be happy because that was really good. How do you feel about a break between the days?
I think the break between the days should be just a cut. Day 1 and day 2.
Yeah.
I don't like playing a little bit of day 2 on day 1. That would stress me out. And this whole, like, it's interesting, the whole, like, everybody, let's just draw for the rest of the day. It all started with the dog's mirror between Zan of the Rare Hunters and Rob of World Class Cars. And it was like in 1985, where there were only 2 cars in the entire state of Ohio, and they crashed into each other. That's what happened.
What do you
That's
mean
what
by
we
that?
saw.
I'm gonna need a little further explanation. So they
What do you
started
mean?
they crashed. There was only 2 cars, and they crashed into each other, and then everybody else started IDing because of it.
Yeah, that started everything, I think. They said, these guys are IDing on the stream. Who are we to not ID
Honestly,
off
valid. I
stream?
mean, they're 2 juggernauts. It's like if like 2 presidents of a country said, "Oh, nothing to worry about, but I'm going in the bomb shelter." You'd be like, "Why are you going to the bomb shelter?"
You got space in there? Or...
You know, it's like, no, don't worry. It's not. I did the math, and we should be fine. But I'm going, and you're like, okay, so they know something, because those are 2 people that don't do any. They've been to every tournament ever, so I do agree with you that they started something. But it is very fascinating that it looked like, I don't know, like a weather pattern. It wasn't at the top. It was just in the middle. There was a band of, okay, so that's what you guys are doing. You guys all sit next to each other.
There's a torrential downpour of IDs going on, everybody.
It makes sense, though. There was a common thread in the sense that they all know each other. Like, Dankster ID'd, and he has been on Podcana for 2 weeks. Or not Podcana. He's been on your show. Club Lorcana. Sorry. I know.
Yep.
Sorry.
Club Lord Podcana? Club Podcana. Club. You guys do a fusion dance.
Cousin
Well, Zen's been on twice. As soon as they have Sky and I on, then will be completed here.
Yeah, you've completed the circle. It's actually kind of a monopoly. We were going to go to Congress about that. You can't be... You can't be collaborating like that. I'm just kidding. You can. And we like it. We like that we're all friends. All that to say, I do think that theory that, you know, for example, Zan used to work with Robert, and then Dankster works with Zan, and they all were sitting next to each other. I think there has to have been a little bit of like, well, I think blah, 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 blah. And all you have to do, don't you want to make day 2? Making day 2 is what matters more than winning. I don't want to win. I want to make day 2. All you have to do is make day 2 and then never lose again. And I'm like, what do you mean make day 2 and then never lose again? That is an insane policy. Why not just win and then not worry about losing? That is the cooler. I don't know, but I'm excited to hear. I mean, he's going to talk about it. I'm sure Zan will. There's no way Jeremy's not going to ask about that on their show.
About what happened there? I don't. Maybe it's a mathematical thing, and getting to top,
math, right?
yeah, getting to top 32 has to be the goal. Literally, as much as I love this entire Swiss portion, nothing else is going to matter as much as putting yourself in the top 32. If you're number 1 seed or the 32nd seed, getting there is where you need to be. And if you can win 6 and draw 6 and mathematically get in, even if you're at the 32nd, 38th seed, or excuse me, 30th to 32nd seed, maybe that might be, as crazy as it sounds, that might be worth it.
Are you hypothesizing that Zan might not play another game of Disney Lorcana and then DLC until top 32?
I am not saying that because we only have, how many undefeated people do we have at this point?
At this point, we
One,
have 2 going
zero?
into the last, and now there's 1. Sadler HS.
There's 1 undefeated person. Okay, so
call him happily or okay, I tried to make
all right. So out of the top 32, is there, we can do this math, Katie, with your brains and Garrick's good looks and my never willing to give upness. Okay. We can figure this out together, okay?
All right,
there are 32 people. How many points do you need to have to be in the top 32? We can figure this out.
Let's pretend that. So Sadler HS is the peak. That is the most points you can have, and he has 24 points right now. After that, the next amount of points you could have is...
When are we cutting the top 32?
We're cutting to top 32 after the 12th round of Swiss.
Yeah, we have 4 more rounds. So the math is terrible. I don't want to... 4 rounds before this matters is like... What if they all stop playing? Like, what if they do the math and like, we're done? And there's like, no one is playing past table 16
Yeah, because in a normal tournament of this size, we can. I mean, with a 500-person tournament, how many rounds of Swiss do you get before you cut to a top? Usually, you're cutting to a top 16 for this volume of players. You're cutting to a whole. What's that?
All right, let's go to top cut calculator.
Okay. Well, as far as like so top cut right now. So
how many players are in this tournament?
So as far as how many people made 18 points, okay. So it goes until 57th place. So up to 57th place is 18 points. So now what the math is, the bottom of the ceiling is 18. The top of the ceiling is 24. That's the range of everybody in the tournament right now.
Okay.
24 to 18 points. So the maximum points you can get for the rest of the tournament is 12. So
okay. Katie's cooking. I like where you're going with this.
So the maximum that the 24 person could get to is 36, and the maximum that the lowest place person could get to is, for everyone playing at home, 18 plus 12 is 30, right?
Right.
Okay. So if that's 30, so let's say, for instance, the person that's undefeated could ID 3 times and just have one more win and 3 IDs and be okay. And the person at the bottom couldn't touch them if they won every single round.
But I'm saying like that. That's what I think they're doing this math. So
the people who are 18, the most they can get with IDs is 4 more points. So people at 18 can get to 22. So that's the math point. That's the Zanzied.
441 players?
441.
What's out technically, but
yeah, 90, 95. I wasn't there, and I was in there. So count me in my dub. Don't disrespect me in my wins, all right? I need you to relax.
He won a round. You got a bye. Honestly, hilarious that like you didn't show up and they're like, give him a bye.
Which
and
is
it wasn't
crazy.
even round. It was a round 2 bye. They said he lost.
Because this calculator says guaranteed top 32 with 23 points, 6 wins, and 5 draws.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Possible top 32 with 22 points, 6 wins, and 4 draws.
So that's what I'm saying. It might be some shenanigans that is
guaranteed top 32 if you go 6-0 or 6-1-5.
6-1-5 guarantee is in.
That's what this calculator says. Tournament calculator.
Okay, so as far as how many people with 6 wins right now, everybody 12 and above. So from Daniel Q, if everybody knows Daniel Q. So
shout out Daniel Q.
Point. Yeah, shout out to Daniel Q in the chat. So there's one person with 24 points, and then there are 10 people with 21, or not 10. There's 11 people with 21 points. So those people, if they all ID, so that's
ID twice, they guarantee themselves in. Because it says top 32 with 23 points, 6 wins, and 5
more
draws.
than that? Like, could you? But I'm saying that that's the minimum amount of ID. Can they ID more than that and be even?
Yeah, very good question.
Yes,
good question.
Because this is assuming that you went guaranteed is 23 points, 6 wins, 1 loss, 5 draws. So you can go 6-0-6 and be fine.
Yeah.
If Zanzied doesn't play another game of Disney Lorcana in this tournament, I think we've shown that this isn't a good format. If Zanzied played 6
but
rounds.
To be fair, I remember in the old DLCs when we had best of 2 format, people were winning like 5 and drawing in from 5 out, or they win like 5 or 6 and then they draw the rest and not play anymore.
Zan is only at 5 wins, so he does need to play a game of Disney Lorcana, unfortunately. Based on that math,
unless you can go 5-0-7 and get in. Who knows? Anything is possible.
This is the craziest thing I've ever. I love brackets, but I don't even know what to do.
Well, I'm going to use a different calculator. Well, this is assuming no draws.
Because colors in the chat saying they're saying X and 3 may not get in, but that means that but what about X?
X1 15. Like I think we're beyond losing. We're drawing at this point.
3 losses is 0 points for those 3 rounds. And how many points do you get for wins there? 9 times 12, or not
3 times 9. No, 3 times 8.
3 times.
3 times what was it? 3 minus. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 12.
3 minus 12.
that would be 27 points. At that point.
Who's 27 points?
If you're 9 and 3, you have 27 points. And that wouldn't get you in?
Yeah, that's crazy. Because they're saying X and 3 may not get in. It's like, well, I guess because you're against people who are IDing.
Right.
So what if nobody plays and everybody's just all Drew? I mean, that's something that I'm wondering, because I bet these tables, like we saw, it's a wildfire thing. Because when somebody does it, you're like, well, what do you know? And the answer is nobody knows, because we've never had a tournament like this.
I don't know about this one, gang. This format.
Okay, let's try this.
I don't know about this one, Twin. This format might be chalk, Twin. I'm not feeling it, gang.
Hey, gang, only 54 people. Oh, and Robert Arcala's world class card, Robert, got a buy for some reason. It's only cut to top. No, okay, it's not cut to top. They only kept in an odd amount of people. So Robert, world class card Robert's like, I have a buy anyway. So he's like, I don't have to worry about drawing. I gotta win.
That's gonna dude.
This is insane.
I should have just went to Brazil. I think I could have got some dubs. I could have just.
I've seen that comment several places where people are like, "Why was I not?"
I could have got some Dublinskis, bro. Golden Mickey.
One win.
Add it to the collection.
What's 1 win and 11 draws? Oh. Where are we at?
11 draws. 11 draws get you there. That's what's that? 14 points, dude. That'll be a 1-0. That's kind of crazy. This format is not looking it's not looking good. And honestly, I do appreciate I like it when TOs do experiment with the tournament format, because it can get kind of stale when you do the same things every single time. And I understand what they were going for, to try to inspire people to keep playing and inspire people to maybe have a bit more resilience. But you have to understand these competitive players and how they can play. They're playing the angles, man. Any type of advantage you're willing to generate, they're going to exploit that to the best of their capability, and you can't blame them for that. So I think in those types of scenarios, it's probably just better served to just keep it as bare bones basic as possible. We'll play whatever the required mathematical amount of Swiss rounds are, cut to whatever the required amount of mathematical Swiss or top cut is, and just do that. Don't strafe.
This calculator right here that I'm seeing is for Magic the Gathering, but you put in the number of players, it gives you the number of rounds. So I put in 441. They're like, okay, calculated number of rounds should be 9. That's how many we should be playing here.
Yeah.
Cut into top 32. It says max intentional draws or IDs 0, 1, or 2. It doesn't even give me the option of 5 or whatever we're talking about. So I'm going to say 441, 12 players, top 32, max number of IDs 2, even though that's not even right. It stinks. It's crazy. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. It says 9 and 3 is the cutoff to make top. 23 players that are 9 and 3 will make it. So maybe some 9 and 3 players won't. Maybe that's the math. But the whole drawing in thing is goofing everything up.
Yeah.
We got Villain in the chat saying, good show. Well, how do you feel about people pontificating out math as a good show? Because that's what you're watching right now.
and guns up to the Lorcana Villain as well. You might have some competition there coming in from this gentleman who has he did a costume change, Villain. You got to step your game up. So he came in
calling this Brazilian Baker.
Brazilian Baker and the hair too, Baker. You gotta grow some hair out as well. I think you got a lot to live up to. Brazilian Baker here on the screen. We're gonna kind of zoom in a little bit. I don't know the gentleman's name. They haven't shown the names yet, so I do apologize. But we've named him Brazilian Baker. This gentleman with the periwinkle blue or the sky blue suit there. He came in. He had the ruby suit on earlier. And he had a different hairstyle as well, and completely changed the whole swag in one stream. Now I need 3 costume changes out of you. I need.
Wait till you see Brazilian Katie. I'm trying to see. I think they posted the lineup of casters. I'm gonna see their name and be like, oh, because I will probably butcher it. So Brazilian Katie appears to be Jennifer. Brazilian Baker appears to be Nick.
Okay.
And then we had Matthias, Antonio, Taylor, and Thais, which I don't think we've seen a 6th woman. Hasn't there only been 1 woman we've seen on stream?
No, we've seen 2. She was wearing purple.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. And okay, Baker, don't worry. We really haven't heard a single. Because here's the thing: we don't speak Portuguese, and we've been trying to hold that back this whole time.
We can fire it up a little bit.
Who was overalls? Jennifer. She's scary.
Jennifer is she is what I would call effervescent. She's magnetic. Awesome. This whole cast, they seem like. You know how sometimes you watch a cast, you're like, I want to go there. I want to sit on the couch and just hang out. This is one where I'm like, they're having fun. Baker had long hair when he.
All right, what? How many draws does Zan have right now? What is his record?
So Baker, let me back you up on. So we're talking about Zan because Zan, he has played 5 games of Disney Lorcana and then he drew for the past 3 rounds in the middle of a tournament. So he won 5 rounds, or he won at 5 games. Let me double check. Zan,
is he 6 wins
I don't see him here because I see one person that's 503.
But Zan is 503.
I don't see that here.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know where you're looking. What do you mean?
I'm on the Play Hub.
I'm on the Play Hub. It says standings, round 8. I type in the word ZAN, 25th place,
He
Zan
might-
Sayed, 503.
I know sometimes they have different searches based on what you're trying to do. But coming in from the chat, it seems like he's at the 25th spot right now, which is a pretty comfortable. So if he just performs better, and also people will play, and every time you lose, you can get passed by people that are drawing. So maybe people might not be on to the game and they are playing and losing while you're drawing and passing people without playing at all. I think that is something that is realistically going to happen unless either everybody above you draws or people above you will play and lose, and they will go beneath you as you're climbing up slowly, one win at a time, or one draw at a time.
So yeah, I mean, we were watching. We're like, who else will ID? The answer is no one. If you search in Ravensburger Play Hub at the active players, not a single person has. But who do we? Oh, this is two familiar faces, right? These are 2. Well, I was gonna say 2 North American. That's a European and a North American player. Do we want to triple boot this?
If you guys want to,
kick out Garrick. I don't want to kick out you.
I'll get. No, it's me. I'm getting kicked out. I'll sit here and watch in spirit.
You should hang out with. I mean, Garrick, are you okay with JD? You don't have. You can say no. Tell him to go.
What? I am completely fine with doing a 3-person booth. We've done it before, and we'll do it again.
I won't say anything. I'll just sit back and just say yeah the entire time, if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna say a lot of because this is Wild Draw. We saw him CCS. So you guys weren't there. This was a player who is in a team in middle of Texas, and he's been playing this Amethyst Amber, and he's made it into the top against Frank Carson on dogs. I'm very excited, Garrick. We've been dazed and confused for the past hour, but we're not anymore. We're awake.
We could see a raging storm actually happen, which would be, that would be on the bingo card right here. But Frank Karsten coming in with the Emerald and Amber approach. We are going to draw and discard the Lilo Escape Artist, a classic opener for the Emerald and Amber Dogs deck. And on the other side, we've got a Mowgli coming down. Let's see if we can hit an Under the Sea.
We have, if everybody's catching in, you might catch on that there are a little bit of internet throttling issues in the great country of Brazil, in this tournament. So you will see some glitching, some time jumps, but we're going to be your guides on this journey. No matter what happens on the screen, even if it turns purple, we'll come back. So we'll go ahead and quest out with this Royal Guard. And now we'll see if Frank is going to do what this dog deck does and take off very fast. JD, you're still in here. What?
I am. I'm just kind of kicking it because I don't want to take away your guys' quality rep, but Frank playing the Dogs deck is a very interesting pick coming in. I would like to see the build and how he compiled this strategy because I know he has a very unique deck building philosophy. He really builds his deck, plays to the curve a lot, and addressing certain shortfalls that a strategy might have using tech cards. But playing Dogs in general, making it all the way to day number 2, trying to be the first 3-time DLC champion. And we have a lot of Illuminaires that are vying for that same position at 18 points, getting on into day number 2.
And we've talked about Zan a lot, and Zan made a name for himself in many ways, but one of them was by going to CCS, a tournament that Brian was at a few months ago, and playing a Monstro combo deck. But what happened in that moment is people realized you don't need the Monstro combo for this deck to be a viable deck. So the question of the day is it a combo deck or is it a non-bow deck? Either way, it is an Amethyst shell, so it's going to be drawing cards and taking advantage of all the power that Amethyst has.
Yeah, we get the World's Greatest Criminal Mind into the Inkwell, not a card that we are likely to use in this matchup unless we see some craziness out of Frank Carson playing Circle of Life like we saw out of Rob earlier in this tournament. But no, we are going to quest with the Mowgli, pass it back on over to Frank. And like we've mentioned multiple times throughout the day, we're really not supposed to see this Dogs deck get too aggressive too early on. You don't want to just quest willy-nilly into your opponent's characters, especially when they have a Cheshire Cat. You want to get that wide board and set up for that under the sea combo, sweep everything away, and win the game in like 2 quests instead.
Oh, for sure. And I got to say, it is quite refreshing seeing Frank Carson still out here actively on the grind. This Luminaire is quite busy. I know they play a multitude of other trading card games, and they have a lot of responsibilities in that game. And they are already qualified to go to the Disney Lorcana World Championship, but still just getting active, still being an avid member of the community and playing and trying to keep those Lorcana limbs limber does kind of warm my heart, because he is such an inspirational and phenomenal player. Bryant, now back against the wall. You're staring down one of the legends of the game. What are you going to do to get out of this spot? Maybe you need to find some exertion here.
Yeah, and I mean, Frank is a legend of the game, but it does seem like Brian has some fans in the chat. I know he is a very active player in the great state of Texas. We have Family Quest and Farmer Helen saying, or rather a different person, Wild Matt on his team saying, go Bryant. But he would need to go, because I do think that the pressure is very on with Frank. We've seen the lady shift power, where then we can sing Under the Sea. Everything on the board except for the Cheshire Cat is afraid of Under the Sea. And all it takes is a little Rhino or Deladux Moon Lullaby for it to be a problem. So Bryant needs to take advantage of all the breathing room he has right now.
And electing just to go for a quest here, you will make your Cheshire Cat a little bit vulnerable there. In the event that a tramp is to find his way into the field of play, you will lose that very powerful character. Also, follow that up with an Under the Sea, and now your entire board is gone. Frank is low resource, so you don't really have that available to you yet. But looking at Frank Carson's hand, there is a tramp in hand. We're talking the Enterprising Dog, or no, excuse me, the Street Smart Dog is going to be in hand, so we can deploy that now and look for the answers we need. But Lilo is going to be returned to the board here.
Yeah, getting the Lilo on for just 1, thanks to the Mother Willow. Sorry, Katie. Go ahead.
No, I mean, that Lilo, as we know, is she helps discount. So, I mean, her just coming down as itself makes it where that tramp will be discounted. And here comes either nothing or the most painful series of events we have seen, because now we get to draw a total of 6 cards and find our favorite ones and keep.
And it does get a little bit more powerful too when you have some cards to discard as well. Looking at the choices, they don't seem as apparent, but Delamoon's Lullaby might be the card that you have elected to hang on to here.
In that Deladux Moon Lullaby, or I could be putting Duck. The Duck is implied. It's Stella's Moon Lullaby. It is one of those cards that obviously it synergizes very, but it also draws a card, which is always quite nice. And there he's doing the signature move of an Amber Emerald deck of making your discard suspiciously look like your second hand. And that's because, as we've mentioned many times, it kind of is. Everything in there. We don't have that Circle of Life, but I mean, the Nani and the Lady Miss Park Avenue are going to be looking at that as a second hand throughout the game.
Absolutely. Looks like we are going to sing this Della Moon's Lullaby potentially onto that Cheshire Cat, do a double challenge there, and remove it with Nani and potentially one of the ladies that we have on board. We did just draw the Enterprising Dog, which we can use to boost up one of our ladies and take out the Mowgli as well if we would like to. And then the following turn, we have that Emerald Chromacon available to us, so we can get that down onto the board and make things really difficult for Bryant.
Yeah, I kind of like this spot here from Frank, as he is just running the numbers, putting a lot of that hyper geometric calculation to the test to see what odds you have and what you have available to you in your hand. I think there is a Bobby Zimmerowski that is remaining, and we will go ahead and use that Bobby to take down the Cheshire Cat. With that Delamoon's Lullaby, you only take 1 damage back. Cheshire Cat is going to be a 1 strength. Nani now being able to clean up that Mowgli as well. Are we going to take this as an opportunity to get some questing in? I think it might be time to get exerted. And Frank agrees.
Yeah, he says at this point, I'm feeling feeling pretty good about this wide board. And I don't blame him because ultimately Amethyst Amber is not known for having a unless a Raging Storm, but unfortunately I don't think he's anywhere near the amount he needs to do, and he doesn't have it in his hand. So it's just a situation of, okay, can I stay in this game? I might not be able to win it right now, but can I stay? Curious to see how much ink he has. It only looks like 4, and if that's the case, we have a long way to go where we're going.
Oh,
yeah, we could end up getting to the Elsa the Fifth Spirit on this turn, which is going to help battle back on this board a little bit, but you need some more than that at this point. Just hoping to get to that 8 ink threshold so you can Raging Storm, but Frank not giving him any room to breathe at this point, putting on a tremendous amount of pressure after dealing with the board pretty expertly with his characters, giving them plus on the challenges with the Delamoon's Lullaby, plus the Tramp Enterprising Dog coming down onto the board as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to have the time to get to that Raging Storm. I just don't think it's going to be able to happen. So you will have to kind of look back at that exertion of that Cheshire Cat, and maybe that might have been a play that you would want back. Maybe it's just based on the way things shook up, but exerting that Cheshire Cat and allowing an option for Frank Karst to then take advantage of that and get that bad boy off this board, it will look quite nicely here with this Elsa Fifth Spirit holding on to those 3 damages. But right now, this is still looking all Frank, as we can clear 2 characters here and narrow out this board just a little bit more before this Chromacon can be slammed into the field of play.
We do find an Ursula here. Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
Oh, no, I mean, I to your point, I mean, this Ursula can kind of try to see some things, but instead he goes ahead and deploys that Emerald Chromacon, which just makes it where Bryant then has to do not only the impossible challenge of clearing the board, but doing it in a way where Frank doesn't absolutely destroy his board in the process. And now he's doing a little bit of cleanup. That Royal Guard can be absolutely terrible in the second half of the game because all it takes is something like a Demona to come down that can make that Royal Guard be up to a 5-2. So that every time you draw a card, it increases strength. So he says, not dealing with that. I've seen it before, not a fan, and survives that challenge easily. And seeing if he's going to go ahead, he just inks that Ursula. Feels good.
Who needs the Ursula right now? Let's use our ink to bring back some Lilos from the discard next turn and potentially play something else that we get off the top of the deck. Questing right now seems to be the name of the game. Plus, you're going to get some cards back into your hand, most certainly from some challenges on Bryant's side. So Frank thinking, I don't really need the Ursula right now. I'm not going to ever grab any songs out of his hand. Like, what am I going to go for? There's really nothing that is going to affect you too much in the Amber and Amethyst strategy. So Frank opting to ink that there. Prioritizing cards in the discard, cards on the board, and cards that he could draw off the top of the deck instead.
Oh, for sure. And now we have this situation in play, which I call one of the more problematic plays to deal with when you have a resolved Lilo and a resolved Emerald Chromacon. Those two pair so nicely together, just setting Bryant back every single turn. You can also take a crazy play and bounce your own Tramp back to your hand and then redeploy him as well to cycle through your cards a little bit more. So you better have an answer to this Chromacon, and I don't know if it exists in this color combination.
I can't think of something that does. I mean, we've seen Wasabi and DKP's list, and we've seen people tech in, but I don't think there is a single thing in this matchup that will go ahead and deal with it. So can't go through it, have to go around it. And if you try to race, you are not going to win. We see the Cheshire Cat, which, as we know, is a very, very, very important card in this matchup because you're able to move damage around, but it might be a little too late. He elects to put it on that Tramp Enterprising Dog, knowing about the Chromacon pain. But now we've activated that trigger of the Chromacon. So the question is that Cheshire Cat being boosted also adds a lot because Frank doesn't want to go ahead and return that Cheshire Cat to hand because that gives him the Cheshire Cat and whatever's underneath, which could be anything.
Yeah, we challenged in with both the Genie and the Elsa there, using the Cheshire Cat boost to cleanly remove the Street Smart Dog there. Frank, thinking about it, I think maybe the Genie would be a nice option here. It does put an uninkable back into the hand. It doesn't immediately come in and challenge like the Elsa would. And the Cheshire Cat is going to give Bryant +1 card, and you can redeploy it and still move damage. So we'll see what Frank goes with. Looks like he's gonna... Got it. What is he gonna pick?
It's
the Genie. Okay, I thought it was going to be the Genie, but we were on the edge of our seats for sure.
Oh, and now double Lilo Chromacon just adds more fuel to the fire. Frank has to be starting to feel a bit confident in this scenario. Bobby Zimmerowski with a quick draw and discarding. You're also on the Dapper Rascal. What did I miss about this Dapper Rascal being added back into this metagame?
You got to read the newsletter. We send it out once a week.
Dang, I got to lock in, dude.
Our tramp stonks, which tramps and which ladies are up and which ones are down. And right now, that rascal, the stocks have never been higher. But I mean, you're saying, I mean, at a certain point, you put so much pressure on where you're like, when banished? Well, banishing's probably going to happen. And Brian is like, I'm so tired of having to banish your character because every time I do, you get mad about it and go ahead and bounce one back to my hand. So Frank is in a very favorable position. The fact that this Amethyst Amber combo has no access to a permanent end to the Lilo cycle. No Under the Sea, no Hades. And they have no answer to items. Feels miserable, but Frank is probably pretty happy.
Yeah, and that Willow has been stuck on the board with that 1 damage for quite a while, making that Lilo discount feel really, really good for Frank, making it easier to play things that are going to come off the top of the deck as we do send the Elsa back to the hand, wanting to keep that Cheshire Cat and those 2 boosted cards on the board, at least for now. We'll see if the Cheshire Cat is going to get into a challenge here, as I think Frank is potentially at more than 10 at this point. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as the Willow is finally removed from the board.
Yeah, very true, very true. So Frank feeling confident, and even if Brian can do the play of getting all the way to that 8 ink threshold, and you're able to reduce this board, you still have multiple Lilos in rotation, and they're able to come back from that discard pile and continue to provide that same type of energy that you would want. As the Lilo is going to be challenged, and Elsa can continue to get bounced again, and it looks like there's 3 more lore coming back. So the Genjutsu has been completely installed. Double Lilo Chromacon, hard to beat.
And it feels so bad because, I mean, Brian has some cool tech in his deck. Like that Horseman Strikes is normally pretty good against most decks in the meta because the Amethyst is in a lot of decks. But in this case, Frank says, Evasive Wear. I had a go-go, but I'm not playing it here. I don't need to. And he's just having his pick of the litter with this Dogs deck.
And we just lost our feed again. Troops, we're just trying to get through this as Kopag.
Oh, it's gone. Never mind.
Gone. Oh, feed is out of there. Okay, it's offline. So we are going to kind of, let's kick it back to the, they're back. Never mind. They're back.
And
they said, don't show Katie. She's in sweatpants. Don't go to the booth. But I will go ahead and say that Tramp Dapper Rascal is interesting because I was kind of looking at it and somebody pointed out good for board wipes. And I did reread the text. Whenever one of your characters is banished, you may draw a card. If you get banned, rules question. If we're getting 3 characters banished in a board wipe, do you get to draw 3 cards?
Off of the Dapper Rascal?
Yeah.
I believe you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that makes sense. And then he's a 2/8. So if you are, like somebody else pointed out, Amber the Seal, then it goes to follow that 2/8, he's going to be there a while. 8 is a lot to deal with. So you either have to deal through him and let all his little friends survive, or you deal with his little friends and you're going to refill their hands. So I can see why people woke up on the Tramp. And I need to start reading that newsletter.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that card is actually very, very good in this metagame with the Steel making such a great resurgence. Sapphire and Amethyst is on a bit of a decline. So having that card in your deck can add some benefits to you, and knowing Frank Carson is probably just a 1 of or a 2 of, or just something to fill a void, or maybe something that you can put into the inkwell in matchups where it doesn't serve you well, or maybe discard it with a Bobby Zimmerowski or something like that. But Bryant, you're gonna have to really, really lock in, and maybe fortune might have to favor you in this situation. I don't know what the path to victory is looking like for this Amber and Amethyst player.
Got to just get some solid bodies onto the board, establish that early Cheshire Cat, and just try to keep the board on the opposite side of the field as controlled as you possibly can, and potentially get up to that 8 ink turn and let a Raging Storm rip. But what you want to do when you're playing against a Dogs deck that has a Chromacon is continue to stay as wide as possible. You want to ink as much as you can. That way, once your things start getting bounced, you can redeploy them 2, 3 at a time instead of, oh, a big thing gets returned to my hand, let me redeploy that big thing. Like if your Genie gets returned, you don't want to play the Genie again on turn 5. You want to play a 2 cost and a 3 cost. That way, you can keep redeploying them over and over and over, and eventually you'll chip away at the resources of the Emerald and Amber deck, and you'll come out on top. That's what Bryant needs to do in this game number 2, is go wide and continue to redeploy everything that keeps getting bounced by Frank's Chromacons.
Very fair point. Very fair point. I love that analysis. Coming in from Garrick, the GOAT is in the building. And maybe if you can have this Mowgli get some timely discards as well. Maybe hit that Mowgli hits the Under the Sea. Mowgli comes through and hits the Chromacon. Mowgli comes through and hits the timely Delamoon's Lullaby. Maybe that can be enough. Is there a world where you can ever get underneath this dog's deck? No chance, right? You can outquest this deck.
I think that's the pain, right? Is like all those things are my favorite word, tempo. Very down tempo to be doing Mowgli, because it stops Frank from necessarily board wiping, but it doesn't keep Brian closer to winning. So Brian has to do this thing where he's incrementally gaining some value. And I think that while a Mowgli or two could help, I still think Frank can still be very overwhelming with these shift lines, where it can be an insurmountable task. I don't think Brian is running a combo. That's the other thing is, hey, it's the combo. That's an option, right? I do not think this is a combo deck. I think it's just a good old-fashioned mid-range type control-y deck. So he just has to win the good old-fashioned way, and I think it will be no margin for error. It'll be no mistakes from this point forward or at all.
Yeah, we see the lady come down onto the board for Frank, just starting to get this engine going. We've mentioned it multiple times, but you're not going to see them do much until they have their defenses up, whether that's the Chromacon or an Under the Sea available to them. The Dog's deck is just going to wait around for a little bit. It's up to the opposing deck to be proactive in this matchup and try to remove things as quickly as possible, as we are continuing to have some issues over there on the original stream side. Doing our best to keep things live for you as the Grandmother Willow comes down. This is a great card to do that strategy that I mentioned earlier, which is be able to play multiple cards every single turn after a Chromacon comes down.
Oh, very fair point. Very, very solid point. But it's just unfortunate for Brian. Is like you said, everything he needs to go right. But unfortunate for you, you're playing against probably one of the Mount Rushmore level players. We're talking Hokage level threats. I'm talking dragon level threat in the dojo is locked in against you, and you're at a disadvantage deck wise. There is matchups in this game, as in most trading card games. You're going to have your good matchups, you're going to have your bad matchups. This just happens to be one of your bad matchups, and you just happen to be locked in against a very, very powerful player. So it's uphill, but you can get it done. Crazier things have happened.
And I will say the good news for viewers at home who are like, no, we love Brian. This is, while there was a cut, it wasn't top cut, which means we are still not technically, we are very firmly in Swiss. So there are 3 rounds after this. So if not saying it'll happen, but if Brian does lose in this matchup, it's just one loss in the journey to the top. So just orientating you guys, because I think the top cut might be confusing because it's not really a top cut. It was a day 2 cut. Very weird. But we are going and moving along. That Grandmother Willow can add the discount double check for any character played on his board. So we have another grandma, 2 discounts, double discount. And there is a Cheshire Cat coming in comfortably. So this is a wide board. Brian's taking a page out of Frank's playbook here.
Yeah, exactly the strategy that you need to deploy against this Dog's deck. I love to see Bryant leaning into that, and the double Willow is so good in this spot. Frank needs to find something here to try and put on a little bit more pressure, but I think we're just going to be staring at each other for quite a while until we can break this standstill with something like an Elsa the Fifth Spirit or a Demona coming on the side of Bryant.
That Demona is quite it's a mirror breaker and just a breaker of a stalemate in general. It's that forced interaction, and with those 2 Grandmother Willows, it's feeling closer than ever. The question is, I mean, can you answer everything on the side of the board? Not a ton of challenging power. However, that Lawn can have her support, and the Cheshire Cat can move some damage around. So it is something where the sooner we can break the stalemate and get rid of any of the shift targets on Frank's sides, the better.
Yeah, this is a solid. I mean, if you're gonna have a start as Brian, this has to be the spot that you would want to be in. This has to be your optimal curve, and you're going to have to still get a bit lucky coming into the following turns. You have so many cards in your deck that are just inherently worthless. They can't do anything. We're talking World's Greatest Criminal Mind. We're talking the Horseman Strikes. We're talking Hades looking for a deal. I mean, Hades, I guess, could be some value. Maybe you can draw some cards off of it, but there's a lot of cards that don't really do a whole lot to impact the opposition side of the board, and they don't play against the Tramp very well. You can't really engage, but here's one of those engaging cards. The Elsa, Fifth Spirit, hits the board. Who are we taking down here?
Yeah, I think going for the lady there is a pretty solid option. You want to get those off of the board as soon as you can, because you always have to think about that shift, that Miss Park Avenue coming down and wreaking havoc. Now, there is another lady on the opposite side there, but I like going for that. No damage on any of your characters. You can always save that Cheshire Cat to start moving damage later on, as Frank does have a Tramp Street Smart Dog in the hand right now, so we could go for that with an ink and play, potentially find ourselves in Under the Sea and deploy that on the next turn if Bryant does not have that Mowgli to take it out of the hand. You can also look to find yourself an Emerald Chromacon to put those defenses up.
Yeah, so if that's the case, I think you might have to get to a spot where you have at least two discardable outlets, unless Bryant comes over the top with the patent pending back-to-back Mowgli maneuver that can get 2 cards from hand. But if Frank has the option, I believe you can draw 3, discard 2, and you have cards in hand. So maybe I'd like to see if we keep an action, and maybe we'll keep 2 to kind of insulate against a Mowgli.
And that is exactly what I agree with. Because, I mean, it's funny when Mowgli, it can feel silly, but then there's times where it's like, Mowgli, we need you right now. And against Frank's deck, it is absolutely paramount, because it keeps Frank in a weird position too, right? Because he's drawing cards to try to get to the Under the Sea, knowing that he could be basically picking up the Under the Sea to be taken from him. So it's kind of you got to make him have the Mowgli, and if you have the chance to get an Under the Sea in the hand, you probably will take that chance when it's in front of you. Especially looking at Brian's board. I mean, that is what I would call a certifiably under the seeable board, because Cheshire Cat by himself is not great. He needs a friend.
Yeah, 1 Delamoons and you're losing it all if you have Delamoons and Under the Sea. And from that position, I do not think you can recover. Even a card like Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, I think he can play it now. It still doesn't feel good to do so. You are going to go for the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. You have an option to find this Mowgli here, and I think if you have it, no matter what, you have to send this Mowgli for sure if you can find the Man Cub.
Does not get to it here, but we are able to put a Genie Wish Fulfilled down onto the board. Again, apologies for the stuttering that we are seeing here. This is on the original stream. They're having some issues with the Wi-Fi over there in Brazil, but we're trying to bring you the best commentary that we can. Right now, Bryant has a really, really wide board. It is very susceptible to an Under the Sea. Did we see if Frank was able to find that card off of his Tramp?
I couldn't see. It glitched right as he had his hand there.
Yeah, it would be deployed right at this very moment. Chromacon is okay, but it's not as good as an Undersea would be, and it does look like he has Chromacon.
I was about to say it would have been a telltale sign if we do a little glitch and show up and Brian's board is just gone. Like, that's what happened.
Sign, I think. So I assume Under the Sea, but instead we do have to go ahead and do the Chromacon, which, as we said, I mean, that is something that can help swing the momentum back. But it is a situation where we saw Frank fire off spectacularly, and now he is struggling a little bit more in this game. Do keep in mind, though, I mean, he can bounce his own characters back. Like you said, that Tramp, he could technically return his own Tramp to go ahead and look for it Under the Sea, especially since his board, Brian's board, remains very Under the Seeable.
And I think Frank might be thinking about taking a gamble here and having the Mowgli Man Cub, seeing the Delamoon's Lullaby, and maybe you can rip the Under the Sea off the tizzy right now, and that would just be complete devastation. But I think just a quest and pass from Frank to Bryant, and maybe trying to set some Chromacon tactics up.
Yeah, I mean, the Chromacon is the defense that you have at the moment, so that might just have to be good enough with this really, really wide board and a ton of ink, plus the 2 Willows available to Bryant right now. This is a really great position to be in on the Amethyst and Amber side.
So that does activate his trap of saying, you wouldn't challenge and then activate the bounce. And so he is saying, I wouldn't, would I? And the answer is he would. He will go ahead and return that tramp to his hand and go ahead and dig. And he needs to dig very deep because we see another under the sea target here with that genie going down. He has a Demona in hand, which Brian is only at 5 ink.
Yeah, this is looking pretty gruesome for the two-time Disney Lorcana Challenge champion there. Worlds qualified Frank Karsten now back is against the wall, and Bryant has found the play pattern you need to get out of this scenario. It looks like we are going to go Grandmother Willow into and ink the Delamoon, and I think we have to throw that tramp back out, and now you enter into the hope phase. You still have to evade a Mowgli, and you have to find the Under the Sea at a minimum.
Unfortunately for Frank, yeah, he had to ink that Delamoon's Lullaby because he had, I believe, another Grandmother Willow in hand. If he was able to get rid of that other card in his hand, keep the Delamoons, and potentially sing the Under the Sea next turn with that, he might be so back in this game. But there is a lot of lore on the opposite side of the board and needs to do some challenging here of his own.
And that is not the position he wants to be in. He is not normally the aggressor, but he is having to fill that role right now because it's not about being able to win in a turn. It's about being able to stop Bryant. Unfortunately, now with that Iago coming down, another thing that is going to withstand the Under the Sea if it comes down. Now, that being said, something like another Delamoon's Lullaby, if he finds it, is quite nice for Iago. But unfortunately, his time is getting shorter and shorter. I mean, that time clock, he was able to extend it by 1 turn, but can he do it 2 turns in a row? It will be very difficult.
I believe Brian is running the numbers and thinking, if I can Demona right here and just really put the end to this, and I don't know if that is the move you want to make. Possibly, I think you could just maybe run the risk and just keep racing this board with the board that you have available and hope your opposition cannot find that Under the Sea. But this could potentially, we got Under the Sea in hand right now, but I think you could lose this board, or at least lose enough of your resources so you won't be able to sing it that next turn. Everything's exerted.
Yep. Everything does get exerted there. It looks like we are just going to quest it out on the side of Bryant, not worried about getting rid of that tramp at all, which is going to be the main singer that we would need to sing this Under the Sea. I wonder if that's going to come back to bite him. We do have a Rhino in hand, which can shrink 1 thing, but he's up to 19, meaning Frank needs more than just that.
Yeah, you need a series of Delamoons because you have to get after that Demona Scourge of the... You have to get around everything. Everything must go.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if there is an out for you here. And it looks like we're going to be going to a game number 3. So Bryant found the play and took down the champ. And now you got to do this thing again on the draw. Can it happen?
I think maybe. The answer is, can Brian have the kind of start he had this time, which is the difference between, because I mean, I want to just think about what was different between the games. And the answer was Frank did not get to do his Under the Sea, which is very important. Bryant was able to establish a lot of value, because I mean, we talk about this Amber Amethyst a lot like Blurple, where you're able to get a hold of resources quicker. And Bryant, if you look at his board, that was an insane amount of top end things. I mean, once he got to the Genie, it was only hit after hit after hit. So as long as Brian can get out those Willows, he might be able to outpace Frank. But I really think it is all dependent on, can he go fast enough and can Frank not find it, which is a very scary thing to depend on, your opponent not having it.
Yeah, you can't hope for that. That's entering into the realm of hope, and hope is a fleeting thing. You can't count on hope too much. You like when hope happens for you, but you can't plan for hope. It's just something that you gotta hope happens.
I hope you don't do well, so then I can do well, which I mean, that's fair, but it is unfortunately what your opponent, that I mean, we talked about at the beginning and it keeps coming up, is that like the high roll nature of being that perfect series of cards. The thing about Tramp is it is a perfect series of cards where you kind of fulfill your own prophecy by going to look for that perfect card. Brian doesn't have anything like a Tramp. He doesn't have Vision of the Future. He doesn't have Tramp. He just has to find the cards through regular old card draw.
Yeah, and Amethyst is great at doing that, but he employed the strategy that you need to do exactly against Frank Karsten. Frank didn't find exactly what he needed, but Bryant went with the game plan that works best against Frank's deck. We'll see if he's able to do it yet again here in game number 3, but Frank is going to be on the approach. He's going to be on the play here with this very bombastic Dogs deck, and just that single extra turn can be so impactful for the Amber and the Emerald strategy. We'll see if Frank is able to take advantage of him being on the play here, as I already see a really nice 1-drop and a Grandmother Willow in the hand for Mr. Karsten.
That's triple Willow though in hand. Yeah, so you can get really loose here with triple Willow into a Tramp. That seems wild, but Frank is like, I don't want to get greedy. Let's just lock in and finish the drill here, huh?
Can I take a moment to appreciate Bombastic Dogs deck? I quite like it. But yes, to your point, these Willows, it is a war, or rather a battle of who has the better resources, and that Tramp is the ultimate resource. We do see a few cards that are not necessary at all in Brian's hand, primarily the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That's a fun tech card, but unfortunately against this dog matchups where everything has a pretty low willpower or strength, not necessary. So he sends back a nice 5 and only keeps 2, which is interesting to see.
Probably looking for those same plays we saw earlier. We saw how effective the Grandmother Willow into the Cheshire Cat stuff was. We saw how effective the early Elses could be. Even getting to a Demona. Maybe you can get to Demona early enough. You have multiple Willows, or maybe I doubt you're playing a card like Akud et Amudi. Maybe you slotted some of those in there. Just getting your big bodies down early and finding a way to exert Frank Karsten's board. Maybe you're playing Isis Vanderchill, Finn Leaping Reindeer. You have answers to what the dog's deck is trying to do, but how many tech choices did you elect, and what did you tech your deck for? It's going to be the ultimate story of the day. Frank on the play has a 1 cost. Let's get active. This is the last round we're going to be seeing today. Winner of this will continue on. Loser will also continue on, which is very strange format.
Yeah, winner can continue. Loser, also good luck.
Also can probably still make the top cut. But Frank, with the lady here, we are probably going to see a Willow plus another 1-drop on the following turn, followed up by that powerful Tramp Street Smart Dog. Frank kept a 1-drop, kept a Willow, kept a Tramp, and sent everything else. It is the perfect curve that he is looking for to get off to an explosive start and get those dogs running and questing for lures. We have no 1-cost character for Bryant, which can be devastating here. We've seen him play the Elanwi down on turn number 1 in previous games.
Yeah, the Elanwi is, at the very least, she's a nice, she's a character. And as we know, the thing that kind of is rough about Elanwi is she's kind of there to synergize with World's Greatest Criminal Mind. She does help with support. For example, just like Basil, she can help when Elsa Fifth Spirit comes in to give a little bit of extra oomph, but we don't really have time for such things. We need to get this Willow. We need to get some good things quickly because Frank is not having a stall. He is able to get his board to a nice 2 ladies, 1 Willow, and I really do feel like he'll be off the races shortly with this board that on his side. Ooh.
There is the Man Cub, and the Man Cub snipes the Emerald Chromacon, and that is probably the best use. That is a literal dream scenario that had just gone down, and Frank just nods in okay, understanding. It happens, and I know he's a very mathematical player, but I still would tilt there, as that is the absolute best thing that Bryant could have hoped for, because if that Chromacon gets established, especially on this next turn, that thing could run away with the game right there. So Frank now is going to have to see that victory position start to go away a little bit, but still, you have a lot of game left, and you have a very powerful card to help you get there.
Yeah, we inked this Nani for sure and slammed down the Tramp. We could think about putting the Willow down as well instead if we want to, or we could just play the Nani and look for some more cards off the top. Frank has a bunch of options. He doesn't necessarily need to rush into the Tramp Street Smart Dog, and he says, Garrick, I'm going to play this Nani.
Because he doesn't have enough ink yet to play, because he only had 3 characters on board, so if he inked Nani, that's only...
Well, Willow gives him a discount for 1,
oh,
so...
Willow!
Yep.
Willow,
he could have played Tramp if he wanted, yeah.
He said, nah, I wanna wait. Why waste too good of a thing? But to your point, I mean, I do think there is some value in just taking he's kind of sitting there going, oh, my opponent's not doing anything. So he gets to luxuriate right now, which is something he doesn't always get to do. Questing out early for a nice, clean 3 lore, which probably feels good. It's a little relaxing.
Very true. And now you have to come up with your backup plan. Your Chromacon line was looking quite nice. It would have been even better with this Lilo Escape Artist in hand. But your next turn is gearing up for a pretty robust Tramp play, and you can walk into a Lilo discard as well, which has to feel nice. So a pretty easy and free quest into a pass. Back to Frank Carson now, and double Lilo in hand.
Whoa, he's got double Willows potentially here. We can go Willow Tramp, or does he have another Willow in hand?
There is another Willow in hand. Willow, I think the hand is a Willow, a Tramp, 2 Lilo is going to be the hand.
That is a brutal, because I mean, there's so many painful things about that, right? I mean, being able to discount the Tramp further, being able to, I mean, right now, he can go ahead. And I think keeping the Willow in hand makes sense because he wants to be able to keep, or no, sorry. He's going to go ahead and play it to discount the Tramp even further. Okay, and he still has 1 card in hand, or 2 cards. So he's able to go ahead and keep 2 cards, which feels good. I think when you only have 1 card in hand, it can be a little bit of a bad feeling. And that Lilo going to the discard feels so good because you were able to just keep that as a threat in the game to say, hey, no matter what happens, I got 2 Lilos down.
Is there another character up that we can't see off the board? It must be, because he is discarding 5 cards. So there is a character that we can't quite see that is obscured off of the top. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4,
It is
5.
Lady.
Okay.
Yeah, Lady's
okay.
under that
Gotcha.
line.
Okay.
We are going to get rid of the Under the Sea. We ended up keeping an Emerald Chromacon. Obviously, the Lilos are easy discards there. And we are going to start questing more aggressively as now these ladies are activated thanks to the Tramp being on the board. Nani's going to join them. Does the tree go with it? We skip to the future. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, the tree bended in the wind, but it said, nah, I'm going to stay upright. Now, we do have that Bagheera, who's a nice, healthy 4/4, but I don't think anything on the board scares me too bad if I'm Frank, especially knowing that I am going wider and wider, and Brian just doesn't have access. But he has access to a Dumbo eventually, but we're only at 4 ink, so we can get Dumbo out. But Dumbo doesn't have a lot of evasive friends. As far as evasive things in this deck, we have the Elsa Fist Spirit, so Dumbo's just going to have to hang tight. He's not going to be able to do anything this turn. And Frank is going to take advantage of this wide board while he has it.
Yeah, and I think that is a very, very troublesome conundrum, as the Lilo is going to come back for free now due to the Grandmother Willow that will trigger even from the discard this first character you play that turn. And now you have the ability to put the Genjutsu back again. Emerald Chromacon plus Lilo, do something about it. And I would hate to see that if I am Brian. Nani looking for a challenge. It's going to be that Bagheera is going to find his way into the discard pile.
My favorite card. We have Hades looking for a deal and Nani looking for a challenge. A sequel to the duo.
And Emerald Chromacon looking for a Genjutsu here. Bryant is stuck in the Tsukiyomi. Can he find a way out? Horseman Strikes is not going to be the card to get it done, but that is always a free ink, or we can cycle it for 3. Not something we want to do right at this moment. Going up to 5 ink. Need that Elsa the 5th Spirit to try and get things going here, but this is the opposite of what happened last game where he was able to go wide and play around the Chromacon. This game only has that single character that costs the majority of his ink to redeploy. So right here, love to see a 3 cost and a 2 cost. And he says, I got nothing. I got nothing. Wow. That is game. We are going to shake the hand. And Frank Karsten takes round number 9.
I like that. Just a quick scoop. Like, I'm not doing this, man. I love a nice and consistent scoop up out of there, man. Oh man, that was a blender. We did see that Brian was able to come through and show that you can win against that matchup, but being on the draw is going to be extremely difficult to do. So it looks like we are going to be wrapping up here very, very soon. I'm not certain. I'm not going to stop until they stop, because they might just surprise us with another round. As it looks like we are pointing fingers. It's time to get out of here. It's probably quite late over there in Brazil.
They said it's 7 o'clock, which honestly in other countries they're like, listen, we eat dinner at 9 p.m. We are so chill. But here in America, we have supper at 6 p.m. So it's past that time. But I for everyone that's kind of wondering, like, so what are we doing? Because I got a message where they're like, oh, okay, so tomorrow we go to top 32. Yes, but we also still have a good solid 3 rounds of Disney Lorcana. We have round 10, 11, 12. It'll be weird because honestly tonight it is going to be, every table is going to have somebody doing math. Every table that these players are eating at. There was no IDs. Let's note that. We were afraid it'd be like ID City. No IDs in round 9. What do you think we're going to wake up tomorrow to that round 10? What do you think we're going to see?
I think it's going to be a festival of intentional draws taking place tomorrow. I think a lot of people at that top table, they're going to crunch the numbers. They're going to realize that you can get in with 6 draws, and they're like, you know, why even play it out? Let's just draw. Let's just show up late. Everyone just punch drawing into your Rosberger Play Hub, and let's go to the beach or something and come into the tournament a little bit late. Let's go walk the waterfront. I don't know what's happening down there.
Would love to give everybody an quick update on what the top tables are looking like. Sadler defeats DKP at the top table and remains undefeated. Justice gets a win. Ace 103 at table 3 gets the win. Dave, also known as Attack for 2, defeats Moxie's. Sky takes a 2-0 victory over Daniel Q. Diego, also known as Level 9001 DLC Champion, gets the win. Habibi, also known as Elias, defeats Danzor. We have Frank Carson, which we just saw, get the dub. And Alphos takes a 2-1 victory. So a lot of familiar faces, a lot of familiar names up there at the top tables, still doing their thing, trying to get that world's qualification.
So JD, where were you when someone took your job? Because I just feel like Garrick is like, you know, I haven't been in play up all day, but I'm going to get in here right now.
I'm sorry.
At the end of the day, I'm just going to get.
I was just very curious and worried.
Where will you be when you lose your job?
I mean,
it can happen at any time.
Usually, Katie, at this point, I'll come in and say, I think you're fine. Don't worry about it. But Garrett kind of went crazy there. I think he kind of had the voice. I feel a little threatened about your future at this company.
Well, tomorrow, Garrett, how about you stay and play up all day? That's your job tomorrow. You have to. I'll send this notebook to you. This is the handwritten.
Those are the notes.
I'll send that.
This is the draw math.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna be the vibe guy. I'm just kidding. You're not the vibe guy. It has been very fun, and I will say that we have been hanging out together for a total of 13 hours, and we're gonna run it back tomorrow morning, and I cannot wait because this has been a very interesting tournament. Like, it's a lot of, okay. Like, we haven't seen any decks yet that have made me go, like, I can't believe it. But we also have been seeing some behavior that I was like, I can't believe that. So, I don't know. I'm excited.
It's always a really good time. And I got to thank everyone who has been here rocking and rolling with us all day. We will be back at it again tomorrow. I'm not sure if there's going to be another round. They haven't wrapped up yet. So we're going to keep watching until they start to throw it to a break or throw it to a be right back screen until tomorrow. But either way, we're going to try to start this thing around the same time on Twitch. We were rocking and rolling all day. I really appreciate that. If you guys can, throw a follow. If you have a Prime sub sitting around and you don't want to use it on someone else, just please do that. It's free. It costs you nothing. But I'm not going to, if you have that already allocated, I don't mind. But if you're on the YouTube side, make sure you hit the follow button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Check out Katie as well at the Lore Keepers Inn. She's going to put out more content and cool things going to be happening in the future there. And also follow her on Twitch as well. So we're all just trying to have a vibe and have a good time. If you guys like what you see, don't turn off the TV. Just do it. Soon.
Also,
soon.
Let's get some likes on the Discord side or the YouTube side. 23 more likes and JDZ will crush in one shot.
I already did. I got to do another one. I just fired up that thing. It's gone.
You crushed a private on Krusty?
No, I did it right here live on the stream already.
What was that? I don't remember seeing that.
That totally happened right here live on the stream. Believe it.
He'll crush another one.
It was nice too. It was a new Up and Apple version. It had apple and cinnamon butter.
77 likes over on the YouTube side. 23 more likes, and JDZ will do it. You know what? 24 likes. Katie will do it too. So
which is crazy.
And I'd have to go to the store and
come
back.
She will, and she'll do it.
We might have to save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, that might be it. I was like, you know what? I'll go to Target. I'm like, I just look at the clock. Now I gotta go to bed. We're gonna be awake in like 12 hours. But, man, I mean, I will say that the math is kind of crazy because the margin between when we started the cut, so basically they cut to day 2 on day 1. It's 18 to 24. That is like 6 points. That's only 2 wins between the lowest and the highest player. So I mean, every player. I think that's why there was no IDs, because it's like we're not so different, you and I. The bottom table and the top, because as far as how many people. So what they did is they said if you have 18 points, you can stay. Less than 18 points, get out of here. And 57 people were allowed to keep playing. It's cut to top 32. That means only 25 people. More people in this room will make top 32 than not make top 32 at this current point.
And I was doing some more calculations. I believe 27 points will be the cutoff to get into that top cut. So if you want to make it, you want to get to 27. Right now, Sadler is the only one sitting at 27, but he's got a lot of players hot on his heels, sitting at a mighty 24. So I believe that everybody in that 24 range will just be able to do 3 IDs and make it on into the top cut. So we might be seeing some furious intentional draws tomorrow, but everybody that was doing IDs today, you got to get up to that 27 points.
Yeah, that 24 point that we were talking about, that like you mentioned, that is Sky, Attack for 2, Ace 103, Level 9001, and RHS, that makes him sound like a boat. It is RHS. Okay, the RHS Justice is also at 24. So, and it's fascinating. I know that people are probably noticing that those are all people who are probably not Brazilian. They aren't. However, I think I see some people in there I don't recognize, but I don't know. I'm very fascinated. Look at them. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
Look at these fun crew. These are like Disney Channel. Like, they just look fun.
They do look like they are a lot of fun. So I think that means that everybody with 27 or 24 points right now can just triple ID tomorrow, and well, they can quadruple ID tomorrow, right? Or no, it's just 3 rounds tomorrow.
5, 6. Okay, so there are 6 of them. So if those 6 people, because the problem is if you get paired down, if you're at that point, you're like, woohoo, I can ID, and then you get paired down, and the guy's like, we're playing, buddy, sit down.
Well, one of them will have to get paired down because one of them is going to get paired against Sadler. So
well, yeah, but it's paired down to a person that wants, but it's paired down in a good way, because it's to the 24-point person that probably wants to ID too.
Right,
I think everyone's just going to ID tomorrow.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. There's enough between Sadler and the 5 24-point people. Sadler and the 524s. Is that something?
It sounds like a cool rock band from the 70s.
Because it is something where the more that they commit to this plan as a group, the more it's advantageous. Because if it's a situation where somebody keeps playing and they're doing well, it's like, okay, great, because now the math moves. But to your point, you can't make anyone ID. In fact, all you can do is suggest it, and if it doesn't go well, then you're playing. So I wish I was in the room. I wish I knew what these conversations were, because I think it'd be very fascinating.
Agree. And the math is fun for some people, but very confusing for others, and the others being me. It's confusing for me, but I'm trying my best, and I'm 99% sure you want to be at 27 to make this top cut. So we have plenty of really good players already locked in and ready to go, as we are seeing some names and some color combinations.
Clip it, screenshot.
They got Skylar
hey, these are the real ones. These are the real
Skylar
ones.
No C. They said they really made it a Schuler there. They said, you know how people pronounce your name Schuler? We're gonna do it hard here.
Right. Can we get a screenshot on this? Has anyone screenshotted this? I
think you were trying.
I was trying to. My computer is just like not playing ball. I don't know where my I don't know where my camera thing went.
It's gone.
Oh
it's
my
fine.
god.
We don't know. Were those the people who
No,
are just like your favorite?
That's just the top 8, I think, right now.
That was a crazy. This is what my screenshot grabbed. This is what my screenshot grabbed here. Shout out to the screenshot. this is what the screenshot did.
Shout out to BB. Or Brazilian bakers, we like to call.
We've given a lot of shout outs without knowing. Okay, and here's the names again.
One more time.
All right, I'll do it. Okay, you're doing it.
You gotta.
Okay, no, you got it this time.
Are you sure?
We don't know what the context of these. I mean, they are the top 8, but I mean, why just these top 8? Like, what is it?
Because these players are guaranteed 100% to make it into the top 30.
Unless, though, what if their friend says they don't want ID, and like they say, I want to play to get a higher seed, and then
they're trolling, and that's not your friend anymore. You
they'll
cut
say,
them
Zan
off and never talk to them
ID'd
again.
for 3 rounds in a row in the middle of the tournament. We can't ID right now. We were IDing hours ago.
We were IDing rounds 1 through 3. What is
round 1 ID? Can we get a little ID here? That was crazy.
Dude,
Dan
I
was
think that's going to be
calculating the exact number of IDs that he could have, and the answer was actually right. 3 was the answer.
But I've never
Now
seen
you
someone
gotta get
spend
some
those wishes
dubs.
in the middle of the tournament. Like, I have 3 wishes. Well, I'll wish in the beginning and hope I get more wishes later. It's like
Well, he was at the top of the top tables, playing against some really good players in
did he win his
maybe
last game?
unfavorable matchups.
Let me see.
I'm not sure. It looks
Let
like
me see what the Zan plan. Oh, Zan won. So he said the Zan plan worked, and it worked out also for let me see, the person who got Robert got a bye. It worked out great for him. Robert hasn't played any Lorcana since round 5 or round 6.
getting a
He was on the
bye
feature
with
deck.
at undefeated is gotta
I've
feel
never
great.
That's insane. And Robert, he has not played any Disney Lorcana.
Because at this point, those are just points. Just stack those, right?
Yeah, we take
put it
those. That's
away.
free.
That's
That's a
what
free.
matters.
That's a free 3-piece right there.
Absolutely.
Shout out to him. He is pro gaming on a level I've never seen, where you literally went to a DLC. Yeah, he won 5 games, and then he hasn't played since round 5. Well,
I'm
he
with
played
it.
round 6, but he hasn't won since round 5, and he's doing great. He's probably gonna make
Make it to the top 32. It's going. It's going to be
top
back in.
32, only 5 games of Disney Lorcana.
I'm with it, man. Hey, you can't hate the player, hate the game.
No. I mean,
Can
he's
you dig
at
it?
20. He was at 18, so he's at 21. So he does have to play a little bit more. I'm so sorry.
He does have to get 2 more wins to get himself into that top cut, but he's very close. And he is a player that is so consistent on an insane level. I'd be surprised if he didn't make it. I believe the only DLC he hasn't topped. Did he top Taipei? I believe he did. He topped Ghent. Obviously, he won that. He did not top Milwaukee. He just missed out. I think he was like literally 33rd, which was unfortunate. After I think he started like 1-2 or 0-2, and then just literally won every single match from that point on, including taking me out of day 2, which was not nice of him. But I'm
do love
over
that
it,
he told a
as you can
story
tell
about
by.
this, like, when I came in, I wanted to do 1 take back, and then I played against Garrick, and I said, "Yeah, right now." And that's not how it happened.
Now's the time.
But it was exactly how the things aligned, and it's valid. You are allowed take backs, whether you are Zan Syed or a newborn.
If he didn't do that take back, I would have won that game, just to be fair. So
Well, but
he
it's
spent-
legal. It was legal.
he
Hate
spent
the-
his wish from
wish.
the deck of many things in a very appropriate manner. Shout out to everybody that gets that reference. You're a legend.
Shout out to the New Year baby and their big old ears.
I can't believe you guys were not on the New Year, baby New Year technology. That's wild
I didn't
to me.
have it, man. I didn't have it. I wish I would have. I wish I would have got there, man. I wish I would have got there. I think I might have seen it. It did seem like a bit of a fever dream, seeing that big-eared baby doing its thistle out there.
Big-eared baby.
See, now y'all are acting like everybody that was dissing Jumbo Jr. right now, and you're doing it to Baby New Year. So maybe
He's got to be a grown up by now. Okay, there's no way the baby New Year's still a
no,
baby. Like, that is
Baby
old
New
man
Year always stays a baby. That's his
That's
thing.
scary. This is a horror movie now.
I don't know
All
if
right.
that's true. I don't know if that's true. Hey, they're giving us some applause. We should give them some
you.
applause back.
I know. I'm clapping to them. They did a great job today. The energy felt like it
Why,
was
why
right.
are we like the
We need more
characters in
denim.
Super Smash Bros where we lost and we're just in the bottom like
Yeah. But I will say tomorrow we got to be a little cooler. Just kidding. No, I'm gonna blaze. I'm gonna wear the blazer tomorrow.
I mean, if you want to go for overalls tomorrow, you might cook yourself. I think because there's no
I can
chance
be
she goes
cooler
back to
than
back
you guys.
overalls.
The only thing I can do is look like I